Chapter 859. Atop the endless snow mountain range, Shueli stood there with a gloomy expression on her face. Umo stood nearby, vigilantly watching the surroundings. Zhang Ao and Chao Guan, as well as their friends and family, all stopped below and looked up. Brother Zhang, that woman has been standing here for quite some time now, but hasn't moved at all. Did that little brat escape? Chao Guan asked softly, a trace of uneasiness filling his heart. Zhang Ao's expression was also quite ugly, constantly releasing his divine sense as he nodded. I don't know, but I can't detect that little brat's aura. That woman's methods are much more powerful than mine. Perhaps she has discovered some kind of clue. That little brat's growth is too terrifying. The last time I was chasing him, I was barely able to keep up, but this time I can't even track his whereabouts. On top of that, his cultivation has actually reached the third-order transcendent realm. Zhang Ao took a deep breath and said, that's why keeping him alive is a disaster. This time, no matter what, we must kill him, lest he really grows up to seek revenge on us in the future. Brother Zhang is right. I hope that woman isn't just a facade. The two of them spoke very softly, naturally not worried about Shueli hearing them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to discuss a demon general like this. After waiting for a while, Shueli suddenly opened her pair of beautiful eyes, revealing a puzzled and suspicious look. Her cultivation was transcendent, so although she didn't understand what method Yang Kai had used to teleport 100 kilometers in an instant and completely conceal his aura, she was still able to rely on her keen perception to find some traces of Yang Kai. However, what made her feel strange was that Yang Kai didn't seem to be in this world, but rather in another space. That space was strange and unpredictable, and even she didn't dare probe it too closely as her divine sense was unable to reach it. This kind of feeling was like looking at Yang Kai from afar, only to see a blurry figure, boundless and indiscernible. Sneering, Shueli sneered. You think this king can't do anything to you just because you're hiding? Saying so, her beautiful hair began to flutter as strands of pitch-black hair fell from her head. Rich and surging demonic chi attached to these strands of hair, causing them to wriggle about and transform into terrifying fanged vipers that fiercely pounced forward. Seeing her move, Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others were startled and turned to look. A strange scene appeared in front of their eyes. The space in front of Shueli seemed to have turned into a calm lake. The fanged snakes jumped into it and disappeared along with the ripples. No one knew where they had disappeared to. Even Shueli's face showed a thoughtful look. Her divine ability had a tracking effect, but of course the premise was that she could grasp some of Yang Kai's whereabouts. Normally, even in the face of powerful enemies, she was reluctant to use it. After all, every time she used it, she would lose a lot of hair. Although Shueli was a demon general, she was still a woman. There was no way to regrow her hair. If she used it too many times, she might even become bald. How could Shueli accept that kind of appearance? But this time, in order to force Yang Kai out of his hiding place, Shueli had no choice but to go all out. But even after using this divine technique, Shueli still couldn't accurately determine Yang Kai's position. Fortunately, her demonic chi and divine sense were attached to her hair, so the attacks would automatically find Yang Kai and attack him, so she didn't need to worry about them. Gritting her teeth, Shueli sneered and swore in her heart that once Yang Kai was forced out, she would make him suffer. Floating in the void, Wizard Tribulation was still recovering. He didn't have a huge amount of resources like Yang Kai, so it would take some time for him to recover. Yang Kai observed the strange space, which was like an endless abyss, to see if there was anything special about it. At this moment, an uneasy feeling suddenly rose up in his heart, causing all the pores on his body to close and his hair to stand on end, as if some kind of danger was quietly approaching him. Yang Kai's complexion changed as he scanned his surroundings with rapt attention. Swish, swish, swish. A wave of sharp sounds of the sky being torn apart resounded out, and there seemed to be over 100 savage and terrifying venomous snakes slithering about in the distant sky as they pounced towards him. From these snake-like attacks, Yang Kai was able to detect Shueli's aura. Each one of these poisonous snakes contained a terrifying amount of power, and with over 100 of them attacking together, Kai Yang couldn't help but feel like he was about to die. Wizard Tribulation also opened his eyes and asked anxiously, "What's going on?" But as soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't help shivering. Sect Master Wizard, it's time to go. Yang Kai's face became ugly. He really didn't understand why Xueli would attack this void. The means of a third-order saint were truly unpredictable. However, it seemed that Xueli herself hadn't come, probably unable to come, so Yang Kai couldn't help relaxing. Waving his hand, he tore open a crack in the void and rushed out. "Wait for me!" Wizard Tribulation screamed and immediately followed. As soon as he left the chaotic void, Yang Kai cursed, "Smelly whore." At that moment, Xueli's divine sense firmly locked onto him again, like a maggot in his bones that was impossible to escape. 100 kilometers away, Xueli let out a piercing laugh. Her pretty face somewhat distorted as she turned her beautiful eyes towards Yang Kai and ground her teeth. "This queen thought you wouldn't show up for the rest of your life." Her tender body flickered and she disappeared. Umo quickly followed. Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others all glanced at each other helplessly before also using their movement skills to chase after them. In this chase, they felt as if they were puppets on strings. They had no right to choose and could only chase after Yang Kai's ass and eat his dust. Did that woman chase after us again? Wizard Tribulation saw Yang Kai's expression turn ugly and quickly asked. Yang Kai glanced at him faintly before nodding lightly. "We're dead." Wizard Tribulation smiled bitterly. "Sect Master Wizard, it's not too late to back out now." Yang Kai frowned at him. "Back out what?" Wizard Tribulation was stunned. "Draw a clear line with me and serve that woman like Zhang Ao and Chao Guan." "Holy Master, please don't joke around." Although this wizard is a sinister villain, he knows that serving that woman is tantamount to asking a tiger for its skin. Zhang Ao and Chao Guan are destined to be abandoned by her. If I join her, wouldn't that be suicide? Oh. Sect Master Wizard is quite farsighted. Yang Kai was surprised. A few years ago, this wizard said that I have no other strong points, but I know how to adapt to circumstances. Wizard Tribulation smiled. "Good. Now you have two choices." Wizard Tribulation was shocked and hurriedly clenched his fist. "Please advise me, Master. Separate from me and run for your life. Shirley's target now is me, so she probably won't care about you. Before she catches me, you can run away as much as you want." Wizard Tribulation frowned and didn't make a choice immediately. Instead, he asked, "What's the second choice?" "Stay with me. I'll follow you." Wizard Tribulation didn't even think about it and immediately answered. Yang Kai stared at him blankly. Wu Jie grinned meaningfully and said, "Sir Holy Master seems to be a little annoyed, but he doesn't seem to be panicking at all, so he probably has a way to escape. Although I have a slim chance of survival if I escape alone, if you are caught, I won't be able to escape either. Xueli won't kill me, but Zhang Ao and Chao Guan won't kill me either. So it's safer to follow you. Besides, Wizard, you just saved my life. If I leave you now, what will happen to me?" Yang Kai stared at him deeply and grinned. "Wizard, you are very smart. Holy Master, you flatter me. Then let's go." Yang Kai said and waved his hand to tear open a space crack. Then he and Wizard Tribulation escaped into it. Descending into the chaotic space, Yang Kai felt that Xueli's previous attack had followed his aura again. He wasn't alarmed or fearful. After determining the direction, he left the void, calm and unhurried. In a flash, they arrived at the top of a snowy mountain. Without stopping, Yang Kai tore the space again. After using the void tier 3 times in a row, in just 10 breaths of time, Yang Kai had brought Wu Jie 1,000 kilometers away. Wizard Tribulation couldn't help but be surprised. He found that every time they came out of the void, the surrounding environment would become colder. It seemed that the two were constantly going deeper into the snowy mountain. After thinking for a while, Wizard Tribulation was shocked. "Holy Master, can you identify the direction in the void?" "That's Yang Kai replied while taking out a pill and swallowing it to restore the spiritual energy he had consumed. Wizard Tribulation's face became strange. He found that the more he knew this holy master, the more he couldn't see through him. This method of tearing the space was taught to him 2 or 3 years ago. In such a short time, Not only did he see the essence of this divine technique, but he could also identify the direction in it. Wizard Tribulation couldn't imagine how Yang Kai did it. In order to understand this divine technique, it took him more than 10 years to barely touch the threshold. Even if he understood something, he didn't dare to use it at will. Counting the time he used it just now, Wizard Tribulation had only used it 3 times in his life. Where are we going? Wuxia calmed his thoughts, no longer letting his imagination run wild, quickly asking. You'll know in a while. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and released his divine sense, looking for the right direction in the snow. At the same time, Xueli, who was nearly 1,000 miles away, was also rushing in this direction. Demonic chi was tumbling around her body, and her delicate body was wrapped in a rainbow. Her speed was ridiculously fast, constantly closing the distance between her and Yang Kai. She was determined to get the demon god golden blood in Yang Kai's body. As long as she could get the demon god golden blood, Xueli was confident that she could even challenge the current demon commander. If her luck was good, she might even be able to learn some secrets about the great demon god from Yang Kai. How could Xueli let go of such a rare opportunity? For this matter, she didn't hesitate to venture into the human domain and only brought Umo here. She hadn't even returned to Sand City for several years. In her investigation, Yang Kai was constantly moving deeper into the Snow Mountain range, seemingly moving forward with a goal in mind, which made Xueli more and more excited. She didn't know why, but Xueli felt that the place Yang Kai was going now might be related to the great demon god. Chapter 860. In the endless snow mountains, Yang Kai and the Wizard Tribulation were running for their lives, and Shirley was following behind them like a shadow. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. The Wizard Tribulation was sweating all over. Although Shirley's aura was far away, it frightened him like a snake. Suddenly, Yang Kai's footsteps came to a halt, and he released his divine sense to scan his surroundings before turning his head towards a certain direction and calling out happily, "Here!" While speaking, his body shook, and he was already 100 feet away. The Wizard Tribulation did not dare to delay and followed closely behind Yang Kai. After a while, a very hidden cave that was almost hidden by snow was dug out by Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face was full of smiles, and he went in. Seeing that he seemed to be quite familiar with this place, the Wizard Tribulation could not help but show a thoughtful look. He did not ask much and also rushed into the cave. In the cave, the cold was so cold that it could almost freeze people's souls. As soon as he entered this place, the Wizard Tribulation had to condense his power to resist the cold from all around. While looking around, he followed Yang Kai forward. After a long time, Yang Kai stopped and looked in front of him. Following his gaze, the Wizard Tribulation's eyes widened in an instant. He took a few steps back and exclaimed in horror, "The coffin-carrying man?" In front of him was the bottom of the cave, and at this moment there was a man with pustules all over his body. It seemed that his whole body had been rotten. He was leaning against the wall of the cave, motionless. The Wizard Tribulation had never seen the coffin-carrying man, but he still recognized him at a glance, because he was carrying a blood-red coffin on his back. It was very gloomy. However, what made the Wizard Tribulation strange was that the coffin-carrying man seemed to be frozen. He was wrapped in a large, thick layer of ice, and his body was full of strong death chi, without any vitality. The one Zhang Ao and Chao Guan are looking for is him. Kai Yang chuckled. Yes, from the looks of it, you are indeed related to the coffin-carrying man. The Wizard Tribulation's expression changed. He faintly felt that he was about to witness a secret that had troubled the world for countless years. He couldn't help but feel a little excited. Yes, there is. Yang Kai admitted without hesitation. He didn't pay any more attention to Wizard Tribulation. Instead, he squatted down and whispered into Coffin Man's ear, "Senior, Senior." Coffin Man did not respond. The Wizard Tribulation couldn't help but frown and watch quietly. Although he could sense that the coffin-carrying man was indeed a person who had died long ago, Yang Kai must have his own plans since he called him like that. After calling out for a long time, Coffin-carrying man suddenly had an unusual reaction. The death aura that shrouded his body became much more active. The ice layer that sealed him also made cracking sounds, as if it was about to break out of the ice. The wizard Tribulation narrowed his eyes and paid close attention. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk the ice layer cracked like a spider's and the uncomfortable death aura became even denser. With a crisp sound, the ice layer suddenly burst into powder and the coffin-carrying man, who should have been dead for countless years, slowly opened his eyes. The wizard Tribulation was shocked and couldn't help taking a few steps back. This was because he could sense that when the coffin-carrying man opened his eyes, an aura that was much more powerful than his suddenly leaked out. The aura of a second-order saint. In other words, this coffin-carrying man was actually a second-order saint. At the very least, he had reached this realm when he was alive. His eyes were dim, like a pair of dead fish eyes, giving off a terrifying aura. "Senior, I want to go in." Yang Kai stared at the coffin-carrying man, not knowing if he could understand. But at this time, Yang Kai could only give it a try. Fortunately, the coffin-carrying man seemed to understand his words and his dim eyes brightened for a moment, clearly conveying a sense of joy and excitement. In the next moment, his burly body stood up. A rich death aura mixed with the rotting aura of his body exuded a potent toxin, filling the entire ice crystal cave with a foul atmosphere. Even the powerful wizard Tribulation couldn't help feeling a little dizzy and quickly held his breath. A red light suddenly bloomed from the blood-red coffin behind the coffin-carrying man, and the closed coffin slowly cracked open. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Many thanks, Senior." Saying so, without any explanation, he grabbed the vigilant wizard Tribulation and jumped into the blood-red coffin. At the same time, Xueli, who was rushing over, saw this and her beautiful eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "Demonic Qi, the aura of the great demon god." Xueli's speed increased slightly, as if she couldn't wait to reach the place where the aura that excited her was coming from. Demon God Citadel. The leader of the ancient demon clan, Li Rong, stood quietly on top of the citadel, gazing up at the chaotic sky, a strange look on her pretty face, as if she was waiting for something. Suddenly, the sound of light footsteps came from behind her, and Li Rong didn't need to turn around to know that it was Han Fei. Sure enough, a moment later, Han Fei, dressed in a simple yet elegant dress, stood beside her and stared up at the sky with her. One was graceful, the other pure and unblemished. A gentle breeze blew through the two's long hair and robes, creating the most beautiful scene in this mysterious small world. Many of the ancient demon clan's disciples passed by below and inadvertently saw this picturesque scene, some of them even forgetting to leave. But when they remembered the methods of Master Li Rong and Master Han Fei, all of them shrank their necks and hurried away, not daring to take another look. "Ha!" Han Fei suddenly sighed softly and asked, "Master, do you remember how long it has been?" Li Rong shook her head. "There are no suns, moons, or stars here, so I can't grasp the passage of time, but it should be at least 5 or 6 years, maybe even longer." Han Fei nodded lightly. "When will we be able to see the outside world again?" Li Rong sighed faintly. "That depends on that guy's growth. And everything depends on how long it will take for him to grow. When he left this place, he was only an immortal ascension boundary 7th or 8th stage cultivator. But his alchemy skills seem to be at the spirit grade. If he wants to refine a saint grade mid-rank pill, it will take him at least 10 years. Does Master Li Rong really think so highly of him? With his attainments in alchemy, it shouldn't be difficult for him to improve his alchemy skill. But if he wants to refine a saint pill, he must have a matching cultivation. Not only must he meet these requirements in alchemy, but his cultivation must also not fall behind. Is 10 years enough? Han Fei tilted her head and looked at Li Rong, stretching out her jade hand and brushing her hair behind her ear. If 10 years isn't enough, then we'll wait 20 years, 30 years. One day our clan will be able to leave this place. Li Rong smiled lightly, a look of yearning filling her pretty face. The ancient demon clan had been sealed here for far too long, and they had been waiting for far too long. Generation after generation, they had all grown old and died, but they had never been able to see any hope of leaving. Now, in their generation, a glimmer of hope had finally appeared, and that person possessed the demon eye of annihilation. Li Rong and Han Fei both believed that this was the arrangement of great demon god, arranging for this person to come and rescue them from this mysterious small world. We can wait, but on his path to growth, there is no one to protect him, so we can't say if there will be some kind of accident, Han Fei said with some concern. Li Rong's heart clenched, not daring to think about it any further. This was also what she was most worried about. With Yang Kai's aptitude, as long as there were no accidents, he would definitely be able to grow to the level they required, so she was worried that he would encounter some kind of accident outside. The ancient demon clan was sealed in this mysterious small world, so even if they wanted to help him, they couldn't. Even if he doesn't meet our requirements, if he has time, he should come and see us and report his safety, Li Rong said in a complaining tone. If Yang Kai wanted to enter this place, it would be very simple. As long as he found Coffin Slave, he could enter at will, and if he wanted to leave, Li Rong and the others would help him. As such, Li Rong couldn't understand why Yang Kai hadn't sent back any news after so long. Han Fei's expression became gloomy. Hua Mo said, "He may not come back. What do you think?" Li Rong turned to look at her. "I think he'll come back." Han Fei replied without hesitation. "When he left, he quietly left us so many crystal stones. So he doesn't seem like a cold-blooded and ruthless person. If he didn't plan to come back, he wouldn't have left so many things behind. He left us these crystal stones obviously because he wanted us to develop well during this time so that when he is able to take us out one day, we can help him." Li Rong pursed her lips and smiled. "I think so too, Hua Mo. I don't know much about him, so it's inevitable he'll be suspicious." Han Fei nodded lightly, suddenly becoming a little excited. "But thanks to the crystal stones and pills he left behind, my clansman's cultivation has grown rapidly these past few years. 2 more great commanders have even reached the Saint Realm. Even Hua Mo and I are on the verge of breaking through. We really must thank him for this." Li Rong also wore a happy expression. Before Yang Kai left, he had left behind a large number of crystal stones and refined pills, things the ancient demon clan urgently needed. After being sealed here for countless years, they had long since run out of crystal stones and were unable to refine pills. In the past, when they collected some spirit grasses and spirit medicines, they could only take them directly, but now they had pills they could use, the effects of which were much better. "Have the 2 newly promoted great commanders stabilized their realms?" Li Rong asked with concern. "They've stabilized their realms. Hua Mo has been by their side teaching them the mysteries of the Saint Realm, so their comprehension has been quite quick." "That's good. Let's go back, Master. The wind here is strong." Li Rong glanced up at the sky again before following Han Fei back. At this moment, a crackling sound suddenly came from the sky, and the 2 beautiful women couldn't help but stop and look up. In an instant, their beautiful eyes trembled violently, and their pretty faces were overflowing with pleasant surprise. High up in the sky, a bright red light suddenly appeared, like a bolt from the blue, and fell a few dozen kilometers away from Demon God's citadel. Faintly, Li Rong and Han Fei even saw a familiar figure descend from this red light. Chapter 861. Exchanging a glance, Li Rong and Han Fei turned into 2 streams of light and shot off into the distance. At the same time, Hua Mo, who had been teaching the 2 newly promoted Saint Realm Great Commanders in Demon God Citadel, also stood up and released his divine sense. After scanning the surroundings, the expression on his old face became extremely excited as he shouted, "You too! Come with this old master!" Saying so, he hurriedly rushed out. The 2 new great commanders nodded lightly and followed closely behind Hua Mo. The entire Demon God Citadel was in turmoil. The members of the ancient demon clan were all standing in different positions, all of them casting their gazes towards the direction of the disturbance. Seeing several of their great commanders move out, they couldn't help discussing amongst themselves. Every time Coffin Slave Sr. captured someone, such a scene would occur. So when they saw this scene, they immediately realized that an outsider had entered this mysterious small world. The great commanders were obviously going to deal with this matter. But how powerful was this intruder to actually alarm all 5 of their great commanders? The members of the ancient demon clan were all filled with suspicion, But a young girl named Guan excitedly clenched her fists and muttered, "He's back! That person is back! We're saved!" The relationship between Yang Kai and Great Demon God was something only Guan knew about, so she was certain that the one who had entered this mysterious small world this time was Yang Kai. Besides him, Coffin Slave Sr. shouldn't have let anyone else enter this place. A few dozen kilometers away, Yang Kai and Wizard Tribulation landed on the red light. After standing firm, Yang Kai immediately noticed that several powerful auras were rapidly approaching. Smiling lightly, Yang Kai thought that Li Rong and the others might have been waiting impatiently, so they couldn't wait to attack. However, what made Yang Kai feel slightly strange was that there were actually 5 Saint Realm Masters, and whether it was Li Rong or Han Fei, all of them seemed to have significantly improved their strength. These powerful auras could not be hidden from the Wizard Tribulation's perception. After confirming the cultivation level of these people, his face changed. "Holy Master, where is this place?" "Small sealed world." Yang Kai answered casually before beckoning the wizard. "Come with me." The Wizard Tribulation's expression changed, but he didn't ask any more questions. He just followed Yang Kai step by step. This place was actually a mysterious small world, something he had never expected. He clearly remembered being pulled into the blood coffin by Yang Kai. Could it be that the mystery of the blood coffin behind the coffin-carrying man, which had puzzled the world for countless years, was actually a mysterious small world? What's more, the aura in this small sealed world also caught his attention. It seemed that there were many people from the demon race here, causing the surrounding world energy to be stained with traces of demonic qi. The demonic qi of the 5 experts who were charging towards them was even more obvious. What is this new holy master of 9 heavens holy land doing? Have I stepped into some kind of dangerous place? The Wizard Tribulation couldn't help feeling uneasy. A moment later, 2 beautiful figures descended from the sky and landed in front of Yang Kai. "Master!" Li Rong hurriedly called out, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes, seemingly not having expected Yang Kai to really come here. Just a moment ago, she had been complaining to Han Fei that Yang Kai didn't come over often to check on her, but now he had appeared in front of her. Han Fei greets Master. Han Fei was as cold as ever, greeting Yang Kai while her pair of beautiful eyes scrutinized the Wizard Tribulation. Under her gaze, the Wizard Tribulation couldn't help feeling a little nervous, the green aura wrapping around his body swaying back and forth like a snake. Without anyone noticing, he moved closer to Yang Kai, seemingly looking for a sense of security. While they were talking, Hua Mo also arrived with the 2 new great commanders. As soon as he saw Yang Kai, he couldn't help but cry, "Master, you've finally returned. This old master knew you wouldn't abandon my clan." Yang Kai chuckled. "Commander Hua Mo is too polite, since I promised to take you out. Naturally, I won't go back on my word. And didn't I come here this time?" Han Fei glanced over at Hua Mo and snorted, thinking to herself, who was it that kept saying Master probably won't come back? "Oh, you've gained 2 more saints?" Yang Kai looked at the 2 people behind Hua Mo, and although he felt they were somewhat familiar, he didn't know their names. "Greetings, Master." The 2 quickly cupped their fists. Li Rong pursed her lips and smiled. "Thanks to the materials Master left behind for us, these 2 were able to have their current achievements. And this is Great Commander Inya and this is Great Commander Xueji." After some introductions, Yang Kai barely remembered the names of these 2. Han Fei's beautiful eyes flashed a strange light as she stared at Yang Kai and whispered, "Master's growth is so fast. How did you reach the 3rd order transcendent realm now? Have you been gone for many years?" Hearing her say this, Li Rong and Hua Mo suddenly remembered to check Yang Kai's cultivation and were both surprised. "Not that long, about 5 or 6 years. Yang Kai calculated slightly and replied, "Good. I don't have time to chat with you right now. I'll tell you as we walk." Seeing the dignified look on his face, Li Rong and the others also wore solemn expressions, faintly realizing that something was wrong. While walking towards Demon God's citadel, Li Rong glanced over at Wizard Tribulation before whispering to Yang Kai, "Master? Who is this?" Yang Kai casually replied, "A friend outside. You can ask him about the specific situation later." I came here this time to perform alchemy. Alchemy? Li Rong exclaimed. Could it be? Some people are looking for Coffin Slave Senior while others are trying to kill me. So I need to get you out of here as soon as possible, otherwise things will become very troublesome. Who dares do such a thing? Li Rong's aura suddenly changed, becoming extremely gloomy. A demon general named Shueli. Yang Kai frowned. She seems to have accidentally obtained some demon god golden blood a long time ago and has been eyeing my blood ever since. A demon general? Han Fei raised her brow. Then I'd like to see what kind of strength the current demon general of the demon race has. There will be an opportunity. Yang Kai stared at her and chuckled. As the group moved forward side by side, Wizard Tribulation, whether intentionally or unintentionally, stayed behind and silently observed the terrain and the cultivation of the 5 people in front of him, becoming more and more shocked the more he observed them. Yang Kai didn't know where he was, but the 5 people he was facing were all saints. The most powerful of them, the beautiful woman, should only be a second-order saint. Although she was only a second-order saint, the pressure Yang Kai felt from her anger just now was not inferior to the pressure Shueli had given him. Wizard Tribulation even suspected that this woman was no worse than Shueli. The other 4 were all first-order saints, and the second beautiful woman and the old man should have reached the limit of the first order. Whether it was the aura or the strength of their bodies, they were far more condensed than his own. If he really fought with any of them, Wizard Tribulation estimated that he would have no choice but to flee. The remaining 2 should have only broken through recently, which was confirmed by Yang Kai's conversation with them just now. However, Wuxia couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority towards these 2 Saint Realm Masters who had just broken through not long ago. He didn't know why, but Wuxia felt a sense of pressure from them. Who are these people? Why are they so strange? On top of that, the way they addressed Yang Kai also made Wizard Tribulation curious. Although his heart was full of doubts, Wizard Tribulation understood that silence was golden and followed behind the group without saying a word. A short time later, the group returned to Demon God Citadel. From afar, Yang Kai saw many members of the ancient demon clan standing in front of the citadel, looking towards him. Among the crowd, a young girl waved excitedly and shouted, "Yang Kai! Yang Kai!" Looking towards the source of the voice, Kai Yang smiled and also raised his hand in greeting. This young girl named Guan was the one who had been responsible for taking care of him after he was captured. She was also Li Rong's personal maidservant. This little girl is too presumptuous. Li Rong ground her teeth and cursed, turning to Yang Kai and saying, "Master, there's no need to pay attention to her. I'll go back and teach her a lesson so she knows the difference between status." Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "There's no need for that, and you should be more casual. Don't call me master. It makes me feel very uncomfortable." "Then what should we call you?" Li Rong was surprised. "What did you call me at the beginning?" The 3 old great commanders looked at each other and tried to recall, all of them blushing. When Yang Kai was captured, the 3 of them had called him human brat, despicable human brat, smelly brat, etc. How could they dare call him that now? After entering Demon God Citadel, Guana ran over and bowed to the 3 great commanders before excitedly following behind Yang Kai, chattering non-stop. It was as if she hadn't spoken since Yang Kai had left. Li Rong also smiled and shook her head, but seeing that Yang Kai didn't show any displeasure, she didn't reprimand Guan. After chatting for a while, she suddenly turned to Wizard Tribulation and asked, "Who is this guy who doesn't look like a human or a ghost? Why did you bring him here?" Wizard Tribulation's face went black. Yang Kai shook his head and didn't answer her question, instead turning to Li Rong and saying, "I need to use that underground chamber. I'll be out in 2 or 3 days at most. As for the situation outside, you can ask Wizard Tribulation. He'll give you an answer." "Good." Li Rong and the others wore solemn expressions and nodded quickly. "Hey, Holy Master. Wizard Tribulation hurriedly stepped forward and pulled Yang Kai aside, looking very uncomfortable as he whispered, "Wizard, this one won't be in danger here, right?" Yang Kai was surprised and laughed. "No, you can rest assured. But why do I feel like these people are from the demon race?" Wizard Tribulation asked with a puzzled expression. They are from the demon race and not just any demon race people. Yang Kai laughed and patted Wizard Tribulation on the shoulder. That's all. There's not much time left. I'll be going now, you can help yourself. Saying so, Yang Kai left. Wizard Tribulation shook his head helplessly. Li Rong and the others stood in place and didn't follow Yang Kai. Thinking of what Yang Kai had just said, they were all looking forward to it. In just 2 or 3 days, the cage that had imprisoned the ancient demon clan for countless years would be broken. Their clansmen would once again set foot on the land they had longed for, and they would be able to see the sun, the moon, the stars, and the splendor of life outside. Chapter 862. The several great commanders of the ancient demon clan eagerly stared in the direction Yang Kai left, unable to calm down for a long time. Master Li, it's time we let our clansmen know this exciting news, Huaramo said in a deep voice. Li Rong gently nodded. It's time. Saying so, her beautiful eyes turned towards Wizard Tribulation and smiled gently. I heard Master say your name is Wizard Tribulation, right? Yes. Wizard Tribulation's expression was a little uneasy. Not long ago, he and Yang Kai had been chased by a demon general from the demon race and had been forced to flee into this mysterious small world. Now, 5 Saint Realm Masters from the demon race were standing in front of him. Wizard Tribulation couldn't help feeling like he had just escaped the tiger's den, only to enter the wolf's den. Fortunately, these people didn't have any malicious intentions towards him, and their relationship with Yang Kai seemed to be quite deep. Since you are Master's friends, you are not an outsider. Please come with me, we need to ask about the situation outside. Li Rong gently nodded and led the way into the fort. Please, Han Fei said indifferently. Wizard Tribulation forced a smile and followed behind Li Rong. It just so happened that he also had many questions he wanted to ask these masters from the demon race. Inside the fort's underground secret room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, not in a hurry to immediately begin refining the Saint Pill. Instead, he held his breath and calmed himself down. This secret room was the one he had used to cultivate the demon god transformation, so after arriving here, he was quite familiar with it. Yang Kai's current alchemy level should be the limit of a Saint-grade low-rank alchemist, only 1 step away from mid-rank. However, that didn't mean he couldn't refine a Saint-grade mid-rank pill. With the help of the Spirit Array and Myriad Drug Liquid, refining a Saint-grade mid-rank pill shouldn't be difficult. Emptying his mind and body, without any desires or thoughts, scenes of his own experiences flashed through his mind. These scenes were all related to alchemy. The experience and knowledge he had obtained from the true alchemic way, as well as the hardships he had experienced and the achievements he had made while studying alchemy, these scattered memories were purposefully recalled by Yang Kai and gradually connected together. It was as if he had become an outsider, watching his other self gradually grow on the path of alchemy. From the lowest mortal grade pill to earth grade, heaven grade, mysterious grade, spirit grade, saint grade, his other self was rapidly and steadily growing in alchemy in a very short period of time. One pill after another was refined, each of which seemed to be a new life, full of vitality. He had finally grown to the point where he could easily refine saint-grade low-grade pills. Yang Kai opened his eyes and an indescribable sense of self-confidence spread throughout his body. He was very sure that in his current state, refining that saint-grade mid-rank pill would be a success. The various spirit-grade and saint-grade spirit grasses and herbs Yang Kai had spent many years collecting were taken out and arranged in front of him. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai rushed into his small pill furnace and began carving a spirit array inside it that would increase his success rate. Picking up one of the herbs, Yang Kai released a burst of golden light and condensed his yuan qi into his hand. Like a small burning sun, it burned away the impurities in the herbs and condensed a medicinal liquid. Not long after, the medicinal liquid was condensed. It was a verdant green, like a teardrop, exuding a threatening aura. The yuan qi wrapped this drop of medicinal liquid and suspended it beside the pill furnace. Yang Kai then picked up another herb and did the same. After a while, the spirit array inside the pill furnace was completed. One herb after another was condensed, and everything proceeded in an orderly manner. In front of Yang Kai's eyes, there was only the world of alchemy and the herbs in front of him, temporarily forgetting the role of the Saint Pill he was refining. There was no pressure on his body or mind. All of his actions were natural and smooth. Inside the secret underground room, a medicinal fragrance filled the air. Inside a palace inside Demon God Citadel, the 5 great commanders of the ancient demon clan wore dignified expressions. After learning the details of what had happened from Wizard Tribulation, they understood why Yang Kai had so urgently rushed over to refine the Saint Pill that would help them escape. Time waited for no one, and he had been forced to do so. Xueli should have found the coffin-carrying man by now. If this wizard's guess is correct, she should be fighting the coffin-carrying man right now, Wizard Tribulation said while observing the expressions of the 5 great commanders. That demon general named Xueli is a 3rd-order saint, right? Li Rong's brow furrowed deeply as she asked. And she's one of the top masters in the world. The 4 great demon general of the demon race all had such a cultivation. Master Li, Coffin Slave Senior, should have only been a 2nd-order saint before he passed away, and his body has long since decayed. Against that demon general, I'm afraid he won't be able to last long, Han Fei said angrily, wishing she could rush out and help Coffin Slave Senior right now. Coffin Slave Senior shouldn't be that woman's opponent, but as long as she still wants to inquire about the whereabouts of the great demon god, she won't kill him. So there's no need to worry for the time being. We only need to wait 2 or 3 days before we can act. Li Rong said softly, suddenly remembering something. But according to Master, that woman accidentally obtained some demon god golden blood a long time ago and refined it into her body. I hope she doesn't use the demon god's divine technique. If that's the case, we'll be in trouble. Demon god's divine technique? Wizard Tribulation's eyes narrowed, his expression fluctuating as he hesitantly asked, "What you're talking about? Wouldn't it be the legendary great demon god, right?" "Indeed, the great demon god." Hua Mo nodded. Wizard Tribulation's mouth twitched, but he didn't dare ask anything more. This matter was related to the great demon god, so it wasn't something he could inquire about at will. The more he knew, the more difficult it would be to escape. Just as these people were talking, a chaotic aura suddenly appeared outside, accompanied by a series of cracking sounds as the entire mysterious small world seemed to shake. Li Rong's pretty face went cold as she got up from her chair, and in the next moment, she had already arrived outside and was staring up at the sky. The rest of the group also hurried out. "It's already begun," Li Rong said faintly. "It should be the battle between that demon general and Coffin Slave Senior that has affected us. Daring to attack Coffin Slave Senior. I'll teach her a lesson when we get out." Han Fei coldly snorted. Wizard Tribulation suddenly remembered that he and Yang Kai had entered this place through the blood coffin behind the coffin-carrying man and couldn't help asking worriedly, "If that Coffin Slave Senior is defeated and the blood coffin behind him is destroyed, what will happen to this place?" Li Rong glanced at him and smiled. This mysterious small world was created by the great demon god using the great divine technique and sealed inside that blood coffin. If that blood coffin is destroyed, this mysterious small world will shatter, and those of us who live here will be banished to the endless void, unable to find a way out. Wizard Tribulation's face went pale as he muttered, "I hope that Coffin Slave Senior can hold on a little longer." Among the people present, although the ancient demon clan great commanders were somewhat worried, they weren't anxious. Instead, the one who was most anxious was Wizard Tribulation. The great commanders obviously had some confidence in Coffin Slave Senior, and were even more convinced that Xueli would not rashly destroy that blood coffin. That is, if she still wanted to inquire about the secrets of the great demon god. The changes in the mysterious small world caused panic among the ancient demon clan's clansmen. So Huaramo, Inya, and Xueji had no choice but to calm them down. Under Li Rong's orders, they also spread the news that Yang Kai was refining a Saint Pill. The ancient demon clans suddenly boiled up, all of them raising their heads in anticipation. 1 day passed, 2 days passed. As time passed, the mysterious small world became more and more unstable. After 2 days, the turbulent, mysterious small world suddenly calmed down. Perceiving this change, the expressions of Li Rong and the other great commanders dimmed. They knew that for this situation to occur, either Coffin Slave Sr. had repelled the Demon General, or Coffin Slave Sr. had been defeated by the Demon General. The latter was more likely. After all, Coffin Slave Sr.'s opponent was a peak third-order saint. Coffin Slave Sr. had guarded this mysterious small world for countless years, and although no one from the ancient demon clan had ever seen him before, nor did they know what he looked like, all of them respected him from the bottom of their hearts. It was because of him that every 10 years, he would go out to find someone who could rescue their clansmen from the outside world, eventually finding Yang Kai and allowing Li Rong and the others to see hope today. But now, while the ancient demon clan was on the verge of escaping, Coffin Slave Sr. had encountered a powerful enemy. Li Rong and the others were more anxious than anyone else and couldn't wait to leave this place and see how Coffin Slave Sr. was doing. However, if Yang Kai didn't refine the Saint Pill, they wouldn't be able to escape, so even if they were anxious, there was nothing they could do. At that moment, the world energy in the mysterious small world once again became chaotic and began to gather in a certain direction. Everyone's expression shook as they sensed this and were pleasantly surprised. They noticed that the place where the world energy was gathering was the secret underground room Yang Kai was using to perform alchemy. Faintly, there seemed to be a fresh pill fragrance drifting over from that direction. Looking over, everyone couldn't help feeling slightly nervous. A moment later, the world energy calmed down and after a short time, a figure appeared. Everyone only saw a flash of light before Yang Kai appeared in front of them. "Master!" Li Rong hesitantly called out, her voice trembling slightly. Yang Kai grinned and spread his hand. "I didn't disappoint. The refinement was successful." In his hand, there was an earthy yellow pill the size of a longan fruit that was emitting a dense light. Several pairs of eyes stared at this Saint Pill, tears flashing at the corners of Hua Mo's eyes. "But how to use this thing will be up to you." Yang Kai frowned and solemnly handed the Saint Pill to Li Rong. There was only one Saint Pill, but the ancient demon clan had thousands of clansmen. So Yang Kai really didn't know how to distribute the medicinal efficacies of this Saint Pill. "Han Fei and I will take care of this matter." Li Rong gripped the Saint Pill tightly, exchanging a glance with Han Fei before flying off towards the highest point of Demon God Citadel. "We'll also go gather our clansmen," Hua Mo said before quickly leaving with Inya and Xue Ji. Yang Kai looked up and saw Li Rong seemed to be arranging something at the highest point of Demon God Citadel, a subtle energy fluctuation pulsing from it. Under the summons of Hua Mo, Inya, and Xue Ji, the ancient demon clan's clansmen were also gathering there. Chapter 863. High up in Demon God Citadel, Li Rong and Han Fei were busy making arrangements, while Hua Mo, Inya, and Xue Ji were also arranging for their clansmen to gather. Yang Kai observed the situation while restoring his strength. Wizard Tribulation, who was standing next to him, had a complicated look on his face as he hesitated to speak. "Sect Wizard, if Sect Master Wizard has any questions, feel free to ask." Yang Kai chuckled. Wizard Tribulation pondered for a moment before cupping his fists and asking, "Then this wizard will be bold. Dare I ask, Holy Master, what is your relationship with the people from the demon race here? If I say that they are my subordinates, would Sect Wizard believe me?" Yang Kai squinted at Wizard Tribulation with a playful smile on his face. Wizard Tribulation stared at Yang Kai with a dignified expression for a moment before nodding. This wizard believes. He had been here for 2 days and could infer the truth of the matter from the way the Saint Realm Masters addressed Yang Kai. Now that Yang Kai admitted it himself, how could Wizard Tribulation not believe him? How could Holy Master have such a group of subordinates? They are from the demon race. So what if they are from the demon race? Yang Kai chuckled. Since ancient times, humans and demons have been at odds with each other. Wizard Tribulation was stunned and said matter-of-factly, "Those who can help me are useful to me. Who cares if they are from the demon race or not? Speaking of which, we are all living beings of this world. Is there a need to draw such a clear distinction?" Wizard Tribulation stared at Yang Kai in a daze, unable to wrap his head around the situation for a while. He was not like Yang Kai, who came to Tongxian Realm later. The native creatures of Tongxian realm had a sense of rejection and mistrust towards outsiders. Wizard Tribulation was the same. He secretly felt that joining the demon race was destined to be a bad ending. Yang Kai's extremely magnanimous appearance made him somewhat unable to accept such a situation. After thinking for a moment, Yang Kai quickly said, "But Sir Holy Master, have you ever considered that if news of what happened here were to spread, you may never be able to establish yourself in the human race's territory? Even Nine Heavens Holy Land and your sect, Soaring Heaven Sect, will be implicated." Yang Kai shook his head. "I don't care what the world thinks. I don't need to listen to others. If anyone wants to find trouble with me, just do so." Wizard Tribulation's mouth twitching, somewhat speechless. Master's Holy Master is really not an ordinary person. And Tuz's hands races people's zzz's. They even fives to the race are masters. They are S's realm masters. Race Tuz, realm is they is quite A's. To S they and realms. S to B and realm S and demon realm, S, and to be Tuz to S Tuz to B to their to S's to asks to them as no one from the demon race had ever become a subordinate of a human. Rather than humiliate a member of the demon race like this, he would rather let them die. However, Wizard Tribulation saw that Li Rong and the others were not only very respectful to Yang Kai, but they were also willing to submit to him. "Because I am the successor of great demon god." Yang Kai grinned. Wizard Tribulation's expression changed as he let out a dry laugh. "Holy Master, please don't joke around." Yang Kai did not explain and simply asked, "What does Sect Master Wizard plan to do in the future?" "Plan?" Wizard Tribulation frowned. "I don't have any plans for the time being. Let's get through this crisis first. However, Master Holy Master can rest assured that I won't tell anyone what I've seen these past few days." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "I know Sect Master Wizard's character. You don't need to promise me anything." Wizard Tribulation no longer said anything and together with Yang Kai stared towards the top of Demon God Citadel. On the other side, Li Rong and Han Fei seemed to have finished their preparations. Holding the Saint Pill that Yang Kai had just refined in her hand, she slowly closed her beautiful eyes. In the next moment, rich demonic chi gushed out from her and Han Fei's bodies. A brilliant light bloomed at the feet of the two of them, faintly forming a mysterious spirit array. With a flash of light, the Saint Pill in Li Rong's hand suddenly burst open, turning into a dense fog that fell from the sky and enveloped the gathered ancient demon clan clansmen. These clansmen did not dare to neglect and quickly circulated their secret arts to absorb the medicinal efficacies of the Saint Pill into their bodies, each of them showing a look of joy on their faces. Kacha. The sound of flesh and bones cracking rang out. Yang Kai was surprised to find that these ancient demon clan clansmen seemed to have undergone some subtle and strange changes at this moment. The shackles that had been placed on their bodies seemed to have been shattered. All of them regained their freedom. This scene lasted for a full hour before the exploding fog gradually disappeared and was completely absorbed by the ancient demon clan clansmen. Li Rong and Han Fei opened their beautiful eyes and looked down with smiles on their faces. "Master Li, everything is ready." Hua Mo stood below and called out. "Has everything been packed?" Li Rong asked. "Everything that needs to be brought has been brought." "Good." Li Rong gently nodded, her pretty face filled with excitement as she declared, "Today, my clan will leave this place. Clansmen, remember this place with your own eyes. This is the place where my clan has lived for thousands of years. You will never return." Every ancient demon clan clansman turned their heads and looked around, their expressions complex. Since they were born, their only wish was to leave this place and go to the outside world. But now that this moment had arrived, they couldn't help feeling inexplicably sad. After all, this was the place where they were born and raised. "Great commanders, please come up." Li Rong beckoned. Hua Mo, Inya, and Xueji quickly flew over to Li Rong's side, the five of them exchanging a glance before nodding in unison. In the next moment, a force strong enough to tear open space appeared, tearing apart the chaotic sky. Their method was different from Yang Kai's tearing of space. They were simply using a special method to open an exit from this mysterious small world to the outside world. The last time Yang Kai left, Li Rong and the others had also used this method to send him away. "I'll go out and take a look first. You protect our clansmen and follow me," Li Rong said before immediately rushing towards the crack. After her figure disappeared, Han Fei and the others arranged for their clansmen to pass through the entrance in an orderly manner and leave this mysterious small world. Oh! Atop the endless snow mountain range, Xueli stared down with a dignified expression, while Yumo's expression was also quite ugly. Not far away, Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others all had lingering fears. Down below, several snow mountains had been razed to the ground. This was the result of a fierce battle between a second-order saint and a third-order saint. Poisonous and rotting gas filled a large area, so no one dared to go down to investigate. The pure white snow mountain range had become a poisonous swamp. Those with slightly weaker strength who smelled this poisonous and rotting gas would die on the spot, turning into puddles of pus. Several shattering mystical palace disciples who had gone down to investigate had suffered such a fate. That damn coffin-carrying man, as a fellow member of the demon race, actually daring to attack this queen, he deserves more than death. Xueli's pretty face twisted as she cursed angrily. A few days ago, she had followed Yang Kai's aura here and found traces of the coffin-carrying man in a cave, but before she could investigate, the coffin-carrying man suddenly attacked her. Facing an undead who had reached the second-order saint realm, Xueli couldn't help complaining. After 2 days of bitter fighting, Yang Kai was finally able to shatter Yang Kai's body. But even so, after his body was pulverized, the poisonous and corrosive qi that had been accumulating in his body for countless years began to spread outwards, forcing Xueli to temporarily avoid him, using her own means to disperse the poisonous qi below while biding her time. The blood coffin that was being protected by the coffin-carrying man was of particular interest to her. From this blood coffin, Xueli smelled an exciting aura, the aura of the great demon god. She was almost certain that this blood coffin had something to do with the legendary great demon god. Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others watched helplessly from the sidelines. They had come here for the coffin-carrying man, but now the fruit of victory had been snatched by Xueli. Facing this demon general, they had no temper at all. They could only wait and see, the bitterness in their hearts surging like a gold thread. The poisonous and rotting gas that had shrouded the area below gradually thinned, and after a while it was possible to go down and investigate the situation. At that moment, a ray of red light suddenly bloomed and an aura that made Xueli feel uneasy spread out. Her beautiful face turned pale as she stared at the source of the red light. She saw a figure flash out of the red light. He stood in the air and waved his hand to disperse the remaining poisonous gas and decaying gas. He glanced around and his expression suddenly became cold and stern. She discovered the scattered pieces of flesh that belonged to the coffin-carrying man, a second-order saint. Xueli stared at the beautiful woman who had suddenly appeared in surprise, a look of confusion filling her beautiful eyes. She clearly felt that this woman who had suddenly appeared contained an extremely rich demonic qi, clearly belonging to the demon race. How could such a woman suddenly appear here? The other party seemed to have noticed her existence, and from a short distance away, her cold eyes stared towards her, not showing any fear, even a hint of hatred and provocation. Xueli smiled silently, her strength a minor realm higher than the other party, so naturally she had nothing to fear. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk one figure after another flashed out of the red light, each of them belonging to the demon race. After appearing, these people from the demon race gathered around the woman who had first appeared and began searching for a place to settle down. After finding a place to settle down, these people began looking around curiously and excitedly, their faces filled with excitement. Feeling the cold around them, these people picked up the snow on the ground and let out a burst of exclamations. It was as if they had never seen anything like this before. It was late at night, and the clear and cold moonlight poured down in torrents. The crescent moon and the faintly discernible stars attracted their attention. All of them raised their heads to look and pointed at the blue dome of heaven as they discussed. Xueli and the others were all stunned, all of them frowning deeply, unable to understand where so many people from the demon race had come from. The people from the ancient demon race, who had been sealed away for countless years, suddenly felt as if they had been reborn, their bodies trembling as they found it difficult to suppress their excitement, many of them even crying tears of horror as they threw their heads back and howled towards the sky. The scene was extremely lively. Xueli's group had become mere spectators, not receiving any attention. It wasn't until Yang Kai and Wizard Jie followed Han Fei out of the mysterious small world that Xueli's pair of beautiful eyes turned towards him, her gaze filled with greed. Chapter 864. Atop the Snow Mountain Range, nearly 1,000 members of the ancient demon race walked out of the mysterious small world and scattered across a large area. Not far away, led by Xueli, Umo, Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others were all on high alert, all of them curious as to where this group of people had come from. Suddenly, the world energy around them became chaotic, and the members of the ancient demon race who walked out of the mysterious small world all seemed to have different sizes of suction forces coming from their bodies as they madly swallowed the surrounding world energy. In an instant, all of the world energy within a 12-kilometer radius was absorbed. World energy from even farther away quickly rushed over and was constantly being absorbed by the ancient demon race members. The clouds in the sky suddenly changed as a terrifying pressure descended from above. Everyone's expression changed drastically. The members of the ancient demon race all showed looks of pleasant surprise as they opened their hearts and minds to welcome this baptism of world energy. Wizard Tribulation watched with a strange expression for a while before calling out in alarm, "A breakthrough!" This scene, this movement, was clearly a sign of a breakthrough, and it wasn't just one or two people who were breaking through, but more than half of the 1,000 members of the ancient demon race who were on the verge of breaking through. As for the rest, their strength seemed to have increased significantly in an instant. Yang Kai's expression also fluctuated as he suddenly recalled that when he first came to Tong Xian realm from his own world, his strength had also improved in an instant. After the invisible shackles sealed on his body were broken, he would receive the nourishment of this world, and his realm and cultivation would naturally improve by a large margin. The situation the ancient demon clan members were facing at this moment was similar to his own. Looking around, Yang Kai was surprised to find that among the members of the ancient demon race who were on the verge of breaking through, Han Fei and Huaimo were the ones who were making the most noise. These two great commanders were first-order saints and had already reached the limit of their cultivation, so if they were to break through at this moment, they would become second-order saints. The breakthroughs of Saint Realm Masters were no joke. The two of them seemed to be aware of this. They immediately used their movement techniques and fled far away, so as to avoid the power of heaven and earth generated when they broke through and affected the other clansmen. Yang Kai glanced over at Li Rong nervously and quickly discovered that this beautiful woman's face was glowing and her beautiful eyes were shining brightly. Obviously, after leaving the small sealed world and setting foot here, her strength had improved significantly. Inya and Xueji were the same. "Master Li," Yang Kai called out from beside her. "Shouldn't we spread out a little?" There were too many people trying to break through, and the power of heaven and earth brought about by the gathering of all of them made even his heart palpitate. If he did not disperse them to break through, it was very likely that there would be some casualties. But at this moment, with strong enemies coveting them, it was not a wise choice to disperse. No need. Li Rong slowly shook her head. "Master, have you forgotten what is the greatest asset of my people? Han Fei and Huaimo have already left. As long as the power of heaven and earth when they break through doesn't affect our clansmen, they will be fine." Hearing her say this, Yang Kai suddenly remembered that the ancient demon clan's greatest asset was their extremely strong physique. Among cultivator of the same realm, the ancient demon clan's physique was much stronger than any other. What's more, they could use their demon crests. This allowed their bodies to become much tougher. Withstanding the baptism of world energy required a tyrannical physique. Li Rong didn't seem worried at all, so Yang Kai naturally relaxed. "And the biggest problem right now is not our clansmen's breakthrough. Master, that woman is the current demon general, right?" Li Rong looked towards Xueli and asked, A third-order saint. Not bad. Li Rong chuckled as she evaluated Xue Li. At least my demon race hasn't declined too much. At the same time, Umo also frowned and asked Xue Li, Master, what should we do now? Looking at the appearance of these people, it seems that many of them are about to break through. Should we? Xue Li slowly shook her head. They are all members of my demon race. Although I don't know why they are with that human brat. If we act at this time, it may arouse their hatred. Let's wait for them to finish and ask them, and if possible, bring them back to Sand City. For first-order saints and one second-order saint. A very powerful force. If we can subdue them, the strength of my Sand City will rise above the other three. What Master says is right. Umo nodded, no longer saying anything. The number of people from the demon race who had suddenly appeared was not small, and there were many masters as well. If they could really subdue them, they would definitely become a great help. At that time, the strength of the other three demon general subordinates would no longer be comparable to Master Xue Li's. They don't seem to intend to stop my race. Li Rong looked at Xue Li and smiled. Yang Kai coldly snorted. That woman probably thinks you aren't her opponent, so she doesn't mind letting you break through. Then she may be in for a shock, Li Rong said meaningfully. Yang Kai glanced at her in surprise, but seeing the confident look in her beautiful eyes, he couldn't help thinking about it. He had never seen Li Rong take action before and only knew that Li Rong's cultivation was probably at the second-order saint realm, one realm lower than Xue Li. But from the tone of her voice at the moment, it seemed she didn't put Xue Li in her eyes at all. Yang Kai grinned, silently and mysteriously, secretly looking forward to what would happen next. He really wanted to know what kind of scene it would be if these two women fought. On one side, hundreds of his clansmen were breaking through while on the other side, he was quietly observing the situation. The atmosphere in the Snow Mountain range was strange and dignified. Hong Long Long, Kacha. The terrifying power of heaven and earth suddenly descended from the sky, like snakes with sharp fangs, ruthlessly smashing into the crowd. Muffled groans rang out as many of the ancient demon race cultivators who were breaking through were injured in the first round, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. If it was just one person breaking through with their physique, they wouldn't have to worry about being injured by the world energy. But with so many people gathered together, even the world energy was becoming more and more terrifying. Even with several people sharing the burden, there were some who showed signs of being unable to bear it. However, the injured ancient demon race cultivators didn't panic in the slightest. Instead, all of them laughed loudly, their expressions filled with arrogance as they stared towards the sky, waiting for the second round of world energy to descend. Their eyes filled with expectation, as if they couldn't wait for the more intense the world energy was. The wizard Tribulation had already hidden himself far away, afraid that he would be implicated. At this moment, Yang Kai also flew to his side, quietly watching. Lunatics! The wizard Tribulation's mouth twitched. These people are simply lunatics. How can they bear the world energy baptism like this? They are simply looking for death. That's not necessarily true. Yang Kai laughed and shook his head. Holy Master, do you think they can bear it? Someone was injured in the first round of baptism. Wizard, I can't imagine that they can hold on until the end. At this time, it's obvious that they should all disperse and break through on their own. Why are they gathered together? Wizard, I really don't understand. Ordinary people from the demon race probably can't hold on, but they are not ordinary people from the demon race. Yang Kai laughed. The wizard Tribulation frowned and looked at him, feeling even more confused. People from the demon race were people from the demon race. How could there be a difference between ordinary and extraordinary? Hong Long Long. The world energy continued to descend, bombarding the heads of the people from the ancient demon race like a calamity, causing them to constantly bleed and be injured. However, this group of people seemed to have really gone mad. The more they bled, the more excited they became. Under the night sky, everyone's eyes glowed with a fierce light, like a pack of wild wolves, a terrifying sight to behold. In shattering mystical palace, the disciples of War Spirit Temple all stared at this scene in horror. Even Zhang Ao and Chao Guan felt their hearts tremble. The scene of hundreds of people breaking through together was extremely spectacular. In the distance, there were two other earth-shattering movements. These were caused by the two great commanders, Han Fei and Huaimo, when they broke through, neither of which was weaker than this one. Xueli's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise, feeling more and more that she should bring this group of people from the demon race under her command. Everyone here, regardless of their cultivation, age or rank, exuded the purest aura of the demon race, violent, bloody, and cruel. Xueli quite admired this. Secretly, Xueli felt that this was the real demon race. Unable to suppress the excitement in her heart, Xueli called out, "Hey woman, what's your name? Where did you come from?" Li Rong smiled gently and asked, "Are you talking to me?" "Yes." Xueli nodded firmly. "This queen is one of the 4 demon generals. Xueli, tell me your name and where you came from." Xueli was also a member of the demon race, and her cultivation was higher than the other parties, so it was natural for her to speak in such a tone. "Since you are a demon general, can't you see the origins of my race?" Li Rong waved her sleeves and turned to face Xueli in a dignified manner. Xueli couldn't help frowning and asked unhappily, "Should this queen know?" Li Rong chuckled. This queen. A mere demon general dares to call himself this queen in front of me? Has the current demon race really forgotten its ancient history?" Hearing her say this, everyone's expression became strange. Xueli glared towards Li Rong with a sneer, her face filled with hostility. She was obviously enraged. The reason why she hadn't taken action to stop this group of demon race cultivators from breaking through was entirely because they were all from the same race and she intended to subdue them, but she hadn't expected this woman, who seemed to be the leader of this group, to speak so arrogantly. In this world, only the demon commander dared to speak to Xueli in such a manner. Sometimes, even the demon commander's words didn't have much effect in front of Xueli. "Don't take this queen's love for talent for cowardice," Xueli snorted coldly. "If you weren't also members of the demon race, this queen would have already taken action. How could she have allowed you to so leisurely break through? A trivial second-order saint dares act presumptuously in front of this queen? You should be taught a lesson. Indeed, it's time to teach you a lesson." Li Rong's pretty face also became cold. "My race hasn't appeared for thousands of years, but I didn't expect that even members of the demon race would forget about you. Today, my race has returned to this world, so I'll use you as a sacrifice to teach you a lesson." Xueli's eyes narrowed as she shouted, "Who are you?" Chapter 865. Atop the endless snow mountain range, 2 powerful and beautiful women were facing off against each other, seemingly on the verge of breaking out into a fight. What's more, both of them were extremely beautiful women. Everyone couldn't help but look forward to it. They wanted to know what the result would be if the 2 of them really fought. What was strange was that the slightly weaker beautiful woman had a leisurely and calm demeanor, while Demon General Xueli, whose strength was slightly higher, wore a dignified expression, as if she was somewhat afraid of this woman. This caused many people to be puzzled. Li Rong glanced over at her clansmen who were in the midst of breaking through and felt that they had all reached the final juncture. So no longer remaining polite, she coldly asked, "Coffin Slave Senior, was it you who killed him? You mean that coffin-carrying man?" Xueli's expression became gloomy. "So what? As a member of my demon race, he actually dared to attack this queen. His death is not enough to be regretted." "Good. It's good that you admit it." Li Rong took a deep breath, her full breasts heaving up and down exaggeratedly, a trace of sadness appearing on her face as she whispered, "Coffin Slave Senior sacrificed countless years for my clan, but I never expected that at this critical juncture I would not be able to see him. Demon General Xueli, you will pay the price for this." Saying so, the demonic chi in her body suddenly surged and transformed into a black fog that rushed straight towards Xueli. "Your courage is commendable," Xueli sneered. Seeing Li Rong actually take the initiative to attack her, she didn't hesitate, her tender body flickering as she met Li Rong head-on. The 2 beautiful and voluptuous figures collided in an instant, and a violent shockwave burst out. instantly creating an earth-shattering battle between two Saint Realm masters. Everyone's attention was drawn to this scene as they all looked up towards the sky. Holy Master, Master, this demon race group you found is a bit abnormal. Wizard Tribulation's face twitched as he whispered to Yang Kai. Ordinary clansmen gathering together to break through was one thing, but that beautiful woman, who was their leader, actually took the initiative to challenge Xueli, obviously trying to smash a rock with an egg. Although the difference between the Second Order Saint Realm and the Third Order Saint Realm was only a single minor realm, the difference in their true combat power was like the difference between heaven and earth. Tribulation the wizard felt that Li Rong would soon be defeated. He had his eyes and ears on all sides, and was ready to slip away when Shirley was not looking at him. It's not normal, Yang Kai chuckled. It's probably because I've been locked up for too long. That being said, Yang Kai could understand Li Rong's feelings. Coffin Slave had been beaten to a pulp by Xueli. His flesh and blood scattered throughout the world. How could she not be angry? At first, he didn't rush to take revenge on Xueli because he wanted to protect his people. Now that her clansman's advancement was almost complete, she naturally couldn't wait to make a move. In the sky, the two beautiful women were locked in a deadly battle as if they were mortal enemies. Circles of pitch-black demonic yuan spread out in all directions. As they collided, waves of exquisite energy fluctuations were transmitted, causing everyone present to narrow their eyes and tremble in fear. A battle between a Second-Order Saint Realm Master and a Third-Order Saint Realm Master was extremely rare. Yang Kai, who had been paying close attention to this battle, couldn't tell which of these two women was stronger. However, judging from the degree of fluctuations in their auras, it should be Li Rong who was being suppressed. The pitch-black demonic chi spread out like a poisonous snake, instantly transforming into a giant python that opened its maw and bit towards one of the two figures. At the same time, Xueli's soul aura gradually grew stronger and shot towards a certain spot in the void. At that spot, Li Rong, who had just appeared, paused, seemingly affected by Xueli's divine sense attack. Before she could react, the giant black python swallowed her whole. Exclamations rang out as Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others who were watching the battle were all shocked by Xueli's methods. A second-order saint had only lasted half a stick of incense worth of time before being defeated. Zhang Ao estimated that if he were to face Xueli, he would likely be able to last even longer. This beautiful woman who had appeared out of nowhere was already quite impressive. Asterisk chi chi chi. Asterisk just as everyone was calling out in alarm, a burst of crackling sounds came from the bodies of the giant pythons, and in the next moment, with a burst of light, the giant pythons shattered and Li Rong broke free, a trace of blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. It seemed that she had suffered a loss in that confrontation. Xueli looked at her calmly and sneered contemptuously. You dare act presumptuously in front of this queen with such meager skill? Obediently submit to me and I can spare your life. Li Rong reached out and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth as she stared back at her indifferently, not saying a word. After a moment, she slowly closed her beautiful eyes and her aura underwent an earth-shattering change. From her tender body, a black demonic chi visible to the naked eye gushed out. This demonic chi danced like a snake, gradually climbing up Li Rong's tender body and disappearing into her clothes. On her gorgeous face, strange black lines began to appear. A wild sense of beauty radiated from her. Demon God transformation. Li Rong cultivated the most orthodox demon God transformation, and although it couldn't be compared to Yang Kai's, it was still able to greatly enhance her combat power and vitality. She was already a second-order saint, so after activating her demon crests, the wild and violent aura she exuded was not much different from Xueli's. Seemingly attracted by her demon god transformation, the ancient demon race cultivators who were in the final stages of their breakthroughs also began to roar like trapped beasts. Demonic chi began to leak out, covering everyone's cheeks and exposed skin with demon crests of varying degrees. High up in the sky, when the final wave of world energy descended, the ancient demon race cultivators roared towards the heavens, not condensing any of their saint chi at all, simply using their physical bodies to withstand the destructive force of this attack. Cracking sounds rang out from their flesh and bones as an invisible shockwave spread out from under their feet. In an instant, the several hundred cultivators all rose a minor realm. Xueli's beautiful eyes trembled violently, while Yumo's expression also became dignified at this moment, his hands and feet trembling. The moment the two of them saw these demon crests, they both remembered an ancient legend. "You are!" Xueli screamed like a madwoman, seemingly having recognized the origins of Li Rong and the others but not daring to say the taboo words. "What race are you from?" According to legend, in the era when the great demon god was in the limelight, there was a small branch of the demon race that specialized in serving the great demon god. They were personally cultivated by the great demon god and possessed the noblest bloodline in the entire demon race besides the great demon god. In front of this clan, the demon general's name was nothing. Any member of the demon race who saw them had to treat them with respect. They were the servants of the great demon god and were the glory of the entire demon race. In that era, anyone who joined the demon race had the highest pursuit of joining this branch. However, they never accepted outsiders and only reproduced on their own. Although their numbers were small, they possessed incredible strength. Almost every member of this clan was capable of fighting above their realm. The most outstanding among them could even fight opponents several minor realms above their own without falling into a disadvantage. At that time, this small branch of the demon race followed the great demon god in his campaigns, making great contributions and representing the great demon god in ruling this part of the world. They were the great demon god's trusted aides, a symbol of invincibility. According to legend, when they fought with all their strength, their bodies would be covered in something called demon crests. These demon crests contained the power of the great demon god, and with these demon crests, few in the world could match them. However, after the fall of the great demon god, this branch of the demon race disappeared. This branch was called the Ancient Demon Clan. After so many years, no one knew whether this legend was true or not. Many people even thought that this legendary branch of the demon race was nothing more than a fabrication to increase the prestige of the great demon god. But now, this legendary scene had appeared in front of Xueli's eyes. The magewebs that covered the outside of his body were a good indication of that. Xueli felt an incredible power from these demon crests. "You recognize it?" Li Rong looked at her sarcastically, nodding lightly. "At least you have some eyesight." "Impossible!" Xueli screamed, her demon general's demeanor long ago disappearing. "You should have died long ago." According to historical records, it was the master himself who buried you all because you offended a power that should not be offended. As a demon general, Xueli naturally knew some secrets that others did not. She had also heard many things about the ancient demon clan. It was said that for some special reason, before the great demon god fell, he deliberately destroyed the ancient demon clan. So Xueli had always believed that this branch of the ancient demon clan had long since disappeared from this world. "If you don't believe me, you can verify it yourself. Use your body." Li Rong coldly snorted, taking the initiative to attack for the second time. While Xueli was in a daze, Li Rong had already rushed in front of her and pointed her finger towards her, sending out a burst of light that seemed to possess a kind of soul-stealing power, causing Xueli to involuntarily fall into a daze. "Master!" Umo exclaimed, but just as he was about to rush up to help, Inya and Xueji, the two new great commanders of the ancient demon clan who had not yet moved, suddenly moved. Grinning wickedly, they attacked Umo from both sides, causing him to be caught off guard. With a pitiful scream, Xueli was sent flying backwards like a paper kite, a bloody hole deep enough to see bone appearing on her delicate shoulder and blood shrouded in a faint golden glow oozing out. "You think you're worthy of the great demon god's golden blood?" Seeing this golden light, Li Rong's expression suddenly became cold. Her eyes filled with boundless murderous intent as she glared at Xueli. Xueli quickly stabilized her state of mind. In her shock just now, she had accidentally allowed Li Rong to succeed. But now that she was facing a master from the ancient demon clan, she didn't dare act carelessly. This was a clan that was filled with legends. Only now did Xueli realize that the other party really had the capital and strength to fight her, even if her cultivation was a minor realm lower. What are you still standing around for? Umo, who was being attacked by Inya and Xueji, roared. If you want to live, come up and help, otherwise you'll all die. These words were directed at the dumbfounded Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others. Hearing this, Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others glanced at each other with complicated expressions, grit their teeth, summoned their artifacts, and rushed up to help Umo. Chapter 866. The battle between Xueli and Li Rong was basically one of the greatest showdowns in this world. With the strength of Zhang Ao and Chao Guan, they didn't dare intervene at will. As such, they immediately rushed up to help Umo. Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple had a total of 4 saints, one of whom was Zhang Ao, a second-order saint, so his strength was quite good. After he joined the battle, he immediately suppressed the 2 new great commanders, Inya and Xueji. 5 against 2, even if Inya and Xueji displayed their demon god transformations, they were still in a dangerous situation. Holy Master, should we help? Wizard Tribulation's eyes twitched as he saw this and couldn't help asking. No need. Yang Kai shook his head. In a battle of this scale, Wizard Tribulation wouldn't be able to provide much help. Yang Kai originally intended to intervene, but after probing for a while, he discovered that it was no longer necessary. From the left and right, 2 figures were rapidly approaching. These 2 were naturally Han Fei and Huaimo, who had successfully broken through. The former's aura was cold while the latter's was vigorous. Before they had even arrived, the pressure they exuded had already descended, causing Inya and Xueji, who had been struggling to cope with this situation, to rejoice and their attacks to become even fiercer. The White Snow Mountain range was almost completely shrouded in black demonic chi, making it seem as if the entire world was shrouded in darkness. Asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh. Asterisk icicles containing destructive power shot out from all directions, heading straight for Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others. With the arrival of a crisis, Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others felt a chill run down their spines as they hurriedly tried to dodge. But from the depths of the Snow Mountain range, countless strange black hands stretched out and grabbed towards them. At the same time, Huaimo shot up from below like a ghost. Exquisite energy fluctuations emanated from his hands and fiercely slammed into the enemy's position. Facing this sudden attack, Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the other Saint Realm Masters were in an extremely difficult situation. Besides Zhang Ao, who was slightly stronger, who managed to escape unscathed, all the other Saint Realm Masters were forced to retreat while coughing up blood, nearly dying on the spot. They're finished. Yang Kai snorted coldly and no longer paid attention to the battle. Instead, he turned his gaze to the sky. Over there, the battle between Li Rong and Xueli had reached its climax. The latter had suffered a small loss due to her fear, but after stabilizing her mind, she was still able to hold her own. The 2 beautiful women seemed to be on par with each other and were evenly matched. Strange rings of energy and divine soul energy rippled out from the other side. Those ripples were so exquisite that wherever they passed, the entire world seemed to be affected. Under those fluctuations, Yang Kai felt that the whole world was about to collapse. His heart was filled with shock. He knew that this was the effect brought about by the battle between top-notch experts. He became more and more attentive as he watched, trying to learn something useful from it. But to his disappointment, Xueli didn't seem to be as domineering as before. When facing Li Rong, she always seemed to be restrained. When she noticed that Han Fei and Huaimo had arrived, she lost all will to fight. Under the bright moon, the 2 figures separated as soon as they touched. Separated by 1,000 meters, the 2 beautiful women stared at each other solemnly. Li Rong's beautiful eyes flashed with infinite murderous intent and hatred, while Xueli's eyes were filled with hesitation and dread. The ancient demon clan was a legend of the entire demon race. Li Rong was only a second-order saint, yet she was able to compete with the demon general. If she was allowed to grow to the 3rd order, it was likely that even the current demon commander would not be her opponent. Realizing this, Xueli's heart wavered, wondering if she should continue to be enemies with the leader of this legendary clan. secretly regretting that she had carelessly killed the coffin-carrying man before. If not for this, they could have sat down and talked things over. After all, they were all members of the demon race. There was no need for them to kill each other in front of these humans and become a laughingstock. But as soon as she saw the look in Li Rong's eyes, Xueli knew that this hatred could no longer be resolved. It had already reached a point of no return. Gritting her teeth, Xueli shouted, "Ancient demon clan. This queen has seen it all today. Demon Commander's master will come looking for you. I hope you can still act as arrogant when that time comes." Saying so, her tender body wriggled like a snake. The sound of bones dislocating rang out as a strange bloody aura suddenly escaped from Xueli's body. Li Rong's beautiful face paled. But by the time she realized what Xueli was about to do, it was already too late to stop her. Pong. With a muffled bang, Demon General Xueli burst into a bloody mist mid-air, clearly having reached a point where not even her bones remained. Yang Kai and Wizard Tribulation, who had been watching the battle from below, were dumbfounded. Neither of them had expected Xueli to be so resolute, nor had she reached the point of no return. However, faintly, Yang Kai still felt a sense of disharmony in his heart, secretly feeling that Xueli couldn't just die like this. Blood escape. Li Rong grit her teeth and shouted, her eyes staring towards the bloody mist that had burst into the air. Waving her hand, she sent out a powerful wave of her Saint Qi, but the bloody mist quickly dissipated, causing her to miss. At the same time, beside Umo, who had been forced into a corner by Han Fei and had suffered heavy injuries, a drop of golden blood suddenly appeared. This mass of blood quickly wrapped up Umo and transformed into a streak of crimson light that shot off into the distance. Li Rong turned around and stared in that direction with a gloomy expression, grinding her teeth as her heart filled with hatred. But there was nothing she could do. She hadn't expected that Xueli would use such a move. Although this move consumed a lot of Yuan Qi, it was perfect for escaping. Once it was used, even Li Rong wouldn't be able to stop it, because this was a divine technique belonging to great demon god. It seemed that when she was refining the demon god golden blood she had inadvertently obtained, her luck had been quite good and she had comprehended some of great demon god's mysteries. However, just as everyone thought that Xueli had successfully escaped, a few dozen kilometers away, a golden light suddenly bloomed. High up in the sky, a golden chain was being swung by an invisible hand, sending out a clattering sound. This golden chain was incredibly long, like a golden river that cut through the heavens, exuding the purest yang attribute aura. When this aura reached this place, all the ancient demon race cultivators frowned, showing uncomfortable expressions. Demon sealing chain? Yang Kai exclaimed. He recognized this chain-like artifact at a glance. It was the one he had obtained from High Heaven Pavilion's coiling dragon stream. Using this demon sealing chain, Yang Kai had killed Demon General Meng Ji's soul clone and killed the Ashgray Cloud Evil Land's demon Lord Yang Bai. After arriving in Tongxian Realm and entering Soaring Heaven Sect, Yang Kai had returned this demon sealing chain to its original owner. Now it should be in Chu Ling Zhao's hands. Which, do you think my human race has no one? Do you think this is a place where you can come and go as you please? A deep voice, like the ringing of a great bell, suddenly resounded throughout the world. This voice seemed to contain an infinite amount of demonic power, causing everyone who heard it to feel uneasy. Everyone who heard this voice felt their blood boil and their faces flush red. At the same time that this voice sounded, the demon sealing chain lashed out like a whip towards a certain spot in the air. A moment later, Xueli's scream rang out in everyone's ears. A blood-red light flashed, and within this blood-red light, Xueli's distressed figure could be vaguely seen fleeing at an even faster speed. Yang Kai's expression became strange. He felt that the owner of this voice was Soaring Heaven Sect's ancestral founder, Chu Ling Zhao. Master! Li Rong came to Yang Kai's side, her pretty face dignified as she quickly said, "That person is very strong, and that artifact of his seems to be able to restrain my demon race. If something happens and Master wants to cut off all ties with my race, I will lead my people to this snow mountain range and hide for a while." Yang Kai glanced at her and laughed dumbly. No need. I'll handle this. Li Rong stared at him blankly for a moment before nodding obediently, not saying anything more. Did Xueli notice that person's aura and suddenly leave? Yang Kai asked thoughtfully. That should be the case. Li Rong nodded. If it was just me alone, she wouldn't be able to win. If there was another, she wouldn't be able to escape even if she wanted to. No wonder. Yang Kai felt relieved. No wonder when she and Li Rong were evenly matched in their battle, she had suddenly used that strange divine ability and quickly left. It turned out that she had sensed something was amiss. This woman's sense of smell was quite keen. Right. I just heard you say something about blood escape. Do you recognize that technique she used? Yang Kai frowned and asked. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the great demon god's divine technique. Li Rong gently nodded. Master doesn't need to be jealous. When the demon god golden blood in your body reaches a certain level of richness, you will naturally comprehend it. I'm not jealous, I was just asking casually. Yang Kai chuckled. The demon god's divine technique. Yang Kai had refined a drop of demon god golden blood and obtained the soul clone divine technique. That soul clone was still being nurtured, waiting for a day when it would be able to play its role. Unexpectedly, Xueli had also comprehended the great demon god's divine technique. After Xueli fled, Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others no longer dared to resist, all of them gathering together and staring towards Han Fei's group with complicated expressions. They had followed Xueli to this endless snow mountain range this time thinking they had found a great backer and would no longer need to fear Nine Heavens Holy Land's retaliation. But now things had developed to this point. Last time, when they had joined forces to attack Nine Heavens Holy Land, Yang Kai had found a monster race great senior to help him and had beaten them to a pulp. This time, this guy had gone even further. They didn't know where he had found these people from the demon race, but even the demon general had been forced to flee. Each one of them was like a madman, completely impossible to reason with. At this moment, Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others couldn't help admiring Wizard Tribulation. To a certain extent, Wizard Tribulation really had great foresight, something they couldn't compare with. Although his heart was filled with fear, Zhang Ao's expression remained unchanged as he shouted, "My human race's masters will soon arrive here. If you demon race people don't run away, what are you waiting for?" Chapter 867. The golden light that had just injured Xueli and the majestic roar gave Zhang Ao and the others hope, secretly feeling that as long as this master arrived, they would be safe. That's right. Chao Guan also echoed, "Everyone, we don't want to be enemies with you. But we were deceived by that cheap slut Xueli. How about we part ways here and never see each other again in the future? It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive." The ancient demon clan's people didn't answer, instead casting inquisitive glances towards Yang Kai. Zhang Ao and the others suddenly realized that he was the one who could decide whether they lived or died. Thinking back to how they had made things difficult for Nine Heavens Holy Land 2 or 3 years ago and then hunted down Yang Kai for so long, their hearts couldn't help pounding, secretly condensing their strength as they stared at Yang Kai vigilantly. They were all afraid that this little brat would say the word kill. Fortunately, the human race master who had just injured Xueli a few dozen kilometers away quickly rushed over. After realizing the number of people who had arrived, Zhang Ao and the others smiled happily, their originally somewhat worried expressions suddenly becoming unbridled, because they discovered that there wasn't just one person who had arrived, but 5. A third-order saint and 4 first-order saints appeared not far from the group in a flash, frowning as they stared towards them. The one leading this group was a white-haired old man with a transcendent aura. Although they didn't know his name, at a glance it was obvious he was one of the strongest masters in the world. The auras of the other 4 were also not weak, obviously having broken through to the Saint Realm many years ago. The 5 Saint Realm masters who had arrived, 4 men and 1 woman, only glanced around the scene before casting their eyes towards Yang Kai, all of them showing puzzled looks. The woman even quietly glared at Yang Kai, biting her teeth as her mouth squirmed a few times, but it was impossible to tell what she was trying to say. However, from the shape of her mouth, it seemed she was cursing. The arrival of these 5 people increased Zhang Ao's confidence, and he quickly cupped his fists towards them and asked, "May I ask your names and which force you belong to?" The old man leading this group glanced over at him and frowned. Soaring Heaven Sect, Chu Lingxiao. Chu Lingxiao? Hearing this name, Zhang Ao's face filled with joy as he shouted, "So it is Brother Chu. I apologize for my rudeness. I have long heard of Brother Chu's name, and seeing you in person today, you truly live up to your reputation." Even that evil demon General Xue Li fled. "Who are you?" Chu Lingxiao glanced over at the ancient demon clan, then back at Zhang Ao, asking solemnly, seemingly not interested in this compliment. Zhang Ao and Chao Guan hurriedly reported their names. Shattering Mystical Palace? Chu Lingxiao hesitated for a moment before asking curiously, "What are the two of you doing here hundreds of thousands of kilometers away? What's more, they've mobilized so many people." Seeing Yang Kai, Zhang Ao couldn't help feeling a chill. But this time, they had come to the snow ice yang they. Because there were no masters in these two forces, Zhang Ao and Chao Guan weren't worried about them stirring up any trouble. Immediately explaining, Zhang Ao said, "We were following the clues of the coffin-carrying man and came here, but we didn't expect that many people from the demon race would suddenly appear here. It seems that the demon General Xue Li was doing something shameful here, and we inadvertently stumbled upon her. If Brother Chu hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to escape." Zhang Ao said this with a look of lingering fear, as if he was telling the truth. Chao Guan also hurriedly echoed. Li Rong sneered softly, her beautiful eyes filled with malice. Reversing black and white, "These people are truly fierce. Master, should we make them shut up forever?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. These words were not spoken in a low voice, so when they reached Zhang Ao's ears, he couldn't help paling and shouting, "Which, in front of my human race's top masters, you dare act so presumptuously? Obediently surrender and we'll spare your life." At this moment, Zhang Ao was like a completely different person from before. Before Chu Lingxiao had arrived, he and Chao Guan had both lowered their heads, repeatedly saying that it was better to squash enmity rather than keep it alive. But as soon as Chu Lingxiao arrived, they immediately changed their attitude. This caused Li Rong to look at them with contempt. "Brother Chu." Zhang Ao then turned to Chu Lingxiao. "This group of demon race thieves must have been planted by Xue Li in our human territory. Brother Chu doesn't need to waste words with them. Just kill them all. As for these 2 human traitors, they must be with them." As he spoke, he pointed to Yang Kai and Wizard Tribulation. "Is that so?" Chu Lingxiao glanced at him faintly before turning his eyes back to Yang Kai and sighing slightly. He didn't know why this grand disciple of his had become involved in such a troublesome matter, and from the looks of it, he seemed to have a close relationship with the demon race. This little brat. Chu Lingxiao secretly shook his head, his mood somewhat complicated. "Master, if this old man really attacks, you and Han Fei should retreat first. She will ensure your safety," Li Rong whispered in Yang Kai's ear, secretly remaining vigilant. Chu Lingxiao gave her a lot of pressure. As a third-order saint, he was indeed one of the strongest existences in this world. What Li Rong feared the most, though, was the chain-like artifact that had just injured Xue Li. This pure yang attribute aura was the bane of the demon race's demonic qi. Especially when it was used by a master like Yang Kai, its power could not be underestimated. After suffering such a heavy blow, Li Rong estimated that it would take Xue Li at least 1 to 2 months to fully recover. "Old man." Yang Kai raised his brow and laughed, not responding to Li Rong and instead cupping his fists towards Chu Lingxiao. "Disciple greets ancestral founder." "Ancestral founder?" Li Rong couldn't help covering her mouth in shock, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly, seemingly unable to believe that Yang Kai had such a relationship with this human race master. Zhang Ao and Chao Guan were also stunned. Only then did they suddenly realize that they had indeed inquired about this before. Yang Kai was from Soaring Heaven Sect, but because they had been too excited just now, they had forgotten. "Smelly brat, get over here." Feiyu, who had been standing behind Chu Ling Xiao, shouted, "I'm coming." Yang Kai wore a helpless expression and quickly walked over. When he arrived in front of these people, Yang Kai let out a hollow laugh, his expression somewhat embarrassed. On the other side, the ancient demon clan, Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others all stared towards them with strange expressions, all of them wanting to know what was going on. However, Chu Ling Xiao simply waved his hand and isolated everyone from the outside world, turning the surrounding area into an impregnable forbidden zone. Why did ancestral founder and martial uncles come here? Yang Kai's face twitched as he stared at the people in front of him with some unease. Songyin quickly explained, "When that witch arrived here, ancestral founder sensed her presence, but he didn't know why she had come here, so he had been observing her in secret until today's battle. Taking advantage of the witch's desperate attempt to escape, he dealt her a heavy blow, but unfortunately she still managed to escape. So that's how it is." Yang Kai suddenly understood. Although Chu Ling Xiao spent most of his time in seclusion, if a master like Xueli appeared within 1,000 kilometers of him, it would not be able to escape his perception. In an instant, Yang Kai had a clear and profound understanding of Chu Ling Xiao's tyrannical strength. Before, he had been trying to guess what kind of cultivation this ancestral founder possessed. Now, it seemed that he was indeed a third-order saint. After all, Yang Kai had killed a demon general in the past. "Smelly brat, weren't you discussing the alchemic Tao with Old Man Du in Grand Boulder City? How did you end up here?" Feiyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Last time, Mina had specifically gone to Soaring Heaven Sect to deliver a message to her from Yang Kai, saying that he would be staying in Grand Boulder City for a while and that her martial aunt didn't need to worry. Feiyu had believed her and hadn't gone to Grand Boulder City to look for him. But now she had met him here. It's a long story. Where should martial nephew begin? Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. "Tell us what you can. If you can't, we won't force you. This old master is also very curious." Chu Ling Xiao looked at Yang Kai with a smile, not blaming Yang Kai for being too close to the ancient demon clan. Yang Kai glanced at him, then at his 4 martial uncles and martial aunt, and found that all of them were looking at him inquisitively. Nodding lightly, Yang Kai said, "Then disciple will begin. Ancestral founder and martial aunt, please don't be too surprised." "Humph, what could possibly surprise us?" Feiyu spat disdainfully. Martial nephew's story begins shortly after he arrived on Tongxian realm. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before recounting his encounter with the coffin-carrying man in Raging Flame City. When they heard that he had been captured by the coffin-carrying man and thrown into a mysterious small world, Chu Ling Xiao and his martial uncles all showed surprised expressions. Yang Kai, who possessed the demon god's unyielding golden skeleton, didn't dare say anything, only saying that he had used the rescue of the ancient demon clan as a condition to get them to submit to him. Although there were some loopholes in this story and many things were unclear, Chu Ling Xiao and his martial uncles didn't ask any questions and just listened quietly. After understanding why those from the demon race were so close to Yang Kai, Chu Ling Xiao asked thoughtfully, "So, they are completely obedient to you? And will there be no resistance?" "No," Yang Kai quickly said. Chu Ling Xiao stared at him deeply, as if trying to peer into the depths of his soul, retracting his gaze after a long time and nodding lightly. "That's good. Although you aren't very old, you are calm and steady, so you shouldn't do anything that would harm the human race. Since they are obedient to you, you can consider them as part of your strength. But remember, strength is a double-edged sword. If you don't use it well, you may end up hurting yourself." Yang Kai nodded thoughtfully. "Disciple will remember. Also, you need to be mentally prepared to be targeted by countless people. If you don't have this kind of awareness, I advise you to give up on them. Once you accept them, your future path may be filled with thorns, and you may be viewed as a life or death enemy by many people you know or don't know." Chu Ling Xiao warned solemnly. "Disciple understands. Then this old master has nothing to say." Chu Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Chu Ling Xiao smiled lightly. "But Soaring Heaven Sect can't accommodate them. Where are you going to put them? You can't take them to the demon land, right?" Chapter 868. If these people from the ancient demon race were to be placed in Soaring Heaven sect, not to mention what outsiders would think, Soaring Heaven sect's disciples would likely end up in conflict with the ancient demon clan. On top of that, it would also affect Soaring Heaven sect's reputation. Outsiders may think that Soaring Heaven sect was colluding with the demon race. Hearing Chu Lingzhao's question, Yang Kai didn't conceal anything and simply said, "Disciple already has a plan for where to place them." "Oh, let's hear it. I want to take them to Nine Heavens' Holy Land. That place is at the very edge of human territory, bordering the monster race territory, so there shouldn't be any problems." Nine Heavens' Holy Land? Songyin frowned. "Are you familiar with that place? How could they agree to let you take these people from the demon race there? On top of that, I heard that something big happened to Nine Heavens' Holy Land and that it has now been occupied by a great senior of the monster race." Fei Yu also said with some concern, "If you go there now, even if you have some acquaintances, you won't be able to find them. The monster race great senior is a peak third order saint. He won't be easy to deal with." Yang Kai scratched his head, carefully observing the situation while whispering, "Martial uncles, I won't hide it from you. Disciple is the new holy master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land." The four martial uncles were instantly dumbfounded as they all stared at Yang Kai dumbfoundedly. Even Chu Lingxiao was stunned for a moment. After a long time, Songyin looked at Yang Kai hesitantly and asked, "Little martial nephew, are you joking? Or are you serious? Do I look like I'm joking?" Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "New holy master?" Rimaru's mouth twitched, seemingly unable to react. Fei Jian nodded thoughtfully. I did hear that Nine Heavens' Holy Land has a new holy master, one who isn't very old." Saying so, he swept his eyes over Yang Kai, seemingly trying to find some clues. "Smelly brat." Fei Yu ground her teeth and cursed. "What else are you hiding from us? Tell us everything." "No more." Yang Kai shrunk his neck and said, "I was going to find a chance to tell my martial uncles, but I never found a good opportunity. So, that monster race great senior. Can you handle him?" Chu Lingxiao solemnly asked Yang Kai, faintly worried. "Martial ancestor may rest assured. I have an agreement with that monster race great senior. Nine Heavens' Holy Land will only allow them to guard it for a period of time." "Yes, you do indeed have such power in your hands." Chu Lingxiao glanced over at Li Rong and the others who were paying close attention to him and smiled faintly. "Although this old master doesn't have a good impression of the people from the demon race, it looks like they really care about you. The one who fought with the witch earlier was that woman, right?" "Yes. Xueli killed the coffin-carrying man, so their enmity is irreconcilable." "That's good. This group of people from the demon race, I'll leave them to you. If the one standing in front of this old master was not you, this old master would never have let them go." "Many thanks, martial ancestor," Yang Kai said gratefully. The indulgence and protection Chu Lingxiao and his martial uncles showed him was something Yang Kai could clearly feel. As Chu Lingxiao said, if the one standing in front of him was not him, he would not have let this matter rest. "Martial ancestor, what about those people from Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple?" Songyin frowned slightly, a malicious light flashing across his eyes. "If we let them go, little martial nephew's matter will definitely spread far and wide." Chu Lingxiao's brow furrowed for a moment before he leisurely said, "This old master brought the four of you here today and only managed to intercept the demon general Xueli for a moment. As for the rest, I didn't see anything." Hearing this, Soaring Heaven sect's four martial uncles were stunned for a moment before all of them stared at Yang Kai meaningfully, chuckling meaningfully. Songyin patted Yang Kai on the shoulder and said, "Little martial nephew, take care of yourself. If there is anything you don't want to do in the future, feel free to come back to the sect. Soaring Heaven sect will always be your home. I'll keep the serene resplendent peak for you. Remember to come back often," Fei Yu said with a smile. "Perhaps we'll also go to Nine Heavens' Holy Land and experience the prestige of the Holy Master. I've heard that there are several saintesses there. Each one of them is quite beautiful," Rimaru said with a smirk. Fei Jian remained silent and simply nodded lightly to Yang Kai. Martial uncles. Yang Kai's lower lip squirmed, not knowing what to say, only feeling a warm feeling in his heart. Let's go. Let's see if we can catch up with that demon woman. After taking a hit from the demon sealing chain, she's probably suffered some serious injuries. Chu Lingzhao's eyes suddenly became deep as he stared off into the distance. Yuan Qi wrapped up the 4 martial uncles and transformed into a streak of light, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Brother Chu, Brother Chu. Seeing this scene, Zhang Ao turned pale with fright and hurriedly shouted. He had not expected that Chu Lingzhao would just pat his butt and leave, not even bothering to rescue them. Brother Zhang, it looks like we've been abandoned. That Chu Lingzhao and that little brat are clearly in cahoots. Chao Guan's expression became extremely cold. Realizing this, everyone felt uneasy. All around them, thousands of ancient demon race masters were glaring at them. The faces of the 5 Saint Realm masters were covered in strange and wild demon crests, and their auras were fluctuating wildly. Zhang Ao and Chao Guan couldn't help retreating a few steps, secretly condensing their strength as they gulped, staring towards Li Rong and the others in horror. Master, how should we deal with these people? Li Rong asked softly. Yang Kai grinned silently, seemingly aware of his murderous intent. Zhang Ao anxiously called out, Yang Shangdu, there's no need to kill them all, right? This time we were in the wrong. But leave some leeway so we can meet again in the future. This Zhang promises to never speak of what happened today. Leave some leeway? Yang Kai laughed. Is that necessary? I don't think we'll meet again in the future. Saying so, his expression became cold and solemn as he shouted, Kill! Since the beginning of the crisis in 9 Heaven's Holy Land, this group of people had been opposing him at every turn. Just now, they had even tried to distort black and white, confusing right and wrong. If such people were allowed to live, they would definitely become a scourge in the future. Yang Kai wasn't a magnanimous person. On the contrary, he would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. With his personality, how could he allow Zhang Ao and Chao Guan to continue living? As soon as Yang Kai gave the order, the thousands of ancient demon clansmen roared excitedly as they grabbed all kinds of strange artifacts and rushed towards the people from Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple like they had been injected with chicken blood. The ancient demon clan had been sealed away for far too long. They were the elites of the demon race, bloodthirsty, cruel, and evil. The violence hidden in their bones had been suppressed for thousands of years, but now they finally had a chance to release it. Each of them used their full strength in an instant, and like a tsunami, they swept across the Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple's forces, scattering them in all directions. The 4 Saint Realm Masters from these 2 forces were also targeted by Han Fei and the others. Han Fei and Huaremo, who had just broken through to the Second Order Saint Realm, were in urgent need of a bloody battle to improve their understanding of their current realm. So naturally, they didn't hold back. Although Zhang Ao was a second-order saint, in front of the ancient demon masters who had used their demon god transformation, he was still powerless to fight back. Li Rong didn't even need to take action. Yet the 4 Saint Realm Masters on the opposite side had already lost all ability to resist. Blood splattered everywhere, and miserable cries resounded throughout the world. The pure white snow mountain was dyed red, and it was extremely dazzling. Corpses fell one after another, each of them seemingly witnessing a terrifying scene before their deaths, their eyes bulging. The cruelty of the ancient demon clan not only frightened their enemies, but even Wizard Tribulation, who was watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but feel his eyes twitch. Their battle was simply inhumane. Even if they killed their opponents, they would tear them to shreds. Not a single one of those who were killed was left with a complete corpse, all of them torn to shreds. In the midst of this fierce battle, the ancient demon race masters subconsciously licked their lips and glared fiercely at their opponents, seemingly enjoying this kind of slaughter. Even the usually mischievous Guaner seemed to transform into a completely different person during battle, her tender body exuding a towering malevolent aura, her pretty face ferocious, and coupled with the demon crests covering her body. She often caused her enemies to lose all will to fight as soon as they approached. Leave no one alive, Li Rong ordered faintly, waving her hand and sending out several streaks of blood-red light. These streaks of blood-red light pierced through the crowd, filling the air with the stench of blood. One by one, the shattering mystical palace and war spirit temple cultivator were enveloped by this blood-red light, struggling to break free, unable to release any of them, all of them screaming like ghosts as they died in the blink of an eye. Her tender body flickered as she charged towards Zhang Ao. Wizard Tribulation's lips were dry, his body trembling as he watched this hell-like scene in front of him, terrified. The ancient demon race masters were like wolves and tigers, cruelly laughing madly as they shuttled through the sea of blood, killing their enemies one by one, all of them looking extremely excited. They seemed to enjoy this kind of slaughter very much. There was no mercy, and only enjoyment in the slaughter to their heart's content. Wizard Tribulation finally realized the horror of this group of people and felt a chill in his heart. Compared with the demon race masters, this group of people in front of him were the real demons. The madness and violence in front of him even indirectly affected his state of mind, causing his blood to boil. Gradually, his eyes turned red and his hands and feet no longer trembled. Deep in his heart, a kind of desire to be baptized in blood emerged, making him wish he could rush over and kill them himself. He enjoyed the throbbing of his heart. Wizard Tribulation! Suddenly, Yang Kai's shout rang in his ears. When this voice reached his ears, Wizard Tribulation's body shook, his crimson eyes suddenly regaining their clarity, and the bloodthirst in his heart suddenly calmed down. Recovering, Wizard Tribulation broke out in a cold sweat, quickly calming his mind and protecting his mind, lest he be affected by the ancient demon clan again. Many thanks, Holy Master. Wizard Tribulation thanked, his admiration for Yang Kai growing. This young man's cultivation was lower than his own, but he was able to remain calm in this place, unaffected in the slightest. Obviously, this young man's cultivation was higher than his own. Perceiving this, Wizard Tribulation was shocked. Chapter 869. Every time the ancient demon race cultivators attacked, an enemy's head or body would be cut off and sent flying into the air. All kinds of black demonic chi surged out like trapped beasts from their cages and rampaged through the crowd, destroying the will and resistance of the shattering mystical palace and war spirit temple disciples. They screamed, begged, and died in despair. The pure and flawless Snow Mountain Range was transformed into an azure purgatory, blood flowing like a trickling stream as severed limbs and corpses flew everywhere. In just a short time, the disciples of these two forces had been killed or injured more than 1,000. Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others' eyes were bloodshot as they roared madly, trying to resist, but in front of Li Rong and the others, they were powerless and could only allow themselves to be slaughtered. The Transcendents had all been killed. The four saints were also gradually unable to resist. Zhang Ao's methods were extraordinary, the aftermath of his attacks even killing a few of the weaker ancient demon race cultivators, causing Li Rong to become more and more ruthless. Yang Kai watched all this indifferently, deeply understanding what it meant to be the strong preying on the weak. As time passed, the battle gradually subsided. The ground was littered with corpses and the ancient demon race cultivators were covered in blood, howling towards the sky, seemingly unable to conceal the murderous intent in their hearts. A towering malevolent aura gathering in one place, making the surrounding area seem quite oppressive. Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple had a total of 4 saints, but 3 of them had been killed on the spot. Only Zhang Ao had been captured alive. A thick blood-red light had wrapped around him like a rope, making it impossible for him to move. Li Rong brought him in front of Yang Kai, waiting for Yang Kai to deal with him. Standing in the center of this azure purgatory, Yang Kai closed his eyes and released the demon eye of annihilation into his knowledge sea, absorbing all the spiritual energy scattered around him. Zhang Ao waited in fear, not knowing what kind of fate awaited him, cold sweat dripping down his originally high-spirited face as he stared towards Yang Kai in horror. After a while, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and looked down at Zhang Ao in front of him. Without waiting for Yang Kai to speak, Zhang Ao hastily declared his position, fearing that Yang Kai would immediately kill him. Yang Shangzhu, this Zhang can be considered a powerful expert. This time, your master is magnanimous and spared my life. This Zhang will definitely pledge his allegiance to you and listen to your orders in the future. Seeing him so cowardly, Li Rong and the others couldn't help but reveal a look of disdain. A powerhouse, not bad indeed. He chased me for a few months. Yang Kai nodded gently, but I'm sorry to say, I have no interest in you. The strength I've gathered is already enough, so it doesn't matter if I add or lose you. Keeping you around seems to be harming me without any benefit. No, Yang Shangzhu, I'll do whatever you want. Sensing Yang Kai's murderous intent, Zhang Ao panicked and turned his eyes to Wizard Tribulation, shouting in a low voice, Sect Master Wizard, for the sake of our many years of friendship, please help me say something. Wizard Tribulation sighed deeply. Brother Zhang, heaven's sins can be forgiven, but self-inflicted sins can't be saved. This wizard advised you 2 years ago to quit while you were ahead, but you insisted on killing me. Now that the situation is reversed, what do you want this wizard to say? On top of that, this wizard is only able to survive because of Master Holy Master's protection. So how could he have any say in this situation? Seeing Wizard Tribulation refuse his request, Zhang Ao couldn't help feeling a little disheartened and hurriedly said, Yang Shangzhu, I still have a secret. As long as you promise not to kill me, I can tell you everything. Secret? Yang Kai chuckled. Who doesn't have a secret? What value does your secret have to me? This secret may be related to the mysteries of the legendary starfield. I think Yang Shangzhu should be interested. You are the Holy Master of 9 Heavens' Holy Land. Sooner or later you will break through to the peak of the Third Order Saint Realm. Such a master must pursue the path to the star field. Zhang Ao whispered. Yang Kai raised his brow and couldn't help becoming interested, leaning over to stare at him and asking, why is it related to the mysteries of the star field? Because this Zhang personally experienced it once. It was as if he was standing in the middle of an endless star field, surrounded by countless stars. It was a very strange sight. Master, this guy may be stalling for time, or maybe he's just spouting nonsense, Han Fei said coldly. Yang Kai raised his hand and motioned to Zhang Ao. Continue. Seeing that he seemed to be really interested, Zhang Ao's spirit suddenly rose and he quickly continued. Moreover, there was a very strange force that was constantly surging. Even though this Zhang is a second-order saint, he couldn't bear it, as if his entire body was being crushed to pieces. I think only a third-order saint would be able to withstand such a terrifying amount of energy with their physical body. Yang Kai frowned. What Zhang Ao said was very similar to what he had experienced in the star field. So he couldn't help feeling that what Zhang Ao said might be true and not some random fabrication. Those who had never been to the star field would find it difficult to accurately describe all this. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai grinned and asked, what you're saying is quite plausible, but what does that have to do with the star field? How do you know that it was the star field? To tell you the truth, Yang Shangzhu, at first, this Zhang didn't pay much attention to it, but one day, I suddenly picked up a very strange stone in the sect. That stone didn't seem to belong to this world. Over the next few years, this Zhang often found some strange scattered stones in that place, until one day, this Zhang obtained something special. What was it? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. That thing is in this Zhang's universe bag, you can check it yourself. After you see it, you'll know whether this Zhang is lying or not, Zhang Ao said. Yang Kai glanced at his universe bag and reached out to take it, but just as he was about to open it, Li Rong quickly stepped forward and said, Master, allow me. She clearly didn't trust Zhang Ao and was afraid that he had tampered with his universe bag. Hearing this, Yang Kai nodded gently and handed the universe bag to Li Rong. Li Rong took it and opened the universe bag, but before she could carefully examine its contents, a strange force suddenly flew out from the bag and entered Li Rong's beautiful eyes before disappearing. Li Rong's movements suddenly stiffened and her tender body trembled slightly, as if she was suffering great pain. Sure enough, There's something strange here. Han Fei's expression became cold as she sent out a palm towards Zhang Ao, shattering half of his bones before he could even get up. Don't kill him. Yang Kai hurriedly stopped her, his expression becoming gloomy as he hurried forward to examine Li Rong's injuries. If Li Rong hadn't taken the initiative to suggest it just now, it was likely he would have been the one to suffer. I'm fine. It was just a wisp of divine sense attack. Li Rong rubbed her forehead and said softly, there was a bewitching, controlling power, but it has been resolved. Both of them were second-order saints, so the means Zhang Ao had secretly arranged were naturally useless against Li Rong. Zhang Ao's eyes dimmed as a look of unwillingness appeared on his face. What he didn't know was that even if this wisp of divine sense had attacked Yang Kai, it wouldn't have had any effect. He had tried his best to lure Yang Kai into his universe bag in order to control him in one fell swoop, but unfortunately he had failed. After suffering a blow from Han Fei, Zhang Ao lay on the ground, gasping in pain as he stared towards the crowd with a complicated expression. Yang Kai chuckled a few times before walking over to Zhang Ao and nodding lightly. Your courage isn't small. Tell me, how do you want to die? Zhang Ao's eyes were filled with resentment and helplessness as he remained silent, obviously knowing that he had no hope of escaping this time. After staring at him for a while, Yang Kai impatiently waved his hand. Kill him! Zhang Ao shouted angrily. Kill me and you'll never know that secret. He still wanted to make a final effort. But what answered him was Han Fei's fatal blow. Without anyone noticing, Zhang Ao's spiritual energy escaped from his knowledge sea and was absorbed by Yang Kai. His soul avatar entered his knowledge sea, and Yang Kai carefully placed Zhang Ao's spiritual energy in a corner so that when he had some free time in the future, he could examine it carefully. Yang Kai was quite interested in the secret Zhang Ao had told him before he died. Shattering Mystical Palace, War Spirit Temple, and all the people from Shattering Mystical Palace had died. Wizard Tribulation, who was standing nearby, couldn't help feeling a bit sad but also secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he had specifically sought out Yang Kai 2 or 3 years ago. Otherwise, his netherworld sect's fate would have been the same as these people. Wizard Tribulation, none of your netherworld sect's people died, right? Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at him. Wizard Tribulation slowly shook his head. When I was escaping, I sent a message to Vice Sect Master and told him to take his people away. Zhang Ao was in a hurry to catch up with you, so he probably didn't have time to care about these things. Only the people from Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple died here. Even those from Ancient Moon Cave Heaven and Luoshang Sect seemed to have been abandoned. That's for the best. Yang Kai nodded gently. My people don't seem to have gone far. Wizard Tribulation probed slightly. Holy Master, can I call them over? Yang Kai nodded, not stopping him. Senior Li, the two newly promoted commanders, Inya and Xueji, rushed over at this time, holding a universe bag in their hands as they reported. All the bones of Coffin Slave Senior that can be found have been collected here. Li Rong's expression became gloomy as she reached out and accepted the bag. Yang Kai glanced at her and whispered, My condolences, Coffin Slave Senior's wish has been fulfilled, as Master says. We'll rest here for the night while you adapt to the outside world. Prepare to tidy up. We'll leave early tomorrow morning. Yes, Li Rong nodded and hurried off with Han Fei and the others. It wasn't until this time that the demon crests covering the ancient demon clan's bodies gradually dissipated and the thick evil chi also gradually disappeared, easing the oppressive atmosphere around them. Of the nearly 1,000 ancient demon race members, some had died in this battle, but the number was not large, only 20 to 30. Those who were still alive buried them on the spot and wept silently. They had longed for this mysterious small world for countless years, looking forward to it for countless years. But today, they had finally emerged from that mysterious small world, only to lose their lives before they even had the chance to see it. Their companions who were still alive naturally felt sorry for them. But soon, the ancient demon clan sorted out their emotions. The bright moon and looming stars in the sky were something they couldn't get tired of looking forward to tomorrow's rising sun. secretly imagining what kind of scene it would be like. Chapter 870. Late at night, the Snow Mountain Range was abnormally cold. However, the ancient demon race was not affected in the slightest, many of them lying on the snowy ground topless, enjoying the chill of the snow. The snowflakes falling from the sky also surprised them, many of them holding onto the falling snowflakes as they cried out in amazement. Everything in the outside world was incomparably fresh to them. Yang Kai sat cross-legged in a corner, refining and absorbing the spiritual energy left behind by those who had died in this battle, assimilating their insights into the martial Tao and heavenly way into his own. Master! Li Rong walked over and called out softly. Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked up. What's wrong? I found something very strange. What is it? Li Rong hurriedly handed over the object in her hand. Yang Kai took it, and the moment it touched his hand, he felt something unusual, staring blankly at the fist-sized crimson stone in his hand. Yang Kai's current eyesight was quite good, and because he had studied alchemy, he had some understanding of this world's rare treasures and spirit grasses and spirit medicines. However, he still couldn't recognize what this stone was. It was crimson in color and was wet to the touch, as if it had just been fished out of water, but there was no liquid on his hand. What made Yang Kai feel the strangest was that there was actually a surge of blood force surging within this stone. If he listened carefully, he could even hear the sound of flowing water coming from inside it. A strong smell of blood permeated the tip of his nose. Where did you get this? Yang Kai asked suspiciously. It was in the universe bag that person gave me just now. She was referring to Zhang Ao. Yang Kai was shocked and hurriedly asked, You don't recognize what this is? Li Rong slowly shook her head and hesitated for a moment before saying, Perhaps Great Commander Huaramo can recognize it. He is the oldest in my clan. Saying so, she released her divine sense. Hearing her call, several great commanders of the ancient demon clan gathered around. The crimson stone was turned around in their hands, and they all shook their heads, indicating that they had never seen such a strange stone before. Like Yang Kai, they were also quite concerned about the thick smell of blood, as if the strange stone contained a lot of blood. Holy Master, can I have a look? Wizard Tribulation suddenly asked. Yang Kai tossed the strange stone over. Wuxia took it and carefully examined it, immediately sending out a wisp of true qi from his fingertips that seemed to produce a strange suction force. Under the influence of this suction force, a stream of crimson blood was drawn out from the strange stone. Seeing this scene, the great commanders of the ancient demon clan couldn't help widening their eyes. Wizard Tribulation nodded lightly and handed the strange stone back, saying, If this wizard is not mistaken, this should be a blood essence stone. Blood essence stone? Yang Kai frowned. Li Rong and the others also looked like they had never heard of it before. So, what Zhang Ao said before he died may be true. Wizard Tribulation said thoughtfully. I thought he deliberately attracted Holy Master's attention and tried to do something secretly. You mean what he said about the star field? Yes. Wizard Tribulation nodded seriously. Because this blood essence stone is not a product of Tong Xian realm, but something from the star field. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. The star field was a legend on this continent, and no one had ever really been there. Yang Kai and Zhai Yao had gone to the star field through the 1,000-year demon flower and spent a year there, but the star field was so vast that he hadn't been able to explore it much. After breaking through to the transcendent realm, Yang Kai had immediately rushed back. Does Holy Master know that there are some unique products from the star field that often appear in this continent? Naturally, Yang Kai nodded. I've seen them before. Back in Bright Thunder Spirit religion, Duwan had taken out a strange stone from the star field to resist the soul-blowing power of the Wind Eye. Unfortunately, after that incident, that strange stone had shattered. Most of these unique products are strange stones. Perhaps when they were drifting through the star field, they inadvertently fell into our hands. Some have no use and are just ordinary stones, but some are extremely valuable. This blood essence stone is one such example. How do you know about these things? Yang Kai asked curiously. Wizard Tribulation shrugged his shoulders. I used to know someone who owned this stone, but the one he owned was smaller than this one. What is it used for? Holy Master. Holy Master might as well pour some yuan qi into it. You'll know its specific purpose when you try it. Wizard Tribulation smiled mysteriously. Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions, simply holding the blood essence stone and pouring his yuan qi madly into it. In an instant, a blood-red light burst forth and a heart-palpitating red light enveloped the surrounding heavens and earth. A strange power suddenly emerged from the blood essence stone, and under the influence of this strange power, the surrounding blood that had been swallowed up by the snow seemed to come to life and began to dance about like snakes. Visible to the naked eye, a series of subtle gullies appeared in the snow. Show. Tens of thousands of tiny streams of blood shot out from a radius of more than a dozen kilometers and drilled into the blood essence stone. The great commanders of the ancient demon clan all stared at this bloody and soul-stirring scene in amazement. The tiny streams of blood that shot out were clearly the blood of those who had died in battle, but at this moment, they were all being swallowed up by the blood essence stone. It was like a bottomless pit, and no matter how much blood it contained, it would never be full. With the influx of blood, the crimson light on the blood essence stone became more and more intense, and an even stronger smell of blood filled the air. After a while, the bloody light gradually weakened and no more blood rushed in. The snow mountain that had been stained red with blood once again became white and flawless, as if it had never been contaminated. Yang Kai watched in amazement. The blood essence stone in his hand seemed to have come to life at this moment, exuding a vigorous vitality. With a thought, Yang Kai pulled out a strand of energy from the blood essence stone. This strand of energy appeared to be pink and was sucked into Yang Kai's nose like smoke. Yang Kai felt that his vitality had suddenly improved greatly. His physique and all the cells in his body were filled with explosive power. This thing. Yang Kai's eyes filled with joy as he turned to Li Rong and asked, "Is there anyone who is seriously injured? Bring one over." Li Rong gently nodded and quickly left. A moment later, she returned, bringing back a clansman with a severed arm. Even though his arm had been cut off during the battle, this ancient demon race clansman still wore a leisurely expression, not even uttering a single sound. Blood was still gushing out from his severed arm, making him look extremely miserable. "Greetings, Master." The ancient demon race clansman quickly knelt down. The relationship between Yang Kai's identity and the ancient demon clan was something that Li Rong and the others had carefully explained to their clansmen, and all of them were able to accept. "Stand up. Where is your severed arm?" Yang Kai asked. "I threw it away." The clansman replied simply, as if he had thrown away something worthless, at the same time looking at Yang Kai suspiciously, not knowing why he was asking this. "Where did you throw it?" Yang Kai's face went black. "Go find it." The clansman was straightforward and didn't ask any questions, simply walking off in a certain direction, seemingly wanting to find his severed arm. Han Fei's brow furrowed slightly as she asked suspiciously, "Master, you aren't thinking of reconnecting his severed arm, are you?" "I'll give it a try." Yang Kai chuckled. "This thing contains a very powerful vitality. Perhaps it can reconnect a severed arm." Saying so, he turned to Wizard Tribulation and asked, "Does the blood essence stone have such a function?" Wizard Tribulation laughed dryly. "I only know that it has a very powerful healing effect, and it also has a great supporting effect on those who cultivate blood attribute secret arts and martial skills. As for whether it can reconnect a severed arm, this wizard doesn't know. Not only does it have a supporting effect on those who cultivate blood attribute secret arts and martial skills, anyone can use it." Yang Kai gently nodded as he examined the blood essence stone in his hand. "A product of the star field is truly amazing. Just that wisp of blood chi was able to make me feel like my strength had increased a little. If I use it in battle, perhaps I can catch my opponent off guard and turn defeat into victory." Hearing him say this, everyone showed an interested look towards the blood essence stone. After waiting for a while, the ancient demon race clansman finally found his severed arm. However, too much time had passed, so the severed arm had become cold and stiff, like a ghost's hand. The cut was smooth and should have been made by a sharp weapon, making it easier to connect. Yang Kai instructed the clansman to connect the severed arm himself before drawing out the rich blood chi from the blood essence stone to cover the severed arm. The pink blood chi wriggled like an earthworm and continuously poured into the wound. The group of people watched intently, and although they couldn't quite believe what they were seeing, they were also looking forward to it. The ancient demon race clansman didn't seem to care at first. Regenerating a severed arm was something even a peak third-order saint couldn't accomplish. He was only an immortal ascension boundary 9th stage cultivator, so although his physique was strong enough, a severed arm was still a severed arm. How could it be reconnected? As such, he didn't have much hope, but because of Yang Kai's identity and orders, he couldn't refuse. However, with the influx of the blood chi, the nonchalant expression on the clansman's face gradually disappeared, replaced by surprise and then ecstasy. His eyes widened with anticipation, and his body trembled slightly, as if he could not suppress the excitement in his heart. The already cold and stiff severed arm, under the influence of the blood chi, became warm and numb, as if ants were gnawing on it. The clansman could even feel his fingers. Trying to move them, the clansman's middle finger really did move slightly. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes lit up as they became more and more expectant. Time passed slowly as Yang Kai continued to draw out the blood chi from the blood essence stone and pour it into the ancient demon race clansman's severed arm. Gradually, the wound on the severed arm began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. After half an hour, only a small scar remained, making it impossible to tell that the arm had been severed. Chapter 871. Another half an hour later, Yang Kai put away the blood essence stone and said to the ancient demon race member, "Try moving around." The man quickly clenched his fists and a series of crackling sounds came out. His eyebrows flashed with surprise as he said, "It's really reattached." Li Rong and the others were shocked. They couldn't believe it. Reattaching a severed arm, something that should have been impossible, had happened right under their noses. This made them realize how extraordinary the blood essence stone was. The flesh has been reattached, but the bones haven't completely healed yet. Don't use too much force and remember to rest more, Yang Kai reminded. The ancient demon race member nodded repeatedly, his face filled with gratitude. "Many thanks, Master. Many thanks." Although he didn't seem to care about losing his arm, now that his body was whole again, he was naturally very happy. "Go." Yang Kai smiled faintly. The man respectfully bowed and ran back excitedly. Yang Kai played with the blood essence stone in his hand and keenly noticed that a lot of blood essence had been consumed. This was an interesting thing. It seemed to be able to transform ordinary blood into a mysterious power that had the effect of recovery and enhancement. A product of the star field was indeed extraordinary. After looking at it for a while, Yang Kai casually tossed the blood essence stone to Li Rong and said, "See if there are any other members of our race that need to be treated. There's still a lot of blood essence stored inside, so don't be stingy and use it as much as you want." "Yes," Li Rong quickly replied and went to work with the other commanders. There were only about 1,000 members of the ancient demon race, so Li Rong and the others attached great importance to every member of their race. After they left, the wizard Tribulation slowly came over and stared at the ancient demon race member inside. "They are a very powerful race." Yang Kai glanced at him and nodded. "Holy Master, are you really going to take them with you?" "Yes." The wizard Tribulation couldn't help but frown. "So, Master, Holy Master, you don't want to give up this power?" "Why give up? Staying with them will bring a lot of trouble, unless the Holy Master brings them to the demon land or a neutral territory." Yang Kai shook his head and said bluntly, "I want to take them back to Nine Heavens' Holy Land." Wizard Tribulation was taken aback, as if he could already see the scene of the people from Nine Heavens' Holy Land fighting these people from the demon race. Moreover, if they really went to Nine Heavens' Holy Land, they would be neighbors with Netherworld sect. "To be honest, Wizard, I don't really want to have anything to do with the Holy Master now." Tribulation looked solemn and smiled bitterly. Yang Kai glanced at him and said leisurely, I won't force anyone. Since you were willing to reconcile with me before, you still have the right to choose. Of course, I won't settle accounts with you later, you can go wherever you want, and this time your Netherworld sect won't have any losses. Wizard Tribulation nodded, suddenly chuckling meaningfully and whispering, Wizard, this one really should stay away from you. Holy Master doesn't seem to be a peaceful person. But Wizard's instincts tell me that Holy Master is a person who can achieve great things. I'd like to see how far you can grow in the future, or if you'll be destroyed along the way. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. If I'm destroyed, you won't be able to escape death either. But if I can grow, Sect Wizard will also gain many benefits. Wizard, this one only wishes for the sect to last. I promise. The two looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Holy Master should rest. We'll have to depart after dawn. 9 Heavens Holy Land is quite a distance from here. There may be many troubles along the way. Wuxia nodded before bowing respectfully and retreating. 10,000 meters up in the sky, a black cloud was rapidly gathering. Inside this black cloud, there were many figures, no less than 1,000. These were all people from the ancient demon race. Leaving the Snow Mountain Range and rushing towards 9 Heavens Holy Land, they had to pass through the territories of many human forces. With such a large group of people from the demon race moving together, it would definitely attract the attention of others. Yang Kai didn't want to have any conflicts with others, and neither did Li Rong and the others, so they could only fly high up in the sky and avoid the eyes of outsiders as much as possible. In front of the black cloud, Wizard Tribulation led the Netherworld sect disciples to explore a desolate place. Soaring Heaven sect, atop serene resplendent peak, Songyan and the others stood at the top of the peak, looking up at the rolling black cloud that swaggered past Soaring Heaven sect, all of them laughing involuntarily. This little brat. Songyan slowly shook his head. I hope he'll have a safe journey, Feiyu muttered with some worry. That group of people from the demon race have countless masters. How could anything happen to them? Ramaru laughed. I think we should be more worried about those who seek them out. Little Marshal Nephew's temper isn't very good. If he gets into a conflict with someone, he'll definitely kill them. Once he killed someone, Yang Kai's position would become even more difficult. Worrying is useless since little Marshal Nephew has made such a choice. Naturally, he has his own plans. Interesting, as the Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land, he can actually command so many people from the demon race. What is little Marshal Nephew doing? None of them could guess what Yang Kai was thinking, all of them shaking their heads as they watched the black cloud quickly depart. Inside the black cloud, after learning the destination of this trip, Li Rong muttered in amazement. So we're going to 9 Heavens Holy Land. Master is actually the Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land. That's amazing. What's wrong? You've heard of 9 Heavens Holy Land in that mysterious small world? Yang Kai glanced at her. I read about it in the ancient records. Li Rong smiled. It's said to be a very powerful sect. When Great Demon God was still alive, 9 Heavens Holy Land was one of the top forces among the human race. At that time, their Holy Master seemed to have fought Great Demon God once, but in the end he was defeated. However, Great Demon God also suffered some injuries as a result, one of the few times Great Demon God's master was injured. Yang Kai's expression changed as he nodded secretly. Li Rong had read about this from the ancient records, but Yang Kai had witnessed some fragments of it when he was refining the drop of Demon God Golden Blood in the Holy Tomb, so he knew just how earth-shattering that battle was. The nearly 1,000-year-old demon race participants were all in high spirits. Although they didn't know the destination of this trip, for them, being able to leave that mysterious small world and enter the vast world outside was the best gift they could hope for. As such, each of them seemed to be very active, constantly glancing around. The rest of the way was silent and the next 10 days passed uneventfully. With Wizard Tribulation leading the way, Yang Kai was saved a lot of trouble. 10 days later, as they were hurrying along, Li Rong suddenly frowned and stared towards a certain place below. At the same time, Yang Kai also noticed. Probably because their group had passed by, The masters below had been alerted and several transcendent realm masters were tailing them, intending to investigate carefully. Master, should we send someone to send them away? Li Rong asked. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly. Don't kill them. Just make sure they don't follow us. Got it, Inya. Li Rong shouted. Inya, who was in the middle of the group, immediately flew down. A moment later, a brief battle fluctuation came from below. After a while, Inya caught up and reported, they won't be able to move for 3 to 5 days, so we didn't injure them. Li Rong nodded approvingly. Good. Well done. My race has only just reappeared in this world, so it's best not to provoke them if possible. The group continued to move forward. But as time passed and the distance they traveled increased, the auras of the ancient demon race still alarmed more and more human masters. Every time Inya or Xueji would go down to deal with them, trapping those who chased after them in place so they couldn't pursue. Although they showed mercy and didn't hurt anyone, news that a large number of demon race masters had passed through human territory still spread like wildfire. As a result, Yang Kai's group now had people waiting for them on the road ahead of them. Most of these people were transcendent realm masters, most of whom were quite tactful. When they noticed that there were masters guarding the ancient demon clan, none of them dared to intrude, instead choosing to follow them from a distance in an attempt to obtain some information. Occasionally, there would be a few arrogant fellows who would try to intercept them from the front and speak rudely, but they would all be taught a lesson by the masters of the ancient demon clan. These people were like maggots in one's tarsal bone. One batch after another would come. Yang Kai was annoyed, but there was nothing he could do about it. The enmity between the human and demon clans was not something that could be resolved overnight, so it was inevitable that the ancient demon clan would be targeted. Yang Kai couldn't start a massacre over such a trivial matter, otherwise, he would become the enemy of the entire world. 2 months later, the group finally arrived near Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Behind them, there were over 100 pursuers, all of whom were transcendent realm masters with more than a dozen saint realm masters among them. Such a force was something Yang Kai couldn't help but pay attention to. It was time to have a good talk with them. Yang Kai didn't rush the ancient demon clan into Nine Heavens' Holy Land and instead had them stay in the mountain range for the time being. Taking only Li Rong with him, Yang Kai walked towards the place where the pursuers were gathering. A dozen kilometers away, after noticing that the ancient demon clan had stopped, the group of people also stopped and sent out their divine senses to spy on the situation. The faces of each of the human race masters were extremely dignified. Old Chu, there seems to be some people coming over. One of them suddenly exclaimed. Everyone else nodded, indicating that they had sensed the auras of Yang Kai and Li Rong. A third-order transcendent and a second-order saint. Neither of them are hiding anything. It seems they want to talk to us? Someone guessed. If that wasn't the case, how could there only be 2 people here? Demon race bastards. What's there to talk about? When they come over, we'll just kill them all. An old man with a ruddy face shouted, a look of hatred towards the demon race. We'll take this opportunity to ambush them. Chapter 872. These 100 human race masters were from 20 to 30 different forces, and although most of them had never met before, as long as they reported their names, they would at least have heard of them. In particular, there were several second-order saints who were famous throughout the world. Old Chu was one of them. Ignoring the clamoring of his companions who were hostile to the demons, the man called Old Chu pondered for a moment before nodding slightly. If they are willing, we can negotiate. This old master would also like to know what they want to do and where they are heading. This direction is not towards the demon land, but towards the monster race's territory. As he spoke, a look of doubt appeared on his face. We can negotiate, they haven't killed anyone along the way. It seems they don't want to create too much hatred. Another scholarly-looking man nodded lightly. This man appeared to be middle-aged, but in fact, he was older than 90% of the people present and was one of the few second-order saints present. With these two speaking together, the others didn't dare to say anything and simply followed their lead. The 100 or so human race masters all waited solemnly. After an incense stick worth of time, two figures leisurely appeared and strode over. After seeing the appearance of these people, everyone couldn't help feeling surprised. Because the one leading them was actually a young man with a heroic physique, wearing a set of black robes that could be seen anywhere, and his gait was steady. Behind this young man was a dignified, mature, and beautiful woman. This beautiful woman's cultivation was clearly at the second-order Saint realm, and even before she had arrived, the 100 or so human race masters felt an inexplicable pressure, making them all pay attention to her. However, Old Chu and the others were surprised to find that even though this beautiful woman made them feel vigilant, the seemingly ordinary young man gave off a temperament that was impossible to ignore. Even the brilliance of this beautiful woman was faintly suppressed by this young man. The beautiful woman followed behind him like a guard, always maintaining a distance of half a meter between them, never once crossing the line. This was clearly the action of a retainer following their master out. Old Chu and the other top masters all glanced at each other and saw the doubts in each other's hearts. There was no way for them to infer what the relationship between these two was. Not long after, the young man and the beautiful woman arrived in front of the crowd and stood still. Observing this young man up close, Old Chu and the others were surprised to find that even though he was facing more than 100 human race masters, this young man's expression remained calm, without the slightest hint of fear. Instead, his eyes swept over the crowd as if he was examining the cultivations of these people. The beautiful woman also stood behind him, motionless. Her body emitted surging waves of energy. Elder Chu and the others secretly took a deep breath as their expressions turned solemn. As soon as Yang Kai stood still, he felt countless divine senses sweep towards him, and scrupulously probing his cultivation. Li Rong frowned and her pretty face became cold. But just as she was about to shout, Yang Kai waved his hand to stop her. Grinning, Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "You've all traveled thousands of kilometers to follow me. It's really been hard on you. This junior has something to say to all of you. I wonder if it would be convenient for you to do so?" Old Chu and the others frowned and turned their eyes to Yang Kai. Only now did they confirm that the beautiful woman really followed this young man's lead. Otherwise, at such an important occasion, he wouldn't have had the chance to speak. Of course, the man called Old Chu calmed his thoughts and smiled lightly. This old master and the others also had the same intention. Saying so, he stepped forward with the scholarly middle-aged man and the red-faced old man who had clamored to ambush Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded secretly, knowing that these three people in front of him were the most powerful among them, all of them second-order saints. The three of them came from different forces. Together, they could represent everyone. Old Chu introduced himself. "This old master is Chu Yi of Shrouded Heaven Mansion." Saying so, he pointed to the middle-aged scholar and introduced him. "This is Fong Yu Bai of Smoke Lock Tower." Then, he pointed to the ruddy old man with a hostile expression. "This is Wu Zhang of the Free and Unfettered Sect." Yang Kai nodded to each of them, greeting them warmly. "How should I address little brother?" Chu Yi stared at Yang Kai with burning eyes and asked, "Some of you know my identity. Senior Chu might as well ask. I think it'll be easy to get an answer." Yang Kai smiled but didn't answer directly, instead turning his eyes to a certain spot in the crowd. There were a few familiar faces there, all of whom Yang Kai had met when Zhang Ao and Chao Guan attacked Nine Heavens Holy Land last time. However, Yang Kai didn't know their names. Since Yang Kai appeared, these people showed a look of dread, seemingly recalling the scene 2 or 3 years ago when Yang Kai slaughtered his way through the 9 peaks. Trying to act mysterious, "Who do you think you are?" Old Chu asked you a question. Just answer. The red-faced old man, Wu Zhang, coldly snorted, seemingly disliking Yang Kai. His eyes filled with disgust and contempt. Yang Kai was quite puzzled, wondering when he had offended this old man. "It's fine," Chewy chuckled, turning around and asking, "Do any of you know the identity of this little brother?" Several people immediately walked out of the crowd, came over to Chewy, and whispered a few words to him. A moment later, Chewy showed a look of surprise as he swept his eyes over Yang Kai, exclaiming, "So little brother is the new holy master of 9 Heavens Holy Land? Forgive my disrespect." Fang Yubai and Wu Zhang glanced at each other, obviously also taken aback. Senior is too polite. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Chu Yi's expression suddenly became serious as he narrowed his eyes, quickly asking, "Since you are the new holy master of 9 Heavens' holy land, you should be a member of the human race, right?" "Naturally. But why is Yang Shengzhu traveling with so many people from the demon race? On top of that, this old master can see that your relationship with this lady is not simple." "How is it not simple?" Yang Kai chuckled. "It's more like a subordinate relationship, and you are the master while she is the servant." Chu Yi frowned, boldly speculating. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai simply nodded. Senior Chu's vision is sharp. This junior admires it. These people from the demon race are indeed my people and now obey my orders. Chu Yi froze for a moment, a look of disbelief filling his face. Fang Yubai and Wu Zhang also stared with wide eyes, directing inquisitive looks towards Li Rong, seemingly wanting to see some clues from her. But what shocked them even more was that not only did Li Rong not refute this, she even wore a look of honor on her face. This made everyone who saw this scene somewhat unable to accept. Although a second-order saint had not yet reached the peak of this world, it was still one of the few masters in this world who had achieved such a feat. If this beautiful woman wanted to, she could even establish her own sect. She was fully qualified to do so, but such a master was actually the servant of the new holy master of 9 Heavens' holy land. What kind of heaven-defying methods did this Yang Kai possess that allowed him to subdue a second-order Saint Realm master and make her willingly serve him? For a time, many people's gazes towards Yang Kai and Li Rong became ambiguous, faintly feeling that the reason Yang Kai was able to subdue Li Rong was because he had some kind of amazing ability. Many of them were filled with admiration and envy. Perceiving everyone's strange gazes, Li Rong's expression became cold as she released her powerful divine sense, instantly causing everyone to go silent out of fear. Ahem ahem. Chu Yi dryly coughed twice, his old face somewhat uncomfortable. Just now, he had also misunderstood. However, he quickly denied this ridiculous speculation in his heart. It was impossible for such an outstanding woman to be subdued in such a manner. What's more, there were nearly 1,000 people from the demon race on the other side, as well as several Saint Realm masters. It was impossible for all of them to have such a relationship with Yang Kai. Fang Yubai suddenly laughed. Although Yang Shengzhu's words are hard to believe, since this lady isn't refuting them, we'll take them seriously. However, Yang Shengzhu and his servant coming here alone and acting so leisurely, don't you think they don't put us in their eyes? These words were spoken in such a cunning manner that it immediately aroused the hatred of many people present, all of them glaring at Yang Kai, as if they wanted to immediately launch an attack to prove that their means were not to be underestimated. Yang Kai smiled lightly, his expression still indifferent as he stared at Fang Yubai and said, "It's not that I don't put you in my eyes, on the contrary. This is the only way to show this junior sincerity in wanting to talk with you. If I had really brought a large number of people here, I would indeed have given you enough attention, but I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to talk much before fighting." Fang Yubai gawked for a moment before bursting into laughter. Yang Shangdu really is extraordinary. No wonder he was able to take over as 9 Heavens' Holy Land's holy master. Can we talk now? Yang Kai smiled and nodded, looking at the 3 people in front of him. Fang Yubai nodded firmly. Chu Yi and Wu Zhang also had no objections. Only then did Yang Kai continue. "All of you have been following us tirelessly because you sensed the aura of a large number of demon race activities. Because you were not at ease and did not know our intentions, you decided to follow us to take a look, right?" "Indeed." The 3 nodded. So many demons appearing in my human territory, and all of them possessing extraordinary strength, it's difficult not to make the connection. The friends gathered here are all here because of this. Then you can rest assured, because our destination is about to be reached, and we won't do anything to harm the human race. We're about to arrive at our destination. Chu Yi frowned as he gazed forward, his expression changing slightly. Yang Shengzhu wants to take those demons to 9 Heavens' holy land? Since they are my people, naturally I will arrange for them to stay in 9 Heavens' holy land, Is there a problem? Of course there is a problem. Wu Zhang snorted. Although you are now the new holy master of Nine Heavens Holy Land, Nine Heavens Holy Land is also my human race's territory. Now you want to settle so many people from the demon race, is that proper? That's my business. There's no need for Senior Wu to worry about it. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. Senior Wu wouldn't meddle in the affairs of other sects, right? You're committing a grave offense. Sooner or later you'll bring about your own destruction. Wu Zhang sneered. Chapter 873. If such a day really comes, this junior will only have himself to blame. Yang Kai stared at Wu Zhang faintly, somewhat impatiently. This guy seemed to be specifically targeting him, which naturally made Yang Kai a little unhappy. On top of that, the other party was being too nosy. Chu Yi hesitated for a moment before saying, Yang Shangzhu, your Nine Heavens Holy Land is a golden signboard of my human race, standing for thousands of years and still thriving. This old master has heard that when we fought against the demon race, Nine Heavens Holy Land also made great contributions. This old master has also heard of great Elder Suhui's fame, but now that the Holy Land is under your control, this old master would like to ask, as the sect master of your Holy Land, why are you willing to associate yourself with the demon race? Since ancient times, humans and demons have never coexisted. Yang Shengzhu understands this, yes? Of course I understand. Yang Kai nodded gently. However, my subordinates from the demon race have been sealed in a mysterious small world for thousands of years. It wasn't until I accidentally entered that mysterious small world a few days ago that I discovered them and brought them out. After not having contact with the outside world for so long, their hatred for the human race and demon race has long since been forgotten. Seniors can rest assured, this junior can guarantee that they will not do anything to harm the human race. A mysterious small world? Sealed for thousands of years. Is that true? A burst of exclamations came from the crowd, many of them staring at Yang Kai enviously, wondering why they hadn't discovered that mysterious small world. If they had discovered it, perhaps they too would have been able to subdue so many powerful subordinates. Yang Kai turned his eyes to Li Rong and the latter quickly said, Yes, our race has indeed been sealed for thousands of years and only saw the light of day 2 months ago. On top of that, we also swore an oath in the name of Great Demon God that we would only be loyal to Master for the rest of our lives. The hatred between your human race and the demon race is of no concern to us. All we ask for now is a place to live. Chu Yi's expression changed slightly as he stared deeply at Li Rong. He was fully aware of the great demonic god's position in the hearts of the demon race. No one from the demon race dared to swear in the name of the great demonic god. Li Rong's serious tone made Chu Yi believe her a little. There is also a place for you to live in the demon land. There is no need for you to stay in Nine Heavens Holy Land, right? Fang Yuebai frowned. Since you are members of the demon race, you should return to the demon land. That is your homeland. We can't go back. Yang Kai chuckled. Why? Because a few days ago they had a fight with Demon General Shui Li, injuring her and forcing her to flee. If they really returned to the demon land, wouldn't they be throwing themselves into a trap? Demon General Shirley? She's injured. When did this happen? Who injured her? Another burst of exclamations rang out as many people were shocked, some unable to believe what they were hearing. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. They have a grudge with Shirley, so it is impossible for them to return to the demon land. In other words, they were able to attack a demon general, so although the blood of the demon race flows in their veins, they are also enemies of the demon race. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Isn't that right? Fang Yuebai and Chu Yi exchanged a glance before gently nodding. The latter nodded. If what you say is true, then it is reasonable. Although this old master wants to believe Yang Shengzhu's words, the details will need to be investigated first. If Senior Chu wants to inquire, I suggest you take a trip to Soaring Heaven Sect. That night, when you fought with Shirley, Soaring Heaven Sect's ancestral founder Chu Lingxiao was also present. Shirley's injury was also thanks to him. So it was Soaring Heaven Sect's ancestral founder. Chu Yi's eyes lit up as he suddenly understood, nodding firmly. Soaring Heaven Sect, this old master will go. Yang Kai chuckled. In short, although I have gathered a lot of people from the demon race, I will not do anything to harm the human race. But if anyone tries to cause trouble, don't blame this holy master for being impolite. Wu Zhang coldly snorted, his expression displeased, secretly feeling that Yang Kai's tone was too arrogant, not putting anyone in his eyes at all. So, are you satisfied? If you are, please disperse. I'm sorry to trouble you all to chase after me for so long. And perhaps you can come to my 9 heavens holy land for a few days. We've already arrived at our doorstep. Hearing this, Chu Yi shook his head with a wry smile. No need. I heard that your 9 heavens holy land is now occupied by a monster race great senior. Yang Shengzhu should think carefully about how to solve this current problem. However, Yang Shengzhu, this old master has one more thing to say. Please speak, Senior Chu. Restrain your subordinates from the demon race. They may not be as obedient as you think they are. If one day they do something evil, it will affect the reputation of your 9 heavens holy land. Many thanks for the reminder. I will keep an eye on them. Chu Yi gently nodded, glancing over at Yang Kai with a complicated expression before turning to Li Rong and then turning to leave. Fang Yubai pondered for a while before nodding to Yang Kai and following. As soon as the two of them left, more than half of the 100 human race masters scattered. Only the ruddy-faced Wu Zhang stared coldly at Yang Kai and Li Rong, his expression filled with resentment, not moving. Most of the human clan experts who stayed behind to watch wore fearful expressions. Yang Kai knew that people like Chu Yi and Fang Yubai were relatively easy to talk to, so after everyone had talked for a while, they also left. However, Wu Zhang and the others who remained behind seemed to be very hostile to the other races and were not comfortable with allowing the demon race masters to remain in human territory. This was despite the fact that 9 heavens holy land had nothing to do with them. To put it nicely, they had the world in their hearts and cared about the common people. To put it bluntly, they had nothing better to do. Little brat, I hope you can really restrain them, otherwise the consequences will be very serious. Wu Zhang spat out some harsh words before leaving angrily. As the large group of people gradually walked away, Yang Kai waved his hand and smiled lightly. Let's go back. Li Rong followed closely behind. Not far away, the human race masters seemed to be somewhat unwilling, one of them turning to Wu Zhang and asking, Senior Wu, are we really just going to let those people from the demon race remain in 9 heavens holy land? They are a group of scourges. Sooner or later something will happen. What can we do? The holy master of 9 heavens holy land has already accepted them. What can we outsiders say? At most, we can only cut off all contact with 9 heavens holy land in the future and isolate them. Wu Zhang snorted. Although most of the people here had never had any contact with 9 heavens holy land, he still grit his teeth and said, Chu Yi and Fang Yubai don't want to intervene. Can't you see that? It's understandable that Senior Chu and Senior Fang want to protect themselves. However, Senior Wu is obviously different from them. If you really want to deal with those people from the demon race, this one has a good plan that may have some effect. Someone smiled slyly. Oh! Wu Zhang raised his brow. Let's hear it. The reason Senior Chu and Senior Fang don't want to intervene is because they haven't caused any trouble yet. However, with the temperament of the people from the demon race, sooner or later they will cause trouble. Instead of waiting, we might as well help them. As long as they dare to kill and injure people, I believe the masters of the human race won't just sit back and watch, right? At that time, not only will Senior Chu and Senior Fang have to step in to deal with them, but they will also attract more powerful masters. Wu Zhang's eyes lit up, secretly feeling that what this man said made sense, urging him, elaborate. The man said happily, there are many people in this world who hate the demon race. As long as we spread the news that there are people from the demon race here, how could we be afraid that no one will come to cause trouble for them? Once or twice they may be able to endure, that little brat surnamed Yang will also be able to restrain himself, but if it happens too many times, they will definitely become violent. Once they do, heh heh. Someone else interjected. Right, Nine Heavens Holy Land still has many rare monster beasts. Their fur, blood, monster core, teeth, and claws are all good artifact refining materials. I think there will be people interested in them. Wu Zheng raised his brow and squinted towards the two people who had just spoken, grinning wickedly. Treacherous! Senior Wu's praise is too high. The two men smiled awkwardly. In that case, hurry up and spread the news. There is no need to exaggerate. Just report it as it is. However, you just have to hide the cultivation bases and number of experts there. Don't scare them away from coming over. Wu Zheng sneered. Senior Wu is wise. Oh. Returning to the place where the ancient demon clan was temporarily staying, Han Fei, Huarimo, and the others immediately gathered around to inquire about the situation. A bunch of bored people. There's no need to pay attention to them, Li Rong said indifferently before turning to Yang Kai and asking, But Master, that monster race great senior seems to still be there. How do you plan to deal with him? Every great senior of the monster race is not to be trifled with. Good. You continue to wait here. I have to go over there and talk with great senior. Yang Kai frowned. It was easier to invite a god than to send him away. Last time, he had been forced to provoke that monster race great senior, so this time, he didn't know if he would be able to smoothly drive him away. If things didn't go well, there was a chance he would become hostile. Although Yang Kai wasn't afraid of the monster race with the strength he currently possessed, if a conflict really arose, it would be difficult to resolve. After all, they would still be neighbors in the future and the Beast Sea jungle was nearby. After resting for a while, Yang Kai continued leading Li Rong towards Nine Heavens Holy Land. Half a day later, inside a palace in Nine Heavens Holy Land, the monster race great senior, who had been meditating with the heavenly way, suddenly opened his eyes and stared towards a certain direction. His eyes, which were as deep as the stars in the sky, seemed to be able to penetrate all the obstacles in front of him and immediately saw Yang Kai and Li Rong. Yang Kai, who had been walking, suddenly stopped and grinned as he stared towards a certain spot in the void. Li Rong's pretty face also became dignified as she stared towards a certain spot in the void, her demonic chi surging slightly. After a while, the great senior sitting in the main hall took back his divine sense and slowly shook his head. Great senior, what happened? Kai Dai asked curiously from the side of the hall. That smelly brat is back, great senior laughed. It seems he wants to take back Nine Heavens Holy Land. Kai Dai's brow furrowed slightly. You mean, Yang Kai? Who else could it be besides him? Great senior nodded gently. Chapter 874. You're back so soon? It's only been 3 years. Kai Dai frowned. Kai Dai frowned. The world energy here is much richer than in the Beast Sea jungle. There are spirit pills and crystal stones. We've grown a lot in these past few years. Great senior, I don't want to give up on this place. Great senior glanced over at her with a smile. Then what do you want? This king made an agreement with him before that he would only take care of Nine Heavens Holy Land, not occupy it. Now that he has returned, naturally this place should be returned to its rightful owner. My monster race also owes him a debt of gratitude. Without him, the problem of the beast transformation pond would not have been solved. Is there no other way? You can act shamelessly. Great senior chuckled, seemingly joking, waving his hand. Go greet them. Kai Dai bowed her head in response and disappeared in a flash. On the outskirts of one of the 9 peaks, Yang Kai and Li Rong had just arrived when a burly figure descended from the sky, causing the ground to tremble as he shouted, Who dares come to my monster race's territory? If you know what's good for you, scram quickly, otherwise don't blame grandfather for being impolite. Saying so, this monster race master shook his head and glared towards Yang Kai and Li Rong. But in the next moment, this monster race master's expression changed to one of surprise. Monster race's territory? Yang Kai also smiled. Brother Kwang, that's not right. This is my Nine Heavens Holy Land. When did it become your monster race's territory? Yang Kai? Kwang sure shouted as he rushed over. Li Rong's expression tightened. But after seeing that Yang Kai didn't give her any instructions, she simply stared vigilantly at this wild man in front of her, not in a hurry to act. Rushing over, Kuang Shi laughed. Ha ha ha, I was wondering which idiot it was. So it was you. Why didn't you say hello in advance? Didn't I come to say hello? After not seeing you for a few years, Brother Kuang seems to have grown a lot. Thank you, thank you. Wild Lion's face was filled with joy. It's all thanks to the crystal stones you mined and the pills refined by those alchemists. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made such great progress, but compared to you it doesn't seem like much. How come you're on the same level as me? The last time Yang Kai saw Yang Kai he had been slightly weaker than himself, but now, both of them were third-order transcendents. Wild Lion originally thought that his improvement was already fast enough, but now that he compared himself to Yang Kai, he couldn't help but feel envious. I say, brother, you came back so quickly. Don't tell me you want this place back? Mad Lion asked with a bitter expression. That's right. I've let you use it for 2 to 3 years. That's long enough. You should have mined a lot of crystals by now. It's only been 2 to 3 years. Wild Lion seemed very dissatisfied. Forget it. It's not my place to worry about this anyway. You're gonna see Great Senior, right? Great Senior should be in the palace in the middle mountain peak right now, so I won't accompany you. Kai Dai, Master sent me here to guard the sect. Heh. There's no need for you to accompany me. Someone has already come to greet me. Yang Kai chuckled as he stared towards the 7-colored mist that was rapidly approaching from the distance. A moment later, Kai Dai flapped her wings and appeared in front of Yang Kai. Glancing over at Yang Kai faintly, Kai Dai then cast her gaze towards Li Rong. Both of them were second-order saints, but Kai Dai felt a sense of pressure from Li Rong. This feeling was quite inexplicable, and she couldn't help but have a desire to compete with the other party. Sister Kai Dai. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. Kai Dai retracted her gaze and turned to Yang Kai. What are you doing here? Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before smiling lightly. Naturally, I'm here to see Great Senior and have him fulfill the previous agreement. Kai Dai's brow furrowed as she quickly said, If it's about these 9 peaks, how about letting my clan use them for a few more years? That's not good, is it? Yang Kai said helplessly, shaking his head gently. My people are still waiting to live here. Just a few years. After a few years, we'll definitely withdraw from here. Yang Kai was slightly displeased and frowned. Is this Great Senior's idea or your own? Great Senior is not a man who goes back on his word. This is my idea. If you agree, I can give you some benefits. And if I don't agree, I'll make you agree. Kai Dai stared at Yang Kai stubbornly. Yang Kai sighed and said impatiently, I'm too lazy to argue with you. Li Rong, help me stop her. Yes. Li Rong responded casually, her tender body flickering as she appeared directly in front of Kai Dai. Kai Dai, however, ignored her and waved her hand, sending out a 7-colored light towards Yang Kai. This light contained an incredible power that instantly wrapped around Yang Kai, as if it was trying to bind him. But in the next moment, Kai Dai's beautiful eyes filled with astonishment, because at that moment, she actually lost track of Yang Kai. Inside the 7-colored light, a strange energy fluctuation appeared and Yang Kai disappeared like a ghost. When she sensed him again, his aura had reappeared on a mountain peak more than 10 kilometers away. Kai Dai was stunned, but before she could think about what method Yang Kai had used to escape from the shackles of her second-order saint, Li Rong's attack had already arrived and she had no choice but to resist. In front of the hall, Yang Kai leisurely appeared and walked straight forward. Stepping into the hall, Yang Kai saw the monster race Great Senior looking at him with a smile on his face. Great Senior, long time no see. Yang Kai greeted as he walked towards him. Great Senior shook his head and said, It hasn't been that long. Feels like we just met yesterday. Great Senior's words are too irresponsible. In the blink of an eye, it's been nearly 3 years. I've come to take back my territory. Yang Kai retorted. Don't worry, I won't leave. Great Senior laughed. Kai Dai acted on her own accord, so I will reprimand her. But who did you bring with you? Why do I feel like her aura is a bit strange? How is it strange? Just like you, her cultivation can be seen through at a glance. But when it comes to real combat, it's as if she can fight above her own realm. Great Senior quickly said. Haha. Great Senior thinks too much. Yang Kai shook his head, not continuing to discuss this topic. Good. Give me half a month. I'll have my people evacuate from here. Great Senior's expression became serious. I hope that after this incident, we can still be on good terms. Of course, I'm hoping to get a lot of rare medicinal herbs from you guys. Just like when the old Holy Master was alive, we can each take what we need. That would be for the best. Great Senior nodded with satisfaction. Yang Kai was also very satisfied. He had thought that this trip would be somewhat troublesome, but he hadn't expected Great Senior to be so easy to talk to. It seemed he really was a man of his word. Dealing with such a person, Yang Kai felt more assured. After talking for a while, Great Senior suddenly said, "But boy, there is one thing I don't quite understand. Can you explain it to me in detail? What is it? Why do I feel demonic chi from you? Even though it's very faint and weak, there are indeed traces of demonic aura. Furthermore, this demonic aura doesn't seem ordinary. It belongs to a demonic aura with an extremely noble bloodline, and it's slightly similar to my own aura." Yang Kai's expression changed, knowing that what Great Senior felt was the aura of the Dragon Emperor. Great Senior's original form was a scarlet flame thunder dragon, so he was indeed somewhat related to a true dragon, worthy of being a monster beast. His sense of smell was quite keen. The last time I saw you, you didn't have this kind of aura. What have you encountered these past few years? Great Senior stared at Yang Kai and asked seriously. I haven't encountered anything. I've just been walking around casually. Yang Kai laughed lightly. Knowing that Yang Kai didn't want to say much, Great Senior didn't force him. After making an appointment with Great Senior, Yang Kai left, planning to wait half a month before returning to take over Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Outside the Nine Peaks, Li Rong and Kai Dai were still fighting in the sky. Although it wasn't a battle to the death, the two masters with similar cultivation were still fighting an earth-shattering battle. The shockwaves from the battle had attracted many monster race experts to watch from below. Kuang Shi was even more so, watching with great interest. Who's stronger? Yang Kai leaned over and looked up towards the sky. The woman you brought with you is stronger. She doesn't seem to be using her full strength, yet Kai Dai Master is already being forced into a corner. Kuang Shi excitedly commented, grinning meaningfully. Beautiful women fighting. It's really interesting. Kai Dai Master's clothes are torn. It's really enjoyable to watch. Be careful. If Kai Dai hears you, she'll pull out your tongue. Yang Kai threatened. That won't happen, right? Kuang Shi was startled and hurriedly said, I spoke very quietly. She can't hear me. The walls have ears. Yang Kai smiled and glanced to the side. Following his gaze, Kuang Shi turned his head and saw Mao Nyang's ears perked up, seemingly eavesdropping on their conversation. After noticing that she had been discovered, Mao Nyang grinned and stretched out her hand to Kuang Shi. If you don't want me to tell Kai Dai Master, give me all your crystal stones. Little lady, I only have 10 crystal stones left. Kuang Shi wore a bitter expression and pleaded, Master, please be magnanimous and pretend you didn't hear me. This Kuang Shi will remember this kindness for the rest of his life. I don't care. Just give me all your crystal stones. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head, not paying any attention to them, instead calling out to the sky, Li Rong, let's go. Hearing Yang Kai's call, Li Rong immediately withdrew, her beautiful eyes glancing over at Kai Dai before flying down to Yang Kai's side and following him. Standing midair, Kai Dai gasped for breath, her chest heaving up and down as her heart filled with lingering fear. She hadn't expected that even though they were both second-order saints, the other party would be so much stronger than her. After fighting for so long, she had been completely suppressed and had never been able to seize the initiative. On the other hand, the other party seemed completely relaxed. This woman, she's amazing. Kai Dai was filled with both admiration and unwillingness. However, she didn't pursue and simply watched Yang Kai and the woman leave before hesitating for a moment before flying off towards the main hall. Looking at Yang Kai's appearance, it seemed that he had reached an agreement with Great Senior. Although Kai Dai was unwilling to give up on Nine Heavens' holy land, she didn't dare disrespect Great Senior. If Great Senior gave the order, she would comply. Chapter 875. Master, have you reached an agreement? On the way back, Li Rong asked softly. Great Senior was quite agreeable and was willing to fulfill the previous agreement. Yang Kai nodded. That's good. Li Rong also breathed a sigh of relief as she followed behind Yang Kai, pursing her red lips as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Perceiving her strangeness, Yang Kai smiled. If you have anything you want to ask, feel free to ask. There's no need to be restrained. Since leaving the mysterious small world, Yang Kai had noticed that the attitude of the ancient demon clan towards him had changed, becoming more respectful, obedient than before. Their attitude had imperceptibly raised Yang Kai's status in the ancient demon clan. This made Yang Kai somewhat uncomfortable. I was just wondering if my clan has brought a lot of trouble to Master. Li Rong smiled apologetically. The hatred between the human and demon clans is too deep. If we follow you, we will definitely cause some unnecessary trouble. Those human race masters who have followed us all the way here are the best proof of this. If we really fought with them today, regardless of whether we won or lost, Master would definitely be condemned by everyone. This is the price I must pay to control your strength. You don't need to think too much about it. Yang Kai shook his head. Moreover, I don't care what others think of me. Those who are useful to me are my friends, and those who dare to harm me are my enemies. Simple and clear, the hatred between the human and demon clans has nothing to do with me. Li Rong's beautiful eyes flashed, secretly surprised that Yang Kai's thinking was so open-minded. Even if it was their ancient demon clan, after being sealed in the mysterious small world for thousands of years, they still had a deeply ingrained sense of rejection. Those who were not of their own race were bound to have different hearts, so the way they looked at their own race and foreign races was naturally different. But Yang Kai did not have much of a concept of race. He had accepted the ancient demon clan and even had dealings with the monster race Great Senior, even calling him a brother. It was as if he had no scruples whatsoever, causing Li Rong to be amazed. Master, please rest assured, after everything is settled, I and the other great commanders will restrain our clansmen and not let them have any conflicts with the original residents of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. We won't do anything to embarrass Master, Li Rong assured him. You don't need to act so deliberately. For me, you are my people, and so are those from Nine Heavens' Holy Land. I'll handle this bowl of water fairly. Many thanks, Master, Li Rong said gratefully. Yang Kai didn't have any prejudice against them just because they were from the human race, causing Li Rong to secretly feel that the ancient demon clan had chosen a good master. Once again returning to the ancient demon clan's temporary residence, Yang Kai informed the several great commanders that he would only be able to take over Nine Heavens' Holy Land after half a month, instructing them to arrange for their clansmen to stay here for half a month before preparing to enter the Nine Peaks. The great commanders nodded and went to make arrangements. Living here for half a month was not a problem. The ancient demon clan had just reappeared not long ago, so every place was new and interesting to them. They could also take this opportunity to explore and familiarize themselves with the surrounding environment. After all, they may have to live in the Nine Peaks for a long time in the future. The ancient demon race members were sent out in groups of 3 to 5 to explore the surrounding situation. The people who stayed behind began to make simple living quarters and search for ingredients. They were very busy. Everything was flourishing. Suddenly, the sound of light footsteps came from the side. Yang Kai, who was sitting in the shade of a tree, looked towards the source of the sound and saw the wizard, Tribulation, wrapped in a black robe, walking towards him. When he arrived, the wizard Tribulation nodded lightly. Holy Master, Master, where are your Netherworld sect disciples? Yang Kai asked. He didn't seem to have seen anyone from Netherworld sect just now. I have asked Vice Sect Master to take them back first, and they will send some living supplies over in a while. Many thanks. Holy Master, Master is too polite. The Wizard Tribulation smiled. From now on, we will all be neighbors. These trivial matters are not worth mentioning. After a pause, the Wizard Tribulation asked again, Holy Master, how does Master plan to deal with shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple? What do you think? Yang Kai asked back. The Wizard Tribulation hesitated for a moment before saying seriously, although Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others died in the endless snow mountain range and the Saint Transcendents of these two forces have suffered heavy losses, they still have a number of disciples. Each of these sects has a large number of disciples between 3,000 and 4,000. Of these 3,000 to 4,000, there aren't many masters, but they are the foundation of their respective sects. Kill them all. The Wizard Tribulation was taken aback, his face going pale. Yang Kai smiled and said, That's not realistic, and driving them away isn't a good idea. It's hard to guarantee they won't wander around here and cause trouble. Holy Master, what Master says is correct. The Wizard Tribulation nodded in agreement. Moreover, they definitely don't know that Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others have all died. Once they learn of this, there will definitely be internal turmoil, and when that time comes, it will become a mess that will be impossible to clean up. Tell me what you think. Yang Kai looked at him. What I mean is to absorb them. Two sects with so many disciples, there are bound to be some with outstanding aptitude who will become masters in the future. If they are properly trained, they can become mainstays of our sects. Absorb them, that's fine. I'll leave it to you to decide. Yang Kai waved his hand. The Wizard Tribulation was stunned. Holy Master. Master won't come forward? I'm not interested in those people, and I'm currently leading a group of people from the demon race, so it's not convenient for me to come forward. Yang Kai chuckled and said meaningfully, Sect Master Wizard can take advantage of this opportunity to strengthen Netherworld sect's strength. Those who can absorb will be absorbed, those who can't, just drive them away. Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple are both good forces, so they should have a lot of reserves. The Wizard Tribulation's expression changed, but after thinking about it, he excitedly cupped his fists. Many thanks, Holy Master, Master. The three forces near Nine Heavens Holy Land had always been dependent on Nine Heavens Holy Land for survival. Among them, Shattering Mystical Palace was the strongest, with Zhang Ao being a second-order saint, followed by War Spirit Temple, and Netherworld Sect was the weakest. Now that the wizard had obtained such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, how could he not be excited? There was no master in these two sects who could compete with him. As the sect master, if he couldn't even handle this matter, then his cultivation of the saint realm would have been in vain. The Wizard Tribulation seemed to be able to see the scene of his Netherworld sect absorbing the nutrients of the other two forces and growing stronger. While excited, he also felt a little emotional. If it weren't for Zhang Ao and Chao Guan, how could he, the Wizard Tribulation, succeed? He secretly felt that following Yang Kai really gave him a bright future. It hadn't been that long, and he hadn't done much, yet such a great opportunity had already appeared in front of him. Excited, the Wizard Tribulation immediately said that he would return to the sect immediately to deal with this matter, and also invited Yang Kai to accompany him to the Netherworld sect for a few days. In any case, he would have to wait here for half a month, so he naturally wanted to take this opportunity to build a good relationship with Yang Kai. Yang Kai politely declined his invitation. Your Netherworld sect is only a few hundred kilometers away from here. Let's talk about it when I want to go there, but for now, forget it. Yang Kai looked around at the busy people of the ancient demon race and felt that leaving them now was not a good choice. The Wizard Tribulation didn't insist, simply excusing himself and leaving. A day later, the disciples of the Netherworld sect returned with a large number of living materials, enough for thousands of people to live here for half a month. Li Rong and the others were very satisfied with the goodwill shown by the Wizard Tribulation. Tents were set up in the forest, and the people of the ancient demon race lived in groups of 3 to 5, full of curiosity, busy every day. In the largest tent, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on a thick velvet blanket, his mind immersed in his knowledge sea, and began to purposefully refine the mass of spiritual energy that belonged to Zhang Ao. 2 months ago, after Zhang Ao's death, the demon eye of annihilation had drawn out his spiritual energy, and Yang Kai had arranged it in a special corner. Yang Kai mainly wanted to pry into his memories and see what he said about the secrets of the star field before his death. Not using the demon eye of annihilation to purify this mass of spiritual energy, Yang Kai just carefully guided it with his mind, examining it little by little. After a person died, the spiritual energy left behind contained the person's life experience, as well as all their emotions. If left alone, it would not take long for it to dissipate from this world. Of course, there were also masters whose souls were strong enough to persist for a long time, and when they found a suitable body, they would be able to seize it. This kind of spiritual energy was complex and dangerous. Even masters who specialized in spiritual energy did not dare to easily pry into the thoughts of others, because the slightest carelessness would affect their own nature and memories, and even their own thoughts would become chaotic. Yang Kai only dared to do this because he possessed a conflagrated knowledge sea. He had to be careful, and while prying, he did not let Zhang Ao's memories and thoughts affect him. Once he discovered such a sign, he would immediately kill it. Scenes flashed in front of Yang Kai's eyes, all of which were Zhang Ao's experiences during his lifetime. These scenes were intermittent and very incoherent, so Yang Kai simply looked at them and ignored them. His spiritual energy was being consumed very quickly, and almost every 2 hours Yang Kai needed to rest for a while. Once he fully recovered, he continued to investigate. It was not until 5 days later that Yang Kai finally caught a glimpse of the secrets of the star field from Zhang Ao's scattered and useless memories. Vaguely, Yang Kai could see a rugged stone forest with stone pillars standing on the grassy ground. It was here that Zhang Ao had picked up a lot of strange stones. He had also found the blood essence stone in this place. In his field of vision, Zhang Ao seemed to have done something, and the entrance to a void corridor suddenly opened. After hesitating for a long time, Zhang Ao dove in. The next moment, Yang Kai found himself in the vast starry sky, surrounded by countless stars, and a terrifying void force enveloped his body, giving Yang Kai a profound feeling. When he wanted to take a closer look, this scene was inexplicably interrupted. His consciousness returning, Yang Kai sighed. Although he could not see where this stone forest was, it should be inside Shattering Mystical Palace, so as long as he inquired about it, he would be able to figure it out. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai opened his demon eye of annihilation, and a golden light shot out, completely purifying Zhang Ao's soul. Chapter 876. After discovering Zhang Ao's memories about the secrets of the star field, Yang Kai directly refined his spiritual energy. Yang Kai obtained his own insights and understanding of the heavenly way and martial Tao. Yang Kai's own mental fortitude also improved slightly, but not significantly. As Yang Kai's strength improved, the benefits of refining a person's spiritual energy became less and less. However, with this method, Yang Kai would never have to worry about encountering bottlenecks in his cultivation. As long as he killed some high-level cultivator at the right time and absorbed their insights, Yang Kai would be able to cultivate smoothly, provided that his physical strength could keep up. With Yang Kai's current mental fortitude, there would be no hindrance before he reached the Third Order Saint Realm. Calming his thoughts, Yang Kai slowly got up and was about to go out to take a look when suddenly Han Fei's voice called out, "Who goes there?" In the next moment, a cold chill filled the air and the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard. It seemed that Han Fei had chased after someone. Yang Kai frowned and walked out of his tent, only to see a large group of people from the ancient demon race gathered together, all of them pointing in a certain direction. "Master!" Li Rong hurried over. In order to ensure Yang Kai's safety, her tent was right next to Yang Kai's, no more than 5 meters away. "What happened?" Yang Kai asked, at the same time releasing his divine sense to investigate the situation. "It seems that someone has been spying on us these past few days, but we haven't been able to find out who it is," Commander Han Fei should have noticed something and chased after them. Even you didn't notice? Yang Kai was surprised. That person's ability to conceal their aura is quite amazing. It seems they can completely conceal themselves, as if they don't exist. Li Rong's brow furrowed deeply. That's interesting. Yang Kai grinned. Although Li Rong was only a second-order saint, in a real battle, she was not inferior to the demon general. If even she couldn't detect this enemy, just who was it? The only one nearby who could do this was a monster race great senior. However, Yang Kai had already reached an agreement with him, so it was impossible for the great senior to go back on his word, let alone spy on the situation here. After waiting in place for a while, Han Fei flew back with a cold expression on her face. Did you catch that person? Li Rong asked. Han Fei shook her head. Speed was too fast. I couldn't catch up to them. Did you see what kind of people they were? Yang Kai asked. A woman? Han Fei frowned. Fei. Chi. Right, I didn't feel any vitality from her body. Right, I didn't feel any vitality. Chi. Death Chi. Li Rong was surprised. And it was Death Chi, the aura of a dead person. Han Fei nodded. Yang Kai's expression changed as his figure flickered, leaving behind a series of afterimages in his wake. After pausing for a moment, he asked, was her movement skill like this? Han Fei nodded repeatedly. Yes, it was. Her movement skill was very strange. Then I know who she is. Yang Kai stared off into the distance and sighed. The several ancient demon race commanders glanced at each other, none of them understanding why Yang Kai showed such a sad look. Master, is that woman an old acquaintance of yours? Li Rong asked carefully. Yang Kai shook his head. I don't know her, but she is somewhat related to me. She was the previous generation saintess of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Immediately explaining the matter of Saintess Nan, the ancient demon clan members were all amazed. Not killing a single person while alive, but slaughtering 1,000,000 corpses after death. Li Rong mused. It's somewhat similar to Coffin Slave Senior, but also the complete opposite. Coffin Slave Senior and Saintess Nan were both living corpses. However, one was a living corpse while the other had never killed a single person. Both of them had obsessions in their hearts, so even after death, their bodies continued to act according to their will. Because they were living corpses, they didn't leak any aura, so Li Rong and the others were unable to detect them. If one wanted to deal with such a person, they had to either directly destroy them or shatter their will. Once their will was shattered, their dead body would naturally cease to function. It's time to deal with her, Yang Kai said leisurely. Saintess Nan was still a member of the Holy Land. If he left her alone, it would only lead to trouble like the one he had faced a few years ago. On top of that, it would also be detrimental to the stability of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. This time, she had appeared here in order to keep an eye on him, so as long as he acted as bait, Saintess Nan would definitely appear again. After explaining his thoughts to the several great commanders, Li Rong and the others didn't refute. For safety's sake, Yang Kai took Li Rong and Han Fei with him and set off into the depths of the jungle. Saintess Nan was a second-order saint, after all, so she couldn't be underestimated. After traveling 100 kilometers, Yang Kai came to a stop in a mountain valley, looked around for a while and nodded lightly. Li Rong and Han Fei immediately concealed themselves, restraining their auras as they made arrangements. Yang Kai walked around the mountain valley, looking for precious treasures along the way to see if he could find anything, but unfortunately, after searching for a long time, he only found a few heaven-grade and mysterious-grade herbs, not even a single spirit-grade herb. It wasn't until he had walked around the entire mountain valley that Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of disharmony. Somewhere, he felt like there was a pair of eyes staring at him. Turning his head and looking in that direction, Yang Kai saw Saintess Nan wearing a white robe, her hair disheveled, looking like an evil ghost, staring at him faintly motionless. Her white robes had been greatly damaged due to the many battles she had fought and hadn't been washed, making her look even more gloomy and terrifying. Yang Kai didn't know when she had appeared, let alone how long she had been staring at him. All he knew was that when her eyes landed on the Holy Master Spirit ring on his hand, There was a trace of tenderness and nostalgia in them. The Holy Master Spirit Ring was the symbol of the identity of every Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. The old Holy Master also wore it when he was alive. Saintess Nan was the old Holy Master's woman. So when she saw this ring, it was natural for her to show an unusual look. But soon, the tenderness and nostalgia in her eyes were replaced by a ferocious look as she silently approached Yang Kai like a ghost. Before she even arrived, a huge pressure had already descended. Midair, a long sword suddenly appeared and slashed down towards Yang Kai. The profound heavenly sword. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes but didn't show any intention of dodging. World of ice and snow. A tender voice suddenly called out from the side. The temperature of the entire mountain valley plummeted in an instant. Accompanied by a crackling sound, a thin layer of ice covered the lush vegetation, and a faint blue barrier appeared above the mountain valley. The dramatic change in climate even caused some snowflakes to fall from the sky. Each of these snowflakes contained a terrifying amount of power, and as they slowly fell, they released a burst of light that transformed into hundreds of millions of tiny and sharp attacks that shot towards Saintess Nan. The profound heavenly sword shattered. Saintess Nan, who was rushing towards Yang Kai, instinctively stopped and summoned her grand heavenly shield to protect her body. At the same time, a dazzling spear suddenly appeared in her hand, and she threw it towards the place where Han Fei was hiding. Show. The heaven-punishing spear seemed to break through space and arrived in front of Han Fei in the blink of an eye, magnifying in her eyes. A chill rose from the bottom of her heart, and Han Fei's pretty face immediately covered in demon crests. Stretching out her jade-white hand, she accurately grasped the tip of the spear. Drops of red blood dripped from her fingertips. At the same time, Li Rong quietly arrived behind Saintess Nan, a red light blossoming as a huge flower suddenly appeared at her feet. This flower bloomed beautifully, rotating like a lotus throne, sending out a strange wave of energy that seemed to have an infinite suction force that pulled Saintess Nan's body towards it. The surrounding petals gradually closed towards the center, trying to wrap around Saintess Nan. A hoarse roar rang out from Saintess Nan's mouth, leaving behind an afterimage as she reappeared a short distance away. A pair of turbid eyes gloomily stared towards Li Rong and Han Fei, like a trapped beast. Li Rong and Han Fei both gathered together, staring towards Saintess Nan with a mix of pity and dread, both of them realizing just how difficult this opponent was to deal with. Don't hold back. Bind her as much as possible. If you can't, just kill her. Yang Kai ordered faintly. Yes. Li Rong and Han Fei responded at the same time, once again using their earth-shattering means. Chi chi chi. Ice shards shot out. Shio shio shio. Red petals fluttered in the air. The two great commanders of the ancient demon race teaming up to fight a mere second-order Saintess Nan was naturally easy. The mountain valley was surrounded by Han Fei's barrier, so Saintess Nan couldn't escape even if she wanted to. If it weren't for the fact that she was also a member of Nine Heavens' Holy Land, Li Rong and Han Fei would have already crushed her to pieces. Half an hour later, Saintess Nan was finally forced into a dead end and was wrapped up in one of Li Rong's flower petals. The red light was dazzling, and after the light faded, the flower petals seemed to have been imprinted on Saintess Nan's body, leaving behind a small flower mark on her face. The Yuan Qi in her body had been sealed, and so had her movements, making it impossible for Saintess Nan to move. Stepping forward, Yang Kai stared at this Saintess Nan who had been pestering him for several years, his mood somewhat complex. The person in front of him was definitely a beautiful woman when she was young. Even at the time of her death, her face hadn't aged at all. But at this moment, she was neither human nor ghost. If the old Holy Master was still alive, seeing this scene, Yang Kai didn't know what he would think. In all fairness, if either Su Yan or Xianing Chang were to end up like this, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to die in peace. Originally, Yang Kai wanted to directly destroy her, but now that things had come to this, he couldn't bring himself to do it. So after hesitating for a while, he ordered, "Take her back and watch over her." He decided to hand Saintess Nan over to Su Hui and the others. Li Rong and Han Fei glanced at each other and nodded gently, the former carrying Saintess Nan and following behind Yang Kai. Chapter 877. Time flew by, and half a month later, the date agreed upon with the monster race Great Senior arrived. The ancient demon clan was ready to set out. All they needed to do was wait for Yang Kai's order to enter the Nine Peaks. Because of their relationship with Yang Kai, the ancient demon race had long regarded the Nine Peaks as their new home. So at this moment, they were naturally filled with anticipation, fantasizing about what kind of paradise it would be. Groups of people gathered together, pointing towards the Nine Peaks as they whispered amongst themselves. Yang Kai spread out his divine sense to investigate the situation on the Nine Peaks. Since last night, many of the monster beast and monster race masters had left the Nine Peaks one after another. Now, there weren't many signs of life left. Those who remained were the alchemists and artifact refiners who originally belonged to Nine Heaven's Holy Land. A few years ago, when Yang Kai made an agreement with the Great Senior, he had left behind these alchemists and artifact refiners to assist him in alchemy and artifact refining. Today, when the monster race left, the Great Senior kept his promise and didn't take these people away. Yang Kai nodded secretly, thinking that the Great Senior was a good man. A seven-colored light suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes as Kai Dai flapped her wings and floated mid-air, her beautiful eyes sweeping around before finally settling on Yang Kai and coldly saying, "My clan has been evacuated. You can go back now. Great Senior asked me to pass on a message to you, thanking you for helping my clan develop well these past few years. In addition, he welcomes you to visit the Beast Sea Jungle as a guest at any time. Sister Kai Dai has worked hard. Please send my regards to Great Senior. When I have time, I will definitely visit." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "I've passed on the message. Goodbye." Kai Dai snorted, turned around, and flew off. "This little girl, her temper is quite bad," Enya muttered to himself, a look of dissatisfaction on his face. "She's very strong, a minor realm higher than you and me, and she's also very beautiful." Xueji grinned wickedly as he stared in the direction Kai Dai left. "You two don't speak nonsense. Remember that sometimes trouble comes from careless talk," Li Rong scolded. "My clan has just reappeared. Try not to provoke trouble." Enya and Xueji nodded quickly, indicating they understood. "Let's go." Yang Kai waved his hand and led the way. Between the Nine Peaks, it was lush and verdant, filled with the fragrance of flowers and the chirping of birds. The array formation of the Nine Peaks was still operating, making the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here extremely dense. After the ancient demon clan entered this place, they immediately took a liking to it, many of the demon race looking around excitedly. The conditions and environment here were many times better than those in the demon god castle. Living here, even the body and mind were very comfortable. Many of the clansmen couldn't help feeling a sense of unreality. Even though it had been 2 or 3 months since they left that mysterious small world, sometimes they still thought they were still living in a world without a sun, moon, or stars. Only when he saw the splendid spectacle outside did he suddenly wake up with a start. On the central mountain peak, there were about 100 people waiting in front of the grand hall where the Great Senior had been. These 100 or so people were all alchemists and artifact refiners of various ages, both men and women, but their cultivations weren't very high, the most powerful among them only being a second-order transcendent. When Yang Kai led the thousands of ancient demon race members to this place, these 100 or so people quickly bowed and saluted. "Greetings, Holy Master. Holy Master has finally returned. You've all worked hard." Yang Kai gently nodded. "Forcing you to serve the monster race for nearly 3 years was a last resort. I hope you can forgive me." "Not at all." The leader of this group, an old man with the strongest strength, stepped forward. "The monster race didn't treat us harshly, on the contrary, they were quite polite. We've troubled Holy Master." Yang Kai gently nodded and declared, "Since I have returned today, the Holy Land will return to how it was before, and in the future, no one will dare to trample on the dignity of my Holy Land at will." Those who dare do so will be punished. The group of alchemists and artifact refiners were quite excited and began shouting vigorously. The old man glanced over at the people from the ancient demon race and frowned slightly. Although he didn't understand why Yang Kai had brought a group of demon race members with him, he didn't ask any questions and instead asked suspiciously, "Where are Great Elder Su Hui and the others? Why haven't they returned? They were originally inside the Holy Land." Yang Kai chuckled. "You wait here first. I'll go release Great Elder and the others." Turning back, Yang Kai said to Li Rong, "You also wait here." Li Rong and the others nodded gently. Yang Kai's figure flickered and after a few flashes, arrived in front of the holy tomb. He pressed the Holy Lord Spirit ring on his finger into a certain spot on the green rock and poured his quintessential essence into it. Immediately, the entrance to a void tunnel appeared on the green rock. Inside the holy tomb, the thousands of disciples of Nine Heavens' Holy Land waited silently. In this dark space, after years of waiting, everyone had gradually become accustomed to it. Although there were occasional moments when they became impatient, they were all comforted by the several elders and saintess. The several elders and saintess told them that one day, the Holy Master would return here and take them out again. For that time, everyone had to improve their strength as much as possible to avoid abandoning the Holy Land's foundation and dragging out an ignoble existence. Su Hui and the others regarded the evacuation a few years ago as the biggest stain on their lives. Over the past few years, they had spared no effort in their cultivation. The Holy Tomb was the place where each generation's Holy Master and Saintess entered retreat to cultivate. Although the environment here was terrible, the world energy here was quite rich. It was inexhaustible and inexhaustible. With such a great opportunity, any cultivator who wanted to improve their strength was not willing to miss it. Over the past 3 years, almost everyone had made great progress. With the exception of not being able to leave, everything was developing in a good direction. The thousands of people silently meditated as the world energy continuously flowed into the bodies of the Holy Land's disciples, creating a spectacular scene. Although there were many people present, they were all silent. Even if someone stood up and moved, they would do so quietly, lest they disturb others. In a corner, Ling who was meditating with her eyes closed, suddenly sensed an unusual aura appear in the holy tomb and frowned suspiciously. In the next moment, she opened her eyes in pleasant surprise and shot to her feet, turning her head to look around. Because she had once instilled the Nine Heavens' divine skills into Yang Kai, and Ling was more familiar with his aura than anyone else. Just now, she clearly noticed that Yang Kai had appeared nearby. "Ling what's wrong?" Yuing also opened her eyes and asked softly. "He came in." And Ling glanced around and replied in a trembling voice. "Who?" Yuing asked, suddenly realizing something and covering her mouth, exclaiming, "You mean?" And Ling nodded firmly. The conversation between the two alarmed the other elders. Su Hui and the others also hurriedly opened their eyes and looked around. A moment later, everyone's eyes were fixed on a certain direction. In that direction, a figure was approaching them. The light was dim, and although they couldn't see the person's appearance clearly, every elder could feel traces of life from him that made them look forward to and excited. "Holy Master?" Su Hui trembled as he got up and called out. "Is the Holy Master really here?" Chang Yutong blinked her beautiful eyes as she stared towards the figure. A moment later, the figure arrived in front of everyone and smiled at them, the face they had been longing to see for several years. "It really is the Holy Master," Su Hui shouted excitedly, quickly saluting along with the other elders. "Subordinate greets Holy Master. No need to be so polite." Yang Kai chuckled. "You've finally come." And Ling looked at Yang Kai faintly. "We've been waiting here for several years." As she spoke, her eyes also became red. While waiting, many people inevitably thought they would be locked up here for the rest of their lives. If it weren't for Su Hui and the other elders comforting them in time, it was likely they would have been thrown into chaos. "I've come late and made everyone wait. I apologize." Yang Kai wore a serious expression as he sincerely apologized. Holy Master is too serious. Su Hui wept, not knowing what else to say. The disciples who had been meditating were also awakened by the movement here, and after realizing that it was Yang Kai who had arrived, they burst into cheers, each wave louder than the last, causing the entire holy tomb to become somewhat turbulent. Su Hui quickly silenced them. However, everyone still looked over, wondering if Yang Kai would take them out this time. The several elders were also looking forward to it. Ewing asked, "Holy Master, since you've come in, does that mean everything outside has been dealt with? And everything has been taken care of? The monster race has also been evacuated. It's time for all of you to return home." Hearing him say this, everyone suddenly became excited and couldn't wait to leave this place and return to the 9 Peaks. "I'll open the exit. Several elders can arrange it," Yang Kai said with a smile. "Good." Su Hui nodded quickly and went to arrange things with the others. While they were arranging things, Yang Kai opened the exit and left with Ling. Outside the holy tomb, one disciple after another walked out in an orderly manner, seeing the light of day again, many of them roaring to the heavens to vent their joy. Outside the holy tomb, Yang Kai watched these disciples emerge while thinking about how to explain the ancient demon clan to Su Hui and the others. Although he was now in charge of 9 Heavens Holy Land, if he arranged for a group of people from the demon race here, he didn't know if Su Hui and the others would object. If they did, how should he deal with it? "Your strength seems to have increased again," and Ling suddenly said. "What's your current cultivation?" "Third Order Transcendent Realm," Yang Kai replied casually, and Ling couldn't help covering her mouth, her beautiful eyes trembling as she stared at him. She still remembered that when she first met Yang Kai, he was only a First Order Transcendent, drifting across the sea. Now, in just 4 or 5 years, he had broken through to the Third Order Transcendent Realm, crossing 2 minor realms, and was on his way to the Saint Realm. For a moment, and Ling suddenly believed Yang Kai's wild words. He had said a long time ago that even if he didn't enter 9 Heavens Holy Land, within 30 years, he would definitely be able to stand on equal footing with the Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land. At that time, and Ling didn't believe him, thinking his words were simply too arrogant. But now, and Ling had no choice but to believe him. If he continued to develop like this, he really could do it. Perhaps it wouldn't even take 30 years. Chapter 878. After half a day's work, the disciples inside the holy tomb all came out. Yang Kai once again closed the holy tomb and gathered the elders and Ling together. Seemingly aware that he had something to say, everyone stared at him silently, not saying a word. "There's something I need to tell you?" Yang Kai's brow furrowed slightly as he sorted out his words. "If Holy Master has something to say, feel free to say it. Subordinates are all ears." Su Hui chuckled, not understanding why Yang Kai seemed so embarrassed. "As long as you don't ask us to leave the Holy Land and give up the position of Holy Master, we'll agree to anything you say." Ewing interjected with a smile. "NN." All the elders nodded, fearing that Yang Kai would throw away his responsibilities at any moment like he did a few years ago. At that time, Yang Kai had been far too irresponsible, not at all behaving like a proper Holy Master. "That won't be the case." Yang Kai laughed and pondered for a moment before quickly saying, "Let me put it this way, before I met you, I met a group of people. That was when I was still very weak, and because of some special reasons, that group of people had been sealed in a mysterious small world. They begged me to find a way to rescue them and promised to serve me for the rest of their lives." "Oh?" Su Hui raised his brow. If they made such a promise when Holy Master was still very weak, then they must have seen through Holy Master's potential. Which one do they belong to? Su Hui seemed a little uneasy about what Yang Kai had just said about this group of people and couldn't help inquiring. "They weren't speaking casually. While you were hiding in the holy tomb for several years, I rescued them a few months ago. They kept their promise and followed by my side, obeying my every word. That group of people is quite good." Chung Yutong pursed her lips and smiled. "They keep their word and are trustworthy." Does Holy Master want to absorb them into the Holy Land? When Chang Yutong said this, the other elders also thought of this possibility and looked at Yang Kai curiously. They can't be absorbed into the Holy Land. I just want to find one of the 9 peaks for them to live in. What do you think, elders? Unable to absorb, Su Hui frowned, but soon relaxed. It doesn't matter if they can't absorb it. Since they belong to the Holy Master, it's only natural for them to live in the Holy Land. The Holy Land is so big, there's no need to worry about accommodating that group of people. And Luo Shang and Meng Tianfei also nodded, agreeing with Su Hui. Don't rush to agree. I haven't finished yet. You can decide after you hear me out. Yang Kai smiled and continued. There are about 1,000 people in this group. There are quite a few of them, but the Holy Land should be able to accommodate them. Su Hui nodded lightly before asking, what about their strength? What is the strength of their most powerful expert? 5 saints. What? All the elders' eyes bulged in an instant, and even Ling couldn't help covering her mouth, her beautiful eyes trembling. When Yang Kai was still weak, this group of people had already promised to serve him. Su Hui and the other elders had mistakenly thought that this group of people's strength wasn't anything special. Otherwise, how could they have made such a promise so easily? Everyone had speculated that this group of people was probably a declining sect or small family, and that having a few transcendent realm cultivators among them would already be quite good. However, Yang Kai actually told them that there were 5 saints in this group. This number was only slightly lower than 9 heavens' holy lands. Holy Master, you're not joking, right? Su Hui couldn't believe it. Do I look like I'm joking? Yang Kai said solemnly. Of the other 5 saints, 3 are second order and 2 are first order. Everyone was dumbfounded on the spot. 3 second order and 2 first order masters. Although this group had 1 less Saint Realm Master than 9 Heavens Holy Land, if a conflict really broke out with their combat power, they could easily kill the masters from 9 Heavens Holy Land. Su Hui and the other elders suddenly understood why Yang Kai had come here to ask for their opinion. They couldn't determine what kind of mentality this group of people had, so if they really had a conflict with the Holy Land in the future, Su Hui and the other elders wouldn't be able to resist. The joy of leaving the Holy Tomb was suddenly replaced by a deep sense of worry. Moreover, they aren't ordinary people. As if thinking the elders hadn't been shocked enough, Yang Kai quickly added, they are demons. Demons? Yu Ying couldn't help screaming. Chang Yutong's pretty face also went pale. Su Hui remained indifferent, but anyone could see the shock and hesitation in his heart. With Yang Kai saying so much, he didn't know how to respond. Discuss it carefully. If you really can't accept them staying in 9 Heavens Holy Land, just tell me and I'll find another place to settle them. Yang Kai said faintly, not showing any intention of forcing them, simply waving his hand and saying, now you should first arrange the affairs of your disciples. I'm telling you this so you can mentally prepare yourselves. Everyone stared straight at Yang Kai, none of them moving. There's no need to be so conflicted, even if they don't stay in 9 Heavens Holy Land. I still have a place to settle them. Yang Kai grinned, seeing the embarrassment on everyone's faces. This was also within his expectations. Su Hui seemed to suddenly sober up, his expression dignified as he said, Holy Master, I only want to ask one thing. Do those demons really obey your orders completely? Or are they simply unruly, temporarily deceiving you in order to leave that mysterious small world so they can find a suitable opportunity in the future to break free from your control? You don't need to worry about that. Yang Kai smiled proudly. My orders they won't dare disobey. All the elders present wore shocked looks upon hearing this. Su Hui let out a long breath and nodded. Then there's no problem. You are the Holy Master of the Holy Land. Whoever you want to settle here is up to you to decide. We elders are only here to assist you. We can only make suggestions. We have no decision-making power. The fact that the Holy Master consulted us is already giving us a lot of faith. Yang Kai grinned as he swept his eyes over the others. Luo Shang, Shi Kuan, Meng Tianfei, Yu Ying, and Chang Yutong all had no objections. Although they were somewhat worried, all of them stared at Yang Kai with a look of trust. Then I'll thank you on behalf of those demons. Yang Kai nodded. Good. The Holy Land has 9 peaks, they only need one. They will prepare their own living materials. There's no need for the Holy Land to worry about them. I will also make sure they restrain themselves and don't come into conflict with the Holy Land's disciples. Has Holy Master chosen a peak yet? Su Hui asked. The peak where the reflecting moon pond is located. Due to the existence of the moon reflection lake, that mountain peak would be extremely cold every night. The people who originally lived on and below the mountain peak would all move away. It could be said that among the 9 peaks, it was the only mountain peak that no one cared about. However, the ancient demon clan was born with strong physiques, so living there shouldn't be a problem as long as it wasn't too close to the reflecting moon pond. On top of that, there were many ready-made houses there, saving them the trouble of building one. Won't they have any complaints? Should we choose a different peak? Su Hui couldn't help feeling a little worried. It's fine. The environment in that mysterious small world is far worse than here. They'll be satisfied to be able to live there. Yang Kai chuckled. Is that so? Su Hui didn't say anything more. After learning that the group of demons had arrived in the Holy Land, Su Hui immediately expressed his desire to meet them. After all, everyone would be living on the 9 peaks in the future, and although they didn't belong to the same force, they would at least be able to get acquainted with one another. If any problems arose, it would be easier to discuss. In particular, whether it was 9 Heavens Holy Land or the group of demons, both of them belonged to Yang Kai. With such a commonality, Su Hui felt that as long as no major problems occurred, everything could be turned into small ones and small ones into nothing. Leaving behind Meng Tianfei and Shi Kuan to arrange the affairs of the disciples, Su Hui and the others followed Yang Kai to the main hall again. The hundreds of alchemists and artifact refiners were still waiting quietly with the ancient demon clan. Although Yang Kai had been gone for half a day, the ancient demon race's members had remained well-behaved, only glancing around and not causing any trouble. As the host, Su Hui immediately expressed his welcome to the arrival of Li Rong and the others. Li Rong and the others also smiled and returned the courtesy. After exchanging some pleasantries, each of them found that the other party wasn't as difficult to talk to as they had imagined. In particular, Su Hui felt that Li Rong was very considerate and didn't look at all like a demon, instead more like a young lady raised by a great family or sect. Seeing this, Su Hui's eyes couldn't help lighting up. Yu Ying and Chang Yutong also showed a strong interest in Han Fei. Although they were both beautiful women, Han Fei's cultivation was a minor realm higher than theirs and her temperament was cold, making them feel that there was a lot they could learn from her. Having found a common topic, the two sides began discussing happily. Yang Kai was pushed aside and seemed to have nothing to do. After talking for a while, Li Rong suddenly said, Right. A few days ago, Master and I captured a person. It seems to be your 9 Heavens Holy Land's previous generation Saintess. Master calls her Saintess Nan. Saintess Nan? Su Hui exclaimed, hurriedly looking around. Where is she? Li Rong clapped her hands, and immediately the ancient demon race's members brought the bound Saintess Nan over. Seeing the miserable appearance of the previous generation Saintess, Su Hui and the others couldn't help their eyes from becoming red as they felt sad. And Ling burst into tears in an instant. She staggered over and leaned on Saintess Nan's body, crying bitterly. The previous generation Saintess and the current generation Saintess had a very close relationship. Saintess Nan had always treated Ling as her own daughter, but unfortunately, after her death, she had personally killed the other 3 Saintesses. Even Ling had not been able to escape this fate. Seeing her again at this moment, how could Ling suppress the grief in her heart? Su Hui quietly wiped the corners of his eyes and turned his head away. Li Rong and the others also seemed to be affected and sighed slightly. After a while, Yang Kai stepped forward and patted Ling on the shoulder. Saintess Nan, how you want to deal with her is up to you. And Ling nodded repeatedly as she choked with sobs. She pulled the zombie-like Saintess Nan and slowly walked away. Chapter 879. Being bound by a master like Li Rong. Even if Saintess Nan's strength reached the heavens, she wouldn't be able to display her full potential. So there was no need to worry about her harming and linger. As the sky gradually darkened, the entire 9 heavens Holy Land was in full swing. The several thousand disciples of the Holy Land had just returned from the Holy Tomb, so there were many things to do. The ancient demon clan followed Yang Kai and Su Hui to the mountain peak and began to prepare for their future residence. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. After an entire month, the bustling Holy Land gradually calmed down. The mess left behind by the monster race's evacuation had been cleaned up, and 9 heavens Holy Land once again entered a stable development trajectory. On the mountain peak where the ancient demon clan resided, houses of various sizes had been built everywhere, creating a picturesque scene. When the ancient demon clan was building their new home, Su Hui and the other elders provided them with a lot of help, causing Li Rong and the others to feel very grateful. After more than a month of getting along, Su Hui and the other elders couldn't help changing their views and instinctive aversion towards the demons. They found that this group of demons who followed Yang Kai were basically the same, except for their different races and the nature of the energy in their bodies. They also didn't run around randomly or cause any trouble, each demon acting in accordance with their role. Gradually, the Holy Land's disciples and demons began to peacefully coexist. Yang Kai was very satisfied with the current situation. This past month, he hadn't had a single moment of leisure, constantly dealing with 9 heavens Holy Land's affairs and the ancient demon clan's affairs. After dealing with all these matters, he was so tired that he didn't even have time to communicate with the divine tree. Now that he finally had a stable foothold, Yang Kai wanted to take the divine tree out of the black book space. However, considering the difficulty of doing so and the ancient demon clan's physique, Yang Kai decided against it. The Yang attribute energy released by the divine tree was too rich, even for the ancient demon clan. On top of that, with Yang Kai's current strength, if he wanted to take the divine tree out of the black book space, he would likely exhaust himself. Occasionally, when he had some free time, he would enter the black book space with his divine sense and talk to the divine tree to soothe its lonely mood. Yang Kai also learned from the divine tree that the 2 strange pitch-black round stones were still constantly absorbing the essence of the rare ores. The rare ores Yang Kai had placed in the black book space had basically all been consumed, all of them reduced to dust, their essence completely gone. After such a long time, the traces that resembled human meridians within the 2 pitch-black round stones became more and more obvious and connected. Yang Kai faintly felt that they were somewhat unusual, but he didn't know what the use of these 2 pitch-black round stones that could absorb the essence of ores was. On this day, Yang Kai was discussing some matters with Li Rong and Su Hui when suddenly a Holy Land disciple came to report, "Holy Master, someone outside the peak is requesting an audience." "Who?" Yang Kai frowned. "The leader of the Netherworld sect, Wizard Jie." The disciple reported. "Wizard Jie?" Su Hui slapped the table and shouted, "How bold! This old master hasn't even settled accounts with him, yet today, he dares to come to my Holy Land's 9 peaks? There is a path to heaven, but he refuses to take it. There is no gate to hell. How many people did he bring with him?" That disciple hurriedly said, "Only 1 person, but it seems that he also caught 2 guys of unknown origin, knocked them out and carried them in his hands." Su Hui coldly snorted. "Daring to come here alone, does he not put my Holy Land in his eyes? Holy Master, let this old master teach him a lesson." Yang Kai laughed and said, "No need. Wizard Jie is not an outsider." Su Hui was stunned, unable to comprehend why Yang Kai would say such a thing. That guy had followed Zhang Ao and Chao Guan to attack the Holy Land when it was down. Su Hui hated him to the bone and wished he could peel off his skin, eat his flesh, and drink his blood to vent the hatred in his heart. Yang Kai didn't rush to explain and instead said to the disciple, "Go invite him over." After the disciple accepted the order and left, Yang Kai slowly explained. After learning that Wizard Jie had been friendly with Yang Kai 2 or 3 years ago and had been following Yang Kai for some time, Su Hui wore a strange expression and muttered, "So that's how it is. I have long heard that Wizard Jie is an expert at managing interpersonal relationships and also knows how to judge the situation. It seems his reputation is well-deserved. However, he was able to show goodwill to Master a few years ago, which also shows his vision is quite good. Li Rong pursed her lips and smiled. Not everyone can see Master's potential. For example, Zhang Ao and Chao Guan have already suffered the consequences of their own actions and have not met a good end. Zhang Ao and Chao Guan are dead? Su Hui was extremely surprised. I forgot to tell you about this. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Shattering Mystical Palace's two great forces have all been wiped out and basically no longer have any influence. Wizard Jie coming here now probably means he has already dealt with these two forces. They only have themselves to blame. Su Hui seemed to be unable to vent his anger. This old master was still thinking about when to lead a group of people to settle accounts with them, but now it seems there is no need for that. They can only count themselves lucky. If they had fallen into this old master's hands, he would have made them suffer a fate worse than death. Su Hui ground his teeth and cursed, his resentment quite deep. Li Rong pursed her lips and stared at Yang Kai with a smile, unable to restrain herself. A short time later, Wizard Jie walked in from the outside, wearing a black robe, and just as the disciple had reported, he was carrying two unconscious cultivators in his hands. These two cultivators seemed to have been struck by some unknown trick, but there was not a single scar on their bodies, as if they were in a deep sleep, their breathing even and peaceful. After arriving, Wizard Jie threw the two cultivators to the ground and cupped his fists. Wizard greets Master Holy Master and Master Li, and greetings to Great Elder. Yang Kai and Li Rong smiled and nodded. Su Hui's face was gloomy as he coldly snorted, somewhat disliking Wizard Jie, secretly feeling that this person was an opportunist who swayed with the wind, a sinister and deceitful person. Deep down, Su Hui was ashamed to be associated with such a person. Wizard Jie didn't mind either. Sit down. Yang Kai motioned. Wizard Jie gently nodded and sat to the side. A pretty female disciple immediately served him tea. After drinking for a while, Yang Kai asked, Sect Master Wizard, did you come here this time to deal with the affairs of those two sects? Hearing this, Wu Jie's face lit up and he quickly nodded. This is all thanks to Sir Holy Master. Over the past month or so, this Wu has been busy taking in 2,000 new disciples. As for the rest of the disciples with mediocre aptitude, after giving them some cultivation resources, they have all been dismissed. Now, within a 1,000-kilometer radius, besides 9 heavens holy land, only my netherworld sect remains. Did you spend a lot of effort? Yang Kai chuckled. It wasn't much of a hassle. After killing a few stubborn leaders, everything became much easier, Wu Jie said casually. Good. Congratulations, your noble sect's strength has increased greatly now. It all depends on when Sect Master Wizard breaks through to the Second Order Saint Realm. Hearing this, Wizard Jie's expression became gloomy as he smiled bitterly. Holy Master, please don't make fun of this wizard. This wizard's aptitude is something I am well aware of. If not for a great opportunity, I fear I would never have reached the Second Order Saint Realm. My current cultivation is my limit. At least you have some self-awareness. Su Hui coldly snorted, his eyes full of contempt. Wizard Jie laughed dryly, knowing that Su Hui had a lot of complaints about him. But he didn't dare say anything, simply saying, So, this hope will be pinned on the disciples below. In the future, Netherworld Sect will only follow 9 heavens holy lands lead. I hope Holy Master and Great Elder will take good care of Netherworld Sect. We're all family. There's no need to be so polite. Yang Kai nodded gently. Su Hui's expression softened slightly. For Wizard Jie, as the sect master of a holy land, to say such words, his resentment dissipated greatly. Right, these are all the cultivation materials collected from Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple. Wizard took the liberty of leaving behind 30%. The remaining 70% are all here. I hope Holy Master can count them all. Wizard Jie said as he took out a number of universe bags and handed them over respectfully. Su Hui glanced over at Yang Kai inquiringly. Yang Kai nodded calmly. Yang Kai stood up and accepted the universe bags handed over by Wizard Jie, sweeping them with his divine sense, and couldn't help feeling overjoyed. The universe bags that Wu Jie had sent over were filled to the brim with excellent cultivation materials, and judging from the number of these universe bags, Wu Jie had only kept less than 30% of what he had. The Holy Land's warehouse was now empty and was in need of cultivation materials, so for Wizard Jie to deliver so many things at this time was undoubtedly like sending charcoal in snowy weather. Su Hui was very satisfied, his old face finally blooming with a smile. Sect Master Wizard is too polite. I hope our two sects can still maintain good relations in the future and don't let the same thing happen again. I won't. Please rest assured, Great Elder. I won't be as heartless as Zhang Ao and Chao Guan. That would be for the best. Su Hui nodded with satisfaction, his attitude finally easing. Good. There is one more thing I need to report to Holy Master. Wizard Jie said seriously. Is it about these two people? Yang Kai asked. Wizard Jie nodded. When this wizard came to the Holy Land today, he inadvertently found these two wandering around the outskirts of the Holy Land, and in addition to them, there seemed to be many others. They seemed to be looking for something, so this wizard grabbed two of them and brought them here to ask them about the situation. Aren't they disciples of Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple who were dismissed? Yang Kai asked suspiciously. No. Wizard Jie shook his head affirmatively. These two are both first-order transcendents. If they were from Shattering Mystical Palace or War Spirit Temple, I would definitely have an impression of them, but I've never seen them before. Wake them up and ask them what they came here for. Yang Kai said with some displeasure. Today was an eventful time, and there were so many foreign cultivators wandering around the 9 peaks. How could he not investigate? Yang Kai vaguely smelled the scent of a conspiracy, which made him very uncomfortable. Wizard Jie squatted down and gently snapped his fingers in the ears of the two men. In the next moment, the two who seemed to be sleeping suddenly woke up and immediately jumped up, their yuan qi surging as they stared vigilantly at Wizard Jie, Yang Kai, and the others. Chapter 880. The Wizard Tribulation grinned. He didn't move, but a huge pressure fell on the two people, making them pale in an instant. Realizing the gap in strength between them and the Wizard Tribulation, they didn't even have the intention to resist. Fear filled their eyes. One of them asked in a trembling voice, "Who are you? Why are you capturing us?" The Wizard Tribulation didn't answer. His pair of ghostly eyes looked at them with uncertainty, making the two people feel more and more uneasy. After a while, the Wizard Tribulation said coldly, "I have something to ask you. You can choose to answer or not, but if you can't satisfy me, I will strip your souls and search your memories. If you don't want to suffer the pain of having your soul devoured, you'd better cooperate." The pain of having one's soul devoured. The two transcendent cultivators trembled, and their faces turned pale with fear. Their strength wasn't low, so they naturally knew what kind of torture the soul devoured was. It was a pain that the soul couldn't bear. Generally, only the most evil cultivator would use such means to torture. The person in front of them had a green aura and ghostly eyes. At first glance, they knew he wasn't a good person. They nodded hurriedly. "Ask us. If there's anything we know, we'll answer." The Wizard Tribulation smiled, showing satisfaction. He then said calmly, "Do you know where this place is?" The two cultivators looked at each other and nodded at the same time. One of them said, "This should be 9 Heavens Holy Land, right?" "Yes, it is 9 Heavens Holy Land." "You have guts, you know it's 9 Heavens Holy Land and you still dare to wander outside?" The Wizard Tribulation raised his eyebrows. "Tell me, what are you doing here?" The person on the left quickly replied, "We are looking for an artifact." "Looking for an artifact?" The Wizard Tribulation smiled strangely. "Looking for one outside?" "Yes." "Who told you there was an artifact outside?" "Many people have been spreading such rumors." The man quickly explained. After listening to him, Yang Kai understood. He didn't know who had spread this rumor, But it was said that in a great war a few years ago, countless cultivators from 9 Heavens' Holy Land had died. These dead cultivators had dropped many artifacts nearby, attracting many people to try their luck here to see if they could find 1 or 2 valuable treasures. There are many people outside, all looking for artifacts? The wizard Tribulation asked with a frown. Some of them seem to be here to kill a monster beast. I heard that there are many 6th order and 7th order monster beasts here from the Beast Sea Jungle. Those monster beasts have good artifact refining materials. The other person also quickly said, it seems that some of them are here to kill the devil dwellers. I heard that the new Holy Master of 9 Heavens' Holy Land has accepted a group of demons here. They want to clean up these demons and restore order. With just the few of you? The wizard Tribulation looked at them like they were fools and said contemptuously, since you heard there are demons here, haven't you heard what kind of strength they have? The news said that there aren't many masters among those demons. Only a few transcendent realm cultivators. Ha. The wizard Tribulation laughed strangely and nodded. Not many masters, and there really aren't many, only 5. But those were 5 Saint Realm masters, 3 of whom were 2nd order saints. The wizard Tribulation had witnessed the battle between Li Rong and Xueli and knew that with the ancient demon clan's strength, it was not something 1 or 2 great sects could deal with. If they wanted to clean them up, they would need at least 3 or 4 great forces on the same level as Soaring Heaven sect, and they would also need to be prepared to suffer huge losses. If these clowns wanted to clear out the demons, they were simply courting death. After asking a few more questions and confirming that these 2 didn't have much information, the wizard Tribulation knocked them out again. Standing up and looking at Yang Kai, the wizard Tribulation frowned and said, Holy Master, it seems that someone has deliberately spread some unfavorable news in order to guide these cultivators to 9 Heavens' Holy Land. Yang Kai nodded, not knowing why, but suddenly remembering the human race master named Wu Zhang he had met before. If someone hadn't taken the lead in spreading such news, it would have been impossible to deceive so many people. On top of that, the person who spread such news had to have a certain level of prestige, otherwise such obvious lies would have been easily exposed. Wu Zhang obviously had such ability. What is this person trying to do? He knows that these people can't do anything to the Holy Land. Su Hui looked puzzled. Some people don't want Li Rong and the others to stay in 9 Heavens' Holy Land. Yang Kai snorted. They don't want to see us become close to the demon race. They think it's a disgrace to the human race. Wizard Tribulation's eyes narrowed, seemingly thinking of something, raising his brow and asking, Holy Master, what Master means is that this person is inciting these cultivators to come to 9 Heavens' Holy Land in an attempt to lure you into taking action. That should be the case. Yang Kai nodded. Once they take action, no matter who it is, they can frame Li Rong and the others. At that time, that person can use this as an excuse to lead the world's masters to attack Li Rong and the others. If Li Rong and the others are attacked, I can't just sit back and watch. Once I intervene, the Holy Land will also be involved. When that time comes, the Holy Land will become an enemy of the entire world, making it difficult for the Holy Land to survive. So insidious? Su Hui's expression changed. And it is indeed a bit despicable and vicious, Wizard Tribulation pondered. If it were any other great force, with so many cultivators wandering around their doorstep, they would definitely try to drive them out. Wizard believes that among those people, there must be some hidden pawns who are responsible for fanning the flames, waiting for you to make a move to drive them out. Yang Kai glanced over at him and chuckled. Wizard Tribulation's words had hit the nail on the head. Holy Master, how should we deal with this matter? Su Hui asked. Although the situation wasn't bad yet, if they continued to wait, it was likely more cultivators would be deceived into leaving the Holy Land. This situation needed to be nipped in the bud as soon as possible. However, 9 Heavens' Holy Land had just shown signs of stable development. If they really got into a conflict with too many great forces, it would definitely have an impact on its future. Especially now that Yang Kai hadn't fully matured yet. What does Great Elder think? Yang Kai looked at him, wanting to ask for his opinion. Su Hui respectfully said, "Subordinate thinks we should tell the truth of the matter to those cultivators who have been deceived here and have them withdraw on their own. The artifacts scattered outside the Holy Land aren't real. If there really was such a thing, wouldn't my Holy Land have picked them up? If they can't find them, they will gradually leave. On top of that, the monster race has already retreated to the Beast Sea jungle. If they really have the courage to hunt a monster beast, they can go to monster race territory on their own. There is no need for them to linger outside the Holy Land. As for those cultivators who came to clean up the demons, we can deny the existence of Master Li and the others. In any case, no one can enter the 9 Peaks to investigate. Master Li's people are all honest and won't go out. After this storm passes, everything should be fine." Su Hui didn't want to make a big fuss, something Yang Kai could see. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai nodded. "Then let's do as Great Elder says. You take some people to disperse those cultivators wandering outside the Holy Land. However, we can't be so easygoing. If we are too easygoing, they will think the Holy Land is too weak. And we need to let them know what the consequences of disobedience are. After all, if they trespass into my Holy Land's territory, we can kill them without question." "What Holy Master says is right." Su Hui nodded. In the past, if these people dared to wander outside the Holy Land at will, Su Hui would have already sent them away. How could he waste his time talking nonsense with them? If they refused to comply, he would kill them directly, but now the Holy Land was no longer the same as before, so he had to act cautiously. "Let's do this. Give them a 3-day deadline to withdraw from the Holy Land. If they dare to remain after the deadline, they must be trying to stir up trouble. For such people, kill them directly." Yang Kai ordered. "Yes, subordinate will do so." Su Hui nodded and immediately withdrew, taking the 2 cultivator wizard tribulation with him. Li Rong's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly as she stared at Yang Kai with a smile on her face. She suddenly found that after not seeing him for several years, Yang Kai was becoming more and more like a leader. When he was captured by Coffin Slave Sr. and brought to Demon God Citadel, he was just a cautious young man, but now he was able to make appropriate decisions based on the situation. This was something Li Rong very much hoped to see, secretly believing that the ancient demon clan would be able to obtain a bright future under his leadership. "Holy Master, this wizard will take his leave. There are still many things to be dealt with in the sect. If Holy Master has time, you are welcome to visit my Netherworld sect at any time." The wizard bid farewell and turned to leave. "Sect Master Wizard, there's no need to hurry." Yang Kai stood up. "Is there something else, Holy Master? Wizard Tribulation asked curiously. "I want to see Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple. Please lead the way, Sect Master Wizard." "I am willing to serve." Wizard Tribulation smiled lightly. "Li Rong, come with me." Yang Kai turned around and beckoned. Li Rong gently nodded and stepped forward. Walking out of the hall, the 3 turned into streaks of light and left 9 Heavens Holy Land like lightning. There were originally 4 great forces in the vicinity, but now only 9 Heavens Holy Land and Netherworld sect remained. These 4 great forces were not too far from each other, only 100 to 200 kilometers apart. For the current Yang Kai, such a distance would not take long to cross, not to mention Li Rong was currently using her Yuan Qi to carry him. In just a short while, the 3 of them arrived at the mountain range above a group of buildings. This is War Spirit Temple. Among our 3 great forces, it is the closest to 9 Heavens Holy Land and has benefited a lot from the 9 Peaks. Unfortunately, Chao Guan was short-sighted and ruined such a great foundation. Wizard Tribulation pointed down and said. Yang Kai nodded and looked down. The buildings below were like chess pieces, arranged in a picturesque disarray. Many of them had collapsed, and in some places, red blood could be seen. It was likely that some time ago, Wizard Tribulation had gathered the disciples of War Spirit Temple and caused some trouble. Chapter 881. After looking around for a while, Yang Kai suddenly exclaimed, "There's still people here?" Among the buildings of War Spirit Temple, A small number of cultivators were walking around, looking around, seemingly looking for something. Oh, those are my Netherworld sect's disciples. They're here with the original disciples of War Spirit Temple to see if there's anything they can use, Wizard Tribulation explained with a smile. Yang Kai nodded and pointed down. I want this place. After Sect Master Wizard returns, make sure the disciples don't destroy it. Yes. Wizard Tribulation quickly responded. Although he didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do with such an abandoned property, he didn't ask. Speaking less and doing more, this was why Wizard Tribulation was better at judging the situation than Zhang Ao and Chao Guan. Let's go take a look at Shattering Mystical Palace. There was nothing special down there, so Yang Kai immediately waved his hand. Wizard Tribulation once again led the way. A moment later, nearly 200 kilometers away, the trio arrived above Shattering Mystical Palace. This is Zhang Ao's territory, Wizard Tribulation pointed down. Compared to War Spirit Temple and my Netherworld sect, this place is much better. Yang Kai observed indifferently and found that this place was indeed good. Although it wasn't as good as the Holy Land's 9 peaks, it was still a rare place. Shattering Mystical Palace's establishment here was not without reason. Holy Master, this one still has some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. After waiting for a while, Wizard Tribulation suddenly said, Good, Sect Master Wizard. Do as you please. Yang Kai nodded. After saying his goodbyes, Wizard Tribulation quickly left. Looking at his disappearing back, Li Rong pursed her lips and chuckled. Although this guy looks a bit gloomy and vicious, he's actually quite a good person. But why is he in such a hurry to leave? It's as if we're going to do something bad to him. Because he knows what I'm going to do next. Yang Kai chuckled. He doesn't want to see too many secrets, so naturally he wants to leave quickly. Li Rong was stunned. Let's go down and take a look. Yang Kai's figure flickered and flew straight down. Shattering Mystical Palace occupied a very large area, and behind this sect master, Yang Kai and Li Rong landed in a stone forest filled with stone pillars of varying heights, giving them a disorderly appearance. Li Rong, where is the blood essence stone? Yang Kai turned his head and asked. It's still with me, Li Rong replied, taking out the blood essence stone and handing it over. Last time, the blood essence stone had absorbed a lot of fresh blood and transformed it into blood chi, but after using it to heal the ancient demon clan clansmen, this blood chi had been completely exhausted. At this moment, there was no trace of energy fluctuations coming from the blood essence stone. Holding the blood essence stone, Yang Kai looked around. Master, what are you looking for? Li Rong observed for a while before asking thoughtfully. I'm looking for the entrance to Star Field. Yang Kai replied. The entrance to Star Field? Li Rong's expression became solemn as she suddenly recalled the words Zhang Ao had said before his death a few months ago. Immediately understanding, Master means to say that the entrance to Star Field is hidden here? Yang Kai nodded. I was able to peer into some of Zhang Ao's memories. He really did pick up this blood essence stone in this stone forest, but I don't know the exact location. You should also help me look around and see if there is anything special about this place, especially if there are some strange ores here. Does Master really think that we can enter Star Field? After all, it's just a legend. What do you think? Yang Kai chuckled. I don't know. Li Rong slowly shook her head. Since I was born, I've been living in Demon God Citadel, never even seeing the sun, moon, or stars. It wasn't until a few months ago that I left that place, let alone a star field, but I always felt that it was unrealistic. Why? Yang Kai was surprised, because even the most powerful masters can only fly 10,000 meters up in the sky, any higher and they are powerless. This continent seems to have some kind of invisible suction force that keeps people from leaving. No one has ever successfully left this place, so how could anyone possibly enter Starfield? All those things about Starfield should be just legends, right? Yang Kai didn't say much, simply grinning. Let's look around. If we can find it, I'll take you to see it. Li Rong's beautiful eyes lit up, feeling that Yang Kai didn't seem to be joking. Immediately nodding, good. The two of them immediately split up and searched carefully in the stone forest. This stone forest should be considered Shattering Mystical Palace's restricted area, because Yang Kai sensed the fluctuations of many barriers here, all of which were connected to extremely insidious traps. Once triggered, it was very likely to cause a lot of trouble. These barriers should have been set up by Zhang Ao. However, under Yang Kai's powerful divine sense, these hidden barriers couldn't be hidden, so he didn't need to worry about touching them. After a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai, who hadn't found anything, frowned and looked around. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, Li Rong's voice suddenly called out. Startled, Yang Kai quickly flew over. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived in front of Li Rong. Master, there's something strange here. Li Rong pointed to a few stone pillars of different lengths in front of them and said, Also, I found these things nearby. Saying so, she handed over the stones in her hand. Yang Kai took them and carefully observed them, his eyes lighting up as he confidently said, It should be here. The stones Li Rong had picked up looked a bit like products from Star Field, and the shape and arrangement of these stone pillars were somewhat similar to the vague memory he had of Zhang Ao. But there's nothing special about this place. Li Rong was puzzled. If it was possible to see through them at a glance, Zhang Ao wouldn't have inadvertently discovered the mystery here. Yang Kai said as he stepped forward and patted the stone pillars. They didn't look any different from the nearby stone pillars, but compared to them, these stone pillars were quite hard. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of material they were made of, but it was definitely not ordinary stone. Carefully recalling the scenes he had seen in Zhang Ao's memory, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and flicked a few strands of pure yuan qi into the nearby stone pillars. His true essence disappeared as soon as it appeared, as if it had been swallowed up by these stone pillars. Yang Kai waited quietly for a moment, but there was still no reaction from the stone pillars. Just as he was getting impatient, a buzzing sound suddenly came. Yang Kai immediately jumped back and stood next to Li Rong, closely watching the front. Wang. The stone pillars trembled as if there was a large, invisible hand holding them and shaking them, causing the ground to show signs of instability. Ripples visible to the naked eye radiated from the stone pillars and spread in all directions like shockwaves. Countless ripples collided in the middle of those stone pillars, and some unexpected changes took place. The space in the middle of the stone pillars seemed to have become a mirror, reflecting the fluctuations of the ripples. With a crash, when the ripples were concentrated to a certain extent, the mirror suddenly shattered, and a dark and deep hole suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai and Li Rong, like a ferocious beast opening its mouth. Li Rong couldn't help but feel her scalp go numb. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was excited. He felt a special aura from this hole, the aura of Star Field. Let's go! Without hesitation, Yang Kai pulled Li Rong and dove in. In the next moment, a huge pressure surged towards Yang Kai from all directions like a tidal wave. Yang Kai's bones creaked and his physique tightened as he tried his best to resist this destructive force. Li Rong also cried out in surprise. The moment she felt the power, she immediately used the demon god transformation. Mysterious demon patterns climbed up her beautiful face, giving her a wild beauty. Don't be nervous. Yang Kai chuckled and comforted her. Li Rong's beautiful face reddened, and only then did she gradually relax. Her beautiful eyes looked around, and she couldn't help but cover her mouth. Surrounded by countless stars, it was a beautiful sight to behold. Floating in the void, there was no ground beneath her feet, so when she looked down, she couldn't see anything but the stars. It was as if she was no longer in Tongxian realm. Is this the star field? Li Rong asked in surprise. Isn't it wonderful? Yang Kai nodded lightly, bearing the huge force of Star Field. His expression relaxed. Looking at Master's appearance, it seems you've been to Star Field before? I've been here once. It was in the Star Field that I was able to break through to the transcendent realm. Li Rong's beautiful eyes couldn't help trembling. From Yang Kai's words, she caught a glimpse of something unusual. When her master first came here, He was only a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator. How had he been able to withstand this terrifying force of star field? Li Rong thought that if she didn't use her demon god transformation, she would feel some pressure here. This kind of pressure was enough to shatter anyone's bones, not something a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator could withstand. But the last time I came here, it doesn't seem to be this place. Yang Kai looked around and said with certainty, the last time he came here, he had been standing on a blue planet. According to Zhai Yao, that was Tongxian realm. However, this place didn't have that kind of scenery, so he didn't know where he had been teleported to after passing through the stone forest. Looking back, behind him was the void corridor leading to the stone forest. Yang Kai didn't know how long it would last, but judging from the aura fluctuations inside, it should be able to last for a few days. Yang Kai's heart settled and he waved his hand. Come with me. Li Rong quickly followed, maintaining her demon god transformation as she looked around. The legendary star field was a place few people could set foot in, so Li Rong was naturally very curious about it. The two of them released their divine senses, covering a radius of 100 kilometers, investigating all movements within this area. What is Master looking for? After following Yang Kai aimlessly for a long time, Li Rong asked, I'm looking for some meteorites. Yang Kai explained, the meteorites in the star field seem to contain many rare minerals and strange stones. Since we've come here, let's see if there are any unexpected gains. Perhaps we can find something as precious as a blood essence stone. And after knowing what they were looking for, Li Rong also began searching diligently. Chapter 882. In the star field, there were many meteorites shuttling back and forth, but no one knew where they came from, let alone where they would go. It seemed that since ancient times, they had been drifting through the star field, waiting to be discovered. Yang Kai even suspected that Tongxian realm itself was a huge meteorite. After searching the star field for 1 or 2 hours with Li Rong, Yang Kai found several meteorites of different sizes. Some were as small as wash basins while others were as big as mountains. After smashing these meteorites, Yang Kai really harvested some rare ores, but there weren't many of them and their grade wasn't too high. The main reason he came to the star field this time was to verify that the information in Zhang Ao's memory wasn't wrong. However, since he had already arrived here, he naturally couldn't return empty-handed. It just so happened that the ores in the black book space had been exhausted, so he could take this opportunity to collect some more. Yang Kai wanted to know what kind of changes would occur to the 2 pitch-black round stones after they absorbed enough mineral essence. Master, there seems to be a large meteorite flying over there. Li Rong's divine sense detected some movement and pointed to the distance. Let's go take a look. Yang Kai immediately flew over. Not long after, a meteorite the size of a house flew toward them. The surface was full of bumps and hollows. It seemed that it had been eroded by the passage of time and could not bear the weight. Li Rong met it head-on, and before the meteorite could approach, she struck it with her palm. A shocking power burst forth from her jade-like hands, and the huge meteorite directly shattered into countless pieces, splattering in all directions. Yang Kai's eyes were sharp and his hands moved quickly, immediately focusing on one of the dark red stones and rushing over to stop it. After inspecting it, he was satisfied and put it into the black book space, placing it next to the 2 pitch-black round stones. Inside these meteorites, there were many rare ores, and these ores were hard and difficult to destroy. Therefore, breaking these meteorites was undoubtedly the most convenient and fastest way to find them. Li Rong also collected 1 to 2 and flew to Yang Kai and gave them to him. Is Master collecting these things to refine an artifact? Li Rong asked with a smile. Although he couldn't name most of the ores he collected in the star field, judging from their texture, they were at least spirit-grade ores, and many of them were even saint-grade materials. An artifact refined from such a material would naturally not be of poor quality. When Li Rong saw Yang Kai working so hard to collect them, she naturally thought he was going to refine an artifact. Sort of. Yang Kai didn't bother to explain. While he was observing, His expression suddenly changed and he looked to the side in surprise. Stars twinkled in the sky. A few dozen kilometers away from the two of them, there seemed to be a number of small black dots that were rapidly passing by. An asteroid sea? After looking around for a while, Yang Kai was overjoyed and called out to Li Rong before immediately flying over. Not long after, the scene of a large number of meteorites gathered together appeared before the two of them. These meteorites were like a great river, stretching for an unknown number of kilometers as they flowed through the vast star field. Inside this asteroid sea, there were countless meteorites of varying sizes, creating a spectacular scene. They sped through the starry sky without making a sound. It was extremely strange. So many meteorites? Li Rong also looked at this scene in surprise. Yang Kai laughed and said, "Now we don't need to look around." Saying so, he flew into the asteroid sea. Li Rong pursed her lips and smiled before hurriedly following. The two of them released the power in their bodies and wantonly destroyed the asteroid sea. Strangely enough, in the star field, it seemed that sound couldn't be transmitted, and the two of them could only communicate with one another through their divine sense. Even when they destroyed the meteorites, they didn't make any sound. Pieces of ores of various sizes were collected by Yang Kai into the Black Book space. These ores were all extremely rare and precious on Tongxian realm. If any artifact refiner were to see this scene, they would likely go crazy. Outstanding artifact refiners, in order to find rare ores, would sometimes travel thousands of miles, but even so, it would be difficult to find the ores and materials they wanted. However, in this star field, there were countless ores that could be easily obtained. Such a shocking amount of wealth could only be obtained by Yang Kai. Li Rong also seemed to be infected by Yang Kai's joy. A smile constantly plastered on her pretty face as she busied herself. Most of these meteorites didn't have anything inside them, and after they were smashed apart, only a small amount of debris would fly out, but there were simply too many meteorites in this asteroid sea. Even if the probability was very low, after a few hours, Yang Kai and Li Rong's harvest was huge. Shuttling through the dense meteorites, Yang Kai and Li Rong leisurely strolled about. Gradually, the endless meteorite sea seemed to have come to an end, and was about to pass by in front of his eyes. "That should be enough," Yang Kai said, preparing to stop. In any case, the door to the star field was inside Shattering Mystical Palace, so if they wanted to come to the star field in the future, they could do so at any time. There was no need to constantly collect ores here. Li Rong nodded, taking the last piece of ore in her hand and flying over to Yang Kai's side. At that moment, Yang Kai suddenly felt a subtle energy fluctuation coming from somewhere in the asteroid sea. This energy fluctuation didn't seem to be coming from a mineral and couldn't help attracting Yang Kai's attention. Gazing in that direction, a faint ray of light entered his eyes. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as his figure flickered and disappeared, reappearing near this light in the next moment. After seeing what was emitting this light, his expression couldn't help becoming strange. Reaching out and picking it up, Yang Kai returned to Li Rong's side. "What did Master find?" Li Rong asked curiously. "This." Yang Kai handed over the thing he found in the asteroid sea. Li Rong took it and carefully examined it, a look of surprise appearing on her face as she exclaimed, "This is an artifact?" The thing he found in the asteroid sea was about the size of a palm and had a sleek overall shape, like a long shuttle, with two sharp ends and a flat rounded middle, and a mysterious energy fluctuation pulsing from it. However, it seemed that because it had been here for so long, this energy fluctuation was somewhat faint, almost to the point of dissipating. "I also think it's an artifact." Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he stared at the asteroid sea that was gradually disappearing into the distance. His brow furrowed. "But how could there be an artifact here?" Li Rong felt this was inconceivable. Starfield was a legendary territory that no one had ever set foot in, let alone explored. This time, if not for the void corridor in Shattering Mystical Palace, she and Yang Kai would never have been able to reach this place. However, there was actually such an artifact in the Starfield's asteroid sea. The profound meaning behind it was truly intriguing. If there is an artifact, it means there is a cultivator. Perhaps someone has already explored this star field before, Yang Kai quickly said. That's impossible, right? Li Rong covered her mouth and exclaimed. Even Great Demon God only yearned for this place in the past. He never managed to explore it. What if there is someone even more powerful than Great Demon God? Yang Kai said faintly. Li Rong's beautiful face went pale as she was shocked speechless. Great Demon God was known as the #1 master in this world since ancient times. No one had ever surpassed him. What kind of level would someone more powerful than Great Demon God possess? Li Rong couldn't even begin to imagine. Yang Kai took a deep breath and said, I was just speaking casually. You don't need to think too much about it. However, judging from the energy fluctuations from this artifact, it is indeed quite old. Even if there was such a person, I'm afraid they are no longer in this world. Li Rong relaxed a lot, letting out a sigh of relief before handing the long shuttle-shaped artifact back to Yang Kai. Yang Kai swept it with his divine sense but couldn't find any information about it. So he couldn't help asking, Can you tell what grade it is? Li Rong shook her head. I can't tell. There is some kind of strange power hidden inside it. Although it is on the verge of dissipating, it is still resisting my probing. Master should take it back and study it carefully. It would be best if he could figure out what it is. Yang Kai nodded and put away the long shuttle-shaped artifact, preparing to refine it once he returned. He only had one artifact on him right now, and that was the Silver Leaf artifact. This was something the previous Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land had owned and was a Saint-grade high-rank artifact with infinite uses, both offensive and defensive. Refining this long shuttle-shaped artifact wasn't a big deal. An average cultivator would have at least 2 or 3 artifacts on them. Those with noble backgrounds would have even more. Speaking of artifacts, Yang Kai suddenly thought of something and asked, You and Han Fei don't have any good artifacts, right? Li Rong smiled. Originally, the ancient demon clan had some artifacts, and none of them were low grade, but they were all lost with the passing of our ancestors. On top of that, our ancient demon clan's greatest asset is our bodies, so when we fight, it doesn't matter if we don't have an artifact. That being said, having an artifact is still a good thing, at least it might be useful. Saying so, Yang Kai took out a number of different artifacts from the black book space and handed them to Li Rong. Take these back and let Han Fei, Huaramo, and the others choose the ones suitable for them to refine. So many, and all of them Saint-grade? Li Rong looked surprised. Saint-grade artifacts were rare, and each one of them was priceless. Every Saint Realm powerhouse in the continent wished to possess a Saint-grade artifact, but not everyone could obtain such a thing. Most Saint Realm experts still used Spirit-grade secret treasures. Saint-grade artifacts were the same as pills. The materials required to refine them were not easy to find. The most important thing was that there were not many artifact refiners who could refine Saint-grade artifacts. Even if they could, there was still a chance of failure. Although the famous Saint-grade artifact refiners of the continent were respected and revered, each one of them had a full schedule because there were many people begging them to refine Saint-grade artifacts. Why was the world's #1 alchemist, the old man of Heaven's Keep, so elusive? It was because there were too many people who wanted to ask him for alchemy. If he didn't hide his whereabouts, he would be annoyed to death by these people. So how could he have the time to teach his disciples? Chapter 883. However, Yang Kai had actually taken out several Saint-grade artifacts at once, completely shocking Li Rong to the point where she was rendered speechless. Li Rong couldn't help wondering if Yang Kai had plundered the treasuries of several great sects. Otherwise, how could he have collected so many Saint-grade artifacts? Shocked, Li Rong didn't hesitate to accept Yang Kai's gifts and put them away. She knew better than anyone that the more powerful the ancient demon clan was, the more it could help Yang Kai. These artifacts could greatly enhance her and Han Fei's combat strength. Let's go back. Yang Kai quickly identified the direction they had come from and returned. Although there was no reference point in Starfield, Yang Kai's divine sense was quite sharp, so he didn't lose his way. After an unknown amount of time, the pair once again arrived at the entrance to the void corridor. Stepping inside and reappearing, they were back in the stone forest of shattering mystical palace. The surrounding stone pillars were still vibrating and ripples were spreading out from them. These ripples collided at the center of the void corridor and formed an entrance to Star Field. Reaching out and waving his hand, the stone pillars suddenly quieted down and the entrance to Star Field gradually disappeared. The world once again restored its tranquility. Master, this place is so important. Should we set up some kind of barrier? Otherwise, someone might accidentally break in and destroy it. Li Rong asked. Do you know how to? Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. Li Rong smiled lightly. I know a bit. Although it's not a good idea, it's probably better than the original barrier here. Good. Yang Kai nodded. He had just been wondering whether or not to send someone to guard this place. So Li Rong's proposal was exactly what he had been hoping for. With Yang Kai's permission, Li Rong immediately began making arrangements. Speaking of which, Yang Kai had never studied things like restrictions and formations. He could destroy them, but he didn't know how to set them up. At this moment, seeing that Li Rong was going to use this kind of method, he naturally wanted to learn, so he followed her and watched. Li Rong didn't hide anything. She explained to Yang Kai while she was arranging, which benefited him a lot. A few hours later, a hidden spirit array was placed around the stone pillars, so that even if Yang Kai used his divine sense to probe them, he could not detect them all. Awesome. If I have time, I'd like to learn more about this from you. Yang Kai gave him a thumbs up. After being praised, Li Rong's face seemed to glow. She pursed her lips and said, Master, you flatter me. It's just a small trick. Let's go back first. Yang Kai chuckled. He was very interested in this long shuttle artifact and wanted to refine it as much as possible to find out what it was used for. The two immediately flew off in the direction of the Holy Land. After returning to the 9 peaks from shattering mystical palace, before he even had time to enter the Holy Land, Yang Kai felt a large number of life auras converge in a certain location. Faintly, he also heard the sound of a noisy argument. Yang Kai frowned and walked over with Li Rong. As they got closer, the noise from the other side gradually became clearer. It seemed that many people were shouting, their voices filled with grievances and resentment. All of them were accusing 9 Heaven's Holy Land of taking advantage of its position to bully the weak. Occasionally, Holy Land Elder Shikuan could be heard shouting. Kai Yang couldn't help but quicken his pace and soon arrived at the scene of the incident. Frowning, he asked, What happened? Hearing Yang Kai's voice, Shikuan quickly turned his head and saw Yang Kai leading Li Rong over. Shocked, he cupped his fists and greeted, Greetings, Holy Master. Holy Master? The noisy cultivator also quieted down in an instant as they turned to look at Yang Kai, wanting to see what this new Holy Master of 9 Heaven's Holy Land looked like. However, in the next moment, everyone's eyes were attracted to Li Rong. Graceful, dignified, and elegant. At first glance, one could tell she was a beautiful woman with a slender figure and full breasts. Her skin was as white as jade and exuded a porcelain-like luster. When these people saw Li Rong, they couldn't help staring straight at her. None of them were in a hurry to make a fuss, all of them instead showing dazzling expressions. Li Rong's brow furrowed slightly as she swept her eyes around coldly, letting out a cold snort. An invisible shockwave spread out, causing everyone's face to go pale. In an instant, all of them fell into a daze, as if the beautiful woman in front of them had transformed into a ferocious beast, waving its claws and roaring. Involuntarily, all of them averted their eyes, trembling in fear. Yang Kai glanced over at Li Rong and couldn't help laughing. If she doesn't let others look at me like this in the future, I'm afraid I'll be annoyed. All living beings in this world, regardless of whether they were men or women, had no immunity to beauty. When they saw a beautiful woman, they would naturally take a few more glances at her. Li Rong had always lived in Demon God Citadel, so her clansmen were all extremely respectful to her, not daring to show any ill intentions towards her. Coming to the outside world, it was only natural that such a scene would often occur. You'll get used to it. Yang Kai quietly comforted. Li Rong's face blushed slightly as she realized she had gone too far and nodded gently. With her cultivation and identity, secretly using underhanded means to deal with such a motley crew was really inappropriate. What's the situation here? Yang Kai turned to Shikuan and asked. Shikuan quickly replied. Reporting to Holy Master, these people are the cultivators who have been wandering around my Holy Land's 9 peaks during this time. I was ordered by the Great Elder to give them a 3-day deadline to evacuate. Seeing that the deadline was about to expire, these people refused to leave, insisting that we were taking advantage of our position to bully them. This subordinate had no choice but to argue with them. Yang Kai nodded and asked, What about Su Hui? Great Elder has other matters to attend to, so he left this matter to me. While the two were talking, the group of people also recovered from the panic of Li Rong, and a man in yellow robes shouted, Are you the new Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land? Following this man's voice, Yang Kai turned his head and nodded lightly. Yes. What advice do you have for me? I wouldn't dare give advice. The yellow-robed man smiled sarcastically. We are here to seek treasures and have not provoked your 9 Heavens Holy Land. So why do you want to drive us away? Why? Yang Kai grinned. This is my Holy Land's 9 peaks. Tell me, why should I drive you away? We haven't even entered the 9 peaks yet, so why are we obstructing you? Don't you think you're overstepping your bounds? The yellow-robed man sneered. Or do you think our cultivations aren't high enough so you can bully us at will? Let me tell you, although our cultivations aren't high, we aren't so easily bullied. Saying so, the yellow-robed man held his head high and puffed out his chest, as if saying he could be killed but not humiliated. His words aroused the anger of many people, and in an instant, many of them began pointing their spears at 9 Heavens Holy Land. Shikuan angrily shouted, If you don't want to die, shut up! Who dares act presumptuously in front of my Holy Master? These words completely poured oil on the fire, causing the yellow-robed man to shout, Did you all hear that? An elder of 9 Heavens Holy Land wants to kill you. Since ancient times, 9 Heavens Holy Land has always been a golden signboard for the human race. Rumors have it that the people of 9 Heavens Holy Land are gentle and loyal, but now it seems they aren't. Or is it that, after the death of the previous generation's Holy Master, the current generation's Holy Master is evil? If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. That's right. I also heard that this generation's Holy Master colluded with demon race and even raised a group of demons in the 9 peaks. These words caused an uproar as everyone began discussing amongst themselves, the look in their eyes suddenly changing as they stared at Yang Kai. The yellow-robed man stood in the crowd and stared at Yang Kai with a smug look on his face, saying, What can you do about me? Li Rong's pretty face filled with anger as she whispered, Master, he seems to be bullying you because you are too young. Then he's miscalculated. Yang Kai sneered before turning to Shikuan and asking, How much longer until the deadline given to them by Great Elder arrives? Shikuan looked up at the sky and quickly said, At most, no more than the time it would take to brew a cup of tea. Yang Kai nodded lightly before turning to the crowd and saying, I won't waste any more time with you. If you don't withdraw after the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, prepare to die here. Seeing the smile on Yang Kai's face, it didn't seem like he was joking, causing many people to feel fear and involuntarily retreat a few steps. What are you afraid of? The yellow-robed man shouted again. They won't dare kill us. We haven't done anything to harm 9 Heavens Holy Land. Do you think we'll be killed just because we're nearby? If they really are so overbearing, someone will definitely avenge us. That's right, the world's actions are based on reason. Why would they dare kill us? Someone echoed. If we retreat now, we won't be able to obtain those treasures for the rest of our lives. They want to monopolize those treasures, that's why they're driving us away. Yang Kai didn't say anything, simply standing there with a smile on his face, letting these people clamor. The cultivator who had originally intended to leave also stopped, preparing to observe for a while before deciding what to do next. Subconsciously, they still didn't believe that a great force like Nine Heavens' Holy Land would kill people without reason, especially when their new Holy Master was here. Holy Master, time's up, Shi Kuan suddenly said. Yang Kai nodded, staring at the yellow-robed man from across the crowd, his eyes filled with ridicule. Being stared at like this, the yellow-robed man couldn't help feeling his hair stand on end, as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. Feeling a chill in his heart, he put on a strong front and shouted, "What are you looking at, boy? Don't think just because you're the new Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land you can do whatever you want. You're just lucky. If Father here was chosen by that saintess, he would definitely be better than you." Is that so? Yang Kai's mouth curled into a strange smile, silently and mysteriously, tilting his head as he stared at the yellow-robed man. You seem to think I wouldn't dare kill you? Who gave you so much confidence to make you think this way? The yellow-robed man's face changed as he shouted. If you kill someone here, what difference is there between you and a monster demon? In the future, there will be no place for your Nine Heavens' Holy Land in this world. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Is that what that person told you? Are you an idiot enough to believe it? Saying so, Yang Kai suddenly showed an impatient expression, a cold light flashing across his eyes as he shouted. A trivial first-order transcendent trash. If you die then die, do you think anyone will uphold justice for you? Chapter 884. Yang Kai's roar resounded like thunder in his ears, causing the yellow-robed man's body to tremble, and he instinctively tried to hide in the crowd, instinctively trying to find some sense of security. But no matter where he hid, he felt like a sword was hanging over his head and the aura of death was approaching him. You dared to attack me. You will definitely regret it in the future. The yellow-robed man roared hysterically. Threatening me? Yang Kai curled his lips, a look of disdain on his face. Those who dare threaten me all end up miserable. Chi. A strange sound rang out and the yellow-robed man, who was hiding in the crowd, suddenly felt a strange force enter his body. The next moment, his body began to swell like a balloon, becoming round and large in a very short time. His face flushed red. The yellow-robed man could clearly feel his 5 viscera, 6 organs, blood, and bones being crushed by this unreasonable expansion. Severe pain spread throughout his body and blood began to flow from his 7 orifices. A great panic descended upon him as he felt like he was about to die, but his senses were still so clear and sharp. Save me. The yellow-robed man squeezed out a few words from his mouth, his eyes rolling upwards, only able to see white but not black, his whole body twitching uncontrollably. Pong, with a muffled sound. The yellow-robed man suddenly burst into a pool of blood, not even his bones remaining. Bits of flesh and viscera flew everywhere, dyeing the nearby cultivator blood red. Everyone's eyes trembled, their hearts filled with fear, each one of them remaining silent out of fear. The cultivator who had shouted before no longer dared to look at Yang Kai, fearing he would suddenly attack and kill them all. This is the fate of those who threaten me. Yang Kai laughed, his expression joyful, as if he had just done a trivial thing, very calm. Suddenly, his expression became cold and gloomy as he shouted. If you just came here to play, my Nine Heavens Holy Land will welcome you. But if you have some ulterior motive, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Chi. Streaks of golden yuan chi suddenly shot out like snakes with sharp fangs. They seemed to have locked onto a few cultivator in the crowd and attacked them directly, penetrating into their bodies without missing a millimeter. Just like the yellow-robed man, the bodies of these cultivators all expanded, and when they reached their limit, they exploded. Before they died, they experienced the fear that came from the depths of their soul. Seeing that Yang Kai killed without hesitation and had no intention of stopping, the cultivator gathered here did not dare to stay any longer. They all screamed and ran away with all their strength. He was no longer willing to stay outside the 9 peaks. Yang Kai waved his hand, and a chain like Yuan Qi shot out, binding a middle-aged man in the crowd and dragging him back. The middle-aged man's entire body trembled, and his face turned pale when he saw that everyone else had already escaped, but he was the only one left behind. He couldn't help but loudly beg for mercy and kowtow like he was pounding garlic. "You were quite loud just now." Yang Kai looked at him with a sneer. "Master, holy master, please spare me. I won't do it again. I will never come to 9 heavens holy land again. Master, holy master, please spare me." Yang Kai said contemptuously as he stared down at him condescendingly. "I won't kill you this time, but I need you to pass on a message for me." Hearing this, the middle-aged man quickly nodded. "Please speak, Master, holy master. I don't care who ordered you to do these things. When you return, tell him that the next time he dares to use such despicable means to try to provoke me, I will personally come to his sect and wipe out his sect and family, not leaving even a chicken or dog alive." The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment before realizing that Yang Kai had already seen through his little tricks and quickly nodded. "I'll definitely pass on this message." "Scram!" Yang Kai shouted. The middle-aged man thanked Yang Kai while stumbling away quickly. Looking at the fleeing figure, Shi Kuan's expression became dignified as he worriedly asked, "Holy master, won't this cause some kind of problem?" "Don't worry, it's just a few clowns. If they die, then they die." Yang Kai shook his head. "The next time you find such people outside the Holy Land with malicious intentions, immediately kill them. There's no need to reason with them." "Yes." Shi Kuan quickly responded, his eyes gradually filling with excitement as he stared at Yang Kai. Shi Kuan suddenly discovered that this new Holy Master's personality was very different from that of the old Holy Master. The old Holy Master did things with the overall situation in mind, never doing anything that was detrimental to the Holy Land. But this new Holy Master was different. His methods were tough and his personality was cold. This kind of temperament was very much to Shi Kuan's liking. Sure enough, this young man is full of vigor and vitality. I hope the Holy Land can be like this new Holy Master in the future, full of vigor and vitality. The cultivator wandering outside the 9 peaks was just a group of small fries. Yang Kai didn't put them in his eyes at all. If he hadn't happened to run into them on his way back, he wouldn't have intervened in this matter. After exhorting Shi Kuan, Yang Kai returned to the 9 peaks. Li Rong respectfully excused herself, saying that she wanted to distribute the Saint-grade artifacts to the various great commanders so they could refine them as soon as possible in order to improve their combat strength. Holy Master Court. This was the residence of the Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land. Generations of divine masters had lived in this exquisite and magnificent building complex, enjoying the best scenery and the densest spirit energy at the peak of the mountain. Now that Yang Kai was in charge of 9 Heavens Holy Land, this naturally became his residence. In addition to him, there was another person who lived here, the Saintess and Ling Er. According to the original rules of 9 Heavens Holy Land, a Saintess lived for the Holy Master. Everything a Saintess did was to prepare for the Holy Master's strength. They were willing to devote everything they had to the Holy Master, including their lives. Every Saintess was instilled with this ideology from a young age. When Yang Kai returned, he happened to see Ling Er sitting at the table in his room, her hands resting on her cheeks, her eyes red as if she was in a daze. Yang Kai stared at her for a while, but she didn't respond. It wasn't until Yang Kai sat down across the table that Ling Er suddenly woke up and quickly got up, politely bowing. "Has Holy Master returned? There's no need to be so polite." Yang Kai smiled bitterly and poured himself a cup of tea, looking at her and asking, "Saintess Nan, how is she?" Hearing Yang Kai ask this, Ling Er seemed to become even sadder, whispering softly, "She's still the same. What are you going to do?" "I want to try and resolve the obsession in her heart, but I don't know what to do." Saintess Nan was a living corpse. The only reason she could still move was because of the obsession in her heart. Once it was resolved, her body would stop moving and she would be able to rest in peace. In Yang Kai's opinion, the most convenient method was to directly destroy Saintess Nan's body and end all troubles, but Ling Er's feelings for her were too deep, so she obviously wasn't willing to do so. Is there no record of this in the Holy Land? Yang Kai frowned and asked. There should be. And Ling Er wiped the corners of her eyes. Because in the historical records, such a thing has happened in the Holy Land before. Be patient and look for it. Perhaps you can find a solution. Yang Kai comforted. And Ling Er gently nodded. I also think so. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai suddenly noticed that Ling Er had a hesitant expression on her face, as if she had something difficult to say. Smiling lightly, Yang Kai said, You don't need to be polite with me. If there's anything you want to say, I will definitely help. And Ling Er's face blushed slightly as she pursed her lips and whispered, Actually, the elders are asking. What are they asking? They're asking about us. And Ling Er's face became even redder as her eyes became watery, somewhat embarrassed. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before suddenly realizing something and smiling bitterly. Why are they so anxious? Of course they're anxious. And Ling Er sneered. You're the holy master of the Holy Land. They all want you to grow up as soon as possible and become an overlord. Every generation of holy masters cultivated with their saintesses, allowing them to grow at an unimaginable speed. On top of that, every generation of holy masters was able to reach the peak of the Third Order Saint Realm. This was why Nine Heavens Holy Land had been able to stand tall for so many years and enjoy such a great reputation in Tongshen Realm. Then what do you think? Yang Kai looked towards Ling Er and asked. And Ling Er lowered her head as she pinched her clothes with her fingers, a look of unease appearing on her face as she muttered. Us saintesses are taught from childhood to obey the orders of the Holy Master, so this matter, it's up to you to decide. Whatever you say, I'll listen to you. And Ling Er's well-behaved and obedient appearance made Yang Kai feel quite overwhelmed. A saintess was already an outstanding beauty, 1 in 10,000, and now that she was showing such an expression, any man would likely be tempted. Yang Kai also felt that at this moment, and Ling Er's charm was boundless. Sighing slightly, Yang Kai straightened his face and quickly said, You said before that we're friends, right? And Ling Er nodded lightly. Since we're friends, I'll tell you the truth. Yang Kai said solemnly. When I was in the Holy Tomb, something happened and I learned why the Holy Master of the Holy Land was able to rapidly increase his strength. What secret? And Ling Er couldn't help becoming interested. Although she was a saintess, she still didn't know much about this secret. The reason why the Holy Master was able to rapidly increase his strength and reach the Third Order Saint Realm was entirely by consuming the vitality of both himself and the saintess. Consuming vitality? Yang Kai nodded and explained carefully. Everyone has a different degree of vitality. Those with more vitality can live longer, while those with less vitality are the opposite. Moreover, as one's strength increases, the vitality of a cultivator will also increase. However, the secret art the Holy Master cultivates requires one's vitality as a price to cultivate. Therefore, every Holy Master is extremely talented and has profound strength, but they also have a short lifespan. And Ling Er's mouth opened slightly, as if she had just heard some incredible secret. I'm not going to cultivate that kind of secret art, nor will I allow you to. Yang Kai looked at her seriously, because I want to live longer. You and I are friends, and I don't want to see my friend die early. And Ling Er's beautiful eyes flashed, seemingly moved by his words. I don't have many friends, but you count as one. I hope we can cherish this relationship in the future. Holy Master and Saintess are only external identities, but in private we can treat each other as equals. What do you think? And Ling Er nodded repeatedly. Chapter 885. The secret art that Nine Heavens Holy Land's holy masters cultivated was not something Yang Kai was interested in. Seeking strength at the cost of one's own vitality was a bit of a waste. Yang Kai's pursuit of the peak of the martial Tao was not like this. As such, he had never intended to follow the footsteps of the previous holy masters. He had his own goals and pursuits. However, this required Ling Er's cooperation. Seeing her nod her head, Yang Kai also felt happy and relieved. But what if the elders ask? Ling Er couldn't help worrying. They all seemed to be very anxious. A dog trying to catch a mouse. A busybody, Yang Kai muttered to himself. There was no need to ask. He knew the most anxious one should be that old man Su Hui. It was definitely him urging Ling Er to cultivate with him as soon as possible. Hearing him say this, Ling Er giggled, the room suddenly becoming much brighter. How about this? If they ask, just tell them that we're already cultivating. That's fine. But that's only for a while. Ling Er lightly pursed her red lips. You won't have any problems. With your aptitude, even if you don't cultivate that secret art, your strength will increase rapidly. But if I don't break through for a long time, the elders will definitely become suspicious. I'll help you. Yang Kai grinned. How will you help me? Ling Er was stunned. Yang Kai flipped his hand and summoned out a delicate jade bottle, handing it to her and saying, This bottle contains a very strange spirit liquid. After you take it back, take a drop every day and your strength will slowly improve. Ling Er took the bottle skeptically, opened it, and took a whiff of its fragrance. Her eyes couldn't help shining as she stared at Yang Kai. Is this really useful? Of course it's useful. Yang Kai nodded affirmatively, adding, When you're done with it, you can ask me for more. Then I'll take it back and try it, thank you. Ling Er giggled. Seemingly having chatted with Yang Kai for a while, her mood had become much better, no longer as sad as before. After chatting for a while Ling Er left, Yang Kai used his divine sense to inform Su Hui, Li Rong, and the others that he was going into retreat for a while and that they were not to disturb him. After receiving a reply, Yang Kai left the Holy Master Court and headed to the Holy Tomb alone. The Holy Mausoleum was an excellent place for seclusion. Other than Yang Kai using the Holy Lord Spirit Ring to open it, no one else could open it, so there was no need to worry about being disturbed. Arriving in front of the huge blue stone, Yang Kai placed the Holy Lord Spirit Ring on his finger at a specific location, opened the Holy Tomb, and dove in. In the dim and gloomy environment, there were still traces of 9 Heavens Holy Land's disciples living here. Although the environment wasn't very good, the world energy aura here was extremely rich. After finding a random spot, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged. Taking out the long shuttle artifact he obtained from the star field, Yang Kai carefully examined it. He could feel that this artifact contained a mysterious power and that there were countless complex spirit arrays carved into it. But if he didn't refine it, he wouldn't be able to figure out what this artifact's function was. Holding his breath, Yang Kai released his divine sense and scanned the long shuttle artifact, probing its material and structure, looking for a way to break through. If one wanted to refine an artifact, the first step was to leave their soul brand on it and engrave their life imprint. Only then could they begin to refine it. After leaving their life imprint, they would absorb it into their body and nourish it with their yuan qi and divine sense. After reaching a certain level, an artifact would resonate with one's body and become useful to them. Even if it was absorbed into one's body, it would still take a long time to nourish it before it could display its full power. Therefore, every cultivator would not easily replace the artifact they were using, because after a long period of refinement and nourishment, a subtle connection would form between them and their artifact. This connection would allow them to display the full power of their artifact in battle, greatly increasing their combat effectiveness. If they replaced it with an unfamiliar artifact, it wouldn't have such an effect. Unless there was no longer a balance between the growth of their strength and the grade of their artifact, a cultivator would choose to change their artifact. Even so, they would still look for artifacts that were compatible with their own secret arts and martial skills to refine. Most cultivators would search for materials and ask an artifact refiner to tailor an artifact for them. An excellent artifact refiner would tailor an artifact for a cultivator that was truly suitable for that cultivator. Yang Kai had never struggled like this before, mainly because he generally didn't rely on the power of artifacts. If he found something useful, he would just casually refine it. He was too lazy to search for materials and ask someone to refine it for him. This long shuttle artifact had an owner a long time ago, but that owner may have lost his way in the star field or encountered an accident and died in the star field. The long shuttle artifact drifted with the asteroid sea and was accidentally discovered and obtained by Yang Kai. Using his divine sense, Yang Kai soon found a very subtle soul aura inside the long shuttle artifact. This was the soul brand that belonged to its original owner. It was necessary to erase it in order to engrave his own brand onto it. Feeling this soul aura, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling shocked. Although many years had passed and the soul aura left inside the artifact had become very weak, Yang Kai could still feel how pure and rich it had been before it had weakened. The original owner of this artifact was at least a third-order saint. Such a top master had fallen in the star field, causing one to sigh and sigh. Yang Kai also realized the horror of the star field. He had entered the star field twice, but what he had seen was just a drop in the ocean. It was likely he hadn't encountered any real danger. That was a disaster that even a third-order saint couldn't resist. Using his divine sense, Yang Kai released his conflagrated spiritual energy and began burning inside the artifact. Chi. The soul brand left inside the artifact was erased in an instant. Yang Kai's Yuan Qi surged and poured it into the long shuttle while his divine sense remained inside. This kind of thing was very time-consuming and couldn't be rushed. So Yang Kai sat in place and maintained his Yuan Qi and divine sense, allowing the long shuttle to familiarize itself with his aura. Gradually, some subtle Jin Yuan and spiritual energy were able to penetrate into the shuttle and stay there. This also meant that it was beginning to accept his aura. Yang Kai's heart settled, knowing that this artifact and his Yuan Qi weren't mutually exclusive. If they were, then no matter how hard he tried, he wouldn't be able to refine it. Ignoring the long shuttle artifact in his hand and allowing it to be eroded by his Yuan Qi and spiritual energy, Yang Kai sent his consciousness into the black book space. Perceiving the arrival of Yang Kai, the divine tree faintly welcomed him, seemingly in a somewhat bad mood. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai smiled and asked. "I feel a little lonely." The divine tree responded, "I'm the only one here, so when you don't come, I can only stare blankly." Lonely? Yang Kai's face went black, suddenly discovering that the divine tree's sentience had grown to a level he hadn't expected. In the past, it wouldn't have said such things. "I'm sorry." Kai Yang expressed his apologies. "I can't place living creatures of flesh and blood in this place. Otherwise, I could have found a few companions for you, and there used to be a yin-yang monster ginseng, but unfortunately it has disappeared." Yin-yang monster ginseng? What's that? "A kind of world spirit treasure," Yang Kai explained, his eyes suddenly lighting up. "Right, world spirit treasures have some sentience. I can find some for you to accompany you." The divine tree was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and find me a few." "No hurry." Yang Kai laughed. "I still have something to do here, so I'm in seclusion. I promise you when I come out I'll help you find them, and this kind of thing is very rare, it won't be easy to find, it will take some time." The divine tree couldn't help but be a little disappointed, but soon recovered and said cheerfully, "Then I'll wait." Yang Kai nodded seriously. "Don't worry, I'll definitely find them for you. I believe you." "Are there any changes to the two stones now?" Yang Kai asked again. "They're still the same, they've been eating other stones, and I found that their appetite seems to have increased a lot." "Oh!" Yang Kai was surprised and hurried to the two pitch-black round stones, and found that it was as the divine tree said. Since a few days ago he and Li Rong found a large number of ores in the star field and placed them here, the two pitch-black round stones had increased their absorption of mineral essence. In just a few days they had consumed a month's worth of ores. The surrounding area was filled with crushed stones that had lost their essence. Looking around, Yang Kai could even clearly see the condensed essence of these ores continuously flowing into the pitch-black round stone, disappearing without a trace. Nourished by these ores' essence, the two pitch-black round stones exuded a faint glow, and the meridian-like lines inside them became clearer and more coherent, a large amount of energy flowing through them. What the hell are these? Why are they eating stones? The divine tree expressed curiosity. Even if you ask me, I don't know. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. But there will be a day when the truth comes to light. Keep watching them. If you find any big changes, remember to inform me immediately. A moment later, Yang Kai left the black book space and his consciousness returned to his body. Time flew by and half a month passed. During this time, Yang Kai had continuously allowed Yuan Qi and his spiritual energy to erode the long shuttle artifact, carving his own life mark and soul brand. But the progress was very slow. Yang Kai didn't know what grade this long shuttle artifact was, but it was even more difficult than refining the Saint grade high-rank silver leaf artifact. However, after half a month, Yang Kai finally succeeded in carving his own brand inside this long shuttle artifact and took it into his body. Next was a long period of nurturing. Only when he could resonate with this long shuttle artifact would he be able to understand its purpose and use it to fight his enemies. This was something Yang Kai didn't need to do deliberately, he just needed time to settle down, and after a certain point, it would naturally resonate with him. Chapter 886. After storing the long shuttle artifact into his body, Yang Kai came out of seclusion to take a look at the current situation of the Holy Land and found that everything was normal. After the last incident, the disciples of the Holy Land were now working very hard in their cultivation, and the elders had also made great progress. The ancient demon race, under the constraints of Li Rong and the other great commanders, were now able to coexist peacefully with the people of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. The only thing that was of concern was the issue of cultivation materials. Although the wizard had delivered a lot of materials to them last time, with the thousands of people in the Holy Land, their consumption rate was quite high, and it wouldn't be long before they ran out of supplies. In the past, Nine Heavens' Holy Land's cultivation materials had all been obtained by the disciples who went out to find them, by the 3 nearby forces, or by the old Holy Master who went to the monster race territory to exchange for crystal stones. Now that the crystal stone lode had been unscrupulously mined by the monster race for 2 or 3 years, it was on the verge of exhaustion. There wasn't even enough for them to use, so how could they exchange for supplies with others? Yang Kai took out the things he couldn't use from the black book space, but even that could only alleviate the situation for a while. The Holy Land's elders were worried about the future every day. Seeing them like this, Yang Kai was really embarrassed to ask them to help him find world spirit treasures. World spirit treasures, regardless of their grade, were all extremely rare and valuable. At this critical juncture, how could the Holy Land have the spare energy to do such a thing? Yang Kai also had no good ideas, so he simply threw this mess to Su Hui and the others and entered the Holy Tomb again to cultivate. Inside the Holy Tomb, Yang Kai comprehended the heavenly way and martial Tao, exploring the path ahead of him. Occasionally, when he was tired from cultivating, Yang Kai would refine pills to relieve his body and mind. The original intention of learning alchemy was to cultivate his spiritual energy, because the true alchemic way, which contained a huge amount of precious information, was stored in Yang Kai's mind. It was impossible to pry into it without using his spiritual energy. But gradually, after mastering a considerable amount of alchemy knowledge, Yang Kai also embarked on this path. He didn't expect to go very far, but now he was able to refine Saint-grade mid-rank pills, better than 90% of the alchemists in the world. The true alchemic way played an important role. In particular, Yang Kai discovered that while studying alchemy, it was of great help to his martial Tao and cultivation. His understanding of the conflagrated knowledge sea had also become more thorough. Yang Kai decided that he would truly treat alchemy as a side branch of comprehending martial arts. Therefore, while raising his cultivation base, he also spared no effort to improve his alchemy skills. Unfortunately, since the last time he refined the mid-rank Saint-grade pill in Demon God Castle, Yang Kai didn't have many Saint-grade materials on hand. With Yang Kai's current level, if he didn't refine a Saint-grade pill, he wouldn't be able to improve his attainments in alchemy. After refining a few Saint-grade pills in the Holy Tomb, he was completely out of Saint-grade herbs, making him extremely helpless. There was no flowing time, great emperor, for cultivation. When Yang Kai came out of seclusion again, it was already 3 months later. The scenery of the 9 peaks had undergone some subtle changes. Inside the hall, the elders were discussing something, the atmosphere dignified. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, all of them wore shocked expressions and quickly stood up to greet him. Sit down. I just came out of seclusion today, so there's no need to pay attention to me. Yang Kai gestured. Everyone nodded lightly and sat down. Holy Master has come at just the right time. Su Hui said, we were just discussing whether we should sell some of the Holy Land's valuables we can't use. Holy Master should give us some advice. Sell what? Yang Kai was stunned. Some artifacts we can't use and some secret arts and martial skills that don't belong to my 9 heavens Holy Land, Su Hui replied. Why should we sell them? Yang Kai swept his eyes around. All the elders blushed slightly as they glanced around at each other, none of them saying anything. Yang Kai was even more puzzled. Su Hui smiled bitterly and explained. The main reason is that the disciples have been cultivating in the Holy Tomb some time ago and have made many gains and breakthroughs. In order to consolidate their current cultivation, they have consumed too much of their strength. The Holy Land's Yuan Qi has also been greatly damaged. So, we don't have enough cultivation materials. If we sell what we have, we can exchange it for a lot of other things. Holy Master, please persuade Great Elder. He even wants to sell the Saint-grade low-rank artifact the old Holy Master gave him. Yuing said. Yang Kai was taken aback and asked, is the Holy Land in such dire straits now? Its subordinates' incompetence, Su Hui said awkwardly. But as long as we get through this difficult time, things will improve after a while. It's not your fault. Yang Kai shook his head and said thoughtfully, it's also related to the demons I brought with me. Didn't you distribute a lot of materials to them? Although Su Hui and the others had never told him this, Yang Kai had been able to observe it. Since the ancient demon clan moved into the Holy Land, the ancient demon race had always had an abundance of cultivation materials, all of which should have been given to them by Su Hui. The Holy Land could be self-sufficient, but the ancient demon clan could not. They could not leave the 9 peaks at all. Once they were discovered, it would likely cause trouble. The extra 1,000 people would only become a burden to the Holy Land. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Su Hui did not deny it and simply nodded silently. This is my responsibility. Yang Kai gently nodded, taking the initiative to admit his mistake. I have neglected this issue. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up and he asked, Great Elder, allow me to ask something I shouldn't be asking. Do you elders who have reached the Saint Realm have a habit of collecting Saint-grade materials? Su Hui nodded. Yes, since breaking through to the transcendent late stage, Subordinate has been purposefully collecting materials, refining pills, refining artifacts. Whatever I need, I will collect, and when the day comes, I will find a suitable alchemist or artifact refiner to help me refine it. I have also collected materials. Chang Yu Tong nodded. The other elders all chimed in one after another, each of them indicating that they had all done the same. Because Saint-grade materials were not easy to collect, it took a long time to collect, so generally, when one reached the transcendent realm, a cultivator would do this with a purpose. However, the materials we have collected have all been used up. Unfortunately, Elder Yuing, the materials for the clear sky pill that she spent 10 years collecting have all been used up recently. Su Hui sighed. What are you talking about? Yuing smiled. Which one of you hasn't taken out the materials you worked so hard to collect? We're not the same. Luo Sheng sighed. We haven't collected all the materials yet, but all you need to do is find an outstanding alchemist to help you refine an emerald sky pill. If you're lucky, you might be able to refine an emerald sky pill and greatly increase your strength. And in front of Holy Master, let's not talk about this. Yuing covered her mouth and smiled. It's as if we're crying poor. The other elders all laughed dryly. Holy Master, why do you ask this? Su Hui asked in confusion. Yang Kai's eyes flashed brightly. In other words, most transcendent realm cultivators in this world have a habit of collecting materials, and if they are lucky enough, They have already collected all of them. You could say that. Su Hui nodded slightly. He didn't understand how this had anything to do with the current situation of the Holy Land, pausing for a moment before continuing. However, collecting all of these materials is of no use. Finding someone to refine and clear sky pill is very troublesome. Elder Yuing was unable to find a suitable person to help her refine the clear sky pill until now. Finding a good alchemist and artifact refiner is not easy, and there is also a risk of failure. That's good, Yang Kai chuckled. I have a way to alleviate the current situation of the Holy Land? Ah, the several elders couldn't help feeling pleasantly surprised, all of them turning excited looks towards Yang Kai. Elder Yuing, I'll return you and clear sky pill someday. Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. Yu Ying's expression shook as her beautiful eyes filled with expectation. Yang Kai stood up and shouted, Great Elder, use all of the Holy Land's connections to spread the word that my Holy Land can help people refine pills. If anyone needs a spirit-grade top-rank pill or above, they can come to my Holy Land. Good saint-grade top-rank pills cannot be refined. This point must be made clear. Those who succeed will pay the same price as the pill itself. Only crystal stones and herbs will be accepted. If the refinement fails, my Holy Land will compensate you in full. Inside the hall, all the elders' jaws dropped as they stared towards Yang Kai. None of them saying a word, none of them wondering what the Master Holy Land was up to today. Seeing Su Hui not react at all, Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. Isn't the reward a bit too high? Su Hui finally recovered and said with a wry smile, If the pill can be guaranteed to succeed, this reward is not high at all. Many people spend a huge amount of energy to collect materials and ask someone to refine them. If they fail once or twice, they will waste a lot of energy and money. Therefore, it is not excessive to ask for the same value of crystal stones or medicinal ingredients as the pill. On the contrary, this kind of reward is very easy to accept. Then why do all of you look like you've seen a ghost? Yang Kai swept his eyes over the crowd. Holy Master! Su Hui's face twitched. Our Holy Land doesn't have a saint-grade alchemist. Su Hui even suspected that Yang Kai had become muddle-headed from his seclusion and had even forgotten such a thing. Although Nine Heavens' Holy Land was not weak in Tongshen realm, it still did not have a saint-grade alchemist. The main reason for this was that such an alchemist was too rare. The Alchemist Guild generally did not allow such an alchemist to work for any one force. The only exception was if the alchemist was cultivated by that force and was not subject to the jurisdiction of the Alchemist Guild. Unfortunately, Nine Heavens' Holy Land had never produced a saint-grade alchemist after so many years. There wasn't one in the past, but that doesn't mean there isn't one now. Just release the news. Yang Kai smiled meaningfully. Su Hui's body trembled as he suddenly thought of something. What Holy Master means is, among those demons. But soon he frowned again. Demons were unable to perform alchemy because of the demonic qi in their bodies. You don't need to worry about who will refine them. Just do as I say. Yes. Seeing Yang Kai so confident, Su Hui no longer asked and immediately began making arrangements with the other elders. Although Nine Heavens' Holy Land had not received any help when it was in danger last time, and now they were embroiled in a public debate about colluding with evil demons, this did not prevent the news from spreading. The elders had made many connections in the outside world over the years, so each of them used their own methods to spread the news. Chapter 887. Inside the Holy Master Court, Yang Kai began examining the movement and internal texture of the long shuttle artifact, trying to figure out its purpose. Yang Kai didn't know what was so strange about this artifact, but not only was it extremely difficult to refine it into his body, it was also extremely time-consuming to make it resonate with him. It had been 4 months since Yang Kai had absorbed it into his body and nourished it with his Yuan Qi and divine sense, but it still hadn't shown any signs of activity. The artifact had been contaminated with Yang Kai's aura, but it still couldn't resonate with Yang Kai, causing Yang Kai to be at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, some subtle movements came from outside and a moment later, Su Hui's voice called out, "Holy Master, subordinate requests an audience. Come in." Yang Kai called out. Along with the sound of footsteps, Su Hui quickly walked in and, with a strange look on his face, cupped his fists and said, "Holy Master, someone has come to ask the Holy Land for help in refining a pill." "Oh." Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he muttered, "You've finally come? And you've finally come." Su Hui smiled bitterly. A month had passed since the day Yang Kai had asked the elders to use their connections to release the news, and today, this was the first time someone had come to ask for alchemy services. The main reason was that although Nine Heavens' Holy Land was famous throughout the world, it had never produced a saint-grade alchemist, so when news of it spread, not many people believed it, not to mention that Su Hui and the others had released news that even saint-grade mid-rank pills could be refined. This meant that there was at least one saint-grade mid-rank alchemist in Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Saint-grade mid-rank alchemists were extremely rare in this world. One could count them on one's hand. The names of these grandmasters were all familiar, but none of them had anything to do with Nine Heavens' Holy Land. The world didn't believe anyone here could refine such a pill. After waiting for an entire month, only one person had come. "Where is he?" Yang Kai rubbed his palms together, seemingly full of energy. "He's in the guest hall," Su Hui quickly replied. "This is my first business deal. I'll go take a look myself," Yang Kai said, walking out with Su Hui and flying towards the mountain peak where the guest hall was located. "Did that person say what kind of pill he was going to refine?" Yang Kai asked as they flew. "A high-grade spirit-level soul concentrating pill. Only high-grade spirit level?" Yang Kai was stunned. He had thought that the person who had specially come here to request for alchemy would at least want to refine a saint-grade pill, but who would have thought that it would only be a high-grade spirit-grade pill? This made him a little disappointed. But thinking about it, the Holy Land's reputation hadn't been established yet. It was already good enough for someone to come and ask for alchemy. Yang Kai immediately raised his spirits and prepared to welcome the first guest of the Holy Land in his best condition. A month ago, when he learned about the predicament the Holy Land was in, a flash of inspiration came to him. If it was done properly, not only could it alleviate the current economic crisis in the Holy Land, but it could also sweep away the current depression in the Holy Land and restore the Holy Land's prestige. Most importantly, he could use this to help others refine pills to improve his own alchemy level. This was what Yang Kai wanted the most. Saint-grade materials were incredibly difficult to find. If he were to rely on himself to find them and improve his alchemy skills, he didn't know how long it would take him. However, most cultivators in this world had a habit of collecting herbs. Using the herbs they collected for alchemy was a good way to improve his alchemy skills. Since he began studying alchemy, Yang Kai had never failed, except for the occasional failure at the very beginning. This was why he dared to let Su Hui make such a bold claim that if he failed, he would compensate the Holy Land in full in order to attract a cultivator in need to come to the Holy Land. A soul-concentrating pill. Yang Kai muttered thoughtfully. This guy must have had a relative or friend whose soul was damaged. Holy Master has also studied alchemy? Su Hui looked at him in amazement. Knowing the purpose of a pill just by hearing its name was something Su Hui couldn't do. "It's just so." Yang Kai chuckled. A short time later, the two arrived at the guest hall together. There was a middle-aged man in a gray robe sitting in the hall. He seemed to be slightly reserved as he sat upright and still without moving. Inside the hall, several maids stood nearby. They had already served him a fragrant tea, but he had yet to drink it, instead wearing a heavy expression. His brow furrowed and his face filled with worry. Yang Kai swept this man with his divine sense and found that he was just a first-order transcendent cultivator, immediately understanding why he had come to Nine Heavens' Holy Land for alchemy assistance. This cultivator's strength wasn't very high and he didn't wear any high-grade artifacts, so he should be a cultivator from a small family or force. Such a cultivator wanting to collect the materials for a single spirit-grade top-rank pill must have experienced a lot of setbacks and trouble. If he were to find an unreliable alchemist to refine a pill and failed, he would have to start all over again to find the required herbs. But coming to Nine Heavens' Holy Land was a different story. Su Hui had already announced that even if he failed, he would be compensated in full, so there was no need for him to worry. The condition of full compensation if he failed was the main reason why he had come here. Hearing the noise, the middle-aged man quickly got up and turned to Yang Kai and Su Hui, cupping his fists and smiling wryly. "Great Elder Su Hui, this one greets you. Sit, there's no need to be polite." Su Hui also appeared quite approachable. As a second-order saint, being able to show such an attitude towards a first-order transcendent cultivator really made the other party feel flattered. Blushing slightly, the middle-aged man sat down and stared at Yang Kai suspiciously. Su Hui quickly said, "Allow me to introduce you. This is my Holy Land's holy master, Yang Kai." The middle-aged man stood up again, showing a look of shock and envy as he exclaimed, "So it was Yang Shang. I've heard so much about you. Bad reputation?" Yang Kai chuckled. Some time ago, the Holy Land had experienced a lot of trouble. Rumors had spread that this place had colluded with the demon race and the monster race, and some people had maliciously spread these rumors. As a result, Nine Heavens Holy Land's reputation among the human race was not very good. Yang Kai, the holy master who had colluded with the monster race and was willing to fall into depravity, was naturally well known. The middle-aged man didn't seem to have expected Yang Kai to say such a thing, but after a moment of silence, he quickly smiled and said, "I wouldn't dare. It's fine. I know what kind of rumors are circulating outside, and let's not talk about that today, we'll just talk about alchemy. How should I address you, friend?" "This one is Lu Qingjing. I heard you want to refine the soul-condensing pill. Have you brought all the herbs?" "I've brought them," Lu Qingjing quickly replied, picking up a small package on the table. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai was even more certain that this person really wasn't rich. Because he didn't even have a universe bag, the herbs he brought were actually wrapped in a small package. Yang Kai gestured to Su Hui, who quickly took the package and handed it over to Yang Kai. Opening the package and carefully inspecting the herbs inside, Yang Kai nodded lightly. "These herbs are well preserved. Their medicinal efficacies haven't deteriorated too much. Being able to perform alchemy shows you put a lot of thought into it, but next time you can't store them like this. At the very least you should prepare some special containers to store them." Lu Qingjing smiled awkwardly. "Yang Shengzhu is right. Next time this Lu will pay more attention. But the herbs you've arranged are missing one." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Without the soul-condensing grass, if you only rely on these materials to refine, the success rate will be greatly reduced. At most, you'll only have a 30% chance of successfully refining a pill." "Ah!" Lu Qingjing was shocked, a look of confusion appearing on his face. "How could that be? The person who told you these herbs must have a poor alchemy level," Yang Kai said without any trace of politeness. Lu Qingjing nodded. "It was a spirit-grade low-rank alchemist who told me. No wonder, with these materials, even if you were lucky enough to successfully refine a pill, the medicinal efficacies won't be enough to save your family or friends." "Yang Shengzhu, how did you know?" Lu Qingjing couldn't help trembling slightly as he stared at Yang Kai in shock. "This pill has the effect of condensing and dispersing one's soul." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Anyone familiar with alchemy will know. Which family member or friend of yours was seriously injured in a battle and is currently unconscious?" Lu Qingjing's face filled with admiration as he nodded. "Yang Shengzhu is right. To tell you the truth, the one who was seriously injured was my son. It has been half a year since he fell into a coma. This Lu has been collecting herbs for a long time and was just about to find an alchemist to help me refine a pill when I heard the news released by Nine Heavens Holy Land. So I hurried over. If you look for another alchemist, not to mention whether or not he will succeed, he will definitely ask you to search for soul-condensing grass again." Lu Qingjing suddenly looked at Yang Kai nervously, fearing he would also make such a request. This was only natural. Alchemists were only responsible for alchemy. The search for herbs was generally left to the cultivator. "My holy land has soul-condensing grass. There is no need for you to search for it." Hearing this, Lu Qingjing was overjoyed. "Many thanks, Yang Shengzhu. Many thanks, Yang Shengzhu. Trivial matter, you wait here for a while. I'll have someone help you refine it. If nothing unexpected happens, it should only take half an hour or two, Yang Kai said before taking the herbs and leaving the hall. Inside the hall, only Lu Qingjing and Su Hui remained, as well as the maidservants who were standing indifferently. Su Hui wore a suspicious expression. Although he didn't know much about alchemy and had never been involved in this territory before, he still knew how difficult it was to refine a spirit-grade top-rank pill. Would he be able to refine it in an hour or two? Was the Holy Master really such a powerful alchemist? What's more, the Holy Master had said this with absolute confidence, not at all worried about failure. Could that alchemist really have a 100% chance of successfully refining a pill? Su Hui couldn't understand. Lu Qingjing was even more anxious as he sat in his chair, feeling like his back was being stabbed by needles. He wanted to stand up and walk around to relieve the anxiety in his heart, but he didn't dare act too casually in front of Su Hui, so it was extremely difficult for him to do so. Seeing him like this, Su Hui smiled and said, "Don't be so nervous. Since my holy land has released such news, even if the refinement fails, we will compensate you in full. You can go find another alchemist to help you refine it. My holy land will not cheat you of your precious herbs." Chapter 888. Great Elder is too serious. This Lu didn't mean that. Lu Qingjing quickly waved his hand, but after listening to Su Hui's words, he really felt relieved. Because even if the refinement failed, he didn't have to take any risks. Secretly, he felt that coming to Nine Heaven's holy land this time was indeed the right decision. Waiting anxiously, Lu Qingjing glanced out of the hall from time to time. Su Hui didn't say anything more and simply sat down silently. About half an hour later, Kai Yang once again arrived outside the main hall. Striding forward like a dragon or tiger, he strode in. Seeing him like this, Lu Qingjing and Su Hui both wore excited looks, knowing that the soul-condensing pill should have been successfully refined. "Yang Shengzhu." Lu Qingjing pursed his lips and called out uneasily. Yang Kai chuckled and said casually, "I didn't disappoint. The refinement was a success, although there was a small accident." Accident? Lu Qingjing's expression tightened, not knowing what Yang Kai was referring to. "Take a look for yourself, you should be satisfied." Yang Kai handed over a jade bottle in his hand. Lu Qingjing quickly took it and opened the lid. In an instant, a fragrant aroma filled his nose, causing him to feel a sense of enlightenment. Su Hui called out in surprise, also poking his head over to take a look. He felt that the medicinal efficacies contained in this spirit-grade top-rank pill were somewhat unusual. Compared to ordinary spirit-grade top-rank pills, they were much richer. Looking through the mouth of the bottle, Lu Qingjing's eyes bulged, his big hand trembling as he exclaimed, "This is pill veins!" Su Hui also exclaimed. The two of them glanced at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. A spirit-grade top-rank pill with pill veins was no less valuable than a saint pill. Still unable to believe his eyes, Lu Qingjing quickly poured the pill out of the jade bottle and placed it on his palm to examine it carefully. This soul-condensing pill was full and round and contained a pure medicinal efficacies. Exquisite pill veins covered the pill like the meridians of a human body, flashing a faint fluorescent light. Feeling the warmth in his hand, Lu Qingjing instantly confirmed that this pill had definitely just been refined. Yang Shengzhu, this, Lu Qingjing seemed to be incoherent. He thought that being able to form a pill this time was already a stroke of luck, but he didn't expect that what he got was actually a soul-condensing pill with pill veins. This was completely out of his expectations, and he was so excited that he couldn't speak. Yang Kai chuckled and casually said, "My luck is good. I managed to give birth to pill veins. My son can be saved." Lu Qingjing shouted, tears glimmering in the corners of his eyes. "Not only can it be saved, but if your son consumes it, not only can it repair his damaged divine soul, but it may also allow him to have an unexpected improvement. And if your son's cultivation is not high enough, I will need you to protect him." The efficacy of this spirit pill is not inferior to that of a saint pill, so you must use it carefully. Yang Shengzhu is right. I will keep that in mind. Lu Qingjing was ecstatic, his face radiant, as if he could already see his son recovering and his spiritual energy increasing greatly. Congratulations, Brother Lu. Su Hui also congratulated from the side. Many thanks, Great Elder. Many thanks, Great Elder. Many thanks, Yang Shengzhu. Lu Qingjing bowed respectfully. A moment later, though, Lu Qingjing's expression suddenly became tense as he awkwardly said, "Before this Lu came here, he had only prepared a reward equivalent to a spirit-grade top-rank pill. I didn't expect this spirit pill to give birth to pill veins." His expression suddenly became serious as he quickly said, "If Holy Master Yang and Great Elder trust this humble one, after this humble one has my son take this spirit pill, this humble one will collect enough gifts to pay a visit to you." Saying so, Lu Qingjing took out the rewards he had prepared. Unsurprisingly, they were all crystal stones. Su Hui looked towards Yang Kai inquiringly. Yang Kai smiled heartily and said lightly, "You are the first person to come to my 9 heavens holy land to request alchemy. How about I discuss this with you?" Lu Qingjing's expression became serious as he solemnly said, "Yang Shengzhu, if there is something you need, this one will not refuse. It's not a big deal. And I don't need any reward. This spirit pill can be considered a gift to you." Ah! Lu Qingjing was taken aback. Su Hui also didn't quite understand why Yang Kai was being so generous. But after thinking for a moment, he smiled lightly. "I have a condition that I hope you can agree to." Yang Kai didn't keep him in suspense. "Outside of my 9 heavens holy land, help me spread the news that one of my holy land's alchemy grandmasters helped you refine a spirit pill with pill veins. How about it?" "That's all?" "That's all," Lu Qingjing said solemnly. "This one is duty-bound. Yang Shengzhu and Great Elder can rest assured. This Lu will do everything in his power to spread this news." "Good. Hurry back. Your son still needs the spirit pill to save his life." Yang Kai waved his hand. Lu Qing was moved to tears and thanked him profusely before leaving. Watching him leave, Su Hui couldn't help sighing, "What a good start! And I've been waiting for a month for such a good start." Yang Kai also nodded. But this transaction was a loss. A spirit-grade top-rank pill with pill veins. That's a rare sight. If I had sold it, I would have been able to exchange it for a lot of crystal stones, Su Hui said with some heartache. Soul-condensing pills were relatively high-end pills for repairing one's soul. Many cultivator needed them because during battle, if one wasn't careful, one's soul would be damaged. If such a thing happened, they would need these pills to repair it. Could be said that this spirit pill didn't need to worry about a market at all. On the contrary, it would be highly sought after. "Don't be so short-sighted," Yang Kai chuckled. "If this news were to spread, it would attract a lot of people. And Holy Master's vision is truly profound. Subordinate admires him greatly." "Stop flattering me." Yang Kai curled his lips. Su Hui grinned meaningfully before whispering, "Holy Master, those pill veins, were they really born out of pure luck? What do you think?" Yang Kai glanced over at him. "If Holy Master says so, then so be it." Su Hui tactfully didn't ask any more questions, but he was now even more curious about the identity of the alchemy grandmaster hidden inside the Holy Land. To actually use only an hour to refine such a spirit pill, this level of attainment was simply shocking. Su Hui had wandered the world for many years and knew many skilled alchemists. He had even made friends with several saint-grade alchemists, but he felt that none of those famous alchemists had such a level of skill. Who could it be? Su Hui was puzzled. 5 days later, another person came to the Holy Land to ask for help with alchemy. After asking around, Su Hui learned that this person had come to the Holy Land because he had heard about Lu Qingjing's experience. What's more, this person's purpose was surprisingly the same as Lu Qingjing's, asking to refine a spirit-grade top-rank pill. However, this time it wasn't a soul-condensing pill but a life-saving scarlet blood pill. Su Hui led this person to the Holy Land, and Yang Kai came forward to collect the herbs he had brought. Once again, half an hour later, a spirit pill was produced. That person left in a very agitated manner. This time, Yang Kai didn't ask for any reward and instead allowed this person to take away the spirit pill under the same conditions as Lu Qingjing. 3 days later, a third person came to the Holy Land to request alchemy. Yang Kai repeated the same process and even produced pill veins, causing the person who had requested alchemy to exclaim that he had never seen such a high-grade pill with pill veins before. Satisfied, he left. On this day, Yang Kai was discussing something with Li Rong at the mountain peak where the ancient demon clan resided. In the distance, the sound of fluttering robes quickly approached. Looking up, Yang Kai saw Great Elder Su Hui rushing over, and before he had even arrived, Great Elder Su Hui shouted excitedly, "Holy Master, someone has come to request alchemy. What's the point of being so excited?" Yang Kai was speechless. Li Rong, who was standing nearby, couldn't help chuckling. This time there are a lot of people, 4 or 5 of them at once. And 2 of them are Saint Realm Masters. They seem to have come to request Saint Pills. Su Hui hurriedly reported. "Oh? Finally someone wants to refine a Saint Pill?" Yang Kai grinned. Helping someone refine 3 pills for free, all of them spirit grade top rank, and of the 3 pills 2 had even formed pill veins. His reputation really was quite attractive. Has this person been arranged in the guest hall? Yes. Su Hui nodded. Let's go take a look. Yang Kai smiled lightly, ordering Li Rong before flying off with Su Hui to the guest hall. Inside the guest hall, 5 cultivators sat on chairs, each of them with a fragrant cup of tea at their table. Among these 5 cultivators, there were men and women, 2 first-order saints, 1 third-order transcendent, and 2 first-order transcendents. While waiting, the 5 cultivators all looked at each other, as if they didn't know each other. Only the 2 first-order saints smiled at each other, as if they had met before. One of them asked, "Why has Brother Wen also come to 9 Heavens Holy Land?" The person called Brother Wen smiled lightly. "Naturally, I came here for the same purpose as Brother Shangguan. So, Brother Wen also heard the news here and came to give it a try?" Of course, it said that 3 people who needed to refine spirit-grade top-rank pills came here, 2 of them bringing back pills that formed pill veins, while the last one obtained a pill with condensed medicinal efficacies of quite high quality. Although it didn't have pill veins, it was still better than most pills refined by alchemists. If this news is true, perhaps the alchemists here can meet my requirements. The news can't be false. Among the 3 people who were listening, a middle-aged woman suddenly interjected. The 2 Saint Realm Masters couldn't help turning their eyes to her and asking suspiciously, "How do you know?" "Because the third person who came here to request alchemy was my big brother." The woman smiled. "The pill that formed pill veins. I saw it with my own eyes." The other 4 people in the hall all looked shocked and quickly asked for more details. The middle-aged woman didn't hide anything from him and told him everything she knew. After listening, the 2 Saint Realm Masters glanced at each other, the cultivator surnamed when thoughtfully asking, "So, there really is a highly skilled alchemy grandmaster hidden here? 3 pills, 2 of them formed pill veins. Either that person's luck was good enough or his skill was superb. I don't know which one it is, but the saint pill I want to refine, can he refine it?" Chapter 889. While the 5 people in the hall were waiting, Yang Kai and Su Hui arrived together. The 5 saints hurriedly got up, the 2 Saint Realm Masters constantly sizing up Yang Kai, as if they hadn't expected the new Holy Master to be so young and couldn't help showing some contempt. However, when they saw Su Hui though, their expressions became dignified. Su Hui's cultivation was a minor realm higher than theirs, a gap that they may never cross in their lifetime. So naturally, they didn't dare act carelessly. Quickly bowing respectfully, Yang Kai enthusiastically greeted them and waited for them to take a seat before asking, "Are you here to perform alchemy?" Everyone nodded. "Good. Give me the herbs you've prepared. Tell me the name of the pill you need to refine, and wait a few hours." Seeing his casual expression, the five of them stared at him in a daze, and no one moved. Yang Kai glanced over at them and chuckled. What's wrong? Aren't you here to perform alchemy? Don't tell me you haven't even prepared the herbs? Naturally, we have prepared the herbs, but dare I ask Yang Shengzhu, what is the success rate of your noble sex alchemy grandmaster in refining the Saint Pill? One of them frowned. What if I promise you a 100% success rate? Yang Kai grinned. The five people's expressions became strange, obviously not believing him, even the middle-aged woman who had seen the spirit pill form pill veins. In this world, there was no alchemist who could guarantee a 100% success rate. Even the best alchemist would sometimes fail. This was the risk one had to bear in order to perform alchemy. Unless this statement was made by the old man of Heaven's Keep, there was no credibility. This new holy master of 9 heavens' holy land, isn't he a bit too young and frivolous? The five people thought to themselves at the same time, their originally somewhat hopeful mood suddenly turning into one of worry. What's wrong? Su Hui observed the five people's hesitant expressions and suddenly became unhappy. Do you think my holy land's alchemist can't refine the Saint Pill you want? We wouldn't dare. The man's expression changed and he frowned. But it wasn't easy for this one to collect these saint-grade materials. If the refinement fails, it won't be easy to collect them all again. That's why I was a little more cautious. I hope that Yang Shengzhu and Great Elder can forgive me. Yang Kai nodded lightly. I can understand your caution, but if you want to refine a Saint Pill, no matter which alchemist you go to, you will have to bear the risk of failure. Naturally, it is the same for me, but I can assure you that in my holy land, this risk is minimal, and there might even be some unexpected gains. Pill veins? Hearing him say this, the five people's eyes lit up. The middle-aged woman said, Since none of you are willing to give it a try, then let me do it. What I want to refine is not a Saint Pill, but a high-grade spirit-level pill. Even if I fail, it won't take me much effort to collect the materials, and I won't have to worry about any losses. As he spoke, he took out the medicinal herbs he had brought. The other four didn't show any intention of snatching them, all of them preparing to see the methods of this 9 heavens holy land alchemist with their own eyes before deciding what to do next. Knowing what they were thinking, Yang Kai didn't care and simply instructed Su Hui to accept the herbs before leaving. The five people continued to wait in the hall. Half an hour later, Su Hui reappeared in the hall with a proud look on his face. The five people quickly stood up and stared at him eagerly, wanting to know what the result would be. Su Hui casually tossed a jade bottle over and said lightly, Take a look for yourself and see what kind of level my holy land's alchemist has. The middle-aged woman took it and couldn't wait to open the bottle and pour out a dark blue pill. The amount of time and energy required to refine a Saint Pill was exponentially greater, so there was no point in being anxious. So they decided to be patient. More than an hour later, inside the Holy Master Court, Yang Kai summoned Su Hui, who had been waiting outside. Walking into Yang Kai's room, Su Hui immediately smelled a rich pill fragrance, causing his expression to shake slightly as he began looking around. He wanted to know who was helping these people perform alchemy and who had such a miraculous method. Unfortunately, after looking around for a while, Su Hui came up empty-handed. The pills are refined. Take them first, don't rush to give them to them. It won't be too late to hand them over to them tomorrow morning. Hearing this, Su Hui thought for a moment before nodding lightly, taking the 2 Saint Pills and asking, Does Holy Master want them to know that refining Saint Pills is not easy? Yang Kai glanced over at him and said lightly, I just want them to know that if they doubt the level of my holy land's alchemist, they will be punished. Su Hui didn't know whether to laugh or cry and didn't say anything more, but his eyes kept darting around. Seeing Su Hui not willing to leave and instead looking around, Yang Kai smiled and asked, Are you looking for that alchemy grandmaster? Su Hui grinned meaningfully before lowering his voice and asking, Holy Master, when did my holy land receive such a grandmaster? How come even this old master didn't know about him? He has worked so hard to help my holy land survive this crisis. so I should offer my thanks to him. After all, I am the Holy Land's great elder. Do you want to know who he is? Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Su Hui nodded seriously. What if I told you that the one who refined these pills was me? Holy Master must be joking, Su Hui said with a look of disbelief. Holy Master, at such a young age you have already reached the third order transcendent realm, a dragon among men. In the future, your achievements will not be inferior to those of previous holy masters, this old master firmly believes. But if you say that you are also proficient in alchemy while cultivating hehe, this old master doesn't believe it. A grandmaster who can refine St. Pills must have at least been immersed in this field for 100 years, the flowing time great emperor. Holy Master is still too young. Even if you began alchemy in your mother's womb, it would still be impossible for you to possess such skill. If you don't believe me, then so be it. Yang Kai spat disdainfully, not bothering to explain further. Ah! Su Hui was stunned, becoming more and more curious about this hidden alchemy grandmaster. But since Yang Kai didn't want to say anything, he had no choice but to leave. Early the next morning, Su Hui arrived at the main hall. The two first-order saints had been waiting all night, their eyes bloodshot. So when they saw Su Hui appear, they immediately rushed up and eagerly asked, "Great Elder, how is it?" As they spoke, their expressions became tense, fearing they would hear some bad news from Su Hui. With their strength reaching such a level, they generally had a high status and didn't need to worry about crystal stones. However, as one of them had said before, the saint-grade materials they had painstakingly collected were not easy to find. Some of them couldn't be bought even if one had enough money. All of them had to be found by themselves, traversing mountains and rivers. Of course, luck played a large role in this. If the refinement failed, although the Holy Land would compensate them, it wouldn't compensate them with herbs, only a corresponding amount of crystal stones. They would then have to search for or purchase other materials. Seeing these two like this, Su Hui felt an inexplicable sense of pleasure in his heart and proudly declared, "My Holy Land's Grandmaster has taken action. How could he fail? I really don't know what you're worried about. So, take this." Su Hui handed over the two jade bottles to them before reaching out and brushing off the non-existent dust on his robes. "If you need a Saint Pill refined next time, just come to my Holy Land. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." The two men checked the pills in the jade bottles and their expressions suddenly filled with surprise, one of them quickly praising, "Your noble Holy Land's Grandmaster's methods are truly amazing. He will definitely come again next time. Right? I have many friends who are worried about not being able to find a suitable Grandmaster for alchemy. I wonder if your noble Holy Land's Grandmaster can help them refine St. Pills?" The other man quickly expressed that he also had many friends and relatives who were experiencing the same situation. Chapter 890. Saint-grade alchemists were extremely rare. Each one of them was a manager of the alchemist guild in a major city, and there were too many people requesting them for alchemy. Many people had to wait several years or even longer before it was their turn. However, Nine Heaven's Holy Land was different. Its alchemy reputation had only just begun, so there were not many people requesting alchemy services yet. Seeing them express their intentions to introduce their friends and family to Nine Heaven's Holy Land for alchemy, Su Hui found them pleasing to the eye and smiled heartily. "Good. As long as you bring enough compensation, my Holy Land's Grandmaster will naturally act." Of course. The two nodded repeatedly before taking their Saint Pills and quickly leaving, preparing to inform their friends and family who were unable to find a way to obtain alchemy services here. Time flew by and soon, a month had passed. Outside the 9 Peaks, people were bustling with activity, and it was extraordinarily lively. These transcendent realm cultivator were lined up in a long line, waiting anxiously outside the 9 Peaks, all of them wearing different expressions. All of these people had come here to ask the Holy Land for help in refining pills. Over the past month, more and more people had come to the 9 Peaks to request alchemy services. At the beginning, only a few cultivators would come here to try their luck, 1 or 2 every 3 to 5 days. But as the cultivator who obtained a spirit-grade pill and Saint Pill left, more and more people were attracted to this place. Gradually, people came every day. Sometimes it was 1 or 2 people who came alone, and sometimes it was a group of people who came together. Later, more and more people came more and more frequently. This was how the current situation had developed. Outside the 9 peaks, there were at least a few dozen transcendent realm masters waiting. Holy Land Elder Luo Shang and Meng Tianfei led some Holy Land disciples to the side to maintain order. Those who had come from afar were guests, so the Holy Land disciples provided tea and a place to rest for these cultivators who were waiting to enter the Holy Land. However, if anyone dared to disobey the Holy Land's rules and tried to forcibly cut the line, regardless of their cultivation, they would be driven out. This was an order given by Yang Kai, and the 2 Holy Land elders spared no effort in carrying it out. Why isn't it our turn to enter yet? At the front of the line, a person raised his head and muttered anxiously, "Soon, it will be our turn in the next batch." One of his companions said expectantly, "That's right. Don't worry. We've only been waiting here for a few days. If we were to go somewhere else, we might not even get our turn after waiting for a few years." The third person also comforted him. "That's true." The man's mood suddenly became much better and he began chatting with a few people nearby. "I heard that since this alchemy grandmaster of 9 heavens Holy Land began, he has never failed. Whether it is refining a spirit-grade pill or a saint pill, every time he succeeds, his customers will leave satisfied. That's not all. Many of those who concocted spirit pills obtained pills with pill veins. Are you serious? Is there really such a thing as pill veins? I also heard that there are indeed quite a few spirit pills with pill veins. Then wouldn't the reward be several times higher? 9 Heavens Holy Land seems to only accept an ordinary spirit-grade pill as a reward. But if you give them more, they won't refuse. Of course, I have to give them more to leave a good impression. Maybe the next time I come to ask for a pill, things will go a bit smoother. Heh, I've prepared a bit more reward. Maybe if my luck is good, the pill I want to refine will form pill veins. This Grandmaster is really amazing with such skill. He should at least be a saint-grade mid-rank alchemist, right? I'm afraid besides the old man of Heaven's Keep, he is the most powerful alchemist in this world. There seems to be more than one saint-grade alchemist here. Why do you say that? Haven't you noticed how fast they can perform alchemy? Every day they can refine at least 10 pills for at least one person. These pills are all spirit-grade top rank and above, many of them saint-grade. How could a single Grandmaster be so busy? Could it be that 9 Heavens Holy Land is hiding several Grandmasters of this level? As soon as this statement came out, everyone was horrified. Saint-grade alchemists were extremely rare. Every great force hoped to have such a master in their sect, but in this world, there were only a few. Even if there were, these alchemists would only work for their own sect, never helping outsiders in alchemy. What's more, these alchemists had a very high status, perhaps once every few months or even a year, spending most of their time leisurely enjoying the pleasures of life. On the other hand, the 9 Heavens Holy Land's alchemy grandmasters were so busy this past month that they didn't even have time to drink water. They were simply good people who benefited the world and were respected and worshipped by all. Such whispers spread throughout the waiting cultivator, all of them shocked by the heritage of 9 Heavens Holy Land. The only thing that made people feel a little regretful was that the Grandmasters of 9 Heavens Holy Land would only refine 1 pill per person, no more than that. However, Grandmasters were all eccentric people, so the cultivator who came to ask for pills could understand. After a long time, a group of people suddenly walked out from the 9 peaks. There were exactly 10 of them, no matter how high or low their cultivations were. Whether they were male or female, old or young, all of them held their heads high and puffed out their chests, a look of satisfaction on their faces. They're out. The group that went in yesterday has come out. Exclamations sounded from the group. A busybody asked, "Everyone, how is the refining of your pills?" Among the 10 people who came out, an old man laughed and said, "The Grandmasters of 9 Heavens Holy Land are truly worthy of their reputation. All of the pills the 10 of us requested were successfully refined without a single failure. What's more, this old master's Saint grade low-rank pill even formed pill veins, ha 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 ha. Facing the heavens, this old man let out a hearty laugh, his face filled with excitement and pride. The other 9 people all stared at him with envious eyes. The others in the group were also dumbfounded, staring at this old man with bloodshot eyes, all of them wishing they could rush up and knock him out and snatch his saint pill. A saint pill that formed pill veins was a once-in-a-century treasure. Its value was immeasurable. However, upon realizing the level of this old man's cultivation, everyone had no choice but to dispel such thoughts. This old man was at least a second-order saint. Everyone, please wait a moment. I wish you all the same good luck. This old master will take his leave first. The old man seemed to be in a particularly good mood. Normally, a master like him would act arrogantly, so how could he speak to others? But today, not only was he chattering endlessly, he was even trying to be polite. Saying so, Luo Shang and Meng Tianfei, who were maintaining order outside, politely cupped their fists and quickly left. After he left for a while, the people waiting in line woke up from their stupor, all of them staring at him expectantly. 2 elders, can you let us in now? I've been waiting for several days now, it's finally my turn. The person at the front of the line called out. Luo Shang and Meng Tianfei glanced at each other and nodded lightly, Luo Shang calling out, the 10 friends at the front of the line, please follow my Holy Land's disciples into the guest hall. There will naturally be someone to entertain you there. After the 10 of you enter, please continue to wait. Everyone, please. A Holy Land disciple at the front of the line gestured. The 10 cultivators at the front of the line immediately swarmed in like they had been injected with chicken blood, pushing and shoving one another, none of them willing to back down, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The rest of the people continued to wait in the long line, their hearts burning with anxiety. The 2 elders walked to the side and looked at this exciting scene. They were very happy. Brother Meng, do you think our holy master is an alchemy grandmaster? Isn't his level a bit too high? Meng Tianfei shook his head. If you ask me, who should I ask? I've also discussed this matter with Great Elder, but even Great Elder doesn't know what this grandmaster is like or where he came from, but he should be a friend our holy master has made outside. Amazing to be able to have such a grandmaster work for the Holy Land. The Holy Master's methods are extraordinary. And, thanks to the alchemy rewards we received during this time, the Holy Land's situation has suddenly improved, and the disciples no longer need to worry about cultivation materials. Heh, when we can ask those grandmasters to help us refine some saint pills, it would be even better. Don't worry, we'll just have to ask the Holy Master one day. There won't be any problems. That may be the case, but from the looks of it, I don't know when that master will be free. Saying so, the 2 elders turned their eyes to the distance where a group of people was approaching 9 Heaven's Holy Land. There was no doubt that this group of people were also here to request alchemy. As one group left, another group would appear, the number of people would only continue to grow. The 2 elders felt both happy and distressed, sighing heavily. This group of people was quite large, 4 or 5 in total. When they arrived, Luo Shang stepped forward and instructed them to line up at the end of the line. Over the past few days, Luo Shang and Meng Tianfei had to receive at least 2 or 3 waves of guests like this every day, and as time passed, the number of people coming increased. Just after arranging these people, the 2 elders saw Su Hui fly out from the 9 peaks. Immediately shaking, the 2 elders rushed over to greet him. A short time later, Great Elder Su Hui arrived outside the 9 peaks and glanced at the long line before him. So many people? Yes, Great Elder. The reputation of our Holy Land's alchemy is becoming more and more resounding. Luo Shang smiled bitterly. That's only natural, the fact that there is no precedent of failure is already a legend. No alchemist in this world can achieve such a feat, except for the grandmasters of my Holy Land. Su Hui's expression was full of pride. Does Great Elder have something to say? Meng Tianfei asked. Pass on the Holy Master's order. Su Hui nodded, turning to the long line of people and shouting, "Everyone! This old master is Nine Heavens Holy Land's great elder, Su Hui. Greetings!" Everyone quickly returned the greeting, not daring to show the slightest neglect. Su Hui's expression shook. He had never felt so spirited before. Even when the old holy master was alive, he had never felt such a sense of grandeur. Continuing to shout, "Pass on the holy master's order. May I ask if anyone has any world spirit treasures?" Most people shook their heads, indicating that they did not have such a thing, but some whispered among themselves, guessing what the holy master wanted this thing for. Chapter 891. World spirit treasures were simply too rare and difficult to obtain. Some cultivators might not even see one in their lifetime. This was because world spirit treasures possessed a certain degree of sentience and could be regarded as a kind of sentient being that knew how to seek fortune and avoid disaster. When they sensed danger, they would flee, making them extremely difficult to find. Su Hui observed everyone's expressions and chuckled. "You may rest assured, my holy land is not asking for your wealth. The Holy Master has said that if anyone has a world spirit treasure, regardless of its grade or type, as long as they hand it over to my holy land, the Holy Land's Grandmaster will refine 3 pills for them for free. What's more, the pills will be refined immediately, no need to wait in line." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd went into an uproar. When a Grandmaster of Nine Heavens Holy Land helped someone perform alchemy, the reward wasn't high, but it wasn't low either. The reward was crystal stones or herbs of equivalent value to the pill being refined. Such a reward was something most people could afford. Because saint-grade materials were difficult to find, some people didn't lack crystal stones. However, if the reward was 3 pills, it was a considerable number, enough to tempt many people. Someone in the line asked, "Great Elder, is there no limit to the grade of 3 pills you can refine for free?" Su Hui smiled and shook his head. "There is no limit to the grade, even if you want to refine a saint-grade mid-rank pill. Your noble Holy Land's Grandmaster is quite bold," the man exclaimed, causing everyone else to be stunned. Although until now, no one had requested to refine a saint-grade mid-rank pill, from Su Hui's words, it could be inferred that this Grandmaster was capable of refining such a pill and had full confidence in his own skills. "So if you have world spirit treasures on hand, please don't hide them. This is a rare opportunity." Su Hui chuckled and persuaded. He didn't know whether this group of people had world spirit treasures or not, nor did he know why Yang Kai wanted them. But since the Holy Master had given him an order, he had no choice but to comply. At the end of the line, someone from the group who had just arrived hesitated for a moment before asking, "Great Elder, can any world spirit treasure be refined?" "Anything is fine." Su Hui nodded firmly before turning his eyes to this person. The man's expression became solemn as he asked again, "But what if I only want to refine 1 pill? As for the remaining 2 pills, my holy land will help you remember them. Whenever you want to refine them, you can come at any time. There's no need to wait." "So that's how it is." The man's expression became somewhat eager as he carefully took out a jade artifact from his sleeve and jogged over to Su Hui, handing it over. "Great Elder, please take a look at this." As he spoke, he had an expectant look on his face, but at the same time, he felt somewhat uneasy. This person was no more than 30 years old and his strength wasn't high, only at the peak immortal ascension boundary. With such a cultivation, the pill he requested to be refined was at most a spirit-grade top-rank pill. What's more, as a cultivator, he had never had the opportunity to speak directly with a master like Su Hui, so naturally he was quite excited to have such an opportunity today. Su Hui's brow furrowed as he took the delicate jade artifact and was about to open it. That person hurriedly said, "Be careful, Great Elder. This thing runs very fast. If you don't pay attention, it will slip away. Back then, this one obtained it by chance. I don't even recognize what it is. It's really shameful to say this." "Don't worry." Su Hui smiled confidently, wrapping up the jade artifact with his powerful divine sense, not leaving the slightest gap. Many people stretched out their necks, wanting to see what this world spirit treasure was. Even the two elders, Luo Shang and Meng Tianfei, came over. When the jade artifact was opened, in an instant, a faint light bloomed from inside, like a crystal-clear moonlight. Seemingly aware that the jade artifact that had been closed for so long had been opened, the light rushed out. Su Hui chuckled lightly, his expression indifferent. Wrapped up by his divine sense, the light was unable to break through, constantly circling around a small area, seemingly quite anxious. After a while, the light gradually condensed into the shape of a three-leaved spirit grass. This spirit grass exuded a strong energy fluctuation and exuded a vigorous vitality. Its entire body was crystal clear, as if it had been carved from white jade, giving it a very delicate appearance. The three leaves were also tender and fresh, as if they were formed from water droplets. It really is a world spirit treasure. Su Hui's eyes lit up as he gently nodded. With his eyesight, he was naturally able to see that this spirit grass was indeed a world spirit treasure, because it already possessed a certain degree of sentience. Does anyone recognize what kind of world spirit treasure this is? Su Hui asked the people who had come to ask for alchemy pills. Most people shook their heads, only one person chuckling. Great Elder, this is a shimmering moon grass. After absorbing the essence of the moon, it has developed sentience. Although it is a kind of world spirit treasure, unfortunately, its growth period is too short. Currently, it only has 3 leaves, so I'm afraid it won't be of much use. If it were allowed to grow for another 100 years and reach 5 leaves, its value would be completely different. Oh, Your Excellency seems to be quite familiar with this. Su Hui looked at him with a smile. My apologies. This one is quite interested in spirit grasses and spirit medicines. 30 years ago, I set my goal as an alchemist, but unfortunately, my aptitude was too low and I was unable to make any achievements in this field. So I gave up and began cultivating the martial Tao. So that's how it is. Su Hui nodded. An alchemist's understanding of spirit grasses and spirit medicines was indeed more profound than the average person. Although this person hadn't become an outstanding alchemist, his knowledge of spirit grasses and spirit medicines was still incomparable to the average person. Is this not possible? The owner of the shimmering moon grass scratched his head, somewhat uneasy. Others had said that this shimmering moon grass didn't have much value, causing him to hesitate. However, the other party had promised to refine 3 pills. Could a single shimmering moon grass offset that? No. To his surprise, Su Hui smiled and shook his head. Since this old master has already said that no matter what grade or species it is, as long as it is a world spirit treasure, naturally he will not go back on his word. Those Saint Realm masters weren't willing to wait outside like everyone else, so the benefits they offered were almost the same as the Saint Pill's reward. It was equivalent to the owner of the shimmering moongrass taking away the reward that should have belonged to the Holy Land, while all he had to offer was a low-grade world spirit treasure. For an immortal ascension boundary cultivator, this kind of thing was simply the greatest opportunity in his life. Leading this man into the guest hall, Su Hui took away the 3 sets of materials he had brought, then immediately rushed to the Holy Master Court. Inside a small room, the fragrance of pills filled the air as Yang Kai sat in meditation, a small pill furnace in front of him. Su Hui walked in and reported the matter. Yang Kai gently nodded, took the herbs and the shimmering moongrass, and said, "Come pick them up when I call for you." Yes. After Su Hui left, Yang Kai put the shimmering moongrass into the black book space and also sent his consciousness inside. A wisp of moonlight was shuttling back and forth inside the black book space, seemingly in a panic, trying to find a safe haven to take refuge in. The divine tree curiously looked at this wisp of moonlight. Its divine sense locked onto it as it observed it. Alchemy and the martial Tao complemented each other and combined together, advancing hand in hand and progressing at a rapid pace. Even without deliberately cultivating, his cultivation was still steadily increasing. At this rate, within 3 to 5 years, Yang Kai felt that he would be able to touch the threshold of the Saint Realm. If there were other opportunities, this time would be shortened even further. After reaching the third-order transcendent realm, Yang Kai was only one step away from breaking through to the Saint Realm. Unlike Yuan Qi breaking through to the Immortal Ascension boundary or Transcendent Realm from the Immortal Ascension boundary, this step into the Saint Realm was more difficult than ever before. The medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower could be used to assist a Transcendent Realm cultivator in their breakthrough. Yang Kai still had 2 drops he had refined in the starry sky last time and had not yet used up. At that time, he had condensed a total of 6 drops of medicinal liquid, giving 4 to Tsangyan and the others while keeping the rest in Yang Kai's black book space. The medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower did not have any side effects. Tsangyan, Fei Yu, and her other martial uncles had used it to break through to the First-Order Saint Realm, so their foundation had not been affected, nor would it hinder their future cultivation. However, Yang Kai did not intend to use external aids for the time being, instead deciding to use his own strength to try to break through first. Only by comprehending and understanding one's own strength would he gain the most profound insights. Alchemy was the best support for this, allowing Yang Kai to experience many unexpected gains during the process of alchemy, allowing his body and mind to be cleansed and his soul to sublimate. Days passed by. 9 Heavens Holy Land's alchemy reputation quickly spread throughout Tong Xian realm. There was someone who had traveled hundreds of thousands of miles and had spared no effort to come here just to ask the mysterious master in the Holy Land to refine a pill for him. Outside the 9 peaks, there was a long line that stretched for several kilometers. Every day, there would be hundreds of people waiting, and more alchemists would join in. The unknown Grandmaster of the Holy Land was a master of alchemy. Ever since he began refining pills, he had never failed and had even managed to refine many pills with pill veins. Gradually, some people began to compare this Grandmaster with the Old Man of Heaven's Keep, wondering who would win if the two were to compete. However, the Old Man of Heaven's Keep was a legendary figure. Even among the demon race and monster race, this Grandmaster had a great reputation and was revered by all living beings in the world. This alone was not something the Grandmaster of 9 Heavens Holy Land could compare with. Chapter 893. Hearing his daughter say so, the middle-aged man smiled awkwardly. Bold Independent Union wasn't a very strong force, and as the Union Master of Bold Independent Union, he was only a third-order transcendent. In this world, any force without a Saint Realm Master would always be despised by others. As such, he had spent his entire life striving to reach the Saint Realm. A few days ago, he had finally seen a glimmer of hope, but because of his lack of aptitude, he was unable to comprehend the mysteries of the Saint Realm. So he wanted to find someone to refine a heaven's secret pill to see if he could use its power to break through to the Saint Realm. After expending a huge amount of financial resources and manpower to gather all the necessary materials, he was unable to find a suitable alchemist to help him refine this pill. The famous alchemy grandmasters of this world were all very arrogant and would not easily accept outsiders. Their schedule for alchemy was always 1 or 2 days later, so the middle-aged man repeatedly ran into a wall and was unable to meet any of the grandmasters. It was at this time that the reputation of 9 Heavens Holy Land's alchemy grandmaster spread, shaking his spirit and secretly feeling that this was an opportunity. Because his daughter had some friendship with this holy master, he even suspected that the relationship between the two was not simple. Unfortunately, no matter how he probed, his daughter flatly denied it. Left with no choice, he could only come here first and make further plans. The long line outside the 9 peaks shocked the middle-aged man greatly. He had not expected that by the time he arrived here, so many people would already be waiting. Since persuading his daughter was of no use, He could only comfort himself and wait. In any case, it would only take a month or so. So he decided not to say anything more. At that moment, two more people appeared from behind, one of them a young woman followed by a third-order transcendent master who seemed to be her bodyguards. When the young woman arrived, she was also startled, staring into the distance, covering her mouth as she exclaimed, "So many people, are they all here to ask for alchemy?" The third-order transcendent cultivator beside her also glanced over and nodded. "Young lady, on the way here, I heard that the alchemy grandmaster here is extremely skilled. Ever since he began performing alchemy, he has never failed, and the quality of the pills he refines is surprisingly good. Naturally, there are many people here because of his reputation." "Amazing. Where did that bastard find such an alchemy grandmaster?" The young woman chuckled lightly as she stared towards the 9 peaks, her expression casual. "Young lady, should we also wait in line?" the cultivator asked softly. I'll just go in and look for him. I don't think he'd dare to pretend that he doesn't recognize me." The young woman snorted softly. Her jade-like nose was high, and as she spoke, she walked forward without the slightest intention of waiting in line. After taking a few steps, she suddenly exclaimed in surprise and turned her head to look at one of the people at the back of the line. After seeing this person's face, her face lit up and she hurried over. "Yun Xian, why are you here?" Yun Xian had a preoccupied look on her face and didn't realize that this person was an acquaintance of hers. After hearing someone call out to her, she quickly raised her head and saw the young woman approaching. "Shui Ling?" Yun Xian called out, a smile blooming on her pretty face. "Why are you here?" "Come and see that bastard. I heard that he's now the holy master of 9 Heavens' holy land. After not seeing him for a few years, he's actually become a phoenix, not even bothering to inform me that he's safe and sound, causing me to constantly worry about his safety. This time I've come to settle accounts with him." Shui Ling began chattering away. Listening to her, Yun Xian couldn't help smiling, her mood seemingly improving a lot. "Are you here to find the Grandmaster for alchemy?" Shui Ling's eyes narrowed slightly as she guessed Yun Xian's intentions. Since you're here, why wait in line, just go straight in," Shui Ling said with a puzzled expression. "That's not good. Everyone is waiting in line," Yun Xian said awkwardly. "What's there to be afraid of? Others waiting is their business. You're not an outsider to him. Isn't it the same? We'll just wait here." Yun Xian waved her hand. Seeing her acting like an outsider, Shui Ling's brow furrowed deeply as she suddenly reacted. Could it be that he's not going to admit it? Even if he's the holy master of 9 Heavens' holy land, how could he be so shameless? "Don't speak so loudly." Yun Xian blushed and quickly stopped her. The nearby 9 Heavens' holy land disciples all turned their eyes towards them, their expressions gloomy. Shui Ling couldn't help sticking out her tongue, not daring to act rashly. In front of Yang Kai, Shui Ling could indeed act unscrupulously, but speaking ill of the Holy Master in front of these Holy Land disciples would only provoke hatred. "Xian, this girl is—" The middle-aged man who had been standing behind Yun Xian stepped forward and asked. "Oh, this is the little princess of Water Spirit Temple, Shui Ling. I've told father about her before." "So it's Sister Shui Ling." The middle-aged man's expression shook, not daring to neglect, quickly cupping his fists and saying, "This one is bold independent union's union master, Yun Chang." "Hello, Uncle Yun." Shui Ling smiled sweetly and called out, "Water Spirit Temple's little princess. Her reputation is well-deserved. So young yet already a first-order transcendent, her future is limitless." Yun Cheng's divine sense swept Shui Ling briefly and was able to determine her true cultivation, his eyes lighting up as he secretly admired Water Spirit Temple's heritage. Yun Xian was older than Shui Ling, but in terms of cultivation, she was inferior. This was the difference in strength between the two great forces. Without good resources, the growth rate of young people was naturally slower. "Uncle Yun is too polite. This niece only just broke through some time ago and has not yet stabilized her cultivation. Shui Ling put on a well-behaved appearance, her blue eyes extremely beautiful, constantly drawing the attention of those around her. Her name is Ruan Xian Yu, she's a friend of mine. Yun Xian pointed to another woman next to her and introduced her. Shui Ling nodded lightly, greeting him back. Just now, I heard Sister Shui Ling say that you want to enter the 9 Peaks directly to find the Holy Master? Yun Cheng lowered his voice and asked. I'm an old acquaintance of his. I haven't seen him for several years now, but I didn't expect him to actually come here to become the Holy Master. I also wanted to ask him to help me refine some pills. Does Uncle Yun want to join me? Speaking of which, Yun Xian is also an acquaintance of his. Wouldn't that be a bad idea? Yun Cheng asked hesitantly. It's fine. I'm mainly here to see him, unlike others. Shui Ling giggled. Then this Yun won't be polite. This trip will also benefit from Sister Shui Ling's light. Yun Cheng no longer acted polite, smiling widely. Uncle Yun is too polite. Saying so, Shui Ling turned and walked towards the stone pavilion, Yun Cheng hurriedly following behind. Yun Xian hesitated for a moment, but under Ruan Xian Yu's urging, she had no choice but to keep up with the crowd. Inside the line, many people were constantly glancing over, their eyes filled with vigilance and disdain. The people waiting in line here were all here to ask for pills, so naturally, they couldn't bear to see someone not following the rules. However, without knowing the intentions of Shui Ling and the others, they couldn't say anything, so they decided to observe the situation first before making a decision. In front of the stone pavilion, Shui Ling entered and explained her intentions to Yu Ying and Cheng Yutong, the 2 elders frowning as they stared at her. Speaking of which, since Yang Kai entered the 9 Peaks and became the Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land, no one had come to see him, so the elders didn't know anything about the friends Yang Kai had made. However, now that 1 or 2 of them had come, Yu Ying and Cheng Yutong didn't show too much impatience, simply saying, "We must first consult with Holy Master about this matter. How about you wait here for a moment?" "Good." Shui Ling gently nodded, secretly deciding that when she met with Yang Kai, she would teach him a lesson. She had traveled more than 100,000 kilometers to see him, yet he still had to wait for instructions. This was too much of a bully. Immediately, the Holy Land's disciples rushed to the 9 Peaks. A moment later, before the disciples in the 9 Peaks could return, another group of people arrived. This group, like Shui Ling and the others, did not wait in line at the back of the line and instead headed straight to the stone pavilion. This group of people was a bit special. Each one of them had white hair and looked quite old, but the clothes they wore were quite exquisite. At first glance, it was obvious they were not ordinary people. Yu Ying and Cheng Yutong glanced at each other suspiciously, not knowing who these people were. This group of old men didn't have high cultivations, all of them only 2nd or 3rd order transcendence. Not a single one of them was a Saint Realm Master, but their demeanor were quite arrogant, not even sparing a glance at the crowd in front of them, as if they didn't put them in their eyes at all. When they arrived at the stone pavilion, one of the old men walked in with a smile, turned to Yu Ying and Cheng Yutong, and asked, "2 young ladies, dare I ask if this place is 9 Heavens Holy Land?" The 2 elders frowned. Although the 2 of them didn't look very old, they were both Saint Realm Masters. No one with lower cultivation than them had ever dared to call them young ladies, making them feel like this old man was taking advantage of his seniority. However, when this sentence came out of his mouth, it sounded quite natural, without the slightest hint of pretense. Yu Ying and Cheng Yutong didn't dare act arrogantly and quickly stood up, the former nodding, "Yes, the owner of this place is called Yang Kai." "Indeed. Good, we've come to the right place." "Ha! These old bones. I'm so tired from all this walking." The old man breathed a heavy sigh of relief before turning his head and shouting, "We've arrived. We'll be able to rest soon." The expressions of the several old men behind him changed, and they all relaxed. "May I ask your honored names and what is your relationship with my holy master?" Yu Ying asked softly. "Ha. Send someone to inform your holy master that several like-minded old friends have come to see him. The old man didn't report his name, making him seem somewhat mysterious. Yu Ying's brow furrowed slightly as she exchanged a glance with Chang Yutong, but didn't ask any more questions, instead ordering a disciple to send a message to the peak. Both of them also felt that this was quite interesting. The Holy Master had been in charge of the 9 peaks for some time now and no one had ever come to visit him. But today, wave after wave of visitors had arrived. It's best if they aren't here to ask for alchemy, the 2 elders thought to themselves as they secretly observed the 2 groups of visitors who claimed to be Yang Kai's friends. Chapter 894. After observing for a while, Yu Ying and Chang Yutong felt that several of the beautiful young women in the first group were likely to have some kind of relationship with the Holy Master, especially one of them who was dressed like a young woman. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a complex expression as she glanced towards the 9 peaks from time to time. Perhaps she was one of the Holy Master's love affairs. After all, the Holy Master was a young man. Which young man wasn't romantic? Considering all this, Yu Ying and Chang Yutong couldn't help smiling. The later group of people were all quite old, and although their strength wasn't very high, the noble temperament they exuded could not be faked. These few old men were definitely famous figures in Tongxian realm. After observing for a while, the 2 Holy Land disciples who had left one after the other quickly returned, bringing the Holy Master's orders. Invite them in. Seems he knows what's good for him. Shui Ling was extremely satisfied, quickly informing Yu Ying and Chang Yutong before leading the group from Bold Independent Union towards the 9 peaks. The several old men also did the same, following behind Shui Ling and the others, the 2 groups not interfering with each other. However, before they could leave, some of the cultivators who were waiting in line for alchemy didn't agree, shouting from somewhere, "2 elders, what are these people doing? Why are they allowed to enter the 9 peaks ahead of time after arriving here today? If it's convenient, can 2 elders explain this to us?" That's right, that's right. Immediately someone echoed. "We've been waiting here in line for 10 days now, but now it's their turn, yet they can immediately enter the 9 peaks. Isn't this a bit unfair? Your 9 heavens holy land's reputation is illustrious. Bullying us immortal ascension boundary and transcendent realm cultivators isn't a big deal, we can't do anything to you, but there are many Saint Realm seniors waiting in line here. These seniors are all willing to abide by the rules set by your holy land. Do you want to break them yourself? If that's the case, even if we agree, I'm afraid those seniors won't agree, right?" This sentence seemed to resonate with many people, and the Saint Realm masters who were waiting in line also wore disgruntled looks as they turned to look at Yu Ying and Chang Yutong. When they came here, they didn't care about their identity or status, only thinking of themselves as guests here to ask for alchemy pills. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, strictly abide by the rules of 9 heavens holy land and wait in line. However, the scene in front of them made them feel uncomfortable. None of these newcomers had reached the Saint Realm, but after arriving today, they were immediately welcomed inside, naturally making them feel somewhat uneasy. As soon as this group of people shouted, Shui Ling and the group of old men also stopped in their tracks, turning their heads to look back. Yu Ying and Chang Yutong also realized the seriousness of the problem. They knew that if they didn't handle this matter properly, it was very likely that the prestige the Holy Land had built up during this period would be ruined, leading to many unnecessary misunderstandings. Seeing this, a pleasant smile appeared on her face and she said, "Everyone, please calm down. These people are friends of my Holy Master. This time they are here to visit the Holy Master, not to ask for alchemy assistance." "Is that true? Why would I lie to you?" Yu Ying forced a smile. She also felt that this group of people was asking for alchemy from the Holy Land's alchemy grandmaster. However, since the Holy Leader had ordered them to quickly enter, they were definitely not outsiders. At this time, she naturally had to protect the Holy Land's reputation. If those women say they are friends of your Holy Master, I can understand. It is said that the Holy Master's master is around the same age as them, so it is only natural for him to make such friends. But who were those old fellows? How could your holy master possibly make friends with such people? Someone in the crowd shouted. This group of old men was not young and their strength was not high, so it was easy for people to assume they were mediocre cultivators who were bitterly pursuing the martial Tao but were unable to find the right path. There were many such people in this world. In their current situation, what they wanted the most was a good pill to help them break through their current realm and extend their lifespan. Most of the people waiting in line had such thoughts. Everyone turned their eyes to the group of old men, even Yun Chang and the others who were standing still. You guys, aren't you a bit too meddlesome? Since Yang Kai invited this group of seniors to enter, naturally he has his reasons. Don't you think you're a bit too bored? Shouting like this in front of his holy land, be careful you don't provoke them and they won't help you with alchemy. Xue Ling scolded without any trace of politeness. Among the crowd, the few people who were shouting the most fiercely quickly shrank their necks and hid behind others, as if they were afraid Yuing and Cheng Yutong would remember their faces and settle accounts with them. Their shouting was simply to vent the unfairness in their hearts. They didn't have any real intentions. This could be considered a warning to Nine Heaven's holy land. Otherwise, if anyone came to ask for a pill and said they were Yang Kai's friends, they would be able to enter at any time, causing them to have to wait even longer. This was truly unfair to those who had to abide by the rules. You little girl, you really dare say such a thing? Among the group of old men, a pot-bellied old man who was the leader of the group, looked at Xue Ling with a smile. Aren't you afraid they'll find trouble with you? What's there to be afraid of? Xue Ling giggled. Since you're Yang Kai's friends, you're also this young lady's friends. Although you're much older than me, I guarantee that no one here will dare bully you. Otherwise, Yang Kai will teach them a lesson. Oh, you seem to have a good relationship with Yang Kai. Another old man smiled pleasantly, stroking his beard as he stared towards Xue Ling with a meaningful look. So. Xue Ling frowned. Although that guy can be a bit of a bastard sometimes, he's still a righteous person. This young lady finds him pleasing to the eye. This old master also finds you pleasing to the eye. The pot-bellied old man smiled lightly before turning to the others and saying, Several old friends? What do you think we should do? These people seem to think we came to Nine Heaven's holy land with some kind of ulterior motive. If we don't explain ourselves, it won't be good for Yang Kai's reputation. Then we'll have to trouble Brother Chong. None of the others objected, indicating that he should do as he wished. The fat old man nodded lightly before turning to the crowd and shouting, Which one of you didn't have eyes and called this old master an old man? Stand up and let me see. No one admitted to it. The fat old man seemed to have expected this scene and didn't pursue it further, instead pointing to himself and declaring, This old man's surname is Chong Bao. Remember it? He wore an arrogant look and his tone was not polite at all, as if he really was some kind of big shot. This caused many people to scoff at him. A mere second-order transcendent cultivator really wasn't enough to care about these 9 peaks. However, in the crowd waiting in line, many masters couldn't help narrowing their eyes as they stared towards the fat old man. Gradually, the image of a master in their minds overlapped with the fat old man in front of them. Lightning Flash City's Alchemist Guild Manager, Saint Grade Low-Rank Alchemy Grandmaster, Grandmaster Chong Bao? An exclamation rang out, causing an uproar. No wonder he looked so familiar. It turns out he's the Grandmaster from Lightning Flash City. Why is he here? He even knows the Holy Master here. Who are those people around him? There was a lot of discussion in the crowd, as if they had just been struck by some kind of divine skill. Everyone's expression towards Chong Bao changed, no longer showing any contempt and disdain, instead becoming extremely respectful. No one dared to underestimate a saint-grade alchemist. Among the cultivator waiting here, several had been to Lightning Flash City and wanted to meet this Grandmaster and ask for his alchemy services, but unfortunately, they had no chance to meet him and could only come here to seek opportunities. In the midst of their shock, the people around Chong Bao also reported their names. This old man is Hong Fong. This old man is Du Wan. This old man is He Feng. This old woman is Kong Ruoyu. The only old woman gently nodded. As these names that shook the world spread, Everyone was dumbfounded and speechless. Shattered Star City, Three River City, Broken Moon City, Grand Boulder City, Lightning Flash City. The alchemist guild managers of these 5 cities had gathered here. 5 Saint-grade alchemists. This lineup was so luxurious that it was amazing. No one dared to make any more noise, all of them simply staring at these 5 people dumbfoundedly. Everyone couldn't help feeling like this was not Nine Heaven's holy land, but the Alchemist Guild's guild. Otherwise, how could these 5 grandmasters have gathered here from all over the world? Duan smiled heartily and stepped forward. The 5 of us are friends of the owner of this place. We came here today to visit, but we didn't expect there would be some misunderstandings. We hope you won't take offense. No, old man Du is too serious. Someone in the crowd immediately said humbly. The Saint Realm Masters didn't dare show the slightest contempt towards these 5 people, and instead wore dignified expressions. Yuing and Chang Yutong's beautiful eyes lit up as they stared at the 5 people in front of them. They finally understood why these 5 people dared to take advantage of their seniority even though their strength was clearly lower than theirs. What's more, the words they spoke shocked the 2 elders. These 5 people had come here to visit the Holy Master. Just the word visit was enough to make one think of many things. It had always been juniors paying respects to their seniors and juniors paying respects to their superiors, but now these 5 had actually used the word visit. Both Yuing and Chang Yutong felt their blood boil. Yu Ying's eyes are poor. I failed to recognize 5 grandmasters. Please forgive me. Yuing quickly converged her expression and humbly apologized. It's fine. As long as your holy master understands, it's fine. Duan chuckled. We aren't strangers to him. Very well. Yuing will personally lead 5 grandmasters to see the holy master as an apology. Elder Yuing is too polite. 5 grandmasters, please. Duan and the others exchanged a glance before no longer paying any attention to the waiting cultivator and instead following behind Yuing. As they flew past Shui Ling and the others, Chang Bao winked at Shui Ling and said with a smile, Little girl, what are you doing? Keep up with us. Shui Ling responded stupidly, seemingly still in a daze, remembering how she had just shamelessly boasted that since they were Yang Kai's friends, they were her friends. Shui Ling couldn't wait to find a hole to crawl into. How embarrassing! Fortunately, these 5 grandmasters were magnanimous and didn't make fun of her. Otherwise, she would never be able to see anyone again. Chapter 895. Following behind these several grandmasters, Shui Ling still felt as if she was floating in the clouds, her entire body light. No matter how she racked her brain, she couldn't understand when Yang Kai had become friends with these grandmasters. What kind of honor was this? A short time later, the group arrived at the Holy Master Court. Yuing did not lead them to the guest hall but instead brought them here directly. Ling and Su Hui immediately came out to greet them, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, Su Hui called out, Holy Master said he would be here soon. Please wait here for a moment. He's busy. Let's take a break first. Chang Bao waved his hand indifferently, finding a comfortable chair to sit down in and gasping for breath. Chang Bao's body was quite fat, making it difficult for him to move around. Normally, he would only stay in the Alchemist Guild in Lightning Flash City, never coming out. This time, if it weren't for him coming to Nine Heaven's holy land to find Yang Kai, he wouldn't have bothered himself like this. After bringing everyone here, Yuing excused herself and left. These 5 Saint-grade alchemists had great backgrounds, so Ling and Su Hui didn't dare neglect them, carefully accompanying them. The 5 grandmasters were all easygoing and didn't put on any airs, simply chatting with Su Hui and Ling in a harmonious manner. On the other hand, Shui Ling and Yun Xian's group were quite nervous and uncomfortable. Shui Ling hadn't expected that the group of old men she had encountered outside were all alchemy grandmasters, so after learning their identities, she didn't dare speak casually. Yun Xian and the others also appeared quite restrained, Bold independent union wasn't a great force. Being able to enter Nine Heavens' Holy Land was all thanks to Xue Ling. In front of these 5 grandmasters, bold independent union's Union Master Yun Cheng sat solemnly, not uttering a single word. He couldn't get a word in edgewise, nor did he dare. Everyone here had a much higher status than him. Normally, it was extremely difficult to ask for an audience with any of them. Now that they were gathered together, it made Yun Cheng feel a little pressured. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Seemingly seeing their awkwardness, An Linger walked over and whispered to Xue Ling and Yun Xian, inquiring about their relationship with Yang Kai. Facing the saintess of Nine Heavens' Holy Land, Xue Ling and Yun Xian both unconsciously lowered their heads and spoke cautiously. However, under the guidance of An Linger, their expressions gradually relaxed, and when they talked about Yang Kai, they would laugh from time to time. After waiting for about an hour, a heroic figure rushed in from the outside. Everyone cast their gazes over and smiled in unison. Junior Yang Kai greets the masters. Yang Kai is flattered to have several grandmasters come to visit. Yang Kai hurriedly saluted as he approached. The 5 grandmasters smiled and nodded, with Du One saying, "There's no need to be so polite. Before, you were the one who called us grandmasters, but now we don't dare." He didn't say it too clearly, but the meaning behind his words was that only heaven and earth knew, and only you and I knew. Yang Kai smiled knowingly. Old Man Du is too kind. This junior being able to achieve what he has today is all thanks to the guidance of several grandmasters. Seeing him act so modestly, the 5 old men glanced at each other and felt relieved, thinking that Kai Yang hadn't become arrogant because of his current achievements. They hadn't misjudged him. "Hey, there's someone else here. Aren't you going to greet them?" Xue Ling smiled and called out. As soon as Yang Kai came out, Xue Ling's expression relaxed greatly, because no one here knew as much about Yang Kai as she did. She had followed Yang Kai to Tongshen realm from the central capital and had participated in the world-shaking inheritance war, as well as the life and death struggle with the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. Although Yang Kai was now the Holy Master of the Holy Land, Xue Ling did not treat him as an outsider. Yang Kai chuckled and greeted, "It's been a long time since we last met. Several beauties have become more and more beautiful. What a glib tongue." Xue Ling blushed and snorted. Yun Xian also couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed, her beautiful eyes glancing towards Yang Kai. Ruan Xianyu quietly poked her from the side and urged, "This is probably your last chance. If you don't grasp it, there won't be a next time." Yun Xian just stared at Yang Kai faintly, not saying anything, causing Ruan Xianyu to feel like jumping off a wall. If she were Yun Xian, she would definitely not let Yang Kai off so easily. He was no longer the same as he was in the past. Back then, he seemed like a little brat who had never seen the world, but now he was the Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. His status was high and his strength was not low. How could she easily let go of such a golden opportunity? If she held on tight, she would be able to live a carefree life. However, this fool Yun Xian had no intention of acting at all, causing Ruan Xianyu to become even more anxious. Junior greets Union Master Yun. Yang Kai cupped his fists towards Yun Cheng. Yun Cheng's body shook as his face filled with pride, quickly getting up and returning the courtesy. "Yang Shangzhu is too polite. Yang Shangzhu is too polite." Saying so, Yun Cheng awkwardly added, "Last time, bold independent union was deceived by a scoundrel and acted rudely. I hope Yang Shangzhu can forgive us. A minor matter, there's no need to mention it." Yang Kai chuckled, his expression casual. Hearing this, Yun Cheng finally felt relieved. He was really afraid that Yang Kai would hold a grudge against him for what happened last time. If that really happened, he would no longer have the face to remain here. After exchanging some pleasantries and greeting everyone, Yang Kai found a seat and sat down. "Why have all of you come to my holy land together? Do you know each other?" Yang Kai looked around suspiciously. "It was just a coincidence." Chongbao chuckled. "We didn't come together. We just met outside the mountain peak. And I also met Yun Xian and the others outside." Xue Ling also nodded. "What a coincidence. No wonder I always felt like something good was about to happen today. It turns out several grandmasters and friends were coming. Yang Kai laughed happily. As he spoke, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced over at Yun Xian, who was staring back at him. When their eyes met, Yun Xian quickly averted her gaze, her heart pounding rapidly. As time passed, she always felt that the distance between herself and Yang Kai was growing larger and larger. The last time she saw him, although he was high up in the clouds, she could still see him from afar. But this time, Yun Xian found that this man was already standing at a height she could never hope to reach. Her heart aching, Yun Xian knew that she would never be able to catch up to Yang Kai in this lifetime, only be able to look up to him. Such a man was not someone a woman like her could match up to. Did several grandmasters come to my holy land for sightseeing? Or do you have something important to do? Yang Kai lightly coughed and quickly asked about the matter at hand. The 5 grandmasters glanced at each other, and soon the eyes of the other 4 focused on Du Wan, obviously waiting for him to answer. Old man Du helplessly smiled bitterly and said, "It's like this, and we heard that there was a grandmaster alchemist here, so we wanted to pay a visit." Yang Kai let out a hollow laugh, the corners of his mouth twitching. Others might not know who this grandmaster alchemist was, but Du Wan and the others definitely knew. After all, Yang Kai had refined a saint-grade low-rank pill with pill veins in front of them. At this moment, seeing Du Wan speak so modestly, Yang Kai couldn't bear it and didn't know how to respond. "And, if it is convenient for that grandmaster, we would like to study alchemy from him," Hong Fong continued. Yang Kai's mouth twitched even more. It doesn't matter if it's inconvenient. Du Wan saw the strange expression on Yang Kai's face and thought he wasn't too willing, so he quickly waved his hand. "We don't covet the secrets of others. It's just that no one can teach us alchemy. Now that we have finally found one, we want to try our luck. Yang Kai, you can discuss with that grandmaster. There's no need to rush to answer us. It won't be too late to give us an answer later. And if that grandmaster is willing to give us some pointers, we would naturally be happy, but if he doesn't want to, it's fine as well. After all, us old fogies were a bit shameless and forced him to do something he didn't want." Chang Bao comforted. 5 pairs of eyes stared at Yang Kai, wondering what answer he would give. Even Shui Ling, Yun Chang, and the others were watching nervously. They didn't know why, but they felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange. Yang Kai took a deep breath and said with a solemn expression, "Several grandmasters are too serious. My Holy Land's alchemist also needs to communicate with others. The arrival of 5 grandmasters is nothing short of a blessing for him. How about this? On behalf of that alchemist, I agree to your request. Although it's not about pointers, it's about learning from each other." "Really?" Chang Bao excitedly asked. "Is that okay?" Du Wan also looked at Yang Kai. "There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing shameful about it." Yang Kai chuckled. The 5 grandmasters glanced at each other with excited expressions before turning to look at Yang Kai again. Their eyes filled with gratitude. Yang Kai agreeing so readily was really beyond their expectations. On the way here, the 5 grandmasters had been a bit hesitant, feeling that such a request was a bit inappropriate. But they couldn't resist the temptation of learning the mysteries of alchemy and had come to the Holy Land together, thickening their faces to make such a request, mentally preparing themselves for rejection. Who would have thought that he would achieve his goal so easily? The 5 grandmasters were pleasantly surprised. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go meet that grandmaster now," He Feng said, standing up. "No need to rush." Yang Kai laughed dumbly. "Please wait a moment." Saying so, he turned to Shui Ling and the others. "What about you? Did you come here to see me or to perform alchemy? If I said I came here specifically to see you, would you believe me?" Shui Ling asked with a smile. Yang Kai grinned disdainfully. "Then I came here to perform alchemy, heh. Saying so, Shui Ling took out a universe bag and tossed it directly to Yang Kai, saying without any trace of politeness, "I want to refine 3 azure sky pills. All the materials are ready. You can decide for yourself." Yang Kai caught the universe bag and swept it with his divine sense, nodding lightly. Azure Sky Pills. How long has it been since you broke through to the transcendent realm? It's only been 4 months. That's why I need these pills to stabilize my realm, Shui Ling replied, a somewhat distressed look on her face. Chapter 896. Shui Ling had only broken through to the transcendent realm 4 months ago, so she really needed to consolidate her realm. If she didn't want to meditate to comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao, she could only rely on the power of pills. Yang Kai nodded, thought about it for a while, then said, if you want to stabilize your realm, a single Azure Sky pill is enough. I'll help you refine some other soul-restoring pills with the remaining herbs you need to enhance your spiritual energy. In any case, the materials required for these 2 pills are similar. You know a lot about pills? Shui Ling was stunned. I've been around that grandmaster for a long time, so I understand a little. Then I'll leave it to you. In any case, I know you won't treat me badly. Shui Ling seemed to have entrusted her life to Yang Kai, causing Yang Kai to be speechless. You woman! Yang Kai slowly shook his head before turning to Yun Xian, his tone softening greatly. What about you? Yun Xian seemed to be thinking about something, but upon hearing this question her tender body trembled slightly, quickly replying, my father wants to refine a heaven's secret pill. Heaven's secret pill? Yang Kai raised his brow and turned to look at Yun Chang, smiling. So, Senior Yun is about to break through to the Saint Realm. Yun Chang smiled awkwardly. I saw some hope but was unable to comprehend its mysteries. So I came here to ask for a heaven's secret pill to peer into the mysteries of the heavens. Good. Yang Kai nodded firmly. Since Senior Yun is about to break through, I will ask Grandmaster to refine the best heaven's secret pill possible to help Senior Yun comprehend the mysteries of the Saint Realm. Hearing this, Yun Cheng's expression shook and he was overjoyed. Then I'll have to trouble Yang Shangzhu. Saying so, he signaled to Yun Xian with his eyes. Yun Xian understood, got up, and politely bowed. Many thanks, Holy Master Yang. Yang Kai nodded faintly, his expression slightly complicated. Inside the hall, the group of people watching seemed to have noticed something and began to ponder. Yun Chang coughed dryly and handed over the herbs he had prepared. Yang Kai took it and ordered, Linger, help me greet my friends. I'll bring the materials over first. Yes. And Linger replied, Grandmasters, please follow me. Yang Kai called out to Du Wan and the others. In the side room, the alchemy furnace was still placed there. Sets of alchemy ingredients were placed beside it, waiting to be refined. After arriving, Yang Kai said, Grandmasters, please feel free to do as you please. This junior is usually refining pills here, so there's nothing to entertain you all. Don't worry about us. We're only here to observe. How much we can learn is up to us. There's no need for you to teach us. Chang Bao quickly found a good spot and sat down cross-legged. Not bad. When we came here, we already discussed it. As long as you agree to let us observe, we won't do anything else. Du Wan nodded slightly. That's fine. Yang Kai nodded. When it came to alchemy, he had to give it his all, so he really didn't have the time to explain anything to others. Moreover, he had no experience in teaching, nor did he have the qualifications to do so. The 5 people in front of him were all masters who had been immersed in alchemy for hundreds of years and had their own unique understanding of alchemy. Rather than explaining alchemy to them, it would be better to just let them observe. Boy, are you having an affair with that girl named Yun Xian? Why do I feel like she's looking at you so strangely? Chang Bao suddenly asked with a smile, his small eyes flashing with light. You shameless old man, what nonsense are you spouting? Kong Ruoyu immediately glared at him. Heh, I was just asking. Chang Bao laughed awkwardly. Yang Kai also smiled bitterly and nodded. There really is something going on. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Let's focus on alchemy. Immediately, Yang Kai took out the herbs Shui Ling had brought and prepared to refine the Azure Sky pill and soul replenishing pill she needed. The grade of these two pills wasn't too high, only spirit grade top rank. Yang Kai planned to use them as a warm-up in preparation for refining the heavenly mystery pill. The 5 grandmasters immediately raised their spirits and paid close attention to his movements, lest they miss the slightest detail. Time passed by little. Inside the Holy Master Court, and Ling accompanied Shui Ling, Yun Xian, and the others, getting along well with each other. In the evening, Yang Kai, who had left a while ago, returned once again. Yun Chang, who had been anxiously waiting, quickly got up and looked towards him, his body trembling slightly as he felt a little nervous. Arriving in front of him, Yang Kai handed him a jade bottle and said, "This is the heavenly mystery pill Senior Yun needs." Tossing another jade bottle to Shui Ling, Yang Kai said, "This is your Azure Sky pill and soul replenishing pill." Shui Ling smiled and took the bottle, opening it and taking a look inside. She couldn't help calling out in surprise, "You can really refine pill veins. I thought the rumors outside were all exaggerated, but it turns out it's true." Of these 3 pills, the Azure Sky pill, which was used to stabilize one's cultivation, clearly had pill veins. Its value was not something ordinary pills could compare with. Shui Ling's eyes filled with excitement and happiness. "Next time if you need anything, just come here. There's no need to be polite with me," Yang Kai said with a smile. "I won't be polite with you," Shui Ling pouted. Shui Ling curled her lips disdainfully and put the pills into her universe bag, carefully placing them away before turning her gaze towards Cloud City. "Why is Senior Yun like this?" At this moment, Yun Xian and Ruan Xian Yu were also gathered around Yun Cheng. Seeing his hands trembling and his throat trembling, but unable to speak, neither of them knew what was wrong, causing their beautiful faces to pale with anxiety. Pill veins. After a long time, Yun Cheng finally managed to squeeze out 2 words, "A saint pill with pill veins. Impossible?" Shui Ling was taken aback and quickly leaned over to take a closer look. Sure enough, she saw that the saint-grade low-rank pill had lines that resembled the meridians of a human body. She was also shocked speechless. A saint pill with pill veins, the value of such a thing was immeasurable. For a time, all of them stared at Yun Cheng with envy. If only they had known this would happen, they would have brought some materials for refining saint pills. In any case, there was no need to pay for refining saint pills in Yang Kai's place, and her father was also in need of saint pills. Congratulations to Senior Yun for achieving his wish. Shui Ling calmed herself down and congratulated him with a smile. "Congratulations, Union Master. There is hope for you to break through to the Saint Realm." Ruan Xian Yu also quickly followed up. "You can't say that. Although these pills are rare, breaking through to the Saint Realm will depend on this Yun's efforts. But in any case, I must thank Yang Shengzhu for his help. Senior Yun is too polite." Yang Kai smiled lightly, glancing over at Yun Xian, who also nodded gently, showing a look of gratitude. She knew in her heart that Yang Kai must have asked that Grandmaster to go all out. Otherwise, how could he have so coincidentally refined a saint pill with pill veins? Now that the pill had been refined, Yun Cheng was in no mood to stay and couldn't wait to return to bold independent city so he could take this pill and explore the mysteries of breaking through to the Saint Realm. So he immediately said goodbye. Yang Kai didn't try to persuade him to stay. "Then I'll be going too. Seeing how busy you are, it seems you don't have time to accompany me. There's no point in staying here." Shui Ling thought for a moment and also said she wanted to leave. "I'll send you off." Yang Kai said, "That won't do. This Yun cannot afford." Yun Cheng was shocked, but before he could finish speaking, he was pushed away by Ruan Xianyu, muttering under his breath, "It's none of your business, Union Master. We'll leave first." Hearing this, Yun Cheng immediately came to his senses, excused himself from Yang Kai, and flew out of the 9 peaks. Shui Ling also gave Yang Kai a meaningful look before waving her hand. "If you have time, come to Water Spirit Temple to see me. Don't go missing for several years without any news." "I know." Yang Kai smiled bitterly. In an instant, Only Yang Kai and Yun Xian remained in the hall. Even Su Hui and Enling had tactfully slipped away and disappeared. "Let's go," Yang Kai motioned. Yun Xian gently nodded and walked out side by side with Yang Kai. Along the way, Yang Kai was silently considering what to say. Although something had happened between him and this woman all those years ago, under those circumstances, he had been forced to do so. If he refused to admit it now, it would be too much of an animal, so he could only remain silent. "I heard from your Holy Land's saintess that you haven't even accepted her?" Yang Kai didn't say anything, so Yun Xian suddenly spoke up. "She even told you that?" Yang Kai was stunned. "There's a lot to be said between women," Yun Xian grinned. "Why is that? You're the holy master here and she's the saintess. Shouldn't you be together? Could it be you don't even like someone like her?" "It's not that I don't like her." Yang Kai shook his head, not knowing how to explain. "That means you have another woman in your heart," Yun Xian said decisively. Yang Kai couldn't help admiring this woman's keenness and nodded. "Indeed. Isn't she outstanding?" Yun Xian asked faintly. Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help flashing back to Su Yan and Xiaoning Chong, a look of reminiscence appearing on his face. Seeing him like this, Yun Xian smiled sadly. "Forget it, you don't need to answer. I already know the answer. And you don't need to worry about what happened between you and me. That kind of situation was really unavoidable. Just treat it as a beautiful memory that I will treasure in my heart." Yang Kai opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated. "Can you not show such an expression?" Yun Xian's eyes became watery as her voice trembled slightly. "Do you think you're going to take responsibility after taking advantage of me once? I didn't care at all. Why should you care?" "Yun Xian." Yang Kai's expression became gloomy as he stared deeply at her, feeling helpless in his heart. Yun Xian kept wiping the corners of her eyes, but the tears continued to pour out like pearls. Suddenly, she turned around, grabbed Yang Kai's hand, and bit down hard. Her silver teeth sank deep into his flesh, causing blood to seep out. Yang Kai remained motionless and just stared at her quietly. Up close, Yun Xian also stared back at Yang Kai stubbornly. "You hurt me once. I hurt you once. We're even." Suddenly, Yun Xian let go of Yang Kai's hand, swallowed the blood into her stomach, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, turned around, and walked away. A rain of tears fell. Her voice gradually drifted over. "You heartless man, you'd better maintain your current high and mighty position so that I can only look up to you. If one day you fall from the clouds, I will definitely not let you off easily." Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Chapter 897. "You're really heartless." And Linger floated out like a ghost and stared in the direction Yun Xian left, sighing faintly. "She's already like that. Can't you coax her? A few words of sweet talk is all it takes." "That would only make the situation worse." Yang Kai shook his head. "That's not necessary." Yang Kai glared at her. "That's why I don't want to talk about love with you. Otherwise you'll end up like this in the future." "I won't." And Linger blushed and hurriedly left. Returning to the Holy Master Court, Yang Kai continued to perform alchemy. The 5 grandmasters keenly noticed that Yang Kai's state of mind seemed to have undergone some subtle changes, causing his alchemy technique to frequently make mistakes, nearly ruining a number of good materials, causing them to break out in a cold sweat. But soon, this terrible state of mind was forgotten and Yang Kai regained his proficiency and self-confidence in alchemy, causing the 5 grandmasters to look forward to seeing what he was capable of. In the blink of an eye, another few months had passed. The reputation of 9 Heavens Holy Land's alchemy grandmasters had spread throughout the world, and no one could compare to them. The outside of the 9 peaks was bustling with noise and excitement every day. There was an endless stream of people queuing up to refine pills. The Holy Land had obtained an unimaginable amount of wealth and cultivation materials, enough to make anyone's eyes go red with envy. Su Hui and the other grandmasters were grinning from ear to ear all day long. Inside the main room, Yang Kai and the 5 grandmasters had been sitting there for several months, not leaving the door once. Every day, Yang Kai would refine 20 pills, no more, no less, and the 5 grandmasters would watch him from beginning to end. They were shocked by Yang Kai's alchemy speed and fascinated by his exquisite alchemy technique. Refining 20 pills a day was something none of the grandmasters here could accomplish. Refining spirit pills wasn't so bad, and if the 5 grandmasters put their all into it, they could refine 7 or 8 pills a day. However, refining the holy elixir consumed a lot of mental energy and strength. All the grandmasters asked themselves, if they tried their best, they would only be able to refine 2 holy elixirs a day before they would be exhausted. However, with Yang Kai, he only needed to spend 14 to 14 hours or even less to refine all 20 pills. The rest of the time was used to comprehend the gains from refining pills and to recover his strength. The grandmasters were deeply aware of the terrifying effects of the conflagrated knowledge C in alchemy. When Yang Kai was refining pills, they would observe. When Yang Kai was resting, they would sit together and discuss the day's harvest. Often, they would argue until their faces turned red and their necks were thick. They would always be in a deadlock over a technique or the use of a spirit array. Yang Kai didn't care about them, nor did he express his opinion. The reason he could perform alchemy so quickly was entirely because of his conflagrated knowledge C, so sometimes the methods and insights he used were not suitable for the several grandmasters. Amidst the noise and discussion, the grandmasters felt that their understanding of alchemy had deepened, and their alchemy skills had improved. Sometimes, when he couldn't bear the loneliness and his hands itched, he would take some materials from Yang Kai and refine them into pills. With the help of the grandmasters, Yang Kai became more and more relaxed. Condensing medicinal liquids was basically something he didn't need to do himself. The grandmasters were simply practicing their own insights, so Yang Kai only needed to combine the different medicinal liquids and refine them into pills. It was as if the 5 grandmasters were his assistants, but the grandmasters were actually enjoying themselves, beaming with joy every day. Being able to have 5 saint-grade alchemists as assistants was probably the only grandmaster in this world. As the reputation of the alchemy grandmasters spread, 9 Heavens Holy Land's reputation also rose. Every cultivator who came here to ask for pills was extremely grateful to 9 Heavens Holy Land, because in any other place, it was impossible for them to obtain the pills they wanted so quickly. But here in 9 Heavens Holy Land, one only needed to wait 1 to 2 months at most before they could obtain what they wanted. On top of that, the news that Du Wan and the other 5 saint-grade alchemists had come to visit the grandmasters here spread like wildfire, causing many people to mistakenly believe that the mysterious grandmaster sitting in 9 Heavens Holy Land was the legendary old man of Heaven's Keep. As these rumors spread, the prestige of 9 Heavens Holy Land was further boosted. It could be said that besides the fact that 9 Heavens Holy Land did not have a third-order saint, it was now on par with any of the top forces in the world, and its prestige had reached an unprecedented height. The name of the Holy Land's Holy Master, Yang Kai, was also widely known. The Holy Land had risen from the dead and was exuding a vibrant vitality, causing Su Hui and the others to be the happiest. A few years ago, when the old Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land passed away, a new Holy Master had yet to take over the Holy Land, causing the hearts of the disciples to become unstable. At that time, Saintess Nan had caused great trouble outside, causing countless masters to besiege the Holy Land. At that time, Su Hui had thought that the Holy Land's foundation would be destroyed in the hands of his generation, causing him to feel depressed, secretly feeling that he had failed the heritage left behind by the previous Holy Masters. But a few years later, this place had become the center of attention of the world. As a member of 9 Heavens Holy Land, not to mention great elder Yang Kai, even the disciples were extremely proud of themselves. This kind of pride created a kind of virtuous cycle, causing the disciples to cultivate more and more diligently, for fear that they would fall behind the cultivator of another force and bring shame to the Holy Land's reputation. Looking at the thriving Holy Land, Su Hui felt that even if he died now, he would have no regrets. On this day, Yang Kai, who was in the middle of performing alchemy, suddenly noticed something and hurriedly finished what he was doing. Duan was keenly aware of this abnormality and asked, "What's wrong?" Hearing his question, the other four also hurriedly cast concerned glances towards him. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. "It's nothing. It's just that I refined an artifact into my body a few days ago, and only today did I feel some resonance with it. I was anxious to investigate the mysteries of that artifact. So that's how it is." Changbao nodded. "Then you go investigate. We'll help you refine the rest of the pills. Is that okay?" Yang Kai was stunned. He had wanted to wait until he finished investigating before refining the rest of the pills, but he had not expected Changbao to propose such a thing. "What's wrong with that?" Changbao grinned meaningfully. "We are all Saint-grade alchemists, what's wrong? Don't you think our skills are up to your standards? I wouldn't dare for several grandmasters to be willing to help. I am very grateful and have no doubts about your skills." Yang Kai smiled flatteringly. Although during this time the grandmasters would refine 1 or 2 pills whenever they felt the itch, none of them had ever overstepped their boundaries or tried to steal the limelight. Usually, they would just observe, and only when they couldn't help themselves would they attempt to perform alchemy, so they didn't refine many. Today's alchemy work had just begun, so in addition to the few pills Yang Kai had refined, there were still a dozen or so pills left to refine. Dividing them evenly among the grandmasters, each of them had to refine 3 or 4 pills. Most of them were Saint-grade pills. After refining these 3 or 4 pills, the grandmasters would likely be like lamps that had run out of oil. "Little brat, you sure know how to talk." Changbao laughed, very satisfied. "And we've been watching for a while now, it's time to really start. It's pointless to keep arguing with these old fogies. So let's see who has a better understanding of Saint-grade alchemy." Qifeng also agreed with Changbao's proposal. "All right, don't worry about these dozen or so pills, Yang Kai will help you refine them. Go ahead and examine the artifact carefully." Duan waved to Yang Kai. "If that's the case, then I'll have to trouble you grandmasters." Yang Kai no longer refused. The grandmasters refining these pills wouldn't be a problem. Although there was a chance of failure with the Holy Land's current heritage, compensating them was a trivial matter. Relaxing both physically and mentally, Yang Kai left this place and went to another room. Sitting down cross-legged, Yang Kai's mind flickered, and the long shuttle artifact he obtained from the star field appeared in his hand. Circulating his divine sense, Yang Kai carefully examined it. What had just resonated with him was this long shuttle artifact. It had been almost half a year since Yang Kai refined it into his body. During this time, although Yang Kai had been focused on alchemy and had not paid any attention to it, his yuan qi and divine sense had been constantly nourishing it. Taking so long to resonate with it made Yang Kai feel quite surprised. He still remembered that silver leaf artifact. From the time he refined it into his body to the time he truly understood its structure and purpose, it had only taken him 3 months. The silver leaf artifact was a Saint-grade high-rank artifact, a top-level artifact. From this, it could be seen that either the structure of this long shuttle artifact was too complex or its grade was much higher than that of the silver leaf artifact. If not for this, it would have been impossible for such a time-consuming process to occur. If it hadn't resonated with him today, Yang Kai would have almost forgotten about it. Using his divine sense to probe it, Yang Kai immediately understood the structure of the long shuttle. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange. He found that the structure of this long shuttle was different from what he had imagined. The spirit arrays engraved inside were not only not complex, but also somewhat simple. Although they were all traces of age, Yang Kai didn't recognize what these spirit arrays were for. He didn't know much about artifact refining. The spirit arrays used in artifact refining and the spirit arrays used in alchemy were 2 completely different things. Vaguely, Yang Kai could perceive the purpose of this artifact, but without actually using it, he couldn't confirm it. Pouring his yuan qi into it, the palm-sized long shuttle artifact suddenly burst into a golden light and flew out from Yang Kai's hand, instantly reaching the other side of the room. Yang Kai's face paled. At that moment, he had almost lost track of this long shuttle artifact. This artifact contained his soul brand and life imprint, so it was intimately connected to him. Logically speaking, he should be able to clearly see the movements of this artifact, as if he had attached himself to it. But he still had such an illusion. The only explanation was that this artifact was too fast, so fast that Yang Kai didn't even have time to think before it had already completed its trajectory. Staring at the long shuttle artifact floating on the other side of the room, Yang Kai frowned and tried to use his divine sense to control it. Chapter 898. Asterisk show show show. Asterisk the sound of something tearing through the air rang out, causing one's eardrums to tremble. The long shuttle seemed to have broken through the shackles of space, constantly changing its position. After several attempts, Yang Kai's eyes gradually brightened. He felt that he had figured out the mystery of this artifact. Reaching out, the long shuttle returned to his hand. Yang Kai carefully examined it again. His divine sense wandered inside the long shuttle, observing its structure, not letting go of a single detail. Although the long shuttle was small, after his divine sense entered it, it was as if he had entered a vast and boundless space. No matter how Yang Kai probed, he seemed to be unable to see the end. Suddenly, a trace of faintly discernible information flowed from the long shuttle into Yang Kai's divine sense. Shuttle of Flying Apsara. This seemed to be the name of this artifact. Inferring from this name alone, it was the same as what Yang Kai had sensed before. The purpose of this long shuttle was to fly. In other words, it was a special flight-type artifact. There were many kinds of artifacts, and according to their classification, their types were also different. In terms of function, artifacts were mainly divided into three categories: offensive, defensive, and auxiliary. Of course, there were also artifacts that were both offensive and defensive. Yang Kai's silver leaf was such an artifact. According to the power used, artifacts could also be divided into Yuan-Chi-controlled artifacts and soul-type artifacts. The value of the latter was generally much higher than the former and was more difficult to refine. Among the artifacts, there was a special kind that was specifically used for flight. If one used a flight-type artifact, they would generally fly much faster than a cultivator. Yang Kai had also seen many flight-type artifacts in his time, many of them in different shapes, such as sword-shaped, foot-shaped, carriages, and so on. But this was the first time he had seen one in the shape of a long shuttle. At first glance, this thing looked a bit like a canoe. Inside the shuttle of Flying Apsara, there was no trace of a spirit array, which meant that it could not be used to attack. There should be a defensive spirit array, but he did not know how strong it was. His divine sense continued to probe deeper. Soon, Yang Kai found a strange place. Inside the shuttle of Flying Apsaras, specks of light were twinkling. When one's divine sense entered this place, it was as if they were in a star field, surrounded by countless stars that extended as far as the eye could see. The interior of the light was like a star field that had been shrunk countless times, and it was placed inside the shuttle of Flying Apsara. Among them, there was also a spirit line that was so small that it was almost undetectable. It was connected to many flickering light spots and extended to a very far place. Yang Kai frowned. He didn't know what this was for. Yang Kai's divine sense followed the spirit thread and began to feel more and more that what was stored inside the shuttle of Flying Apsara was very similar to a miniature version of the star field. However, what he found to be a pity was that the spirit line was broken at a certain point. It was probably because it had been drifting in the star field for a long time and had lost most of its spirituality. He did not know where it would eventually connect to. Shaking his head, Yang Kai retracted his divine sense after confirming that there was nothing to worry about inside the shuttle of Flying Apsara. Although this artifact had lost most of its spirituality, after such a long time of nourishment, it was still able to play its most basic role. Driven by his curiosity, Yang Kai immediately walked out of the Holy Master Court. Pouring his Yuan-Chi into the shuttle of Flying Apsara, it suddenly expanded to several meters in length and quietly floated in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face lit up with joy as he thought to himself. Since this flight-type artifact could carry people, it was impossible for it to be only the size of a palm. Yang Kai didn't know who had refined this artifact and what kind of spirit array had been placed on it to allow it to freely expand and shrink. However, a few meters in length was its limit. Observing it with his naked eye, Yang Kai estimated that this shuttle of flying Apsara should be able to carry 7 or 8 people. Using his divine sense, the shuttle of flying Apsara shrank a lot, becoming only 2 meters long. A layer of blue light began emitting from the inside of the shuttle of flying Apsara, forming a protective barrier. Yang Kai jumped up and the blue light enveloped him, leaving no gap, as if it was tailor-made for him. Cheering up, Yuan Qi surged even more violently. A blue light flashed and in the next moment, Yang Kai and the shuttle of flying Apsara disappeared. Atop one of the 9 peaks, the great commanders of the ancient demon clan were all sitting in meditation. During this time, Yang Kai didn't have anything to do with them, so after obtaining a large number of cultivation resources from Su Hui, the great commanders spared no effort in improving their strength. Suddenly, Li Rong's brow furrowed and she awoke from her meditation, her tender body flickering as she flew out of the room and stared towards a certain spot in the sky, a suspicious look appearing on her pretty face. Immediately, Han Fei and Hua Mo also appeared beside her. "Is that Master's aura?" Han Fei also stared towards the sky and asked softly. "And it was Master who went out." Li Rong nodded lightly. "But this speed, it's quite fast." Saying so, her expression changed slightly. "I can't sense him anymore." As a second-order saint, Li Rong's divine sense could cover a range of several hundred kilometers. But from the time she detected Yang Kai until now, it had only been 3 breaths of time. In that short time, Yang Kai had already left the range of her divine sense. This kind of speed was simply sensational. In this world, no one could possess such a bizarre speed. "Why did Master go out at this time?" Hua Mo asked in confusion. "I don't know." "Then, should we follow and protect you?" Hua Mo asked hesitantly. "We don't even know where he went. How are we supposed to follow?" Li Rong smiled bitterly. "Forget it, with such a fast speed. I'm afraid no one can catch up with him." Hearing her say this, Han Fei and Hua Mo also relaxed. Since no one could catch up to Yang Kai, he naturally wouldn't be in any danger. While the 3 great commanders, who had noticed Yang Kai's departure, were speaking, many of the cultivator waiting in line outside the 9 peaks also looked up with dignified expressions. Just now, a flash of light had passed over their heads, and by the time they reacted and tried to investigate, their divine senses were unable to keep up with the speed of this blue light. This discovery shocked them to the extreme. Among the cultivator here, there were many powerful masters who were confident in their strength, but in front of this blue light, they were completely powerless. Their expressions couldn't help changing slightly as they tried to guess which powerful master had passed by and what method he had used. However, none of them were able to figure it out. Midair, Yang Kai's expression was filled with excitement and ecstasy, almost unable to believe what he was experiencing right now. The scenery beneath his feet was like a surging river, rapidly receding, so fast that it was impossible to describe it with words. Yang Kai's naked eye couldn't capture any of the scenery, and often, by the time he focused his eyes, the scenery would be thrown far away. The flying speed of the Flying Heavens shuttle was far beyond his expectations. Yang Kai's speed wasn't slow, and if he used his wind and thunder wings, even a second-order saint wouldn't necessarily be able to catch up to him. But now, his speed had surpassed the limits of this world, almost comparable to using his ability to tear space to move his position. In a flash, he had crossed 100 kilometers. What was most incredible to him was that the amount of Yuan Qi required to operate the Flying Heavens shuttle wasn't too high. Moreover, because of the protection of the blue light barrier, there was no need to worry about the wind affecting his vision, allowing him to stand atop the Flying Heavens shuttle as easily as walking on flat ground. Feeling excited, Yang Kai not only didn't show any intention of stopping, but instead increased his speed even more. Gradually, after familiarizing himself with this artifact, Yang Kai was able to control it freely and had also become accustomed to its lightning-fast speed. Yang Kai was ecstatic. Watching the ground beneath his feet recede like flowing water, he couldn't help feeling a subtle sense of excitement. It wasn't until half a day later that this sense of excitement gradually subsided and Yang Kai began to slow down his flying speed. Looking around, Yang Kai saw a world covered in white snow in the distance. The world below the snow gave him a faint sense of familiarity. A strange light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he carefully examined this place. A moment later, a magnificent city appeared before Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Kai's expression became even stranger. Flying closer to the city, after an incense stick worth of time, Yang Kai appeared on the streets of the city. Grand Boulder City. This was actually Grand Boulder City, which was more than 100,000 kilometers away from Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Yang Kai's expression fluctuated, as if he was in a dream. When he had led the ancient demon clan from here to Nine Heavens' Holy Land, it had taken him a full 2 months to reach the Nine Peaks. Although the ancient demon clan had a large number of people and their speed wasn't that fast, if Yang Kai were to fly alone, it would have taken him 20 to 30 days to reach Nine Heavens' Holy Land from here. But now, it had taken him less than a day to return. Strictly speaking, it should have been about 20 hours. Comparing the two, the time it took was simply incomparable. At this moment, Yang Kai deeply realized the terrifying speed of the flying Heavens shuttle and also the preciousness of this flight-type artifact. With this artifact, it would be much more convenient for him to go wherever he wanted. Solemnly storing the artifact into his body, Yang Kai arrived at the Alchemist Guild. Duan had already gone to Nine Heavens' Holy Land, so now only Yixiong, Mi Na, and Wu Er remained in Grand Boulder City's Alchemist Guild. Seeing Yang Kai suddenly arrive, all of them were surprised, but they still happily welcomed him inside. Yang Kai didn't stay for long and spent a day in the Alchemist Guild, teaching Wu Er and Mi Na some alchemy knowledge and leaving behind a few basic spirit arrays before leaving. Next, he went to Soaring Heaven Sect. Now that he was the Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land, he had many trivial matters to attend to and didn't have time to visit. Now that he had come here by chance, naturally he had to visit his martial aunts and ancestral founder. Serene, resplendent peak. When Yang Kai returned, his martial aunt Feiyu's face was as red as a peach blossom, her beautiful eyes watery and seductive. Lying on a stone table in the cave, large patches of her snow-white skin were exposed, attracting the eyes of anyone who saw her. Feiyu's martial aunt cultivated a water attribute secret art, so she didn't drink for pleasure, but rather to refine the alcohol into her body to enhance the lethality of her yuan qi. Yang Kai had long observed this, but he was still somewhat helpless when it came to her drinking. Chapter 899. Feiyu's martial aunt was still the same as always, her mouth full of nonsense, causing Yang Kai's face to flush red and his blood to boil. Feiyu, on the other hand, was laughing so hard she couldn't even stand up straight. Songyan and the others soon arrived and met with Yang Kai, asking him about the situation with the demons, warning him to be careful and not be deceived by them. Feeling the care of his martial uncles, Yang Kai's heart warmed and he readily agreed. From Songyan and the others, Yang Kai also learned that a number of masters had come to Soaring Heaven Sect some time ago to inquire about the situation with Chu Ling Zhao's group of demons. Some of them even angrily requested Chu Ling Zhao to kill Yang Kai, who had colluded with the demons, and clean up the sect. Chu Ling Zhao didn't pay any attention to these people and instead entered secluded retreat, refusing to meet with outsiders. These people were helpless, and after staying in Soaring Heaven Sect for a while, they could only leave. However, as the reputation of Nine Heavens' Holy Land spread, no one came to visit Soaring Heaven Sect again. They didn't want to offend Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Otherwise, they may lose the opportunity to ask the Alchemy Grandmaster for help. Later, Yang Kai went to visit ancestral founder Chu Ling Zhao and spoke with him for a while. After learning that Li Rong and the others were now obediently staying in the Nine Peaks, Chu Lingxiao was extremely satisfied, but he still gave Yang Kai a lot of advice, much the same as his martial uncles. After spending 3 days in Soaring Heaven Sect, relieving the fatigue he had accumulated from practicing alchemy for so long, Yang Kai set foot on the road back home. For nearly a year, Yang Kai had been constantly improving his alchemy skills, constantly helping others perform alchemy, gaining insights from alchemy to assist his own cultivation, not even taking a single day off to rest. This time, after a few days of coincidental rest, Yang Kai suddenly felt that his cultivation had risen again. He immediately understood that this was the result of relaxing his mind. Nearly a year of accumulation and precipitation had turned into visible results over the past few days, becoming nutrients for his own growth. Less than a day later, Yang Kai returned to Nine Heaven's Holy Land. Just as he entered the 9 peaks, Li Rong's divine thought transmitted to him, "My lord, that demon clan woman wishes to see you." A monster race woman? Yang Kai paused mid-air, frowning. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Kai Dai?" "Yes, it's her." "What is she doing here?" Yang Kai didn't understand. "She didn't say. If you don't want to see her, I'll send her away." Li Rong quickly responded, "No need, I'll be right there." A moment later, Yang Kai appeared on the mountain peak where the ancient demon clan lived. Strolling into the largest palace, Yang Kai saw Kai Dai with 7 colored wings sitting there, waiting quietly with an indifferent expression like a statue, as if someone owed her money. The 2 great commanders, Inya and Xueji, glanced at her from time to time, both feeling great pressure from her. Although this icy monster race master was a feast for the eyes, and the 7 colored wings on her back gave her an even more alluring feeling, Inya and Xueji both knew that they had no ability to conquer this iceberg with their own abilities. Approaching her would only result in their bodies and minds freezing. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, Kai Dai's beautiful eyes finally turned and fixed on him. Li Rong quickly stepped forward and came to Yang Kai's side, smiling bitterly and whispering, "She's been here for 3 days now, just sitting there, not moving. When we called out to her, she ignored us, only saying she wanted to wait for you to come back." Yang Kai nodded helplessly. "Thank you for your hard work." Saying so, he stepped forward and cupped his fists with a smile. "Sister Kai Dai." Kai Dai nodded gently in greeting, the indifference on her face not diminishing as she faintly said, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Yang Kai chuckled dryly, thinking to himself that he wasn't the one who made her wait, calming himself down and asking, "Is Great Senior looking for me for some reason?" Kai Dai nodded, "Yes. Great Senior wants to invite you to Thunder Tree Palace." "Is there a problem with your beast transformation pond?" Yang Kai frowned. This was the only reason he could think of for Great Senior looking for him. "It's not a problem with the beast transformation pond. Don't ask too much. Once you arrive at Thunder Tree Palace, Great Senior will naturally explain the situation to you." Yang Kai suddenly choked and was rendered speechless, the other great commanders also rolling their eyes. Kai Dai didn't seem like she was inviting him at all. The words she spoke were filled with arrogance, as if she was ordering him around, making him feel very uncomfortable. Han Fei's face suddenly became gloomy. Both of them were ice-cold beauties and second-order saints, so there was a faint sense of rejection between the two. Han Fei had long since found the other side unpleasant and couldn't wait to find an opportunity to teach this little girl a lesson, so she would know how to treat her master with respect. Perceiving the subtle atmosphere, Yang Kai quickly said, "Since Great Senior is looking for me, I'll go. There must be something important. And, Sister Kai Dai, please wait a moment. I just came back from outside and have some things to arrange." Kai Dai nodded faintly and no longer said anything. "Master, I'll go with you," Li Rong said immediately. Yang Kai glanced at her, and although he felt that Great Senior wouldn't do anything to harm him, he still nodded. "Good. You also prepare." Leaving the mountain peak, Yang Kai immediately rushed to the Holy Master Court. When he left a few days ago, he hadn't expected it to take him several days, so he didn't know how Wan and the others were doing. The pills he had refined these past few days must have been refined by them. Just as he entered the room, Yang Kai saw 5 grandmasters sitting there, each of them with a pill furnace in front of them and a set of herbs placed beside them. The grandmasters were all staring at the pills in their hands silently, their expressions dignified, the atmosphere a bit strange. Yang Kai was taken aback and quickly asked, "Grandmasters, what happened?" Hearing this voice, Du Wan and the others seemed to awaken from their contemplation, all of them looking up at him and smiling. Yang Kai was stunned. "Nothing happened. We just found that our alchemy skills have improved a lot," Du Wan explained with a smile. "Indeed, they've improved a lot," Chang Bao agreed. "That's why every time we refine a pill, we check the gains and losses," Kong Ruyu said with a chuckle. "We were just checking." "You don't need to listen to him, go to your own thing and come back when you're done. But you must be careful, after all, the monster race is the monster race," Du Wan solemnly exhorted. "And then I'll have to trouble you all here." Yang Kai cupped his fists and hurried away. He was still thinking about what to do with the alchemy if he left. If the 5 grandmasters didn't help, he could only rest for a while. But the 5 grandmasters taking the initiative to ask for help was exactly what Yang Kai wanted. After finding Su Hui and exhorting him a few words, Yang Kai returned to the mountain peak and, under the leadership of Kai Dai, he and Li Rong headed towards Thunder Tree Palace. Chapter 900. Beast Sea Jungle. This was the second time Yang Kai had come here. Kai Dai silently led the way, her 7-colored wings flapping as she moved as fast as lightning. Yang Kai followed behind her at a leisurely pace, not seeming to be strenuous at all. This caused Kai Dai to be a little surprised. She was a second-order saint, but in order to take care of Yang Kai, a transcendent cultivator, she had deliberately slowed down her speed. However, after Yang Kai was able to keep up without much effort, she had gradually increased her speed in order to arrive at Thunder Tree Palace as soon as possible so as not to keep Great Senior waiting. Even now, she was using her full strength, yet Yang Kai was still able to keep up with her. Kai Dai's heart was filled with shock, but due to her cold nature, her expression remained unchanged as she continued to lead the way. "This little brat, he's a bit strange," Kai Dai thought to herself. It was impossible for an ordinary third-order transcendent to keep up with her speed, but he was able to do so. No wonder he was able to become the new holy master of 9 Heavens' holy land and subdue so many masters from the demon race. Originally, Kai Dai had thought he was just lucky, but now she discovered that this little brat really did have some real talent. All the way, Yang Kai's brow wrinkled slightly as he constantly glanced around. His actions naturally didn't escape the observation of Li Rong, the latter quietly sending him a message with her divine sense. "Master, have you found something suspicious?" And Yang Kai replied, "The aura here is a bit strange. If there's any danger, we shouldn't go." Li Rong couldn't help feeling nervous. Yang Kai laughed and said, "It's not a dangerous aura. I just feel that this time in the Beast Sea Jungle is a bit different from the last time, but I can't pinpoint what exactly is different." There was indeed an aura in the air that Yang Kai was very concerned about, but if he wanted to investigate it, he didn't know where to begin. "Don't worry too much. Great Senior is still easy to get along with and is a trustworthy person. The change here is probably related to the matter he came to find me for. We'll know once we get there." And Li Rong didn't say much, but she still warned, "If there is really any danger, Master must not be too far away from me." "Yes, yes, yes," Yang Kai kept replying. Now, Yang Kai had many means at his disposal. He could tear through space, control the flying heavens shuttle, possess the wind and thunder wings, possess extremely high-grade artifacts, transform into a dragon, and even use the demon god transformation. It would be difficult for an average person to harm him, unless they could catch him off guard and incapacitate him with a single strike. Otherwise, even if he was surrounded by an army of thousands, Yang Kai was confident he could escape. He didn't take Li Rong's warning to heart. Speeding the entire way, it only took them 2 to 3 days to arrive at the towering Thunder Tree Manor. When he arrived, Yang Kai was shocked to find that countless Monster Clan experts had gathered here. They were either crouching or crawling, surrounding the area several times. There were also many experts who had taken human form and were standing on the tree trunks, resting with their eyes closed. This is the Thunder Tree Manor? Li Rong stared at the huge ancient tree in front of her in amazement, a look of horror flashing across her beautiful eyes. Just like Yang Kai when he first came here, he was also shocked by this ancient tree. For it to grow like this ancient tree was most likely at least 10,000 years old. Could even be traced back to an ancient era. The ancient tree contained the essence of thunder and lightning, from time to time flashing arcs of pure lightning. The monster race masters standing on the tree trunks weren't affected in the slightest, all of them casting their gazes towards Yang Kai and Li Rong. All of them gently nodded, expressing their goodwill. The last time Yang Kai came here, he had solved the problem of the beast transformation pond and received their unanimous approval. Come with me? Kai Dai's figure flashed as she flew up. Yang Kai and Li Rong hurriedly followed. Inside the treehouse that stood high above the clouds, Yang Kai saw the Great Senior. The last time he saw him, it was also in this treehouse. The Great Senior grinned and welcomed Yang Kai's arrival, motioning him to sit down and talk. At a small table, Yang Kai and the Great Senior sat opposite each other, Kai Dai standing behind one while Li Rong stood behind the other. Did you bring any cultivation materials for my monster race this time? The Great Senior asked with a smile. The crystal stone loads were almost completely mined by you. You don't need them for the time being, right? Yang Kai rolled his eyes. The monster race had been acting like a tyrant in the Holy Land for 2 to 3 years now, and scrupulously mining the crystal stone loads, simply draining the goose that lays the golden eggs. This made Yang Kai very annoyed, feeling like he had smashed his own foot with a stone. Not needing them for the time being doesn't mean we won't need them in the future. Crystal stones are a good thing. My monster race doesn't have any crystal stone loads here. We can't compare to your human territory. The Great Senior slowly shook his head. Besides, I heard that your holy land has made a lot of wealth recently. You have more crystal stones than you can use up. You're the one asking around. Yang Kai was speechless. Those are all pills I refined. Forget it. Next time. Next time I'll bring you some crystal stones and pills. Good. Then I'll wait for the good news. The Great Senior's eyes lit up. Thinking that Yang Kai was a straightforward person, it wasn't difficult to deal with him. Great Senior specifically called me over this time. What is the matter? Yang Kai's expression became serious as he asked in a deep voice. There is indeed a matter. The Great Senior's expression also became dignified as he pondered for a while, seemingly thinking about how to explain, eventually saying, Boy, have you ever heard of a void corridor? Yang Kai's face went black. Great Senior, you must be joking with me. The Great Senior's mouth twitched as he gave a hollow laugh. You're asking too much? Have you ever seen one with your own eyes? Yang Kai nodded lightly. Although he didn't know about others, Yang Kai always felt that the number of void corridors he had seen was too many. That makes sense. The Great Senior nodded. The Great Senior nodded and continued. Some time ago, something strange happened in my Beast Sea jungle. It was related to the void corridor. Yang Kai just stared straight at him, not intending to interrupt. About 3 to 5 days away from Thunder Tree Palace, a very unstable void corridor entrance suddenly appeared. Speaking of which, I've also seen void corridors before. When I was young, I even entered a mysterious small world. However, the void corridor that appeared in the Beast Sea jungle was very different from the one I saw at that time. How was it different? Yang Kai asked. It was very large and gave off a very strange feeling. The Great Senior said solemnly. Great Senior's expression was heavy as he solemnly said, Its appearance seems to have changed the atmosphere of the entire Beast Sea jungle. Didn't you notice it when you came here? I noticed it, but I don't know why. It's because of it. The Great Senior nodded. Speaking of which, the entrances to void corridors are generally very well hidden and are rarely discovered. Even if they are opened by someone, they will close on their own after a short time. However, this void corridor entrance was different. It suddenly appeared on its own, and although it was very unstable, it showed no signs of closing. Oh, that's quite strange. That place is the intersection between this king's and the monster race's other great senior's territory, Earth-splitting divine ox. After the void corridor appeared, we investigated it together. Earth-splitting divine ox? Yang Kai called out with a strange expression. What's wrong? Do you know him? The great senior asked suspiciously. Yang Kai shook his head. I don't know him, but I learned a certain martial skill that was related to him. Saying so, Yang Kai waved his hand and used a beast soul skill he hadn't used for a long time. Accompanied by the roar of a tiger and the roar of an ox, the golden tiger seal and ox seal suddenly appeared. The inside of the treehouse suddenly became hot. The two beast souls were completely condensed from pure yuan qi and seemed to have a high level of sentience, their eyes moving about as if they were alive. The great senior was startled and quickly waved his hand, arranging a barrier around the treehouse to prevent it from burning down. Heaven-splitting white tiger, earth-splitting divine ox. Kai Dai exclaimed, staring blankly at Yang Kai along with the great senior. It's a beast soul skill I cultivated a long time ago, Yang Kai explained. This isn't a simple beast soul skill. This is a real soul skill. The great senior muttered thoughtfully. Have you ever seen the remains of these two monster beasts? And they seem to have fought a great battle, and in the end, they perished together, leaving behind only their respective inner cores. When I was absorbing the energy from the inner cores, I saw the scene of their great battle and comprehended this martial skill. That's right. The great senior nodded, sighing. A beast soul skill with a real soul has always been a powerful monster beast whose will did not dissipate after its death, condensing into its essence and finally being obtained by someone. It seems that the two remains you saw belonged to my monster race's seniors. Unfortunately, heaven-splitting white tiger and earth-splitting divine ox are both extremely noble bloodlines in the monster race, comparable to this king, but the more noble the bloodline, the fewer there are. The white tiger clan seems to have gone extinct, and the old ox clan is the only one left. This king is also the same. After listening to the great senior's explanation, Yang Kai understood just how precious this beast soul skill was. Because he had never used it before, it was only now that he discovered that this beast soul skill had become more and more powerful as his strength grew. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's get down to business, the great senior said after a moment of sadness. The strange appearance of the void corridor made me and the old ox's subordinates unable to figure out its depths, so we decided to go in and investigate to see if there were any benefits, but unexpectedly, many of them died. In the end, the old ox and I were alarmed and joined forces to enter, but even with our combined efforts, we were unable to decipher the mysteries of that place. Was it very difficult? Yang Kai was stunned. It was unimaginably difficult, and we also found some very ancient characters there. As you know, my monster race doesn't have such things as writing. Were they from the human race? The great senior shook his head and muttered, They were demon characters. Yang Kai's brow rose as Li Rong, who was standing behind him, also showed a look of interest. The old ox and I couldn't identify them, so we didn't dare act rashly. Now that he's standing guard over there, I've come to call for reinforcements. So you brought me here? Yang Kai smiled lightly. What you're looking for isn't me, but rather Li Rong, right? Boy, you're smart. Even the old ox and I felt like we were treading on thin ice because of that strange power, so what can you do to help? However, the madam behind you is the key to solving the puzzle. As he spoke, he turned a burning gaze towards Li Rong. Chapter 901. Li Rong's brow furrowed as she asked in a low voice, What kind of demon characters are they? It's like this. Great Senior said as he condensed his Saint Chi into his fingertips and began drawing something on the table in front of him. A moment later, several complex characters appeared on the table, flashing with fluorescent light. Yang Kai glanced over and found that these characters were like tadpoles, twisting and turning, completely different from the characters he knew, so he couldn't help turning his eyes to Li Rong. Li Rong stared closely at these characters, her expression dignified as she nodded. These are indeed demon characters, and very ancient ones at that. What does this mean? Great Senior saw that she seemed to recognize these characters and couldn't help smiling, quickly asking. It's similar to the signs set up in front of every sex-restricted area. It means a warning, trespassers will die. Great Senior gently nodded, feeling that this explanation made sense. Since these are very ancient demon characters, they should be from before the demon race. How could they appear in the monster race's territory? Yang Kai frowned, not quite understanding. Great Senior smiled and explained. The demon land wasn't just a small place in the past. Today's monster race territory and human territory had a large area that belonged to the demon race a long time ago, but after the fall of the great demon god, the demon race was gradually forced to give up a lot of their territory and retreat to the current demon land. It's likely that this area was once part of the demon race's territory. So it's like that. Yang Kai felt relieved. Although I don't know which branch of the demon race the ruins in the Void Corridor belong to, what I'm certain is that this branch was once very powerful. The one who carved these characters must have been one of the world's top masters. Old Ox and I both felt a kind of murderous intent from these characters. A murderous intent that has not dissipated for countless years. Yang Kai paled slightly. Since it's so dangerous, why do you still want to go in? If such a strange place appeared in your Nine Heavens holy land, would you not go in to investigate? Great Senior didn't answer directly. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before nodding. Yes, even if it wasn't for the sake of exploring the mysteries within, at the very least, they had to make sure that the place wouldn't harm the disciples. That's right. The Yao's territory isn't that big in the first place, and that void corridor appeared at the intersection of my and Old Cow's territories. If something unexpected happened because of this, we would have to give up on the Beast Sea Forest and retreat to other places. The space for survival would be even smaller. After explaining for a while, Great Senior turned to Li Rong and said, "So this time, this king would like to invite Madame to enter that place with me and explore it. What does Madame think?" "You'll have to ask the Lord." Li Rong pursed her lips and smiled. "I can't give you an answer." The Great Senior immediately turned his gaze to Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "If even you two monster race Great Seniors find that place troublesome, it's definitely not a good place. Junior's strength is too low. If I enter, I'm afraid I'll die 10 times out of 10. The Great Senior couldn't help rolling his eyes. "I'm not asking you to go in. I'm just asking the lady behind you to go in. You can stay in Thunder Tree Palace. My monster race's disciples will entertain you. If you feel bored, you can return to Nine Heavens Holy Land now. No one will stop you." "How could that be?" Yang Kai smiled. "Li Rong came out with me. Naturally, she will return with me." "You little brat." Great Senior helplessly took a deep breath and said, "Tell me, what conditions do you want in order to agree? You really won't act until you see the rabbit." Yang Kai shook his head. "Your monster race's territory is so remote. Besides some spirit grasses and spirit medicines, there's nothing good here. I don't care about spirit grasses and spirit medicines right now." Yang Kai's appearance made the Great Senior feel helpless. Just as he was feeling anxious, wondering what kind of excessive request Yang Kai would make, the Great Senior's expression suddenly became serious as he turned to Li Rong and asked, "Do you want to go in?" Li Rong pursed her lips and whispered, "I'll follow Master's arrangements." Yang Kai stared at her deeply for a moment before nodding lightly. "Then let's go in." He could see that Li Rong was very interested in the ancient demon race characters and wanted to go in. Naturally, he wouldn't stop her. "What are the conditions?" Great Senior asked anxiously. "If I said there were no conditions, would you believe me?" Great Senior shook his head. "Good. Yang Kai frowned and pondered for a moment before suddenly smiling, looking at Kai Dai standing behind Great Senior and saying, "Make her smile for me." Kai Dai froze for a moment before a cold light flashed across her beautiful eyes, as if she wanted to cut Yang Kai into 1,000 pieces, her gaze piercing. "You little brat." Great Senior was speechless, not knowing what to do. "Haha, I was just joking. Miss Kai Dai doesn't need to take it seriously." Saying so, Yang Kai stood up. "Since we're going, let's hurry up and see the situation inside." Seeing that Yang Kai really didn't have any more conditions, Great Senior was a little surprised and couldn't help looking at him in a higher light. "Then let's go." Great Senior also stood up and released his monster chi to wrap Yang Kai before flying off. Li Rong hurriedly followed while Kai Dai stood in place and stared coldly at Yang Kai's back for a moment before following. "Boy, next time don't tease Kai Dai. Be careful she doesn't turn hostile." As they flew, Great Senior whispered. Yang Kai shivered and nodded solemnly. "I won't. I feel like there's a murderous intent behind me." "Serves you right." Great Senior took pleasure in Yang Kai's misfortune and sighed. "Sometimes even this king has no way to deal with her. In this king's memory, I don't think I've ever seen her smile." "You really can stand this iceberg. You're the best. You've made your subordinates obedient," Great Senior said, intentionally or unintentionally glancing towards Li Rong next to him. A second-order Saint Realm Master obeying the orders of a third-order Transcendent Brat. Great Senior couldn't help feeling it was somewhat unrealistic. "What do you know? I conquered them with my personal charm." Yang Kai spat disdainfully. "Shameless boasting." Great Senior laughed. After interacting with Yang Kai more often, Great Senior found that this boy's personality was the complete opposite of the old holy masters. Although he didn't seem very reliable after interacting with him, Great Senior felt like he was much younger. Time passed slowly and Yang Kai let Great Senior fly him forward, too lazy to use his own strength. However, as they approached their destination, the strange aura in the air became more and more obvious. It was the aura of void force. It was as if the entire Beast Sea jungle had been affected. Yang Kai could hardly imagine how large this void corridor was and how it could affect such a large area. 2 or 3 days later, a small narrow crack in the sky appeared in Yang Kai's vision. When he saw this crack, Yang Kai's face suddenly changed and he muttered, "That wouldn't be the entrance to the void corridor, right?" "Yes, that's the entrance." "So big?" Yang Kai exclaimed. Although he couldn't see the exact length of this crack from where he was standing, Yang Kai estimated that it was at least 1,000 meters long, as if the sky itself had been torn apart, a terrifying sight to behold. Moreover, the crack was extremely unstable. Waves of void energy that made one's heart palpitate uneasily spread out from it. The crack also opened and closed intermittently, as if it could collapse at any moment. About 10 kilometers away from the void corridor, a group of monster race masters had gathered. Great Senior took Yang Kai and flew straight towards this group. Perceiving Great Senior's aura, a burly man leading this group was shocked and turned his head. A moment later, he shouted loudly, "Thunder Dragon, why did you take so long? This old ox has been waiting impatiently." Great Senior smiled lightly. "It takes time to find someone. It's only been 7 or 8 days. Why are you so anxious?" As he spoke, the group of 4 landed. Yang Kai glanced over at the man who had shouted and couldn't help shivering slightly, knowing that this was another Great Senior of the monster race. Earth-splitting divine ox. Like most monster race masters, even after assuming human form, this earth-splitting divine ox still retained some of his monster race characteristics, such as the 2 dark red horns on his forehead that exuded a strong energy fluctuation. Yang Kai didn't doubt the strength of these 2 horns. They were equivalent to top-grade artifacts. Earth-splitting divine ox's appearance was much rougher than Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon's. A few pieces of animal skin casually tied around his body, his thick black leg hair fluttering in the wind. His voice was low and muffled, like thunder rolling past one's ears. "These are the reinforcements you found?" Old Ox's eyes widened as he stared at Yang Kai and then at Li Rong, nodding lightly. This woman is not bad. But what is this guy doing? Pointing his thick finger towards Yang Kai, a puzzled look appeared on his face as he asked, "He hasn't even reached the Saint Realm yet. What is he doing here? Is he trying to die?" He looked down on Yang Kai, as if he could kill Yang Kai with a single slap. Li Rong's expression suddenly became cold, her beautiful eyes flashing a cold light as she stared towards earth-splitting divine ox. Anyone who dared to speak such words to Yang Kai, Li Rong would not give them any face. If it weren't for Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon being present, Li Rong would likely have already started a fight. Yang Kai smiled indifferently, his expression remaining unchanged. Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon didn't have any intention of mediating, simply smiling and saying, "He really hasn't reached the Saint Realm, but if you look at him carefully, perhaps you'll find something interesting." Something interesting? Earth-splitting divine ox frowned, rubbing his chin as he unceremoniously circled around Yang Kai, his eyes scrutinizing him from top to bottom as his divine sense swept over him. Suddenly, earth-splitting divine ox's face changed and he staggered back a few steps, his eyes overflowing with shock, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. "Did you notice?" Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon chuckled. "Who is he? How can he possess such pure demonic chi?" Earth-splitting divine ox asked in a low voice. This demonic chi was faint, almost imperceptible, but it was quite pure, even purer than the demonic chi of Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon and himself. To possess such pure demonic chi, one's bloodline must be extremely noble, one of the highest. However, Yang Kai was clearly a human, causing earth-splitting divine ox to be confused. Chapter 902. I don't know. Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon shrugged his shoulders. It may be related to the beast soul skill he cultivates. Previously, Great Senior didn't quite understand why Yang Kai had monster chi, but after witnessing his beast soul skill a few days ago, he finally found a reasonable explanation. However, whether this was the reason or not, Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon wasn't sure. Beast soul skill? What kind of beast soul skill is that? Earth-splitting divine ox asked, his eyes widening. Show this old ox. He didn't seem to regard himself as an outsider, his character seemingly quite open-minded. Yang Kai smiled lightly and didn't refuse, casually summoning his white tiger seal and divine ox seal. After seeing the majestic and lifelike white tiger and divine ox seals, this monster race Great Senior's eyes widened in an instant as he became extremely excited. Now that he was the only one left of the divine ox clan, feeling the aura of his ancestor from Yang Kai's beast soul skill, he was naturally very excited. Wrapping his arms around Yang Kai's shoulders, he patted Yang Kai's back with his palm leaf fan-like hands, affectionately saying, "Little one, come to this old bull's territory some other day. We must get to know each other better." Yang Kai almost coughed up blood from this slap. Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon laughed. His beast soul skill does indeed contain the will of your ancestor. If you observe it carefully, it may be of great benefit to you, but this little brat is a bit greedy. Old ox, you should be prepared to be slaughtered. Ha ha ha. Earth-splitting divine ox's face went black as he muttered a few words before letting go of Yang Kai. However, after listening to Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon's words, Yang Kai finally understood why the other party had suddenly changed his attitude and wanted to get closer to him. It turned out that he wanted to figure out the meaning of his beast soul skill. Thunder Dragon Great Senior deliberately said this to remind Yang Kai, not wanting him to be kept in the dark. Good. Enough of this small talk. If you want to get closer, you can discuss it after this matter is over. Thunder Dragon Great Senior said solemnly, Old Ox, first let me introduce you. This little brat is the new Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land, Yang Kai. Oh, you're the new Holy Master? Earth-splitting Divine Ox heard this and stared at Yang Kai with a dignified look. The lady beside him is his subordinate, Li Rong of the demon race. This time, we still have to rely on her power to decipher the mysteries within. Old cow, don't act recklessly when you enter later. Understood. Earth-splitting divine ox nodded firmly. Thunder Dragon Great Senior then turned to Yang Kai and asked with a serious expression, "Boy, let me ask you again. Are you sure you want to go inside and not wait for us to come out? You have to be clear that there are many dangers in there. If you really encounter any danger, old cow, and I might not be able to take care of you. At that time, you'll only be a burden to this madam beside you. The two of you might even suffer. Great Sage, don't worry. I will take good care of myself. You don't need to worry about me." Thunder Dragon frowned, but seeing Yang Kai insist on going inside, he just sighed and didn't try to persuade him any further, simply nodding. "Then let's do as we say." Without saying anything more, Thunder Dragon and Earth-splitting Divine Ox both stared towards the void crack 10 kilometers away without blinking, seemingly looking for the best opportunity to enter. The 1,000-meter-long void crack was like the maw of a ferocious beast and was extremely unstable. The energy fluctuations emanating from it were also extremely chaotic. If one didn't choose the right time to enter, it was likely they would be caught off guard. Yang Kai's divine sense also quietly extended in that direction, probing the void. Unlike the two monster race great seniors, Yang Kai's understanding of the mysteries of space was quite profound. He was able to tear through space himself and had spent a great deal of time in the void's turbulent streams. Soon, Yang Kai was surprised to find that behind the void crack, there seemed to be traces of turbulence. It was because of this turbulence that the entrance to the void crack was so unstable. His divine sense swept over like a tide. Like an invisible hand, it smoothed out the turbulent flows. Gradually, the unstable void cracks stabilized. Thunder Dragon's eyes lit up and without hesitation shouted, "Let's go!" Saying so, his figure flew towards the void crack. The others also hurriedly followed. A few breaths later, the group of 6 had all entered the void crack. Of the 6, except for Yang Kai, who was a third-order transcendent, the remaining 5 were all saints. The two monster race great seniors had each brought a second-order saint with them as well as Li Rong. Thunder Dragon was naturally accompanied by Kai Dai, while Earth-splitting Divine Ox was accompanied by a monster race master named Jean and I. Yang Kai estimated that Jean Ni's true form should be a 9-nether golden beast as his entire body exuded an indestructible aura. The strength of this lineup showed just how much importance the two great seniors attached to this matter. After rushing into the void crack, everyone was surrounded by darkness. Probing with their divine senses, everyone felt as if they were in a quagmire, the illusion that the ground beneath their feet was muddy, dragging them down and dragging them down. From all directions, there was also a chaotic energy fluctuation that pressed down on them like a mountain. Arriving here, everyone was pushing their strength to resist the pressure from the outside world. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was not affected in the slightest as his eyes lit up. This was because he found that the situation here was exactly the same as the transitional space he entered after tearing the space apart. He had spent a lot of time here and was more familiar with the environment here than anyone else. "Old Ox, do you remember which direction we went the last time we entered?" Standing in place, Thunder Dragon Great Senior didn't dare to act rashly and asked, "How am I supposed to know? It's completely dark here and there's no point of reference. Old Ox has no sense of direction, so there's nothing he can do here." Earth-splitting Divine Ox shouted, "What about Kai Dai and Jean and I? Do you remember?" Thunder Dragon asked the other two great seniors. Both of them shook their heads, indicating that they couldn't remember. The space here is very chaotic. Even if you remember the direction you went at that time, it's not necessarily the right one. Anxiously, Yang Kai suddenly said. Hearing this, Thunder Dragon's heart sank. The last time he had come here, he had seen a bright entrance, and after entering that entrance, he had arrived at a strange place. He had thought that this time would be the same, but now it seemed the opposite was true. Just entering the void crack and encountering such a problem caused Thunder Dragon and Earth-splitting Divine Ox's expressions to become quite ugly, secretly feeling that this trip would be fraught with dangers and would not go smoothly. "Follow me." Kai Yang suddenly beckoned to everyone, and without any explanation, he rushed off in a certain direction. Li Rong didn't say anything and immediately followed, wrapping Yang Kai in her demonic chi to protect his safety. The other 4 monster race masters froze for a moment and stood in place, not knowing whether they should believe Yang Kai or not. "What do we do?" Earth-splitting Divine Ox looked towards Thunder Dragon and asked, "You were the one who brought him here? Should we say something? It's not too late to retreat." Thunder Dragon Great Senior hesitated, unable to make a decision quickly. He didn't know where Yang Kai had found such confidence to rush off in that direction. The space here was indeed, as Yang Kai had said, very chaotic. If they couldn't find an exit, they might be trapped in this void for the rest of their lives, unable to find their way back. "Say something." Earth-splitting Divine Ox was impatient, so seeing Thunder Dragon remain silent, he couldn't help urging, "Follow." Thunder Dragon Great Senior grit his teeth. That little brat seems to be very confident. He must have discovered something. Saying so, he and Kai Dai both chased after Yang Kai. Earth-splitting Divine Ox wrinkled his nose, hesitated for a moment before also following, cursing, "Damn it. If we die this time, it's all that bastard Thunder Dragon's fault." Yang Kai and Li Rong walked in front, deliberately slowing down. A moment later, the 2 monster race Great Seniors and their people caught up. "Little brat, are you sure you'll succeed? Don't lead us to a dead end," Thunder Dragon asked worriedly. "Haha, I'm just trying my luck," Yang Kai replied with a smile. Thunder Dragon's face went black, secretly feeling like he had been fooled, his intestines turning green with regret. However, with things having gotten to this point, it was impossible for him to return. The space here was constantly changing, making it impossible for him to find his way back. Following behind Yang Kai, Thunder Dragon prepared to follow this path to the end. But soon, he discovered a strange situation. The space here was very chaotic, as if countless fragments of space had been broken up and then overlapped with each other, filling the surroundings with a strange turbulence. However, wherever Yang Kai passed, this chaotic energy would all stabilize, allowing the group of 6 to walk on flat ground, no longer feeling any kind of traction or chaos. Thunder Dragon's eyes couldn't help lighting up, secretly feeling that Yang Kai wasn't just trying his luck, but instead had a card up his sleeve, allowing him to act so unscrupulously. How did he know all this? The chaos here was something even 5 Saint Realm Masters were helpless about, so how could a mere 3rd-order transcendent brat possibly do anything about? Following behind Yang Kai, through the faint light radiating from Li Rong's body, Thunder Dragon observed Yang Kai's expression, becoming more and more certain of his guess. After a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and turned his head to look to the side. "What's wrong?" Thunder Dragon's heart tightened as he asked. "Are those people from your monster race?" Yang Kai asked, pointing to the side. Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing, only to see countless pieces of flesh floating in the turbulence. As if they had been sliced by a sharp weapon, the cuts were extremely smooth. A faint smell of blood filled the air. "They're this old Ox's people." Earth-splitting Divine Ox's expression became gloomy as he shouted. "When we first entered this place a few days ago, Thunder Dragon and I lost a few of our men here. All of them were caught up in this strange turbulence and disappeared. But how did these bodies appear here?" Thunder Dragon was puzzled. Like I said, the space here is very chaotic. You think the place you enter is always the same, but that's actually wrong. Yang Kai explained faintly. "The place you entered last time should be near where we are now." Chapter 903. Earth-splitting Divine Ox heard this and couldn't help smiling. "Then isn't the entrance nearby? It should be." Yang Kai nodded. Everyone glanced around, but none of them found the entrance they had encountered before. Just as they were feeling suspicious, Yang Kai waved his hand again. "This way!" Saying so, he turned around and walked towards the entrance. "Thunder Dragon. This little brat looks quite relaxed. Has he been here before?" Earth-splitting Divine Ox quietly asked. "I don't know." Thunder Dragon shook his head slowly. "Anyways, let's just follow him. I thought he was just here to hold us back, but now we'll have to rely on his strength. How interesting. Could it be that he was just a blind cat running into a dead mouse?" Earth-splitting Divine Ox mused. Thunder Dragon glanced over at him but didn't say anything more, quickly keeping up with Yang Kai's pace, because he had discovered that although Yang Kai was walking on flat ground, not long after he left, this sense of stability would collapse. If he didn't keep up, he would have to constantly use his strength to resist the pressure coming from his surroundings. Feeling the turbulence under their feet collapse, no one dared to relax. After about a stick of incense worth of time, a faint light suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. "It's that entrance!" Earth-splitting Divine Ox exclaimed, rushing past Yang Kai without any trace of politeness, disappearing in a flash. After him, Thunder Dragon Great Senior and Kai Dai also used their own methods to quickly pass through the entrance. Yang Kai and Li Rong continued to walk forward unhurriedly. Once they were close enough, Yang Kai sent his divine sense to investigate, and after confirming that there was no danger, he entered. Their vision blurred for a moment, and when their vision was restored, they found themselves in a strange space. There were no suns, moons, or stars above their heads, only a chaotic nothingness, like a thick black cloud. From time to time, there would be wisps of energy shuttling back and forth like snakes. This was the structure of a standard mysterious small world. However, Yang Kai frowned, feeling that this place was somewhat different from other mysterious small worlds. The 4 monster race masters who entered first waited for Yang Kai and Li Rong to arrive safely before withdrawing their gazes. Standing in this mysterious small world, Yang Kai glanced around, his brow furrowing even deeper. He found that this place was completely barren, without a trace of life, as if the entire mysterious small world was a desolate place. As far as the eye could see, the area around 1 mile in front of him was also a patch of gray. He couldn't see too far ahead. His divine sense was also restrained by an invisible force, so he couldn't see what was going on inside. "Be careful. This place is very strange. When Old Ox and I arrived here before, we were forced to return after exploring less than 10 miles. Thunder Dragon Great Senior warned in a deep voice. There was no need for him to remind him. In such a strange place, he wouldn't act recklessly. "This is the place where the demons TSSS." Thunder Dragon pointed to the front, a look of dread appearing on his face. "But I advise you to only take a look. Don't stare too long, otherwise you may die." Yang Kai was surprised and looked in the direction Thunder Dragon Great Senior was pointing. Sure enough, there was a stone pillar standing not far in front of them. This stone pillar seemed to have been placed here for many years. Having experienced the passage of the flowing time Great Emperor, its surface was bumpy and uneven. This stone pillar was just an ordinary stone pillar, a material that could be found anywhere. However, the few demon characters engraved on it gave off a murderous aura. When Yang Kai looked at these characters, he clearly felt a cold murderous intent, causing him to shiver involuntarily. These demon characters were bold and powerful, obviously the work of a powerful master. However, the faint aura exuding from them caused Yang Kai to be surprised and stare at them for a while longer. After a short 3 breaths, the several demon characters seemed to have come to life and turned into sharp attacks that shot out from the stone pillar, rapidly enlarging in Yang Kai's eyes. "Boy, you court death." Thunder Dragon Great Senior's complexion changed greatly as he quickly pulled Yang Kai aside and stood in front of him. A huge burst of spiritual energy erupted from his body, causing the Great Senior to take a step back before stabilizing himself, a dignified expression on his face. "Boy, didn't I tell you not to stare at it for too long?" Thunder Dragon scolded. Yang Kai knew he was in the wrong, so he didn't say anything, just chuckling dryly as he exchanged a glance with Li Rong, seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. Although these demon characters had been engraved here for countless years, there was still a faint aura that belonged to the great demon god. Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon and Earth-Splitting Ox didn't recognize them, but Yang Kai and Li Rong definitely wouldn't mistake them. Moreover, a few words left behind after countless years were enough to cause the two monster race great seniors to treat them with such caution. In this world, besides the great demon god, there was likely no one else capable of such a feat. These words were definitely left behind by the great demon god. Yang Kai instantly confirmed. Being able to see the real work of the great demon god in his lifetime made Yang Kai somewhat surprised. But why would the great demon god come here? And why would he leave behind such words? Yang Kai suddenly realized that coming here this time was the right decision. Perhaps there would be some unexpected gains. Li Rong also had an eager expression, obviously very interested in the mysteries of this place. "Don't look at it again," Thunder Dragon sternly ordered. Seeing Yang Kai's obedient appearance, he thought he had learned his lesson and quickly said, "The murderous intent contained in those words is something even Old Ox and I don't dare underestimate. You're just a little brat at the third-order transcendent realm. If you stare at it for even a moment longer, you'll immediately die." I understand." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. "I really don't know who left behind this handwriting, but this kind of method is really quite sensational." Earth-Splitting Ox sighed. "Although this king doesn't know who this person is, he is certain to be a powerful master from the demon race, most likely the legendary great demon god." Thunder Dragon frowned and made a bold guess. He had hit the nail on the head and guessed correctly. "Let's go forward and see what mysteries are hidden up ahead." Thunder Dragon waved his hand and volunteered to lead the way. Chapter 904. If we continue forward, we can only follow those stone platforms, Thunder Dragon Great Senior said as he looked up again. There was no path left to the left or right of the cliff, and in front of them was the strange green sea, but at the same time, there were several large stone platforms suspended mid-air. Like stone stairs, each one was higher than the one before, stretching far into the distance with no end in sight. Above the dark green ocean, gusts of fierce and strange wind blew. It seemed to be mixed with some special power, which made people not dare to fly in the air easily. "Should we continue?" Earth-Splitting Divine Ox asked hesitantly, not knowing whether or not they should continue to explore. Although there was a path made up of stone platforms in front of them, no one could guarantee that there wouldn't be more dangers behind them. "Since we're already here, this king won't go back until we get to the bottom of this," Thunder Dragon Great Senior said in a deep voice, then stepped onto the first stone platform and walked up. Kai Dai followed closely behind without hesitation. "Boy, you follow Thunder Dragon. Old Ox will bring up the rear," Earth-Splitting Divine Ox said kindly to Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded, and together with Li Rong, he also stepped towards the stone platform. The stone platforms weren't too far apart and could be reached by simply raising their feet, forming a staircase that seemed to lead straight to the blue sky, leading deep into the endless void. Lei Long walked very slowly. As he walked, he vigilantly observed his surroundings in case any danger suddenly appeared. He was extremely cautious and cautious. After walking up about 100 steps of the stone platform, nothing out of the ordinary happened, so the group couldn't help but relax a lot. But it wasn't long before the numerous floating faces in the jade-green ocean below suddenly emitted violent howls, and they struggled free of the restraints of the viscous seawater before pouncing over like resentful spirits while baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, causing them to be extremely terrifying and shocking. Countless soul avatars broke free from the shackles of the seawater at this moment and, like cats that had smelled fish, charged straight towards Yang Kai's group. The cries of ghosts and howls became louder and louder as a gust of cold wind blew, and the transparent soul avatars flew towards them from all directions. Everyone's expression changed. They didn't know why such an unforeseen event would happen. In the blink of an eye, the stone platform where the 6 soul avatars were standing was surrounded by these soul avatars, and a terrifying spiritual energy burst out from these soul avatars one after another, densely packed together. Even Thunder Dragon and Earth-splitting Divine Ox, at this moment, couldn't help feeling as if their wills were being crushed, nearly losing their ability to move. With a roar, Thunder Dragon Great Senior's body flickered with arcs of lightning, instantly forming a cyan light curtain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The light of the lightning illuminated the world, and the divine sense attacks caused the cyan light to ripple. In just a moment, it showed signs of collapsing. Earth-splitting Divine Ox also released a layer of earth-yellow light as he joined forces with Thunder Dragon Great Senior to resist the attacks coming from all directions. The multicolored butterflies fluttered in the air, releasing a brilliant 7-colored light that shot out like arrows, preventing the soul avatars from approaching. Li Rong and Jin and I also did their best to display their own means. However, the power released by these soul avatars was mixed with a despairing aura that shrouded everyone's hearts, causing them to panic. "Let's go!" Thunder Dragon roared, his speed suddenly increasing. The other 5 also followed one by one, crossing the stone platforms as fast as they could. Although the defensive barrier created by the 2 great seniors was powerful, it still couldn't withstand so many attacks, and after advancing about 300 meters, it shattered. The soul avatars flying around became more and more violent as they rushed over like a swarm of locusts. These soul avatars, who had lost their minds and were reduced to monsters, seemed to understand the principle of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Seeing how tyrannical Thunder Dragon and the others were, they actually targeted Yang Kai, who hadn't taken action yet and was the weakest of them all. The transparent soul avatars flew over, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Although some of them were blocked by the combined efforts of everyone present, a few still managed to reach Yang Kai. These soul avatars pounced straight towards him, imprinted themselves into his body, and disappeared. "Master!" Li Rong's beautiful face paled as she desperately rushed towards Yang Kai, not even caring about the soul avatars in front of her. A bolt of lightning shot out from the front and resolved Li Rong's crisis, but it couldn't save Yang Kai from the fate of being invaded by these soul avatars. In an instant, Yang Kai's expression became extremely pained, his eyes turning blood red as he shuddered all over. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, knowing that he was being affected by the resentment of these soul avatars. Each of these soul avatars was a master when they were alive, their strength at least at the Saint Realm. After being trapped in this green sea for countless years, their souls had not been destroyed, so the resentment and despair they had produced was not something a cultivator like Yang Kai could resist. Perhaps his soul had already been erased and his body occupied by these soul avatars. Thunder Dragon was also stunned for a moment, not knowing how to deal with the situation in front of him. At that moment, Yang Kai's eyes flashed a brilliant light, as if he had just been released, relaxing greatly. Letting out a heavy breath, he shouted with some lingering fear, "Hurry up and leave. What are you waiting for? You're all right?" Thunder Dragon asked in amazement. Yang Kai's soul avatar had rushed into his body in an instant, and his recovery had also happened in an instant. All of this had happened so fast that no one had been able to react. Thunder Dragon couldn't understand how Yang Kai was able to remain unscathed. There had been more than 1 or 2 soul avatars that had entered his body. "If you don't leave now, everyone will be in trouble," Yang Kai said solemnly. Thunder Dragon didn't ask any further questions and immediately used all his strength to open up a path in front of them. Arcs of lightning shot out from his body, forcing the soul avatars not to get too close as they strode forward, crossing one stone platform after another. Li Rong followed closely behind Yang Kai, resisting the soul avatars while quietly observing Yang Kai. A moment later, Her beautiful eyes lit up as she finally understood why Yang Kai was safe and sound. Inside his knowledge sea, there was still great demon god's demon eye of annihilation. The golden light of the demon eye of annihilation was the most effective against souls. Those soul avatars that dared to rush into Yang Kai's body were simply seeking their own deaths. After this incident, the soul avatars seemed to instinctively feel the danger and no longer dared to approach the group of 6, only hovering nearby while letting out a burst of unwilling howls. Thunder Dragon and the others were puzzled, but they still easily crossed the stone platform. After the time it would take to burn a stick of incense, everyone stepped onto the stone platform and into the chaotic void. Stepping down from the last stone platform, everyone's expression became one of shock. This was because this wasn't some chaotic and empty sky at all. Instead, it was another piece of land. Just like when they first entered this place, not a single blade of grass grew under their feet. It was very desolate. Above their heads, however, was an expanse of brilliance. The brilliance overflowed with multicolored light. All kinds of strange lights flew past like arrows leaving the bowstring, as fast as meteors. It was as if they were within reach but also impossible to detect. What a strange place! Earth-splitting Divine Ox shook his head. Thunder Dragon carefully released his divine sense to investigate, and after confirming that there was no danger around, he said, "Let's rest for a while." When crossing the stone platforms just now, everyone had consumed a huge amount of their strength, so in this kind of dangerous place it was natural to maintain their peak state. Thunder Dragon Great Senior didn't dare to act carelessly. No one had any objections and all sat down cross-legged to restore their spirit and physical strength. The 2 great seniors gathered together and began discussing something in low voices, both of them intentionally or unintentionally glancing towards Yang Kai. Although they were meditating with their eyes closed, their observation still couldn't escape Yang Kai's perception. Opening his eyes, Yang Kai grinned and asked, "2 great seniors, do you suspect that Junior has been possessed?" Thunder Dragon frowned and no longer tried to hide anything, nodding. Old Ox and I both have such a guess. But from the tone of your voice, it seems you haven't been possessed by those soul avatars. Of course not. Yang Kai nodded. What evidence do you have to prove this? Thunder Dragon asked. Boy, this king really doesn't understand what method you used to resist the attack of those soul avatars. If you can't prove that you are still the same person as before, this king will have to seal your strength. I hope you understand. How does Great Senior want me to prove it? Yang Kai frowned. It was natural for Thunder Dragon and the others to have such concerns, so he didn't feel wronged. Anything that can prove you are still the same person is fine. There's no need to prove it. I can guarantee that he is still master. I won't make a mistake about who I serve, Li Rong said from the side. Thunder Dragon and Earth-splitting Divine Ox glanced at each other, then at Yang Kai and then at Li Rong, nodding after a long time. Good. We believe in this lady's vision. To be honest, we also don't want to see you being possessed. 2 great seniors have good intentions. I understand. Yang Kai gently nodded. With this matter concluded, everyone continued to restore themselves. Half a day later, the group continued to explore. After passing through the Green Sea, everyone seemed to have arrived at a new world. From time to time, meteor-like streaks of light would flash across the sky, so fast that no one could catch them. However, to everyone's surprise, after walking for a long time, they didn't find anything unusual, let alone anything of note. Everyone felt as if they were walking on a never-ending path. They couldn't find a way out, nor could they see a way back. This strange sense of permanence caused everyone's hearts to gradually sink to the bottom. Time passed by, and after an unknown amount of time passed, no one had discovered anything. Earth-splitting Divine Ox, who was the most hot-tempered of the group, had become very impatient, constantly cursing and swearing all day long. Thunder Dragon Great Senior also had a look of regret. If he had known this would be the case, he wouldn't have come here to explore. Now, even if he wanted to return, he couldn't find his way back and could only continue forward, hoping to find something special. Chapter 905. None of the four monster race masters were in a good mood, but Yang Kai and Li Rong were filled with anticipation. When they entered this place, they had already determined that this place was related to Great Demon God, so naturally, they wouldn't be discouraged halfway through. Since they hadn't found anything yet, it was likely they hadn't reached the right place yet. Once they reached that specific place, they would definitely find some clues. Yang Kai and Li Rong were both filled with confidence. On this day, as they were walking through the boundless world, Yang Kai suddenly noticed an unusual aura coming from behind him. Turning his head in amazement, Yang Kai happened to see Li Rong staring up at the sky, a thoughtful look flashing across her beautiful eyes as the strength in her tender body pulsed, sending out a powerful fluctuation. A strange light flashed across the horizon and Li Rong's tender body shook, her beautiful eyes lighting up as the energy fluctuations coming from her body became even more violent. Thunder Dragon, who was leading the way, also came to a halt and turned around, a look of surprise flashing across his face. Yang Kai's expression also changed. At first, he didn't understand what was happening to Li Rong, but after seeing her pretty face glow, he suddenly realized something and muttered, "Epiphany!" Not daring to disturb her, Yang Kai quickly waved to Earth-splitting Ox and Jin and I, who were covering the rear. The two monster race masters also tactfully walked over and put some distance between them and Li Rong. "She's on the verge of a breakthrough." Thunder Dragon stared at Li Rong with scorching eyes, confirming Yang Kai's observation and speculation. Li Rong was now a second-order saint and had been stuck in this realm for many years. When Yang Kai brought the ancient demon clan out of Demon God Citadel and set foot on Tongxian realm, all the ancient demon clan members had more or less gained some improvement in their strength. Han Fei and Hua Mo had even broken through a minor realm because of this. At that time, although Li Rong had also gained some improvement in her strength, it wasn't enough for her to break through. But today, she obviously felt something and was finally on the verge of breaking through the shackles that had shackled her. If she broke through, she would be a third-order saint. That was the highest level in this world. Perceiving this, Thunder Dragon and Earth-splitting Ox couldn't help feeling excited. Yang Kai grinned, silently excited. The stronger Li Rong was, the more help she would be to him. The next time he encountered that woman Xueli, Yang Kai, she would never be able to escape from Li Rong's hands again. Li Rong's Li Rong was Xueli, so after she broke through to the third test, she was. "I'll have to trouble you to wait here for a while." Yang Kai turned to the two monster race great seniors. "It doesn't matter, we won't be able to find anything for the time being anyway, so let's just rest here." Thunder Dragon smiled slightly and said thoughtfully, "But why would she break through at this time? Did she discover something beneficial to her growth?" Earth-splitting Ox thought for a while before saying, "I've seen her stare at the sky these past few days. Could it be that there is some kind of mystery hidden in those flashing lights?" "The sky?" Lei Long said, also looking up at the sky. Seeing the strange lights flying away like meteors, he nodded after a while. "It's also possible. When one's strength has reached her level, often, an inadvertent discovery can greatly enhance one's strength. Then this old ox should also take a look. Perhaps I can become even stronger. When that time comes, Thunder Dragon, you should bow your head." Earth-splitting Ox's interest was piqued and he immediately sat down cross-legged, his pair of eyes staring towards the sky, not even blinking for a moment. Thunder Dragon Grand Venerable laughed dumbly but didn't stop him. Instead, he followed Earth-splitting Ox's example and sat down cross-legged, preparing to comprehend the secrets hidden in those strange lights. Li Rong could discover something from them, so they might as well. Since they had no choice but to wait, naturally they had to give it a try. Kai Dai and Jin and I also sat down, not wanting to be outdone. Yang Kai shook his head and ignored them, closing his eyes and meditating. Li Rong's epiphany lasted for a long time. Although there was no way to calculate the passage of time, Yang Kai estimated that it had taken at least 10 days. During this time, Li Rong stood in place, motionless, her beautiful eyes staring at the strange lights passing by in the sky, growing brighter and brighter. Finally, her delicate body trembled, and a violent energy was released from her body, forming a gust of wind. With her as the center, it spread out in all directions with a loud bang. The aura of a third-order saint overflowed from Li Rong's body. High up in the sky, a massive amount of world energy condensed, forming a terrifying world energy that shot towards Li Rong, who was at the center. With a muffled groan, Li Rong remained motionless, only allowing her body to bear this baptism of world energy. Thunder Dragon and Earth-splitting Divine Ox's expressions became extremely serious. Both of them had experienced this stage before and knew just how terrifying and difficult it was to resist the world energy when breaking through to this stage. At that time, both of them had transformed into their true forms and used their powerful monster beast physique to resist this destructive force. But even so, they had still suffered some serious sword wounds that took a long time to recover. However, Li Rong was just a woman. Yet she was even crazier than they had been at that time, causing the eyes of the two great seniors to almost pop out of their sockets. The world energy continued to fall, causing Li Rong to bleed from the corner of her mouth as her tender body trembled, seemingly unable to bear it. But she still grit her teeth and continued to absorb as much of the world energy as possible with her body, transforming it into nutrients for her own strength. As time passed, the 4 monster race masters who were watching from the sidelines were all on edge, Kai Dai biting her thin lip as she clenched her fists tightly, secretly worrying for Li Rong. "Boy, this isn't good." Thunder Dragon suddenly leaned over and whispered in Yang Kai's ear, "If she continues like this, she'll be destroyed by the world energy." Earth-splitting Divine Ox nodded. "My monster race's physique is the hardest in the world. Even Thunder Dragon and I wouldn't dare absorb the world energy without any precaution. Her actions are tantamount to digging her own grave." Earth-splitting Divine Ox shook his head, obviously a little dissatisfied, suddenly saying, "But you're quite amazing, absorbing the power of heaven and earth with your body alone. This is the first time I've seen such a thing. What were those lines that crawled up your face just now? Why is it that when those things appeared, I felt that your aura and chi and blood power had increased tremendously?" Hearing him ask this, Li Rong turned her eyes to Yang Kai, not knowing how to answer. Yang Kai also felt a bit awkward, but just as he was hesitating, Thunder Dragon suddenly shouted, "Why are you inquiring about other people's secrets? Old Ox, you talk too much." Earth-splitting Divine Ox grinned meaningfully. "I was just asking casually. If you don't want to answer, then don't. I was just curious." Chapter 906. I think we might be lost. Lei Long suddenly stopped and said with a bitter expression, "In this gray world, it was impossible to see too far, and even one's divine sense couldn't be extended." So the group of 6 stood in place, unable to move forward. It had been a long time since Li Rong broke through to the Third Order Saint Realm. No one knew exactly how long it had been, only that during this time, Li Rong's cultivation had been thoroughly stabilized. Without a clear direction or goal, everyone could only follow their heart, leading to them having no idea where they were. Hearing Thunder Dragon say this, Earth-splitting Divine Ox asked suspiciously, "The scenery here is the same. How do you know we're lost?" "Look over there." Thunder Dragon Great Senior pointed to a spot not far away, and everyone followed his finger, quickly discovering a set of bones left behind in the wasteland. "We passed by here a few days ago, but for some reason we ended up back here. This set of bones is the best proof of that." Yang Kai raised his brow and also remembered. When he saw this set of bones last time, he hadn't paid much attention to it, but if Thunder Dragon's observation was correct, Everyone may have really taken a big detour around this area before returning to this place. No way, what do we do now? Earth-splitting Divine Ox was stunned. How did we get lost? I don't know, all of you think of a good way to get us out of here first. Even if we don't explore the mysteries of this place, we still need to find a way back, right? We've been here for a long time now. You lead the way. If you can't find a way, what can we do? Earth-splitting Divine Ox shouted. It's not this king's fault. Do you still want to blame this king? Thunder Dragon Great Senior snorted. It had been a long time since they arrived here, and besides Li Rong, who had obtained some kind of opportunity and broken through to the Third Order Saint Realm, everyone else had gained nothing, so the two great seniors were naturally not in a good mood. Seeing that they seemed to be about to quarrel, Yang Kai hurriedly tried to calm them down. Calm down. No one expected this place to be so strange before we came here. Now that something has happened, there's no need to blame each other. We need to find a solution. How do we solve this? Did you notice anything special? Lei Long looked at Yang Kai and asked. Yang Kai shook his head. In my opinion, this place should be a maze set up by someone. Li Rong pondered and said, the bones here should be the result of the cultivator who accidentally entered this place and was trapped here. I think so too. Lei Long nodded. During this period of time, from time to time, they would come across one or two sets of remains. They should be the remains of those cultivator who accidentally entered this place after they died. Who set up the maze? Earth-splitting Divine Ox's eyes bulged. Who arranged this bewildering array that even 3 third-order saints couldn't break? Even if one didn't understand spirit arrays, a third-order saint would be able to see through the illusions at a glance. But none of the masters here had noticed anything strange about the spirit array from beginning to end, so it was obvious that the person who arranged the spirit array was quite skilled. This king feels more and more that this place may have something to do with the legendary great demon god, Lei Long said in a low voice. Besides him, no one can accomplish this. Yang Kai and Li Rong glanced at each other and remained silent. Should we split up and find a way out? Kai Dai hesitantly suggested. Both Lei Long and Yang Kai shook their heads, the former saying, this place is too strange. It's best not to split up, otherwise we may never find each other again. This time we were really unlucky. This old ox won't enter any mysterious small world again. Earth-splitting Divine Ox said angrily. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and shook his head, but as he was contemplating, he suddenly noticed a message from the divine tree. His brow furrowed. Yang Kai quietly informed Li Rong before sinking his consciousness into the black book space. What's wrong? Yang Kai asked, not knowing why the divine tree would suddenly call him at this time. There's something strange here, the divine tree replied. Is it those 2 black stones again? Saying so, Yang Kai turned to look at the 2 black round stones and found that they were still the same, constantly absorbing the essence of the other ores, the fluorescent lines on their surface becoming more and more obvious. It's not them, it's something else. Just wait and see, you'll know soon enough. The divine tree replied. Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions and simply waited quietly. A moment later, somewhere in the black book space, a ray of light suddenly flashed. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling strange, quickly sending his divine sense to the spot where the light flashed. But after discovering what it was, he was stunned. Yang Kai had a general idea of the things stored in the black book space, the most precious of which was the myriad drug milk series, the divine tree, and the shimmering moongrass he had previously obtained. Many of the artifacts he had obtained during his previous life experiences were also stored here, but the value of those artifacts wasn't great, so Yang Kai hadn't paid them much attention. In addition, there were only the 2 strange black round stones and the ores he obtained from the star field. At this moment, however, the thing that was flashing was something Yang Kai had never expected. The Heavenly Palace, the mysterious artifact that belonged to Meng Wuya. In the past, when the Yang family launched the Inheritance War, at the final moment, the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land launched a massive invasion and Demon Lord Yang led the 6 great evil kings to storm War City. In an instant, War City was plunged into an abyss of misery and misery, turning it into a ghost town. Among the ruins, Only Yang Kai's mansion remained intact, unaffected by the disaster. All of this was thanks to this artifact that Meng Wuya had taken out. The heavenly palace transformed into a barrier that enveloped Yang Kai's mansion, rendering Yang Bai and the evil kings, who were at the peak of their strength at that time, helpless. After that, there was the final battle beneath the central capital. Yang Bai died tragically and the earth vein exploded. At that critical moment, Meng Wuya took Xianingchang and Su Yan through the void corridor and returned to Tongxian realm. The heavenly palace was left behind in Yang Kai's mansion and was eventually taken into the black book space by Yang Kai. Because this was Meng Wuya's artifact, Yang Kai had never intended to refine it, nor erase its soul brand and life mark, planning to return it to Meng Wuya when they met. It had been in the black book space for many years now, and if not for the divine tree's reminder today, Yang Kai would have almost forgotten about it. Why was the heavenly palace flashing? Although the frequency was very slow, it was indeed flashing, as if it was responding to something from afar. After contemplating for a while, Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he thought of a possibility he wasn't certain about. Meng Wuya was also here, and even if he wasn't, he must have been here before. The heavenly palace was his artifact and contained his soul brand. So if there was Meng Wuya's aura here, the heavenly palace's reaction could be explained. Yes, according to the information Yang Kai had inquired about, it was possible to infer that Meng Wuya had taken Xianingchang and Su Yan to Ice Sect, then entrusted Su Yan to Ice Sect's sect master Qingya before disappearing. Soon after, the master and disciple duo appeared in Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Nine Heavens' Holy Land wasn't far from here, so if Meng Wuya had come here for some reason, then going to Nine Heavens' Holy Land was just a matter of passing by and not specifically to visit the old Holy Master, everything could be explained. The more Yang Kai thought about it, the more he felt his guess was correct and couldn't help feeling excited. If Meng Wuya was here, it meant that his little senior sister was also here. Li Rong called out softly at that moment, causing Yang Kai's consciousness to return to his body, his eyes shining brightly. Thunder Dragon Great Senior observed Yang Kai's expression for a moment before asking, "Boy, did you discover something?" "I don't know." Yang Kai grinned and quickly took out the heavenly palace from the black book space, placing it on his palm. "I don't know if this counts as a discovery or not." "An artifact?" Thunder Dragon frowned as he carefully examined the heavenly palace. "The shape of this artifact is quite strange. It's actually shaped like a palace, very similar to an artifact I know of." Yang Kai stared at him blankly. "Which one?" "An artifact owned by a human race master. Unfortunately, he died a few hundred years ago, so there's no need to mention it." Thunder Dragon waved his hand. At first, he didn't care much about this artifact, but after using his divine sense to investigate it, his expression changed dramatically. "How did this artifact?" "This artifact was extremely high-grade, most likely a saint-grade high-rank artifact, and the aura it exuded didn't belong to Yang Kai, instead belonging to someone else. This faint aura was rich and mellow, so Thunder Dragon could conclude that the owner of this artifact must have been a top master." "Is this the heavenly palace?" Thunder Dragon's expression became solemn as he asked, somewhat unsure. Artifacts shaped like palaces were not common, and this one's grade was not low, so Thunder Dragon immediately thought of a possibility. "It couldn't be such a coincidence, right?" Thunder Dragon Great Senior's expression became dignified. Yang Kai raised his brow. "Great Senior knows? Is this really the heavenly palace?" Thunder Dragon's body shook as he stared at Yang Kai incredulously. "Boy, where did you get this thing?" "Thunder Dragon, is this artifact very amazing?" Earth-splitting Divine Ox asked curiously. Thunder Dragon Great Senior let out a light sigh. "This artifact isn't that important. What's important is that its original owner was." "Who was its owner?" Earth-splitting Divine Ox didn't seem to be as knowledgeable as Thunder Dragon and knew very little about the heavenly palace. "Its owner was the #1 master of the human race, Meng Wuya." Thunder Dragon shouted as he stared towards Yang Kai, seemingly wanting to know if Yang Kai had anything to do with Meng Wuya. Earth-splitting Divine Ox scratched his head. Old Ox seems to have heard of this name before. Of course you have, Thunder Dragon snorted. Do you remember Blood Flood Dragon, Great Senior? Of course I remember. Earth-splitting Divine Ox nodded. Earth-splitting Divine Ox nodded heavily. Before Old Ox achieved human form, Blood Flood Dragon Great Senior's name shook the entire monster race. But later he died for some unknown reason. Right, Thunder Dragon, you were one of Blood Flood Dragon Great Senior's subordinates, right? Old Ox has some impression of you. Chapter 907. Yes. Thunder Dragon nodded. I was indeed one of the subordinates of Blood Flood Dragon Great Senior, and the death of Blood Flood Dragon Great Senior is related to the owner of this artifact. Was he killed by that guy named Meng Wuya? Earth-splitting Divine Ox exclaimed. Thunder Dragon slowly shook his head. That's not the case. During the battle between the two, Blood Flood Dragon Great Senior was defeated within a stick of incense worth of time and was seriously injured. Finally, he died of depression. After Blood Flood Dragon Great Senior died, this king was able to take over the position of Great Senior and become the commander of this monster race territory. Earth-splitting Divine Ox's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, his voice rolling like thunder. Blood Flood Dragon Great Senior's strength should have been comparable to yours and mine. Yet someone was able to defeat him within a stick of incense worth of time, and it was within a stick of incense worth of time. During the battle between the two, this king was watching from the sidelines. That Meng Wuya's methods were truly earth-shattering. Later, this king specifically inquired about him and learned that he was the strongest master of the human race, one that no one could match. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he listened, the image of Treasurer Meng appearing in his mind, causing his face to twitch slightly. Treasurer Meng actually has such a glorious past. Although Yang Kai had long guessed that Meng Wuya's strength was not low, he had still somewhat underestimated him. It wasn't until today that Yang Kai had a clearer understanding of Treasurer Meng's heritage. And this Heavenly Palace artifact was once owned by Meng Wuya. Thunder Dragon Great Senior looked at the artifact in Yang Kai's hand with a complicated expression, sighing slightly. Because of the death of Blood Flood Dragon Great Senior, this king has been paying attention to his movements and whereabouts, but unfortunately, I heard that he later ran to the demon land to challenge the current demon commander, and in the end, died there alone. After a pause, he sighed. That guy was also a strange man. He didn't belong to any sect, and seemed to have cultivated alone without a successor. I don't know how he managed to cultivate to such a level, but even now, this king has no way to find someone to take revenge on. Boy, where did you obtain this artifact? If I told you that he left this for me, would you believe me? Yang Kai laughed dryly. Thunder Dragon frowned. What do you mean? Are you saying that he's still alive? Yes. That's impossible. There hasn't been any news of him for hundreds of years. If he's still alive, how could he not cause any commotion? Lei Long didn't seem to believe him, so he asked suspiciously, why does the Heavenly Palace keep flashing? It's probably because it sensed the aura of its master. Yang Kai also stared towards the Heavenly Palace. Since taking it out of the Black Book space, the Heavenly Palace had been flashing more and more frequently, allowing Yang Kai to conclude that Meng Wuya might really be here. Is he really still alive? Thunder Dragon Great Senior exclaimed in shock. Do I look like I'm lying? Yang Kai looked at him seriously. It doesn't look like it. That's right. Thunder Dragon's expression changed, his eyes suddenly lighting up as he shouted. So, as long as we follow the Heavenly Palace's guidance, we can find Meng Wuya? Can we even leave this bewildering array? That's what I was thinking. Yang Kai nodded firmly as he poured his Yuan Qi into the Heavenly Palace. In the past, Meng Wuya had used the Heavenly Palace to envelop Yang Kai's mansion, preventing it from being destroyed by the demon lords and evil kings. In order to facilitate Yang Kai's entry and exit, Meng Wuya had deliberately left a barrier around the Heavenly Palace so that Yang Kai could use it. However, this artifact did not belong to Yang Kai, so it couldn't display its full power. This was more than enough. As the Yuan Qi poured into the heavenly palace, it began to tremble, and Yang Kai immediately noticed that this artifact was about to fly out of his hand. Immediately, Yang Kai shouted, "Follow me." Holding the heavenly palace in his hand and sensing the direction it wanted to fly, Yang Kai rushed forward. Everyone followed closely behind. As they flew, Yang Kai's mood fluctuated. He wasn't sure if Meng Wuya was here, but it was possible that he had come here, left a trace, and then left. If that was the case, then this time he still wouldn't be able to find him and his little senior sister. However, this was still a clue and a ray of hope. Su Yan and Yang Kai had already found the old demon, so he wasn't worried. As long as he could find Xianing Chong, his purpose for coming to Tongxian realm would have been achieved. It had been more than 10 years since he left the central capital and came to this world. During these 10 years, his strength had undergone earth-shaking changes. But there was always one thing on his mind that made him sigh whenever he thought about it. Once I find Meng Wuya, I'll definitely pluck that old hooligan's beard clean. Yang Kai secretly swore to himself as he spared no effort in sprinting forward. After an unknown amount of time, some changes suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's gray field of vision. There seemed to be something standing in front of him. At this point, the light emitted by the heavenly palace also became much stronger. Yang Kai's spirit shook and he rushed forward without hesitation. But after seeing what it was, he couldn't help frowning. The other 5 also stood still and stared forward with dignified expressions. About 10 meters away from the group stood a stone pillar. This stone pillar was so tall that it seemed to reach into the sky and was so thick that 3 people could wrap their arms around it. On the stone pillar, there were a few large characters written in demon script, just like the ones everyone had seen when they first entered. "Li Rong, what's written on it?" Yang Kai hurriedly asked. Li Rong glanced at it for a moment before immediately withdrawing her gaze, not daring to stare any longer, quickly replying, "Tongxian Pillar." "Tongxian Pillar?" Yang Kai frowned, not knowing what these words meant. However, there was indeed an extraordinary power surging within the stone pillar. This power was so strong that it made everyone tremble with fear. Following the heavenly palace's guidance, they didn't find Meng Wuya, but instead found such a strange stone pillar, causing everyone's heart to sink. However, Yang Kai could still feel the heavenly palace's pulling force, still guiding them forward. "Let's go. No matter what, we've left that maze." Yang Kai comforted. The 5 nodded lightly and continued to follow. Moving forward, everyone was on high alert, afraid of encountering any sudden danger. Half an hour later, Yang Kai suddenly slowed down his pace and sniffed the air, asking, "Do you feel anything wrong?" "Blood stench," Lei Long immediately replied, his eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. "There's a blood stench here, and it seems to be getting stronger." Yang Kai nodded. "Wait, there's some movement," Lei Long shouted. Everyone quickly stopped and listened attentively. Some subtle sounds came from afar, like the sound of rolling waves and the ebb and flow of tides. The speed at which the sound was approaching was extremely fast, and in just a moment it had already arrived in front of everyone. Looking around, the originally gray world in front of them now contained some dark red light. Gradually, the dark red light became more and more intense, and the sound of the tide also became clearer. The entire world instantly became as red as fresh blood. "Not good," Thunder Dragon Great Senior shouted as he hurriedly circulated his strength, causing arcs of lightning to flash from his body as a blue light curtain enveloped everyone. At the same time, in front of them, a thick and boundless blood-red liquid surged forward like a dam bursting, instantly engulfing the group of 6. A strong smell of blood filled everyone's nose, and as far as their eyes could see, all they could see was a thick blood-red liquid. Everyone felt as if they had suddenly fallen into a monstrous sea of blood, losing their sense of direction and unable to find a way out. The red blood mist was pervasive and penetrated through Thunder Dragon Great Senior's defensive power. The heavenly palace in Yang Kai's hand was only slightly stained by this blood mist before its light dimmed significantly. Without hesitation, Yang Kai quickly put the heavenly palace into the black book space. Asterisk Ciilala. Asterisk. A burst of light sounds came from all directions as the blood mist that had penetrated their bodies seemed to contain a strong corrosive property, causing everyone's skin to emit this strange sound as if they were in extreme pain. Yang Kai grit his teeth and pushed his strength to resist the invasion of the blood mist, his yuan qi flowing away like water. What the hell is this? Earth-splitting divine ox shouted, a yellow light enveloping his body, but under the corrosion of the blood mist. This light quickly dimmed and he was forced to exert more strength to defend himself, consuming his strength at a rapid rate. The surrounding sea of blood and the blood mist seemed to have the effect of eroding his strength. We should have accidentally triggered some kind of barrier. Follow me out and leave this blood sea first. Thunder Dragon roared, pushing his defenses to the limit as he resisted the pressure of the blood sea. Great Senior, be careful, Kai Dai suddenly exclaimed, waving her 7-colored wings and sending out a burst of light. Looking towards the direction of her attack, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. He found that from the sea of blood, there were countless blood people condensed from it. These blood people had vague facial features and their bodies were extremely unstable. So Kai Dai's attack had no effect on them at all, directly passing through their bodies and disappearing into the sea of blood. While Thunder Dragon Great Senior was distracted, several blood-red people had already pounced on him with bared fangs and claws. Thunder Dragon's eyes narrowed as he sent out a bolt of purple lightning, piercing through the bodies of these blood people and turning them into puddles of blood. However, one of the blood people still reached out and grabbed Thunder Dragon Great Senior's wrist, as if his flesh had been branded by a hot iron. A tearing sound rang out as Thunder Dragon showed a pained expression, shaking his body and dispersing the blood hand. However, on his wrist, a bright red handprint was left, his flesh lacerated. Everyone's expression changed. Lei Long was a top-notch expert, and he was also a monster beast. His physical body was extremely strong, but he was still unable to withstand the power of this blood man's grip. It was clear how terrifying the power contained in the blood water was. What made everyone despair, though, was that the blood people who had been beaten into a puddle of blood by Thunder Dragon Great Senior actually gathered together and stood up again. They seemed to be immortal, impossible to completely destroy. They stopped in their tracks. Lei Long roared angrily, followed by a series of deafening roars as he sent out a series of fiery dragon-like attacks. Coordinating with Yang Kai's spiritual energy, these attacks instantly cleared out the blood people around them, allowing them to move freely. This isn't a long-term solution. We need to take this opportunity to think of a way to leave this place, Thunder Dragon Great Senior shouted. Using his divine sense, Yang Kai was unable to determine how large this blood sea was. The blood mist that had seeped in had eroded a great deal of everyone's strength, causing the energy fluctuations in their bodies to gradually weaken. Before this blood sea evaporated completely, everyone would likely die. Why don't you and this little brat stand at the front and burn a way out? Earth-splitting Ox proposed. We can't do that. This blood sea is very strange. It seems to follow us wherever we go. If we can't get rid of it, we'll never be able to escape. Lei Long slowly shook his head, pushing his fire attribute power to the extreme, evaporating a large amount of the blood water around him and Yang Kai. Listening to him say this, everyone else was at a loss for what to do and felt despair. That's right. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up as he remembered something. Seeing his excited expression, Lei Long immediately shouted, "Boy! Did you find a way out of here? If you find something, whether it works or not, we should at least try. It's better than waiting for death here." I was just thinking about that. Yang Kai nodded before turning to Li Rong and asking, "What about the blood essence stone?" Li Rong was startled, but soon a strange light flashed across her beautiful eyes as she understood what Yang Kai was thinking. Quickly taking out the blood essence stone she had obtained from her universe bag, she handed it over. This blood essence stone was a product from the star field and had the ability to absorb blood and transform it into blood chi that could be used by anyone. It originally belonged to shattering mystical palace's Zhang Ao, but in the Snow Mountain range, Zhang Ao was killed and the blood essence stone changed owners. Last time, the blood essence stone had absorbed a lot of blood and was used to heal the injured members of the ancient demon clan, so it had been kept by Li Rong. Yang Kai's eyes also flashed as he recalled the existence of such a thing. Blood essence stone? Lei Long muttered. Is that the blood essence stone from the star field? Yang Kai grinned. Great Senior seems to know a lot. You also have such a thing? Lei Long looked excited as he laughed. We're saved. Let's give it a try. Yang Kai no longer spoke nonsense and began pouring his yuan qi into the blood essence stone. This product from the star field immediately exuded a dazzling light and an invisible suction force spread out in all directions. Attracted by this suction force, the blood people surrounding Yang Kai's group roared fiercely and retreated back into the sea of blood. But it was too late. The attractive force of the blood essence stone was not something these blood people could resist. One by one, these blood people transformed into thick streams of blood that shot towards the blood essence stone like 10,000 swords. The blood essence stone did not refuse and absorbed all of this blood, leaving not a single drop behind. A short time later, with the group as the center, there was not a single drop of blood left within a 10-meter radius. Even the blood that had seeped in had been completely absorbed by the blood essence stone. The huge suction force was still there, pulling the blood in the thick sea of blood. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart calmed down, and they couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. They knew that this time they had survived this disaster. As time passed, the blood-red light emitted from the blood essence stone became more and more intense. The fist-sized stone seemed to be composed entirely of blood, its dark red color causing everyone's heart to palpitate. The amount of blood chi contained within it was unimaginable. Yang Kai held it in his hand and could even feel the rhythmic vibrations coming from inside the blood essence stone, as if he was holding a heart. After an hour, everyone's vision gradually became clear and the sea of blood surrounding them thinned significantly. After another 2 hours, the sea of blood finally disappeared. At this moment, the vitality emitted from the blood essence stone was so strong that it caused even the 2 monster race great seniors to tremble. Even if they released all of their vitality, they would not be able to achieve such a level of vitality. This thing is quite amazing. Where did you find it? Earth-splitting Divine Ox seemed to be interested in the blood essence stone and hurriedly inquired. Thunder Dragon laughed and said, "Don't even think about it. This kind of thing comes from the star field and can only be found by chance. This king has only heard of it. Today is the first time he has seen one." Saying so, he turned to look at Yang Kai thoughtfully and said, "Boy, your luck is quite good. You even managed to obtain a blood essence stone. It's just SOSO. Yang Kai chuckled as he played with the blood essence stone in his hand, feeling more and more like it was a heart, as he could clearly hear a strong heartbeat coming from it. "Are you willing to sell this thing? This king can offer you a high price. I guarantee you'll be satisfied," Thunder Dragon asked. Yang Kai quickly put the blood essence stone into his black book space and shook his head decisively. Thunder Dragon couldn't help rolling his eyes. "If you don't want to sell it, then don't sell it. Why are you so vigilant? Why would this king steal something from you? Thunder Dragon, why do you want to buy this?" Earth-splitting Divine Ox didn't quite understand the purpose of this blood essence stone. "You don't understand shit." Thunder Dragon curled his lips. "After this thing absorbs blood, it can turn into a kind of blood chi energy that can be used by anyone. It can be used to heal wounds and bring the dead back to life. During battle, it can also absorb blood chi to increase one's chi and blood power, temporarily increasing one's strength without any side effects. Is it really that amazing? Earth-splitting divine ox couldn't help but stare towards Yang Kai with some interest, letting out a hollow laugh. Don't look at me like that. No matter what you say, I won't sell this blood essence stone. Yang Kai shook his head firmly. This holy master doesn't lack money. Saying so, Yang Kai no longer paid any attention to them and took out the heavenly palace from the black book space. Sensing the direction it was flying in, and waving his hand, "Let's continue." This little brat. Thunder Dragon was speechless, simply taking out some pills and swallowing them, restoring the strength he had just consumed as he hurried along. As time passed, the light from the heavenly palace grew stronger and stronger. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling excited, more and more convinced that Meng Wuya was really here. If he had only left behind some kind of aura here to cause the heavenly palace to react, it wouldn't have changed as he approached it. For such a scene to occur, it meant that Meng Wuya was actually here. Yang Kai's heart filled with anticipation, and his speed also increased. A few hours later, when the light from the heavenly palace became brighter, it burst forth with a powerful force and broke free from Yang Kai's shackles, transforming into a stream of light that shot forward and disappeared in the blink of an eye. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.